began to write and answer the questions, each of which was worth 15 points. The reason why I use full marks is because the process must be kept complete. Even if you calculate the answer yourself, the steps must be complete and cannot be omitted. This is the torturous part of Mathematical Olympiad. Lin Mo glanced at the question and started writing. Su Haoming looked at Lin Mo from afar and couldn't help but be amazed. Although the difficulty of these questions was not too high, they required a lot of calculations. It didn't take long for Lin Mo to finish the fill-in-the-blank questions. He had seen Lin Mo's monthly math test results, and it was obvious that a full score was not Lin Mo's limit. Mathematical Olympiad can reveal a person's limits. However, the class is not over yet. Lin Mo had already put down his pen. It's been a tough day for me. After checking, Lin Mo stood up, and many people around him quickly looked up at Lin Mo. Some people continued to bury their heads in writing questions because they felt that they really didn't have enough time. Lin Mo walked to the podium and handed the test paper to Su Minghao. "Teacher, I'm done. I'm going to go outside to get some water first." Su Minghao took the paper, which was filled with words written all over it. There was no showmanship, and each question had only one solution. Su Minghao calculated carefully and found that they were all correct. No problem at all. Finally, look at the fill-in-the-blank questions. All correct. Lin Mo got 100 points on the test. Looking at Lin Mo, who had returned from outside with water, Su Minghao couldn't help but say, "If you keep up this, you can participate in the national competition. After participating in the national competition, as long as you get first place, you will be admitted." Su Minghao's voice did not drop, and everyone could not help but look at Lin Mo. "What are you looking at? Are you done?" Su Minghao shouted softly and pushed the man's head down again. He looked at Lin Mo, but Lin Mo suddenly asked, "It seems that the first place in the country is recommended for admission to the Department of Mathematics. Although the mathematics department is good, it is only suitable for pure geniuses. Lin Mo only has advantages in calculation, but it is not very suitable for him to do mathematical research. After all, he only has spiritual consciousness to help him with calculations. Yes, and it's the Department of Mathematics at Huaqing University and Debi University, which is excellent." So Lin Mo shook his head. "Forget about being admitted. I plan to take the final exam and choose a major I like." Hearing this, Su Haoming was stunned for a moment. "Should I choose a major I like? Don't you like the Department of Mathematics?" For a moment, he didn't know whether he should persuade him or not. After all, looking at Lin Mo's expression, it seemed that he didn't care much. Soon, the bell rang for the end of get out of class. The roll-up has begun. There were not many people in the training class, so Su Haoming did not let them leave immediately, but started correcting the papers on the spot. Because he had to help Xia Yuling's family get broadband on Saturday, Lin Mo didn't go to Chu Miao's house for dinner today. While making changes, Su Haoming looked at Lin Mo. "Come up and help me correct it. You know the answers. If you pass, put them aside for now." Everyone was in an uproar. This obviously put Lin Mo in the same position as himself. And from what Su Haoming said, we can guess that Lin Mo's paper probably got full marks. Lin Mo could only go up and take over part of the test paper and start correcting it. In just over 10 minutes, all the papers for the entire training class were corrected. Lin Mo handed the test paper to Su Haoming. Su Haoming checked it and coughed lightly. First, there are two contestants who scored full marks. One of them is Lin Mo, who completed the task quickly and well. The other is Tong Dong, who seems to be a cautious person. Lin Mo turned his head and looked at the boy named Tong Dong. He ranked first in the top 100 list, 10 points higher than Lin Mo, and won the first place in the top 100 list. Lin Mo remembered it very clearly. In the end, he represented the school and the city in the provincial and even national competitions. Nicknamed Child Emperor. Feeling Lin Mo's gaze, Child Emperor also looked over. There was no arrogance in his eyes that came from being the number one, but rather a kind of curiosity. Lin Mo had met Tong Dong several times in his previous life, but most of the time Tong Dong was reading with headphones on. Yes, the first place privilege is that you can use electronic devices freely. As for the current Child Emperor, he is not that arrogant yet. Seeing Lin Mo, he just nodded. Then Su Haoming began to judge who would leave the Olympiad training class. "Finally, I was kicked out." Although Xia Yuling said the bad news, she didn't seem to feel that bad. Lin Mo patted the girl's head. "I told you, you're not really suited to the Mathematical Olympiad. After all, it's all about speed." On the way back, only Xia Yuling and Lin Mo were there. So Xia Yuling's liveliness also increased. "But actually, I really like mathematical Olympiads. After learning them, my math grades have improved. If you want to learn, I'll teach you." Lin Mo walked in front. He was already quite relieved that Xia Yuling was not depressed because of being kicked out. After all, Xia Yuling had gritted her teeth and said she would not quit. However, Shue Zigi stayed in the Olympiad class. What follows is actually the integrated training of G1 Olympiad classes and G2 Olympiad classes. When she reached the road, Xia Yuling suddenly stopped. Lin Mo followed Xia Yuling's gaze. A white-haired old woman was walking on the ground, bowing and muttering to herself. Know him? Lin Mo asked casually. I don't know him. After saying that, Xia Yuling continued to walk forward. It was obvious that they knew each other, but Lin Mo didn't say anything. He just left a spiritual mark on the old woman and followed Xia Yuling. After returning downstairs, Lin Mo went to the roast meat shop to buy some cooked food. After all, he has a big appetite. After dinner, Lin Mo returned to the rental house. The weekend is here, and it's time to study the matter of drawing talismans. This is probably because the method of drawing this talisman was borrowed from another system, and it doesn't seem very suitable for cultivators. The paper should be yellow paper, the pen should be a wolf hair brush, and the brush should be real cinnabar. Yellow paper and cinnabar are easy to find. Wolf hair brushes are not so common these days, although there are many counterfeit and inferior cinnabar products on the market. But if you really want to buy it, Lin Mo can use some magical powers to make the merchant sell the genuine product. Lin Mo had already bought yellow paper and cinnabar a few days ago, but he couldn't find any wolf hair brushes. Many stores said they sold wolf hair brushes, but most of the time they sold mixed hairs. But it just so happens that this talisman must be drawn with a pure wolf hair brush. Although this wolf hair brush is called wolf hair, it is actually made of weasel hair. But now weasels are protected animals, so where do so many wolf hair brushes come from? Moreover, weasels are difficult to keep in captivity. But there is one advantage, that is, weasels can be found all over the country. Lin Mo only needs to find a wild forest, catch a weasel, pluck the tail hair, and then he can make his own wolf hair brush. Thinking of this, Lin Mo thought of Nankin Mountain. That place is sparsely populated but full of wild animals. So he became invisible and flew into the air. After building his foundation, he could indeed fly. Among the 72 magical powers, one was already able to control the wind, but at that time Lin Mo's spiritual power was not enough. It took 2 hours to charge and 5 minutes to fly. It would be faster to run on the ground using the divine movement. But now it's different. After building the foundation, Lin Mo can charge for 5 minutes and fly for 2 hours, soaring up to 90,000 miles. The flying speed is much faster than Shensing. It just consumes a lot of spiritual energy. Lin Mo fell into the forest, his spiritual awareness fully activated. Scan as you walk. Although weasels are protected animals, they are only at level 3, so they are not that rare, but they are not that common. But in the mountains and forests, Lin Mo finally found one. Lin Mo fell from mid-air into the dense forest. In the darkness, ordinary people have difficulty seeing things, but Lin Mo can see everything clearly. A weasel saw Lin Mo falling down but did not run away. Instead, it looked at the person in front of it with curiosity. Lin Mo also looked down at the yellow fox standing on 2 legs. After looking at each other for a long time, I thought you would ask for a title. Lin Mo said, if you ask for a title, I will definitely turn you into a JK beauty with twin ponytails, long legs, a thin waist and big breasts. My lord, I'm sorry, but I haven't cultivated enough yet, so I can't get a title. I'm sorry to disappoint you. When Lin Mo heard this, his eyes widened. Wow, everything in the 9 heavens realm truly has spirits. This yellow-skinned creature is actually real. The yellow-skinned man bowed in a polite manner. Hasn't the immortal lord seen it a long time ago? Just now, the yellow-skinned man felt a gaze sweeping over him several times, and finally fell on him. It had been practicing for so many years, but had never seen a human with such terrifying pressure. Or is this the immortal that our ancestors mentioned? So it stayed where it was. It didn't dare to respond until Lin Maluo spoke. Lin Mo frowned and felt that he would have to be more timid in the future. If this yellow-skinned man asking for a title really existed, then there must be other stories about him as well. However, he still pretended to be calm and asked, how many years have you been practicing, you yellow-skinned guy? The yellow-skinned man bowed and said, I have been practicing for over 300 years. It's a pity that the current environment is not suitable for practice. Being alive is a blessing from heaven. Lin Mo took a deep breath and looked at the yellow fox again. Soul-stealing. Lin Mo's eyes emitted purple light, and when the yellow-skinned man saw it, his eyes also glowed purple. This worked. Lin Mo asked directly, have you ever killed anyone, you yellow-skinned guy? The yellow fox shrank his neck in fear. I dare not. Humans are the most intelligent creatures in the world and are blessed by the energy of heaven and earth. We monsters can't even hide from them, let alone harm their lives. We can't defend against ordinary swords and knives. When Lin Mo heard this, he thought, these monsters are too weak, ordinary humans can't deal with them? Then you have practiced for 300 years, what have you achieved? I only want to cultivate and become a human. If I can be crowned a human, I can transform into a human. Although I won't be more than 100 years old, I can be reborn as a human in my next life. Lin Mo recalled the story of the yellow-skinned man asking for a title. What if I ask for the title of immortal? This immortal is not that immortal. An immortal can only transform into a human being to protect a region and ensure good weather and good harvests. After completing their merits, they will enter the cycle of reincarnation and be able to bring blessings to others. After hearing this, Lin Mo probably understood. They seek to be granted the title of human or immortal, but in the end they are all human. The so-called monster is actually useless. Any ordinary person with a little strength can kill it. It is worthy of being called the terrifying upright ape. But Lin Mo still asked, so have you ever seen someone as powerful as me? The yellow-skinned man shook his head in a very anthropomorphic manner. In the past 300 years, I've met many people, but none as powerful as the immortal master. About 90 years ago, I met a very powerful Taoist priest, but he wasn't even a bit as powerful as the immortal master. There are no lies under the soul-stealing spell. Lin Mo felt that he didn't need to be so timid anymore. According to what the yellow-skinned guy said, this world is a place that is somewhat different from ordinary people, but it is not as powerful as one imagines. Or perhaps this little yellow-skinned guy has no way of accessing more powerful things. Well, I still have to stay. Return to your home. Lin Mo had a handful of weasel tail hair in his hand. This is the material used to make wolf hair brushes. The materials are all at home. After all, it is not a good idea to draw talismans in a rental house. So Lin Mo simply returned home. Pour cinnabar into a small dish and then pour in urquata to dissolve the cinnabar. Because cinnabar is insoluble in water but soluble in alcohol. All the hairs on an ordinary brush were plucked and replaced with weasel hairs that had been treated with spiritual power. Lin Mo didn't hold the pen, he just raised his hand. The brush automatically stood up, dipped a little cinnabar in it, and began to draw something on the cut yellow paper. Infuse spiritual energy, infuse spirit, the talisman is done. It's done, Master Deo, I've done it. Lin Mo grabbed the talisman he had just completed and slapped it on his body. Then he walked into the kitchen, picked up a kitchen knife and chopped his wrist. But unfortunately, the kitchen knife suddenly tilted when it fell and landed in the sink beside it. This amulet is indeed something special. Lin Mo picked up the talisman stuck on his body. Some of the spiritual power on it was consumed, but not much. This means that the effect of this amulet is not limited to one time. In addition to amulets, there are also 5 thunder talismans, gold and iron talismans, and calming talismans. Most importantly, there are talismans to drive away ghosts. If there are yellow-skinned people, then there may be ghosts too. There is no need to practice, what the system gives you is good and works directly. Lin Mo stacked the exorcism talisman and the protective amulet together, and when the time comes, he will give one to his grandmother, one to his cousin, and one to Aunt Zheng. After finishing drawing all the talismans, Lin Mo went back to the rental house to rest. The next morning, Lin Mo opened his eyes and someone knocked on the door. As expected, it was Xia Yuling, but today Xia Yuling came knocking on the door with breakfast. Have breakfast first. We'll get the broadband after you finish. You can see that the girl is very anxious. I just don't know if it's because of the mobile phone, the broadband, or both. Breakfast was simple, just a bowl of fried noodles with eggs. In order to take Lin Mo's appetite into consideration, at least 3 noodles were added to this bowl of noodles. But Lin Mo still ate very quickly. Then he took Xia Yuling to apply for broadband. Basically, Lin Mo helped Xia Yuling to apply for broadband in a half-guiding and half-negotiating manner. In this era, when it comes to broadband services, salesmen will have many discounts, and if you don't want them, they won't give them to you. For example, mobile phone packages, free call charges and data, and mobile phone models. After coming out, Xia Yuling said generously, "Come on, I'll treat you to lunch today." Probably because Aunt Zheng gave a lot of money. So Lin Mo was not polite. 2 weeks later. Lin Mo, you're the sports committee member, so you have to set a good example. I'm sure you can handle this 5,000-meter run. During the physical education class, Zhang Daming sat under the shade of a tree and gave instructions to Lin Mo. You're not a teacher. You're the PE teacher for several classes. How come you're still involved in our class's registration? Zhang Daming scratched his head embarrassedly. Hey, if my class achieves good results, then I'll be proud. You're such a great long-distance runner, so the 5,000 meters is definitely yours. There is no other way, I have to force him to do something he is not prepared for. The school sports meet is in mid-November. At this time, the weather has started to cool down slightly, but it is not too hot, which is a good time to hold a school sports meeting. The sports students will definitely represent their classes to fight, and Zhang Daming also took the initiative to find students with better sports performance to talk about the school sports meeting. When Lin Mo was approached, he started running long distances. Long-distance running is the most tiring, so it has the least participants. I also hope you can participate in the shot put and javelin. Good guy. The teachers all know that Lin Mo is strong, so they assigned all these projects to him, because there must be one person participating in each class and each project. So at the beginning, registration was voluntary, but in the end it was a conscription. Running is okay, but I've only been exposed to shot put and javelin once or twice in physical education class. Fortunately, Lin Mo checked the world records and the records of national athletes. As long as you don't exceed the level of a second-level athlete, you won't be forced to become a sports student. A moderate amount of sea swimming is beneficial to the physical and mental development of other students. So Lin Mo only took part in the long-distance running, shot put and javelin events. After all, he usually controls his running speed. Just as Lin Mo was about to get up and leave, Zhang Yunlu suddenly came over with her badminton racket. Teacher, I want Lin Mo to be my teammate in the mixed doubles badminton competition at the school sports meet. Ha! Lin Mo turned his head and looked at Zhang Yunlu. Zhang Daming knew at a glance that Lin Mo was not very happy. This kid was like a puppet as the sports committee member, moving only when kicked. All he could say was, "It's enough if you can make him move. No need to tell me." Lin Mo decisively prepared to evacuate. Lin Mo. Zhang Yunlu grabbed Lin Mo's clothes directly. Lin Mo knew that he was doomed, so he could only turn his head and look at Zhang Yunlu. You're doing both women's singles and mixed doubles, aren't you tired? Zhang Yunlu sighed, then won't you help me? If I lose the women's singles and don't win the championship, then at least I can win the mixed doubles. You definitely have the ability to do that. In fact, Zhang Yunlu is also very confident in the women's singles, but she wanted to fight side by side with Lin Mo on the court. She had wanted to get Lin Mo into the school team before, but Lin Mo went to the Olympiad training class, so she couldn't persuade him anymore. The most important point is that whenever she mentioned that Lin Mo was good at badminton, the boys on the school team would sneer at her. Maybe in their opinion, ordinary men can beat the girls on the school team in badminton. So Zhang Yunlu hopes that Lin Mo can play. Lin Mo could see that Zhang Yunlu seemed to really want him to fight. It doesn't matter for mixed doubles. After all, badminton is not like track and field competitions where the results are obvious, so winning won't be a big deal. Just as I was about to agree, an inappropriate voice sounded beside me. Zhang Yunlu, are you trying to persuade Lin Mo, who is a very good badminton player, to participate in the men's singles competition? He deserves a beating. He really deserves a beating. And as soon as Lin Mo heard this voice, he knew that this person definitely liked Zhang Yunlu. You are already adults, why do you still use bullying to attract girls' attention? Lin Mo turned his head and saw a boy who was also holding a private badminton racket staring at him. The jealousy in his eyes was incredibly intense. Sure enough, a thimble at first glance. However, Lin Mo remained calm. So if I play doubles with you, do I have to fight this guy? Lin Mo pointed at the boy without any hesitation. Zhang Yunlu shook her head. That's not necessary. Hearing this, Lin Mo covered his mouth in surprise. No way, can't this student find a female classmate to play doubles with? Oh, that's such a pity. He spoke as if everyone was capable of being sarcastic. Lin Mo's weirdness had already been trained intensively by Douyin netizens. Of course, he could be more yin-yang, but there was no need. The similar intensity was enough to make the little boy in front of him blush. It was obvious that the boy was anxious. He raised the racket in his hand and pointed at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, do you dare to fight me? Lin Mo raised his eyebrows and casually spread his hands. Why should I fight with you? It doesn't benefit me. The boy became more and more anxious. He pointed at Lin Mo with a frown. Then tell me what it takes for you to fight me. You set the conditions. This kind of guy is just young and gets carried away easily. Lin Mo looked at Zhang Yunlu. Zhang Yunlu's eyes lit up as she looked at Lin Mo with hope, obviously hoping that Lin Mo would agree. She had wanted to see Lin Mo beat up those arrogant school team players from the beginning. As for Lin Mo's strength, she was very sure that Lin Mo could beat this boy. Lin Mo stroked his chin, looked at the expensive racket in the boy's hand, and then said, I see, if you lose, the school sports association will send a box of red horses to our class. The boy agreed without hesitation. Okay, if you lose, you have to give our class a red horse. Lin Mo waved his hand directly. Forget it, it's not like I'm begging you to play, and I'm not asking you to give you a red horse if you lose. If you provoke each class, won't you get a red horse every year? Lin Mo's behavior made the boys think he was not good enough. He clenched his fists and finally snorted. No problem, I promise. Just a little excitement, even if he loses, Lin Mo doesn't have to pay the price. Of course, in the boy's opinion, after defeating Lin Mo, he can mock him harshly. Zhang Yunlu even covered her mouth and laughed, then handed over her racket. Use my racket. But Lin Mo went straight to the equipment room and picked out an iron racket. This kind of racket is like a novice weapon in the game, which can be used at level 0 but is not easy to use. Looking at the school racket in Lin Mo's hand, the boy laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, you're planning on using this to fight me? You really don't know anything, do you? As he spoke, he took out a bucket of badminton balls from his side. I can't stand the crap that's in school. You can use that crap racket, but you have to use a good ball, or I can't stand it. It can be seen that this person really wants to show off. It would be even better if I could show off by stepping on Lin Mo's face. Originally, Zhang Yinlu also wanted to persuade Lin Mo to use her racket, but when she thought about how Lin Mo had easily defeated her with the school racket before, she gave up the idea of persuading him. Of course, if Lin Mo really lost because of the equipment gap, she would immediately ask Lin Mo to change the racket. Two people stood on the badminton court, and the boy raised the racket in his hand. I'm Huang Slin from class 12. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Mo muted the sound manually. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in your name. The author doesn't want to give a full name to a character who only appears once in the plot. Huang Xilan was stunned for a moment. Why? Why is this happening? In anger, he took a deep breath and served the ball directly. Logically, they should go to the badminton hall to compete, but both of them felt that they could easily defeat each other, so they simply played the game on the outdoor badminton court. Huang Slin serves with a backhand. This type of serve is short and fast, not easy to be smashed by others, and can also create smash opportunities for yourself. Basically, this serving method is used in professional ball games, but Lin Mo didn't catch the ball immediately, just because a strong wind blew from behind. The badminton that should have landed on the line was blown by the wind and actually flew backwards in midair and landed in front of the serving line. According to badminton rules, the serve must land behind the serving line, otherwise the opponent will score. So Lin Mo got a point without even moving. No, it's the wind. Huang Slin raised his hand in protest. Lin Mo raised his eyebrows and asked casually, it seems that the school team players are also very cautious when facing me. They have to seriously refute every point. Forget it, why don't we go to the badminton hall? Otherwise, if there are a few more wins, this will take a long time. Yin and yang again. Lin Mo directly lifted the other person up. Huang Slin's classmates were watching the game, and even when they knew that Huang Slin was going to fight Lin Mo, they were even more curious and excited. Huang Slin, you're on the school team. Letting him score 1 or 2 goals is nothing. I believe in you. You can dunk on Lin Mo. After hearing his classmates' encouragement, Huang Slin finally thought about it and felt that it made sense, so he stopped arguing. Okay, this point is yours, and you won't be able to get any more points next time. Lin Mo shrugged and bent down to pick up the ball on the ground. Seeing Lin Mo picking up the ball like this, Huang Xilan sneered. If you can't even use a racket to scoop up the ball, you're just a layman. Huang Slin even felt that Lin Mo was just lucky just now. Next is Lin Mo's turn to serve. Lin Mo directly hit the ball with his forehand. A standard high tee shot. Huang Xilan also smiled grimly when he saw it. This time, he was sure to smash it hard. Just as the badminton fell from the sky, Huang Xilan had already taken aim. Another strong wind blew up. The ball just missed the racket by a hair's breadth and fell in front of Huang Xilan. With a snap, the ball fell to the ground. Huang Xilan looked at Lin Mo with a somewhat stiff expression. Lin Mo looked at him with a frown and spoke in a dissuading tone. Or, forget it. You don't even know how to play badminton. Aren't you just wasting my time? Upon hearing this, Huang Slin was so angry that his heart was about to explode. Who on earth can't play badminton? He casually picked up the badminton on the ground with his racket and hit it to Lin Mo. Come again. Lin Mo reached out and grabbed the badminton, smoothing out the scattered hairs on it. Your play isn't very good, but you do a lot of fancy things. I think when playing badminton, you have to get back to the basics. Huang Slin took a deep breath and did not respond to Lin Mo's words. Next, he was going to slap Lin Mo hard in the face. Lin Mo served the ball high again in his usual manner. This time Huang Slin was much more steady. He did not smash the ball, but carefully pushed it forward with his racket. The badminton will fall easily after passing through the net. Lin Mo stretched out his racket, but it was still a little short. The corners of Huang Xilan's mouth curled up. This wave is stable. But unfortunately, a gust of wind blew up behind him. He actually sent the badminton towards Lin Mo's racket. Lin Mo just picked it up. The badminton flew over again, landed on the badminton net, rolled, and landed directly on Huang Slin's side. Huang Slin cursed directly, "Fuck you, is this okay?" Lin Mo shook his head. Mr. Huang, there are 10 lotuses in the pond. I'll only pick 1, so you pick 9. Thanks to the crowdfunding meme from the wonderfully lifelike Wei Fang. Very good, Huang Slin's mentality exploded. For some unknown reason, more and more people came to watch badminton. It is common knowledge in class 12 that Huang Slin joined the school badminton team, so no one would think that Huang Slin can't play badminton. But unfortunately, Huang Slin has lost 3 points in a row. As expected, he was a supporting role that did not deserve a full name. The crowd of onlookers suddenly expanded from Class 8 and Class 12 to Class 15. However, Zhou Ming and Wang Zhenji were hiding in the distance and watching the badminton court. Neither of them dared to say a word, but just watched silently as Lin Mo teased the guy called Incompetent Fury. The two of them just looked at each other silently, and the communication between their hearts was completed. This person cannot be provoked. Yes. Without saying a word, they walked further away. Although it may not be of any use, at least staying away from them can make them feel a little safer. As for Huang Slin in the middle of the venue, he was already a little exasperated. He pointed at Lin Mo. You're just lucky. I don't believe your luck can always be this good. Tee off. Lin Mo twisted his neck left and right. In that case, I'll seriously have fun with you. As he spoke, Lin Mo changed his serving posture and served with his backhand. With just a slight shake, the ball flew towards the opposite corner. Huang Slin picked up the badminton that fell from low altitude with one hand. Then he saw Lin Mo perform a standard smash. Call. The sound of breaking wind passed by. Before Huang Slin could react, the ball had already fallen to the ground. Huang Slin raised his head and looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo looked at him indifferently. At this moment, a cold sweat broke out on Huang Slin's back. Bring it on. At this time, Huang Slin discovered that the 3 balls served by Lin Mo were strictly in accordance with the serving rules, and the left and right courts had to be changed every time a ball was served. He was tricked. Just like poor Tom Cat, he was played around with by everyone. Another serve. This time Lin Mo gave him a chance and sent a high ball. Huang Slin looked at the ball, gritted his teeth, jumped up and smashed it high. Must kill. Bang. The precise smash was caught accurately and landed easily in front of the net. Huang Slin had just landed at this time. It's stupid. Jumping to kill without any confidence only gives the opponent an opportunity. Lin Mo's voice came. Huang Slin was even more devastated. Next is the one-sided father-son game, which can also be regarded as a guidance game. After all, how can a father teaching his son how to behave not be considered guidance? Huang Slin didn't get any points and was severely beaten. Among the 3 classes, Zhang Yunlu and Huang Xilan are not the only ones on the badminton team. But when they saw Lin Mo's terrifying output just now, they all felt that they might not be able to score even if they faced Lin Mo. Even Zhang Yunlu felt her mouth dry and she couldn't help swallowing hard. Even though it is not polite for a girl to do such an action, it is in line with Zhang Yunlu's mentality. All I can say is that Lin Mo did hold back on her before. She rushed forward. Lin Mo, why don't you sign up for the men's singles? You play so well, you can definitely win the school sports championship. No, you can even win the city championship and the provincial championship. This was not groundless. Zhang Yunlu was quite knowledgeable. Lin Mo's explosive power and reaction speed were better than any national athlete she had ever seen. However, Lin Mo just put down the racket in his hand and said to Huang Slin, remember the red horse in our class, don't default on your debt. After saying that, he turned around and returned to the area of Class 8. And Yuexin, who was in love during physical education class, couldn't help but come over. Lin Mo, are you really not going to participate in the badminton competition? Zhang Yunlu followed beside him, looking at Lin Mo with hope. But Lin Mo shook his head, opened the drinking water and drank some. I said I'm not going to take this path. There are many paths I can take, so I'll choose the one I like. At this time, Zhang Yunlu suddenly remembered that Lin Mo had told her before that martial artists could not participate in national sports. This is probably the reason why Lin Mo did not participate in the competition. What about the mixed doubles? Zhang Yunlu asked cautiously. Well, okay, it's just the school sports meet anyway, but if it's the men's singles, I'll be a little embarrassed. Many people from other classes nearby heard what Lin Mo said. From these words, it was analyzed that Lin Mo did not plan to participate in the men's singles badminton, which instantly made others feel relieved. Although they don't know the reason, it's a good thing that the other party doesn't participate. What if you dig deeper and find out that he suddenly joined? So they all watched Lin Mo gradually leave. In addition to badminton, basketball and football are played according to classes. After all, with 50 people in a class, we can always form the Inajima 11 and the Phantom 6th. However, Lin Mo did not sign up, or rather, there was no need to sign up for this thing at all. Anyway, there were sports students taking the lead, and there were many people who liked basketball or football. Stretched. While doing his homework, Lin Mo watched Zhang Yunlu sweating on the badminton court. Sports such as badminton, basketball and football will not be held at the school sports meet. Because the competition schedule cannot be completed in 1 or 2 days, Guangba's approach is to gather the registered students together during evening self-study and have them compete separately. Zhang Yunlu's women's singles competition also started a few days after the last physical education class. Lin Mo was pulled here to watch the game, under the pretext of getting familiar with his teammates' playing style. So Lin Mo simply did his homework here while watching Zhang Yunlu play badminton. Zhang Yunlu is indeed very powerful. At present, Lin Mo has not seen anyone who poses a threat to her. The women's singles qualifying round is Bo 1, a 21-point system per game. Zhang Yunlu easily won 21-10. When I came down, I wasn't even sweating. However, Lin Mo still handed her a bottle of blue howling. Although the taste of yayak isn't great, it's definitely a good drink for replenishing electrolytes after exercise. Looking at the drink handed to her by Lin Mo, Zhang Yunlu smiled from the bottom of her heart. Thank you. Holding the drink, Zhang Yunlu went to register with the referee. After finishing the work, I came back jogging. Lin Mo, the mixed doubles preliminaries are tomorrow. Are you nervous? Lin Mo lowered his head to do his homework, and without raising his head he said, "What's there to be nervous about? Isn't this just a brutal massacre? If we win the mixed doubles championship, I'll give you a reward." Lin Mo stopped writing and looked up at Zhang Yunlu. "If you say that, then I have to consider whether to release the sea and prevent us from winning the championship." Lin Mo. Zhang Yunlu stomped her feet in anger upon hearing this. "It's just talk. Just don't reward yourself under the guise of rewarding me." Lin Mo's words made Zhang Yunlu pout. To use an old description, it is so big that it can even be used to hang oil bottles. Others make this expression just to be cute, but when Zhang Yunlu does it, it's really cute. Let's go back to more than 10 days ago. Zhang Yunlu was a little confused when she returned home from Chu Miao's community. What exactly should I do? Truth or dare? Why didn't you ask your own question? Or should I be thankful for the man who pushed the door open and interrupted my questioning? Before entering the room, Zhang Yunlu saw that the door of her room was ajar and light was shining from inside. Is there anyone inside? Zhang Yunlu pushed the door open and walked in. A woman in pajamas with a slightly graceful figure was lying on her bed. Hearing the door open, Zhang Qinjiao turned his head. A white facial mask was stuck on it. "Auntie, why are you here?" Zhang Qinjiao turned her head back, looked at the foreign news and said, "How dare you say that? Didn't you say you had something to tell me when you got back?" "Yes, that's right." Zhang Yunlu felt a little embarrassed. "Okay, go take a shower first. I'm really looking forward to Xiao Yunlu's love story." Zhang Yunlu blushed instantly, but she still went to take a shower first. After coming out, Zhang Qinjiao brought a plate of fruit from somewhere. Then he looked at Zhang Yunlu with anticipation. Zhang Yunlu sat on the bed wearing cat pajamas and picked up the black cat doll and held it in her arms. "This big black cat was given to you by that boy, right?" Zhang Qinjiao picked up a plump, seedless grape and put it into his mouth. "Yeah, but there are two girls around him, one is his childhood neighbor, and the other is his current landlord. He also gave his landlord a large fox. What about the other one?" Zhang Qinjiao continued to ask. Zhang Yunlu thought of the girl who looked just like her, had a hot body but was timid. She could feel that Lin Mo took good care of her. Is it because of the neighbors? That girl has it too. They also think that boy is very good, right? Zhang Yunlu nodded firmly. She could feel that Chu Miao and Xia Yuling were definitely interested in Lin Mo, just like her. Then, what about that boy? Zhang Qinjiao frowned. The three girls all felt that the boy named Lin Mo was different. What's so attractive about a boy whose parents are both dead? In fact, she had done a lot of research after meeting Lin Mo, but this boy doesn't seem to be that outstanding, and he doesn't know why his niece is so obsessed with him. So what do you think is good about him? Zhang Qinjiao asked the question she wanted to ask most. When Zhang Yunlu heard this question, she was stunned for a moment. She wanted to answer, but she couldn't seem to answer. I don't know, but I just feel like there are many things about him that attract me. Maybe it's his academic performance or his athletic prowess. Oh, and he's really good at badminton, but he says he's just a trained athlete, and because of national regulations, he can't participate in competitions. You're talking nonsense. I've never heard of this rule. Zhang Qinjiao is a reporter, and a serious one at that. He is not the kind of journalist who uses the three elements of journalism, such as taking things out of context, quoting them, and creating contradictions. In any case, Zhang Qinjiao had never heard of this rule, but Zhang Yunlu said seriously, "But he's really good. He can beat a dozen thugs by himself. And he's actually very good at sports, but he hides his abilities." When Zhang Qinjiao heard this, he knew why his niece had become addicted. Because of curiosity. When you are curious about someone, you will get closer and closer to them and develop certain emotions. Zhang Qinjiao gave Zhang Yunlu a displeased look. "So, whatever questions you want to ask me, I think you have the answers." Zhang Yunlu lay weakly on the bed. I don't know whether I should continue to like him, or whether I should ask him if he likes me." Zhang Yunlu certainly knows what love is. She is just someone who is protected, but she doesn't know nothing. The most important thing is that Zhang Yunlu's life has been smooth sailing for the past 10 years. The confessions and love letters she received in junior high school all had a reinforced series, but Lin Mo is different. Zhang Qinjiao sighed and gently stroked Zhang Yunlu's head. You think too much? have you forgotten that you are still young? There is still a lot of time left, so why not prolong this love a little longer? The most important thing is that you have to learn to use this love to see your own feelings clearly. Do you really like someone, or are you just curious about him/her? Time will tell. Jang Yunlu listened to Zhang Qinjiao's words and felt that there was some truth in them. Was she being a little too impatient? She and Lin Mo had only known each other for over a month. However, Zhang Qinjia changed the subject. But this guy isn't a good person either. He knows you're interested in him, but he hasn't done anything. He hasn't stayed away from you, and he hasn't been with anyone else. What's he trying to do? As he was talking, Zhang Qinjia became angry and grabbed Vunoi Mao Mao and started beating him severely. Hey, auntie. Mixed doubles preliminary round. It's still Bo 1, and the winner will be decided in one game. Still a crushing victory, 21-5. Lin Mo returned the racket to Zhang Yunlu. Are you really not going to participate in the men's singles? Zhang Yunlu took the racket and put it into the racket bag. After participating, I have to debut right where I left off? If I'm caught, I'll be lectured. Lin Mo created an illusion. What I mean is that it doesn't matter what happens in school, but it will be very troublesome if you can't participate in any competitions. Zhang Yunlu also accepted this setting. After packing up their things, the two returned to the classroom. After all, evening self-study hasn't ended yet. There are some empty students in the class because they went to participate in the basketball preliminary competition. Good schools even have basketball courts. But in fact, everyone prefers to play basketball on the playground. After Lin Mo came back, Lin Jiajin put down his pen and turned to look at Lin Mo. How's it going? Did you pass? Passed, crushed it. Lin Mo took out the homework and filled it with his big fountain pen. As expected of you, I really envy you your athletic talent. Although Lin Jiajin was envious, he did not ask Lin Mo why he did not seem very motivated. His father told him that everyone has different pursuits, and what others pursue may not be worth mentioning in the eyes of others. Just at this moment, a person ran into the classroom. Master Mo. Someone stepped on Molly. Lin Mo frowned. Stepping on the feet? He remembered that this kind of thing didn't seem to have happened in his previous life. However, he also participated in basketball in his class in his previous life. Could it be because of his own butterfly effect? If I am missing, will Molly be tripped by others? This sounds incredible, but it is not impossible. Lin Mo could only put down the big fountain pen and said, "Come on, take me to see how Molly is doing." Molly is a sports student. If the injury is too serious, his sports career may come to an end. But if it's not too serious, it will be fine after a few months of rest. Basketball hall. It's brightly lit here. When Lin Mo first arrived, everyone had already gathered in a circle. But none of them knew how to deal with it, so they just stood there, while the physical education teachers were still maintaining order. Stop the two sides from fighting. After all, stepping on someone's foot is a big deal, and if you're not careful, a fight could break out. Lin Mo is here. Get out of the way. In the basketball preliminary draw, Class 8's opponent was Class 2. When the people in Class 2 heard that Lin Mo was coming, their expressions changed. Although Lin Mo is not a school bully, his fighting ability and reputation are far superior to others. Pushing through the crowd, Lin Mo walked over to Molly. At this time, Molly was lying on the ground, holding his feet with his hands. The ankle area has become swollen. Do you have an ice pack? Everyone looked at each other. Zhang Daming came out from somewhere with Yunnan Biao in his hand. Let's spray Yunnan Biao first. I've asked the students to buy some frozen drinks. As expected of a physical education teacher, he is very experienced in dealing with this type of sports injury. When Molly heard that Zhang Daming had returned, he burst into tears. Teacher, is my foot okay? Can I still run in the future? Zhang Daming patted Molly's shoulder to comfort him. It's okay. As long as the ligament is intact and it's not a comminuted fracture, it's not a big problem. Just rest for a while and you'll be fine. At this time, Lin Mo came over. Let me take a look. My grandfather was a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. I understand dialectics in this area. As he said that, Lin Mo directly grabbed Molly's jade feet. I have sprayed Yunnan Biao on it, but it is still swollen. Lin Mo started pushing, but Molly didn't feel any pain. Instead, he felt a tingling sensation. What happened? The bones and ligaments are fine, it's just a muscle strain. I can give you a little massage. Lin Mo raised his hands and rubbed them. A very professional look. In fact, Lin Mo secretly used his magical powers on his hands. Miraculous healing. In fact, Molly's foot injury was very serious, and there were even some problems with the bones. If you recuperate normally, there will be sequelae even if you recover, so you might as well take action directly. After just rubbing it a few times, the swollen area was obviously less swollen. The students who went to buy frozen drinks also came back later. Alright, apply a cold compress. If you're worried, you can go to the hospital again. But generally speaking, there's nothing serious. Just rest for a few days. Lin Mo put down Ma Li's jade feet. He had no such habit, so he went straight to wash his hands. As for the basketball game between Class 8 and Class 2, it has been suspended. The physical education teacher is still coordinating. When Lin Mo came back, he heard Su Mingzhao cursing. You guys fucking hurt our guys, and you're not leaving? What if you get another one? However, Class 2 did not seem to want to let the culprit who caused Molly's injury go to hell. Maybe it's because although this guy plays basketball dirty, he is really strong. Molly sat on the chair and took a drink to cool himself down. Lin Mo walked over. Do you think it was intentional or unintentional? Lin Mo asked casually. Molly, who didn't feel as much pain, also breathed a sigh of relief. I don't know. I was shooting a jump shot from the spot, and when I came down I stepped on his foot. Tripping someone's foot is a dangerous act, and it is actually very dangerous for both the person who does the stepping and the person who is stepped on. Of course, if something is done unintentionally, the person who is tripped is often more likely to get hurt. In fact, Molly wanted to say that the other party definitely did it on purpose, but saying that would easily cause a fight among the students in the class. Zhang Daming and the physical education teacher of Class 2 were standing in the distance, obviously discussing something. Lin Mo's spiritual sense extended over there. Whether that student stepped on me intentionally or not, he has to leave the court. If he's still on the court, what do the people in Class 8 think? Zhang Daming argued with reason. But the physical education teacher of Class 2 is a bald middle-aged man. He seemed to have an inexplicable arrogance. Mr. Zhang, you are in charge of track and field, and I am in charge of basketball. If an unintentional act is penalized as a violation, I will not agree to such a thing. Teacher Long, just because I'm in charge of track and field doesn't mean I've never played basketball. If you don't let him go, the people in Class 8 might just start a fight. Zhang Daming almost suppressed his temper when he spoke. Falling out? What kind of falling out? Do they want to fight? If they want to play, then they can continue playing. If they don't want to fight, then just end the game. Lin Mo frowned. Why did Teacher Long spoil that student so much? Molly watched everyone arguing for him and could only look at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, tell them to stop arguing. I heard that Coach Long is pursuing Lei Chi's aunt, so Lei Chi is from Beijing. It turns out there is such a relationship. But not to mention that Coach Long is bald, he is also quite old, no wonder he has to use children to please adults. Lin Mo also got angry after hearing this. It wouldn't be a big deal if he was sent off, so what was the point of keeping him on the field? But looking at Zhang Daming, there was no way to convince Coach Long. After all, in terms of qualifications and professional titles, Coach Long is far superior to Zhang Daming. In the end, Zhang Daming had no choice but to come back and bring everyone from Class 8 back to Mali. That Reggie plays basketball even dirtier than me, and he didn't even leave the court. Will he still trip people on the court in the future? Su Mingzhao cursed as he came down. Others were concerned about Ma Li's injury. Some people also said, don't play anymore, Ma Li is injured, we lack a power forward, and it will be difficult to grab rebounds. But Su Mingzhao said, a game has 4 quarters. Do we really want to let Ma Li play all 4? And we are leading. How can we give up the lead first? Although Su Mingzhao is not a very good person, what he said still makes sense. Jian Lihao on the side looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, why don't you come on stage and help out? Molly also looked at Lin Mo and asked, yeah, you're such a great jump shot, help us get out first. Although Molly didn't know whether he would be able to play in the future, athletes actually had a stronger sense of class honor than other students. Lin Mo did not intend to refuse, after all, it was Coach Long who was the first to act rebellious. Then don't blame Class 8 for cheating. Lin Mo looked at the score, 32-40. Class 8 is in the lead, but a preliminary match will be played in 2 quarters. One period is 12 minutes. At the beginning of the second quarter, Molly was injured and left the field. There are still 10 minutes left. Without Molly responsible for rebounding, to be honest, Class 8 was directly at a disadvantage. Although they were leading by 8 points, it would be easy to be overturned if they were unable to suppress the opponent within 10 minutes. Everyone in Class 2 is well aware of this fact. As long as Lei Chi doesn't retreat, Class 2 will definitely win. Although they also despised Reggie's dirty tricks, they wanted to win more. 5 people from Class 8 stood on the court. They are Lin Mo, Su Mingzhao, Jian Lihao, Gao Yuanqiang, and Tan Leixin. However, among the 5 people, only Su Mingzhao is from the school team. Lei Chi on the opposite side is also from the school team, but Su Mingzhao hates people like Lei Chi even more. Reiki, people like you are such rubbish. You can either fight or play basketball. You choose to fight while playing basketball. It's really disgusting. But Lei Chi sneered and turned to look at Coach Long. The coach said, I'm fine. Who do you think you are? Or have we not beaten you enough? Hearing this, Su Mingzhao's face became even uglier. Lin Mo also remembered that Su Mingzhao had been beaten by people from the basketball club before. I don't know why, but Su Mingzhao still hasn't quit the basketball club. Maybe I can't bear to part with it. But at this time, Lin Mo still took a step forward. So easy to fight, how about you fight me? I can take on all of you alone? As soon as Lin Mo said this, the expressions of those people changed slightly, including Reggie. Lei Qi knew very well that Su Mingzhao was not liked in Class 8 and had offended Lin Mo, so before they took action they were not worried at all that Su Mingzhao could ask Lin Mo to take revenge. But now that Lin Mo has stood up during the trash talk, they will naturally not be so arrogant anymore. But Reggie still has the aura of being a member of the school basketball team. Lin Mo, you may be good at fighting, but we've all gone further than you in basketball. Lin Mo waved his hand and said, sorry, you're wrong. Not only am I good at fighting, I'm also very good at studying. I'm second in the whole school. He turned his head to look at Su Mingzhao who was serving the ball. Besides, who told you that I'm bad at basketball? The second quarter continues. Because it is not a kickoff, there is no need for a jump ball. Su Mingzhao served the ball directly from the boundary. A ball came from behind and Reggie was just about to defend. He saw a flash of blue school uniform passing by in front of his eyes, and somehow it passed him and made a layup directly behind him. 32-42. 10 points ahead. It only took a split second to score a goal. It's just an illusion. Lei Qi pulled himself together and saw Lin Mo walking by him. He didn't look like he was going to return to defense quickly at all. The guys from Class 2 passed the ball to Reggie. But as soon as he reached out, a pair of faster hands intercepted the ball pass to Reich, quickly penetrated the three-point line, and scored another layup. It's too slow. Lin Mo fell to the ground and looked at the people in Class 2 casually. At this moment, everyone was quiet. I reduced the horsepower by 1, and the terrifying Lin Mo came up. Even the people in Class 8 felt a little terrified. The most important thing is that Lin Mo doesn't play basketball much on weekdays. I only played against Molly once, but that was a long shot. When serving again, Class 2 was obviously much more cautious, and they all stared at Lin Mo. Reiki was even more direct in his defense. But they are clearly the attackers. Seeing that Lin Mo was targeting him, Lei Qi simply didn't take the ball to prevent Lin Mo from stealing it. It's just that he underestimated Lin Mo's speed and reaction. Lin Mo just flashed and distanced himself from Lei Qi. At this time, the center of Class 2 passed the ball to the shooting guard. The shooting guard stands at the three-point line and takes a direct jump shot. In this case, scoring more three-pointers can effectively narrow the score. But the next moment, a figure came over like a mountain. The ball was just released and was directly slapped down. Bang! The ball hit the wooden floor directly and hard, making a crisp sound. Su Mingzhao appeared precisely where the ball landed, and then made a fast break layup. 2 more points. I can only say that we are far ahead. The shooting guard who had shot the ball earlier was stunned. He looked at Lin Mo, who was only about 1.78 meters tall, about the same height as himself. How come his jumping ability is so terrifying? They are all a head taller than me. He saw the slap clearly and almost thought it hit his own face. Seeing the defender froze, Reggie quickly went over and pulled him up. Hey, you! Oh, that's horrible. I know, but we have to fight. Lei Qi looked at Lin Mo. The pressure was greater than horsepower. Obviously, he is about the same size as Molly and much taller than Lin Mo, but it just feels like Lin Mo's oppression is greater than Molly's. If that is the case, what should we do? Lei Qi's eyes fell on Lin Mo's feet. What if it happens again? Feeling the gaze, Lin Mo sneered and spoke. What? You can't win, so you're thinking of another dirty trick? Lin Mo only guarded against Lei Qi, and basically focused his attention only on Lei Qi. Lei Qi didn't say anything after hearing this. He just took a deep breath and ran as fast as he could. He did wonder if he could step on it again. If it happens again, there might really be a fight. But if they don't do this, Class 2 will stop here. Most of the students play street ball, but whether the moves are clean or not depends on the players. Suddenly there was a whistle. Coach Long called a timeout. Is there anyone dedicated to provide tactical guidance? Lin Mo turned his head and looked at Zhang Daming. Teacher, isn't this against the rules? Coach Long is the physical education teacher for Class 2. I can also call a timeout, but I'm not a basketball major, so I can't give you any tactics. Zhang Daming felt a little powerless. After all, Coach Long was a senior coach and he had no right to speak at all. Lin Mo could only pat Zhang Daming's arm comfortingly. Teacher, don't panic. We don't need you to give us tactics. They can't win, so let Class 2 stop here. Molly sat next to him, looking at Lin Mo, with only hope in his eyes. Lin Mo, in the end it depends on you. Hey, I scored a goal too, Su Mingzhao shouted from the side. After thinking for a while, Lin Mo turned to Zhang Daming and said, Teacher, please take out your phone and help me take a picture. If there are any more small movements, I have to record them. Jiang Daming also glanced at Class 2 in the distance and nodded silently. Coach Long on the other side frowned. What's wrong with you guys? You keep losing the ball. Is this how you play basketball? Reggie frowned. It's because of Lin Mo. That guy is too strong. If he and Molly had played together at the beginning, we wouldn't have been able to win. I think you've lost your mind. You're just giving the other team opportunities by passing the ball slowly and playing slowly. Aren't you just giving them opportunities? Coach Long frowned and pulled Reggie aside. Did you just try to do the same trick again? Lei Chi looked at Coach Long in astonishment. No. Although that guy named Lin Mo is powerful, he is also a human being. If you really want to fight him, you have to find a blind spot. Coach Long's words made Likey struggle. Is this a hint that you can do something yourself? He looked at Lin Mo. That's the Hirahachi tiger. If I really do something wrong, I might be beaten as soon as I leave school. But he doesn't want to lose. With some thoughts in mind, he returned to the court. Seeing Lin Mo standing in front of him, his thoughts became confused again. What? Are you debating whether to do some tricks? Are you going to do that in a serious game? Coach Long is your dad, so he won't give you a penalty, but the referee in the official game is still your dad? How can your mother be so powerful? The master of foul mouth, Lin Mo. In fact, if Reich had just been sent off and apologized to Molly, Lin Mo would never mock Lei Chi like this. He might not even play. But later he also felt Reggie's thoughts, and finally what Coach Long had just said. Is this a fucking beaver? In that case, let's carry this matter through to the end. Lin Mo's words made Lei Chi quickly get excited, and his whole body turned red and warm in an instant. Shut up. Sorry, you should shut up. The next second, Lin Mo disappeared in front of Lei Chi. He went to steal the ball. Class 2 has already served the ball. They had clearly started to play short passes and fast plays steadily, but it was still intercepted by Lin Mo in the middle. Reggie, you're just fucking alone. Lei Chi was immediately enraged and ran towards Lin Mo. The moment he saw Lei Chi, Lin Mo smiled contemptuously and then jumped on the spot. This place is only 3 points away, but look at Lin Mo's confident look. Countless thoughts arose in Lei Chi's mind. If I can support Molly, I can also support Lin Mo. Isn't that what Coach Long hinted to me anyway? And he will definitely protect me. If anything goes wrong, the worst that can happen is an apology. I will make him pay the price. Even if Class 2 loses, I will still be a member of the school basketball team. Evil thoughts rose from my heart. Reiki's body also rushed forward according to his intention. The ultimate invincible thunderbolt kick. I'm going to cripple you. Lin Mo didn't even look at it. Under the influence of his spiritual sense, he knew very well what Lei Chi wanted to do, so he dropped down suddenly. As mentioned before, both the person who steps on someone and the person being stepped on are actually at risk. It's just that the risk factor for the person being cushioned will be higher. But it doesn't mean that the person who stepped on you is fine. 1,000-pound weight. Crack. A crisp and intuitive sound was heard. Bang. A hollow goal. But everyone's eyes fell on the fallen person. Lin Mo was standing, while Lei Chi had already fallen to the ground. Ah! The tragic and long scream shocked everyone around. Even the other two classes playing on the adjacent field couldn't help but stop their game to look over. And Reggie's calf was broken at a strange angle. Coach Long was also stunned for a moment, then suddenly rushed towards the center of the field. He yelled directly at Lin Mo, "What have you done?" Lin Mo's face turned cold, and he said in a cold tone, "You'd better think it over before you speak. If you give me face, I will call you Teacher Long. If you don't give me face, I will call you a dead bald head." Coach Long was completely stunned by the uncompromising tone. He raised his hand and wanted to fan Lin Mo. "Just when I thought I had no chance to beat you, you showed up at my doorstep." Lin Mo blocked Coach Long's wrist with one hand, then raised his hand and slapped him hard. Then Coach Long flew out. Yes, a slap sent a grown man flying. Several teeth fell off during the flight. Lin Mo put his hands in his pockets. "Hasn't anyone told you I'm amazing?" Everyone else was stunned and ran towards Lin Mo. Some other physical education teachers also reacted and immediately ran over to coordinate. Jiang Daming trotted away from Lin Mo. Lin Mo quickly lowered his voice and said, "Teacher, did you take the video?" Jiang Daming was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "Teacher, please save it first and send it to me later. Don't get involved in this matter. I will handle the video." With just one sentence, Jiang Daming knew what Lin Mo wanted to do. "How can that be? You're my student. I don't need the school to stand in my way. I'm a legitimate employee. Even though I'm no match for Coach Long, the school can't just expel me." Lin Mo raised his head and looked at Jiang Daming. "Teacher, I'm the second best in the school. It's much better than yours. There seems to be nothing wrong with saying this. What does it mean to be ranked second in a key university? As long as you keep stable, you can basically get into any of the universities, Tsinghua University, or Peking University. If you give up a top-scoring student for a troublemaker teacher, there will be many schools that will be happy to take over for you. But Jiang Daming shook his head. No, I'm not a wimp. It's better to get scolded by the school than to have you guys laughing at me behind my back. Okay, since you are so brave, I, your student, will not really let you suffer any injustice. Lin Mo sighed and looked at Lei Qi, who was still lying on the ground with his calf broken and bent. The teachers didn't dare to touch him and could only call an ambulance. If Molly's ankle was injured, then Reggie's calf was broken. It will take at least a year to recover to the best condition. Moreover, Lin Mo exerted spiritual power, so even if the young man recovered well, his legs would still have some sequelae. This is the punishment. If Lei Qi holds a grudge against Lin Mo because of this, then Lin Mo doesn't mind sending him to death. Anyway, it's just a matter of spiritual power. At this time, the players from Class 8 all gathered around. Lin Mo, are you okay? Lin Mo shrugged. Nothing happened at all. He didn't find the right position to step on, so he got hit. I'm not talking about that. It's Coach Long. Several people said worriedly. That's really not okay. That bald guy was too shameless. He hit me so hard that my hand hurt. As he spoke, Lin Mo spread out his palm, which was bright red. But when everyone looked over, they saw a big slap mark on Coach Long's face. I'm afraid it will be difficult to subside in a short period of time. Su Mingzhao was still frightened when he saw Coach Long lying on the ground and unable to get up. When Lin Mo hit me, it seemed like he held back. Shivering. The people in Class 2 didn't show much concern when they saw that Likey's footstool was broken. They didn't walk over, but just gathered together and looked at Coach Long and Likey. They didn't have much idea about Lin Mo or Class 8. If you can't win, then you can't win. Why are you playing tricks and refusing to quit? If Coach Long wasn't their physical education teacher and the coach of the basketball team, they wouldn't be willing to continue playing basketball with Likey. Dirty and disgusting. He often puts on a bad face. Now that it's useless, they don't seem to think it's that bad. The main point is to stay out of things that do not concern you. Soon, the ambulance arrived. Coach Long also got up from the ground, but he didn't dare to provoke Lin Mo again. If looks could kill, he would have killed Lin Mo 100 times. Director Huang came with the ambulance. After all, the ambulance has arrived, so he has to come and take a look. As a result, I saw Lin Mo. When people are in an environment with many strangers, they will automatically look for familiar people. Director Huang came over and asked familiarly, Student Lin Mo, what happened? Nothing. It was just a basketball preliminary match. Someone stepped on someone and broke their calf. Then Coach Long, without knowing the reason, tried to attack them, but got slapped in the face and was completely stunned. As Director Huang listened, he felt something was wrong. He looked at Lin Mo suspiciously and asked a question. Is it you? Director Huang still remembered the scene when the thug rushed in and was subdued by Lin Mo at the beginning of the school year. There was also a man behind beating up a dozen thugs. Although Lin Mo did not take action last time, Director Huang did not doubt that Lin Mo could take care of those thugs alone. So when Lin Mo said this, he subconsciously felt that he was the only one who could knock Coach Long to the ground. Director Huang lowered his voice and asked, Are you sure it was Coach Long who started it? Everyone saw him trying to hit me, so I acted in self-defense and stopped him. Although Director Huang is in charge of logistics, the fact that he is responsible for security shows that his authority is not limited to logistics. In this school, he not only manages students, but also teachers, especially the teachers' professional ethics. So Director Huang walked up to Coach Long, who was being helped up, frowned, and asked, What's going on? Coach Long covered his face and said through a leaky mouth, That Lin Mo. He actually assaulted the teacher. Although Coach Long was a veteran, Director Huang was even more experienced. He shouted coldly, Then why did he beat you? What did you do? Coach Long was stunned. He had known Director Huang for many years, but this was the first time he had seen Director Huang act so unkindly. Director Huang did not speak to Coach Long anymore, but walked to Molly, who was sitting on the bench in Class 8. Student, you should know what just happened. Molly was flattered by Director Huang's friendly expression and nodded repeatedly. Report to the director, I saw everything. Molly looked in Lin Mo's direction, then looked at Coach Long. Coach Long widened his eyes at this time, and there was a meaning in his eyes. If you dare to talk nonsense, don't come to the school basketball team in the future. Molly couldn't cope with that feeling of oppression. However, he looked down at his ankle, which had already subsided a little due to swelling, and made a decision in his mind. Screw the school basketball team. At worst, I'll just study track and field with Teacher Zhang in the future. Fuck you, Baldy Long. Then Molly recounted the entire process of how Likey stepped on him and how Likey stepped on Lin Mo and broke his leg. Director Huang nodded, walked to the other side of the court, and asked if anyone saw what was happening here. As a result, quite a few people saw it. After all, when Reggie's foot was broken by the length, the wailing sound he made was so loud that it attracted everyone's attention. Director Huang returned to the court. The injured Reggie was carried onto a stretcher and sent to an ambulance. Director Huang pointed at Coach Long, Zhang Daming, and Lin Mo. I will report this matter to the school leaders, but you, Coach Long, better really mean what you said. If you dare to beat students in public when you are in the wrong, then this is you. Most importantly, he was killed by the students. After saying that, he pointed to the ambulance outside and said, "You are the coach, check on the child's condition first." These words were obviously said to Coach Long. Although Coach Long was angry, he had no choice but to follow. He also wanted to coordinate his testimony with Reggie. After Coach Long got in the car, Lin Mo looked at the people in Class 2. How's it going? Still fighting? The students in Class 2 shook their heads helplessly. What's the point of fighting? We're already so far behind. Forget it, let's admit defeat. Morale has dropped, there's no point in fighting any further. Zhang Daming immediately announced that Class 8 had advanced. Even Molly, who was sitting on the bench, cheered excitedly. Master Mo, please accept my humble respect. I beg you to lead us to victory. Lin Mo raised his hand to stop him. Don't do that, or you call me dad, then I will lead my sons to the championship. The remaining people looked at each other, and except for Su Mingzhao, they all bowed their heads. Dad, please, Dad, I need super thighs. Director Huang looked at Lin Mo being surrounded by so many people and said nothing. He just walked to Zhang Daming's side. Remind that kid that stepping on a student's foot is not a big deal, after all, it's a violation. But hitting a teacher, if this matter really comes to the attention of the school leadership meeting, it will be more troublesome. Zhang Daming pursed his lips and then thought of something. By the way, Lin Mo's grades are second in the school. Coach Long shouldn't be able to do anything to him. Director Huang was stunned for a moment. To be honest, he really didn't know Lin Mo's grades. Even though there is a top 100 list hanging at the school gate, he has never actually looked at it carefully. If he's second in the school, then it won't be a big problem. Okay, let's leave it at that for now. Take him back to the classroom first. After saying that, Director Huang turned and left. He even said hello to Lin Mo before leaving. Back in the classroom, the injured Molly immediately attracted the attention of many people in the class. Then Lin Mo's deeds were publicized again. Including Molly was injured, and then Lin Mo was given the task and defeated the opponent. But the climax has to be the part where Lin Mo breaks Reggie's calf. This part made everyone in the class gasp, and even Zhang Yunli couldn't help but look at Lin Mo's feet. Are you okay? Lin Mo turned around and stamped his feet. That guy wanted to step on my foot, but he was too impatient and miscalculated, so I stepped on his foot and broke it. Although Lin Mo is suspected of temptation, he is free to play basketball. I can be flirty, but you can't disturb me. In the end, Coach Long wanted to hit Lin Mo, but was slapped away by Lin Mo. This section is simply Wei Xiaobao's storytelling, full of passion. Everyone in the class exclaimed in surprise. I've seen Coach Long. He's very fierce and bald. But Lin Mo hit the teacher, so he won't be in trouble, right? What are you afraid of? You're not even an adult yet. Besides, Coach Long just wanted to beat people up without knowing the truth. It's really shameless of him. All the classmates in the class felt that Lin Mo was right. It's this world that's wrong. No, it's Coach Long. After everyone finished speaking, Su Mingzhao walked to Ma Li's seat and squatted down. Hey, I'm planning on quitting the school basketball team. What about you? Ma Li sighed. I will definitely quit too. Coach Long will definitely not let us go. It's just that if I quit, I won't be able to play for Guangba. Although he said it in a casual manner, Ma Li was still a little reluctant after all. But Lin Mo helped him straighten his bones without saying a word and also agreed to join Class 2 for them. So no matter what, he definitely cannot stab Lin Mo in the back. Although Su Mingzhao looked indifferent, he knew very well that even if Su Mingzhao was beaten before, he still had to stay in the school team, but now. At this time, Director Huan was sitting in his logistics office. He had already reported the matter to the school leaders. But as expected, the school leaders didn't care. As long as Coach Long didn't cause trouble, Lin Mo would basically be fine. Moreover, the physical education teacher of Class 8 is Zhang Daming, who is in charge of track and field sports, so there won't be too many problems. Orthopedic Hospital. Reggie was lying in bed with one leg in a cast. Coach Long was sitting next to him, and next to him was an office lady in her 30s who was wearing heavy makeup. I handed my nephew to you, and you let him do this. Reggie's aunt wiped her tears. How am I supposed to explain this to my brother? He left his child with me, and he ended up being disabled. Coach Long was like a helpless child and hurried to comfort him. No, Likey is not disabled. He will be fine after recuperating for a while. Lei Chi opened his eyes, with a hint of fatigue in his eyes. Coach, will I really be okay? It's okay, you're still young, broken bones will grow back quickly. Then, what about Lin Mo? Did the school punish him? Coach Long was silent. Aunt Reggie immediately hit Coach Long hard on the shoulder. Why don't you just say something? Even after you get married, he will still be your nephew. Hearing this, Coach Long gritted his teeth. There's no way to whitewash Lei Chi stepping on the teacher, but that guy named Lin Mo hit the teacher. No matter what, this matter cannot be forgiven. Although the slap marks on Coach Long's face had disappeared, his voice was still lisp. Likey's aunt rolled her eyes at Coach Long, still looking at Likey with a worried look on her face. Coach Long could only think about how to talk to the school leaders. Even if he couldn't expel Lin Mo, he had to give him a warning. I came back from exercise the next day. Fang Jun looked around and walked to Lin Mo's side. I heard that Reggie has asked for leave. He said he has a cast on his back and is staying in the orthopedic hospital. It's broken. I definitely won't be able to go to school for a while, but I'm more curious about that bald guy. Baldy, I saw him today. He came to school normally. Lin Mo didn't care, he was already prepared. Just wait for the other party to come to you. What's the fun in taking the initiative? Isn't it more interesting to watch the opponents get killed one by one? Sure enough, just as Lin Mo sat down, Chen Xiao walked in from the door, followed by Director Huang. Lin Mo, come out for a moment. Lin Mo nodded and extended his hand to Zhang Yunlu. Zhang Yunlu took something out of her school bag and handed it directly to Lin Mo. The two of them were like an underground party conducting secret transactions. Then Lin Mo walked out of the classroom with his hands in his pockets. But almost everyone in the class was staring at Lin Mo, and they were all a little worried that something might happen to Lin Mo. Fang Jun ran directly to Zhang Yunlu. You don't seem worried at all, so you must have made some preparations. Can you tell me a little bit? Although he is worthy of being the king of news, Zhang Yunlu still shook her head. Lin Mo said you are a loudspeaker. Hey, that's true. No matter how loud I am, I won't betray him. After all, we fought gangsters together. And here is Class 7. Xia Yuling raised her head and saw Lin Mo leaving with Chen Xiao and Director Huang, but she was not worried. Lin Mo's face was full of confidence, so she was also very confident in the plan Lin Mo had mentioned last night. Most importantly, Lin Mo has excellent academic performance. Students with good grades are the privileged class in school. School Affairs Office. Lin Mo was not curious at all when he saw Lei Chi sitting in a wheelchair and the woman with heavy makeup on her face. The heavily made-up woman was obviously Reggie's aunt. She is quite pretty, so it is easy for her to charm a bald man like Coach Long. Lin Mo walked in and looked at Lei Chi. You're going to be discharged from the hospital so soon? Looks like you'll be able to play basketball in a few days. Lin Mo's purpose in life is to kick the lame man's good leg hard. Hearing this, Lei Chi clenched his fists and shouted angrily, Lin Mo, don't be so proud. You broke my leg, it's your fault. Hearing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but laugh. You mean, when I was shooting from a standing position, you stretched out your foot and tried to throw me to the ground, but because the angle was not right, I broke your foot when I landed, right? You! Lei Chi was speechless. How dare you say that? It was you who made my nephew like this, don't you do anything wrong? Likey's aunt stepped forward and stood in front of Likey. Lin Mo sneered, oh? Then tell me where I went wrong? My mistake was that I shouldn't have jumped and shot from behind Lei Chi, luring him to turn around and run over to trip me? Or was it my fault for replacing an injured player? At this time Lin Mo stood up. The real fault is Reggie's own fault. He tried to win by stepping on my foot, but as luck would have it, his leg is broken. He won't be able to play basketball anymore. He's not good at studying, so he can't be an athlete. He's a complete failure, a complete failure. After saying that, Lin Mo didn't look at Chen Xiao, let alone Lei Chi and the others, and prepared to walk towards the door. Likey's aunt immediately shouted, don't leave. You must apologize to my nephew, otherwise Your nephew and your mistress must apologize to me, otherwise I will upload the video of the incident to the video website and call the Yangchang reporters over to show everyone what it means to bite back. Lin Mo smiled at Lei Chi and said, you know what? You look so clownish when you're so eager to step on my feet. Reggie flushed again. At this time, Coach Long appeared out of nowhere, and seemed to be followed by a school leader. A key school also has several vice principals, but Lin Mo didn't recognize the person in front of him. After all, as long as you are not involved in teaching tasks, you will not see the vice principal most of the time. Student Lin Mo, your actions have caused injuries to your classmates. You must give an explanation for this matter no matter what. Coach Long suddenly interrupted. Is it your turn to speak? Come and ask for the Dharma. Lin Mo walked straight over. Aren't you a physical education teacher? Didn't your teacher teach you when you were in school that you should take risks when engaging in risky sports activities? How did you become a physical education teacher? Do you have a diploma? Do you have a teaching certificate? Lin Mo's calm tone scared Coach Long back a step. At this time, the vice principal said in a gentle tone, "Student Lin Mo, don't be so excited. The school just wants to solve the problem properly. Regarding the matter between you and Lei Qi, I think you don't need to decide. Let the law decide. Or I can find a reporter and publish a news report to let the public decide." Lin Mo sat leisurely on the sofa in the reception room. Chen Xiao, Director Huang, and the others were not sitting down, but he just sat down anyway. The vice principal's face turned ashen in an instant. Director Huang didn't expect Lin Mo to be so disrespectful, as he was the vice principal. But Lin Mo is not afraid. People with confidence would rather see the clowns, and the more they dance, the more they look forward to it. Finally, Professor Long couldn't help it. He shouted angrily, "Lin Mo, you have no respect for your elders. You even beat up your teacher yesterday. Is this how a student behaves?" Seeing that Coach Long was starting to get excited, Lin Mo was not surprised. "Oh, I mentioned Likey but not you, right? You can't get away with this either. Yesterday, there was a video and witnesses. You came up and tried to hit me, but I acted in self-defense and slapped you, sending you flying. I also have this video, and I'll let reporters interview you later." As he spoke, Lin Mo looked at the vice principal with a sullen face. "Vice President, would you like an interview with a reporter as well? I know a few reporters who would be happy to interview someone as important as you." Upon hearing this, the vice principal also took a step back. The vice principal's expression changed back and forth before he finally spoke. "Student Lin Mo, please be patient and don't be too nervous." Everyone here was trying to comfort Lin Mo, but he didn't see Likey, who was already completely red-hot. "The time has come." Lin Mo looked at Lei Qi, a purple light flashing in his eyes. Lei Qi instantly became furious. He slammed the wheelchair and pointed at Coach Long and shouted, "It's obviously me who got hurt. It's all because of you, Baldy. If you hadn't told me to go get Lin Mo, what would have happened? You're just sitting here mute. My aunt must be blind to like you." After saying this, Lin Mo released his soul-stealing power. The soul-capturing technique is great and allows you to face any situation with ease. As soon as he finished speaking, not only Coach Long was stunned, but even the vice principal next to him couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. But he still glanced at Coach Long. "These are the soldiers under your command?" Coach Long was breathing heavily, but Likey's aunt thought it made sense and walked over to bump into Coach Long. "Richie is absolutely right. I was blind to fall for you. You're useless and you even hurt him and broke his leg." However, Lei Qi's aunt still felt that Lin Mo needed to be held responsible for this. She looked at Lin Mo and said unkindly, "No matter what, you broke my Lei Qi's leg. You must pay for this money." Lin Mo shrugged and took out a recorder from his pocket. "Okay, you're welcome to sue me. I've already recorded it." Lin Mo turned his head and looked at Coach Long. "You'd better leave Guangbo on your own, or I'll send the recording to the Education Bureau, and then you'll be in big trouble." After saying that, Lin Mo left the school office directly. Don't give other people any face at all. When he reached the door, Lin Mo suddenly turned back. "By the way, if you want to find someone to beat me up, you'd better consider your own strength. After all, I just sent a lot of people in." After saying this, Lin Mo returned to the classroom. Although it only took a few minutes, everyone gathered around. "Are you okay?" Fang Jun reacted the fastest. "What could it be? By the way, Molly and Su Mingjiao don't have to quit the school basketball team." Lin Mo looked at Molly and said, "Huh? Why?" Molly asked curiously. "If we don't quit, Coach Long will make things difficult for us." "No, Coach Long will resign. If he doesn't behave respectably, I will help him behave respectably." When everyone heard Lin Mo say this, they didn't have too many doubts. Especially Fang Jun. He walked straight to Molly. "That's great. You and Su Mingjiao can continue playing basketball without leaving the school team." Su Mingjiao also came over and said uncertainly, "Coach Long is quite fierce. Is he really willing to leave?" I said, "If he doesn't want to be decent, I can help him be decent." After saying this, Lin Mo returned to his seat and began to prepare for the next chemistry class. Everyone also knew that Lin Mo never boasted, so everyone was waiting to see what would happen. It was just evening self-study, and Fang Jun appeared out of nowhere. "I found out. Coach Long has submitted his resignation, but he won't be able to leave for another month. This is the procedure, especially for teachers with a fixed salary like Coach Long." At this time, Fang Jun asked cautiously, "Lao Mo, although Coach Long has submitted his resignation, the school sports meet is coming up soon. Will he cause trouble?" "I hope he will." Lin Mo smiled. He knew that this matter was far from over. After evening self-study, Lin Mo, Xia Yuling, and Fang Jun went home together. As soon as I walked out of the school gate, I heard Fang Jun's low voice. "Master Mo, look. Lin Mo turned his head and saw Coach Long staring at him in the distance. When he saw me looking over, he immediately turned and left. It's just that Lin Mo had already placed the mark of his spiritual consciousness on him. If Coach Long had not been as obedient as Zhou Ming and Wang Zhenji, his fate would definitely not have been good. Lin Mo. At this time, Molly limped over from behind. Su Mingzhao followed behind Molly. You two should still be training with the school team right now. You don't have to go if you're injured, but what about Su Mingzhao? Su Mingzhao stood with his arms crossed. I was planning to send Molly home, and I didn't plan to join the school team until Coach Long left, to avoid being bullied. What are you afraid of? If someone gives you a hard time, just tell them that Lin Mo is my dad, and they'll know how to be afraid. Go to hell. Su Mingzhao snorted. Molly took out a box of chocolates from his backpack. They were Ferrero Rocher's Golden Sands chocolates. This is a thank you gift. Lin Mo pushed it back. Why bother saying thank you or not? We are all classmates. Yes, my foot is fine. Thank you, too. Your foot is fine. It's not too serious. I just took care of it for you. After saying that, Lin Mo said hello and left with Xia Yuling. Fang Jun also hurried to follow. Watching the three people walk away, Molly couldn't help but ask, why did you offend Lin Mo in the first place? I didn't know he was such a dick, but he's a really nice guy, much better than me. Oh, everyone is much better than you. Only after returning home did Xia Yuling ask about what happened today. Lin Mo took out the recorder borrowed from Zhang Yunlu and played today's recording. Most of what was said was actually by Lin Mo himself, but it was also reasonable. Later when Lei Qi blew himself up, these became very important. So Professor Long had no choice but to resign on his own. Yes, he can become a physical education teacher again if he resigns, but if I expose these things, he won't be able to continue teaching. Aunt Zheng had actually heard it, so she couldn't help but advise, Xiao Mo, you should be more careful. There are too many bad people in this society. You're in the open, and they're in the dark. Who knows if they'll suddenly do something bad to you one day? Lin Mo smiled and said, don't worry, Aunt Zheng, I know my limits and won't push anyone to the edge. Even if the dog is desperate, he has a way to deal with it. He plans to go see the dog tonight. After finishing a day's work, Coach Long finally returned to his house. A mid-range apartment in a residential area with 2 bedrooms and a living room. It's just that the cabinet is full of wine. Coach Long picked up a bottle and sat on a massage chair worth several $1,000s, then turned on the TV. The TV was showing the sports channel, and the game was between the Spurs and the Lakers. The first screenshot was Kobe Bryant scoring a layup. Coach Long has always been a loyal fan of Kobe, but unfortunately he is not in the mood to cheer for him at the moment. Even the cheers in TV dramas seem a bit noisy. So he slammed the bottle in his hand to the ground. Fragments flew everywhere, and Coach Long raised his head and took a deep breath. He couldn't fight to the death, nor did he dare to. The job of a physical education teacher is very good and he cannot give it up. Even if he can't stay in Guangbali, he can still go to other schools. So he couldn't turn against Lin Mo, nor could he do anything to Lin Mo. The best way to deal with it is to stay away from Lin Mo. But why is it so frustrating? Why? Coach Long slammed his fist on the sofa. Finally, he thought of something. He pulled a phone out of his pocket and dialed. It's me, come here now. I'm furious and I'm telling you to get out of here right now. Do you understand what I'm saying? There was a faint voice coming from the phone. Coach Long then hung up the phone, but his anger did not subside much. He continued to drink and did not care about the broken glass on the ground. At this moment, the invisible Lin Mo was sitting on the sofa on the other side. He was very curious about who Coach Long was calling. But he could hear that the person on the phone was a girl, not very old. That's not right. This bald dragon already has a woman, so why is he still chasing after like he's aunt and acting like a lapdog? The truth soon came to light. The doorbell rang, and Coach Long swept the broken glass off the floor with his foot. When I opened the door, a college girl in simple clothes was standing at the door. I'm telling you, this is the last time. Delete the photos, or I'll call the police. Coach Long smiled lewdly, okay, this is the last time. I'll delete it in front of you later, but I hope you can satisfy me well this time. With that, Coach Long pulled her directly into the room. Lin Mo was stunned. Wait, is that the case? Photos? Intimidation? What kind of coercion plot is this? Lin Mo walked through the room and saw the girl had already started taking off her clothes, but she was very slow and clearly reluctant. I repeat, this is the last time. Coach Long took off his clothes very quickly and lay on the bed, looking at the girl with an ambiguous expression. Of course, no problem. You enjoyed it anyway, didn't you? If you want it in the future, you can come to me. My physical strength is not comparable to that of an ordinary boy. It was at this time that Lin Mo appeared. Why don't you tell me what's going on? When the girl saw that there was a third person, she immediately covered her body. Coach Long even sat up and pointed at Lin Mo. "Why are you here?" Looking at the two of them, Lin Mo directly used soul capture. "Tell me, what's going on?" The controlled Coach Long raised his head. "She used to be my student. I raped her and took photos to threaten her, making her my RBQ. This sentence really cannot be easily passed." Seeing Coach Long's expression, the girl seemed to react. She carefully put on her clothes and looked at Lin Mo. "Is this a superpower?" Lin Mo nodded. "Yes, superpowers. I can help you forget this painful past. Do you need it?" The girl was not wrong, it was Coach Long who was wrong, so Lin Mo was willing to give her some help. The girl was stunned for a moment. "Is it okay? I want to forget all this. I want my body to return to its original state. Is that okay?" As she spoke, she covered her face with her hands and tears fell drop by drop. Lin Mo nodded and said, "No problem, but let me take care of Coach Long's issue first." He looked at Coach Long. "Besides her, have you ever attacked other girls?" "There was another one, but she said she was going to call the police, so I didn't contact her anymore." Lin Mo sneered. He wanted to do bad things and yet be afraid of the police. "So what's the matter with Reggie's aunt? Why are you still licking like that?" "Because they won't marry me, and I have to get married, I can only find Reggie's aunt." "It makes sense. The girl hasn't even graduated from college yet, and she wants to marry you, a middle-aged physical education teacher? What kind of Japanese development is this? Now, delete all the photos." "Yes." Coach Long stood up, sat in front of the computer and started deleting pictures. Lin Mo looked at the girl who had already put on her clothes. "Senior, you will forget everything, even Coach Long, and your body will return to its original state. Is this what you want?" The girl was stunned for a moment. "You are also a student of Guangba." "Yeah, I wanted to see how much of a dog this Coach Long is, but I didn't expect him to be even more beastly than I thought." The girl glanced at Coach Long and asked cautiously, "So, what will happen to him?" Lin Mo grinned. "He will die. It would be helpful to society if such a scum died, wouldn't it?" After hearing Lin Mo's words, the girl's heart calmed down a lot. She nodded heavily at Lin Mo, and then began to take off her clothes again. "If that's the case, please accept my thanks." Bridge Bean Sack. Lin Mo had never imagined it would unfold like this. He directly locked the girl with his spiritual power. "Calm down, I'm not helping you out of gratitude." The girl said nonchalantly, "Since you're going to help me fix it, why not just enjoy it? I'll make you very happy." "Damn, who on earth did I help?" Lin Mo simply raised his hand, blocked the girl's memory, and then used his magic hands to repair the changes in her body. This miraculous healing skill could actually completely repair Molly's foot, but doing so would be too miraculous. Now Lin Mo is repairing the girl's body, and even eliminating some of her anemia and hypoglycemia symptoms. Finally, use soul stealing to get the girl back. The rest is up to him and Coach Long. After Coach Long deleted the photos, Lin Mo searched his soul directly. After reading about Coach Long's sinful life, he couldn't help but sigh. How could this man still be alive? When he was a student, he hired someone to break the legs of his competitor and drugged his roommates, causing their grades to drop. As a teacher, he gave students bad advice and caused physical problems for students because his training method only focused on results. Finally, they targeted female students. At the mildest, it's just clumsy, at the worst, it's MJ. Lin Mo turned his head and looked at Coach Long. "You really deserve to die." Friday, early morning. Lin Mo went downstairs with the garbage bag. Inside were snack packaging bags and a lot of miscellaneous tissues and other things. Xia Yuling also went downstairs. She also held a garbage bag in her hand. "Let's go." As they walked along the road, Lin Mo casually asked, "What event did you sign up for in the school sports meet?" 400 meters. Lin Mo was a little curious. "Just one." "Well, I'm not a great runner, but I have to sign up for one." Lin Mo recalled the day when Xia Yuling called the police. "No, I thought you ran pretty fast that day." Xia Yuling suddenly remembered. "That was pushing my limit. I was thinking, I have to run faster. I can't let anything happen to you, so I ran as hard as I could." Lin Mo was stunned for a moment. The girl's words were like an arrow that struck his soul. He couldn't help but say, "Thank you, little landlord." The landlord looked up at Lin Mo and said puzzledly, "I didn't help you at all. How could it be otherwise? At least your heart helped me." Back to school, nothing had changed. In the physical education teacher's office, Zhang Daming looked at Coach Long's seat and found it was empty. In physical education class, the students of Class 5 were sitting casually in the playground. Li Yan, holding a class inspection form in his hand, stood upstairs and looked at the playground downstairs. He frowned and then walked towards the playground. "Which class are you from?" The students of Class 5 responded one after another. Li Yan looked at the class schedule and found that today's class should be Coach Long's class. Wait here. As he said that, he walked towards the physical education teacher's office. The physical education teacher's office was closer to the stadium. When Lian opened the door, he saw that all the physical education teachers were in the office, except Coach Long. Where's Mr. Long? The others shook their heads. Zhang Daming said, I haven't seen Teacher Long come back this morning. Lian frowned, but the students still needed to attend class, so he asked, since that's the case, Class 5 is still on the playground. Who among you will take over Teacher Long's class? Zhang Daming looked at the schedule and said, I'll go, but I have a class next. If Teacher Long isn't back yet, I'll have to find another teacher to take his place. Lian nodded and asked Zhang Daming to substitute teach first. He picked up the phone on the table and called Coach Long. The call was connected, but no one answered. Why isn't this person answering the phone? Lian frowned, but had no choice but to make a temporary arrangement and let other physical education teachers take over Coach Long's classes. As the principal, he not only has to take care of the students, but also the teachers. It's rare to see someone like Coach Long not asking for leave in advance and not answering the phone. Afternoon. Lin Mo was doing his homework when Fang Jun hurried back from the front door. Hey, Lin Mo. I heard that Coach Long didn't come to class today. Lin Mo didn't even raise his head. If you didn't come to class, then you didn't come to class. After you resigned, you left. Isn't that normal? Zhang Yunle frowned and said, teachers on the teaching staff can't just leave their jobs. If they still want to work in this field, they have to go through the necessary procedures before they can leave. Maybe he took a leave to relax. Lin Mo continued to write the questions. This makes sense, but Fang Jun continued, that's not right. The students in Class 5 told me that they waited for half a class before Xiao Ming came to substitute for them. Xiao Ming is Zhang Daming's nickname in class. The matter regarding Coach Long was finally interrupted by the class bell. On Lian's side, he made several calls but no one answered. These teachers are such a hassle. Even though they've already resigned, they can't just sit there and do nothing. Lian looked in the address book and found Coach Long's contact address. He decided to go and see what was going on before coming to evening study. After saying something to the other teacher who was patrolling the classroom, Lian drove off. Arriving at Coach Long's house, Lian knocked on the door, but there was no sound. There was no choice, Lian could only stand at the door and call Coach Long. At this moment, the bell rang behind the door. But it rang for a long time and no one answered. Lian murmured, could something have happened? He immediately called the police. The police quickly came up with a locksmith. As soon as the door was opened, a strong smell of blood emanated from inside. The locksmith was startled and immediately shrank back inside, while the two policemen were also shocked and immediately called for backup. As the person who reported the case, Li Yan was also taken to the police station. Thank you for your cooperation. Teacher Li can go back now. However, please do not spread the news about the deceased. I know. I will only report this to the school leaders. After all, Teacher Long is still teaching, and we also need to make arrangements. After seeing Li Yan off, the police also went to the forensic doctor's side. What's going on? The deceased had excessive alcohol in his system and had clearly drunk too much. Judging from the scene, he must have smashed a bottle, then slipped and fell to the ground, where the bottle fragments pierced his aorta. It was a perfectly normal, accidental death. The forensic doctor looked at the report and found that both the body report and the glass fragments on the ground matched. But the police officer continued to ask, what about the time of death? Around 4 or 5 in the morning. If you're worried, you can check the surveillance. After saying this, the police sighed. Unfortunately, the surveillance system in that complex has been broken for a long time. It's okay. Judging from the traces, there was no second person. Well, it's just a smelly little room for a single man. The news of Coach Long's death spread throughout the school like wildfire. After Su Mingzhao found out, he happily confirmed the matter everywhere. If Coach Long died, he would have a chance to stay in the school basketball team. It's actually a good thing that I don't have to quit the basketball team. This is probably the unpredictable nature of life. Zhang Yunlu said from the side. Yeah, that's why you have to be careful. If you're not careful, you might die. Lin Mo's tone was calm, as if none of this would happen to him. Strictly speaking, this was his second murder. But in fact, just like setting an alarm clock, Lin Mo just used geese to control Coach Long and let him die at a specific time. Speaking of which, it doesn't feel real. No one could notice it, and even Lin Mo erased all traces of the girl. Of course, if you go to the communications bureau to check the mobile phone contact number, you should be able to find it. This should be the only trace left. But the girl will be fine. At most, she will be questioned, provided that the police continue to investigate. But no matter what, it will never be traced back to Lin Mo. The node stops here. The incident with Coach Long is over. The disappearance of one person did not seem to cause much stir. Just 2 days later, no one mentioned Coach Long anymore. After Lin Mo finished the Olympiad training class, he returned to class. I am going to Chu Miao's house for dinner today. It has been so long since I last went there that Chu Linchen even called to ask why I didn't come for dinner. So Lin Mo had to go out for a meal today no matter what. By the way, I gave them the amulets I prepared. After all, the figures of these two people were too outstanding, and someone might take advantage of them if they were not careful. When I returned to the class, most people had already left. Zhang Yuzhong was also packing up at this time. When he saw Lin Mo coming back, he greeted Lin Mo as he left. Going to work again on the weekend? Yes, the wages are quite high. Lin Mo nodded and didn't say much. After all, Zhang Yuzhong was in good health and not malnourished. Although he chose cheap food, he could always eat his fill. Su Sheng, still wearing his hat, walked over. Hey, Lin Mo, are you going out to play Three Kingdoms Kill on Saturday? I also need to help my Xiron buy drinks for the school sports meeting at the supermarket. No, I'll leave this troublesome matter to you. Ah, you. Su Sheng pointed at Lin Mo, and then saw Chu Miao behind Lin Mo. Okay, just watch out, don't let someone chop off your head and carry you on the boat. Very good, another Chang Ge meme. Lin Mo walked on the road with Chu Miao. What have you been doing these days? Chu Miao counted on her fingers and said, doing homework, writing a novel, and chatting with Xia Yuling. Wait, you were chatting with Xia Yuling? I didn't see you two interacting with each other. Like Chu Miao, Xia Yuling basically never leaves the classroom except to go to the bathroom. Yes, QQ. Xia Yuling chats with me every day. I see. But then I thought about Xia Yuling having a new phone and broadband. Chatting is normal. The two really became friends, which is also magical. However, when two introverts get together, they can actually chat more because they have made new friends. While riding the shaky bus, Lin Mo enjoyed the warmth and softness of the woman, while also protecting Chu Miao from being taken advantage of by others. Chu Miao also liked this feeling. Although the two of them didn't hug each other, they felt like they were hugging each other. When we arrived at Chu Miao's house, Chu Linchen had already come out with a plate. I bought some crayfish. Everyone, try them. I heard they're delicious. Lin Mo also bought crayfish for Xia Yuling. However, Xia Yuling felt that there was too little crayfish meat and it was not as fresh and sweet as the boiled shrimp, so she rarely bought it later. While eating, Lin Mo took out two laminated triangle talismans from his pocket. This is a talisman for you. It's very effective. Remember to carry it with you. Chu Linchen picked one up at random. Regardless of whether it was really useful or not, it was a token of his appreciation, so he naturally put it in his pocket. Chu Miao took it even more carefully. Thank you. How much is one? Chu Linchen was about to take out her wallet. This was painted by a master, not for sale. I had it shaped after I got it, so it won't be a problem if you accidentally wash it. After hearing this, Chu Linchen didn't think it was anything special. On the contrary, Chu Miao carefully put it in her pocket and then slowly ate her meal. After dinner, Lin Mo was not in a hurry to go home. As for Chu Linchen, she was originally going to send Lin Mo home, but suddenly received a call asking her to go back to the company to get a very important supplementary contract. Chu Linchen didn't wear any makeup and drove to the company in casual clothes. The car was not driving very fast. After all, it was a weekend night and traffic jams were the norm in Guangzhou. As soon as Chu Linchen arrived at the company, he printed out the supplementary contract. He got in the car and hurried to the place where his subordinates were entertaining. After all, signing a contract requires timing. The car was not driving very fast, and no matter how anxious Chu Linchen was, she would not drive fast. Fortunately, Chu Linchen delivered the contract before the dinner was over. But she didn't go up to greet the customer, she just drove home relaxedly. However, a semi-trailer truck in the distance saw Chu Linchen's car from a distance, and without slowing down at all, it crashed into it from the side. The airbag in the car exploded instantly. Chu Linchen's car was directly knocked out. It rolled several times in the air before falling to the ground and rolling again. The semi-trailer drove away as if it was a hit-and-run. He paid no attention to the car that was knocked away. There were passers-by around, so some people called the police and some called an ambulance. What was unexpected was that someone could actually climb out of the car. Chu Linchen looked confused, with blood flowing from her head, but she was still alive. Sitting on the roadbed, the police car and ambulance arrived at about the same time. Chu Linchen was also sent to the ambulance. When Chu Miao received the call, her whole body was shaking. Lin Mo heard it clearly from the side. Come on, I'll go with you. Having said that, he took Chu Miao's hand and prepared to go out. Inside the hospital, the police officer nearby couldn't help but say, "You're so lucky. Your car was completely smashed to pieces, but you only had some minor injuries." Even Chu Linchen herself was a little bit unbelievable. She could see the car crashing into her at that time, and she remembered that her car flipped several times in the air. When she finally landed on the ground, she didn't feel any pain. What's going on? She reached into her pocket and suddenly felt something. When I pulled it out of my pocket, there was a triangular piece of plastic stuck between my fingers. There was originally a yellow talisman inside, but at this moment, the yellow talisman inside turned into a handful of black ash. Is this thing real? She put the plastic back into her pocket, and couldn't help but think of Lin Mo. Where did these symbols come from? These talismans not only have the effect of protecting the body, but also have Lin Mo's 2 additional magical powers of warding off disasters and relieving misfortunes. The main focus is safety. When he arrived at the hospital, Lin Mo found Chu Linchen's location immediately. Without asking the nurse, he took Chu Miao Miao there directly. The moment Chu Miao Miao saw Chu Linchen, she ran over crying. Chu Miao Miao didn't say anything, but her crying contained everything. It's okay, I'm fine. Lin Mo on this side found a policeman nearby. Hello, police officer, I want to know what happened to my sister. The policeman waved his hands and said, your sister is really lucky. A semi-trailer hit her directly and the car fell apart, but she only suffered minor injuries. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. Half-hung? Has the culprit been caught? No, that guy just drove away. Don't worry, young man. We will definitely catch that kind of guy. He is so careless about human life. Lin Mo frowned. The person was not caught? In the hospital, Chu Miao Miao fell asleep. In fact, Chu Linchen should have been discharged from the hospital, but the doctor still thought it would be better to keep her in the hospital for observation. After all, the situation was complicated at the time, and who knew if there were any hidden injuries. So Chu Linchen stayed in the hospital, and the examinations and other things could not be done until tomorrow morning. Lin Mo checked the time on his phone and said directly, Sister Chu, I'm going home first. Call me if you have anything. Chu Linchen seemed to have thought of something and took out an amulet from his pocket. Oh right, this changes. Chu Linchen was about to say that the amulet had turned to ashes, but when she took it out, it was a complete amulet. What happened? The amulet. Maybe the amulet worked. Sister Chu, remember to keep it close to you. After giving a few instructions, Lin Mo turned and left. Only Chu Linchen was left looking at the amulet in her hand in confusion. Obviously, Lin Mo didn't expect that Chu Linchen actually discovered the clue. When he saw Chu Linchen, he knew that the amulet worked, so he changed the amulet. Unexpectedly, Chu Linchen had already seen the amulet that turned into ashes before. Lin Mo grabbed an amulet that had turned to ashes. The semi-trailer crashed into it and turned the talisman into ashes. That semi-hook is used to send people to another world. Walking out of the hospital, it was already late at night. Walking into the shadows, Lin Mo disappeared on the spot. The accident scene was easy to find. Lin Mo stood in front of the green belt, scanning the traffic. Using spiritual energy as a deduction, Lin Mo began to reproduce the scenes that had appeared here in his mind. Just like a surveillance video, Lin Mo can access it at will. Although there is no accurate picture, the spiritual energy in the air will tell Lin Mo what happened here. There are no brake marks on the ground from the semi-trailer. Did it hit from the side? It even accelerated. Lin Mo took off into the air and rushed in the direction of the semi-trailer. Is it a killer? Or an ordinary semi-trailer driver? Traffic Management Bureau. The semi-trailer drove out of the city. It probably knew it had hit someone and wanted to leave the city or even the province. This hit-and-run truck is dangerous to track down. The most troublesome thing is that this vehicle's license plate is covered with mud. Very few semi-trailers do this. Usually, only dump trucks will deliberately cover the license plate with mud and water. So what are you trying to say? Did that semi hit him on purpose? Did it want to kill him? It's not impossible. Let's put this possibility aside for now. Only when we find someone can we know if it's possible. Found it. The semi-trailer entered the village. Should we just hide? Okay, notify the police over there. The one who was one step faster than the police was Lin Mo. The village was pitch black, but in Lin Mo's eyes it was as bright as day. It was actually easier to find after entering the village because there was a very obvious tire track on the ground. Lin Mo entered the village and found the semi-trailer in a wasteland. The car was completely cold, obviously having cooled down completely. There was no one inside. Lin Mo looked at the traces of spiritual energy condensation and followed them. There were not many houses with lights on in the vast village. In one of the 3-story houses with all the lights off, there was only a man sitting in the living room, holding a bottle of soju in his hand. He took a bite of the roast chicken and then took a sip of the liquor from the bottle. He likes to do this every time he finishes work. Only in this way could he suppress the murderous intent that was rising in him. But that car has become scrap metal. The chances of anyone inside surviving are almost zero. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh. He had seen photos of the target. She was pretty and had a hot body. But there were not many opportunities to do so, and time was running out, so he had to destroy the flower ruthlessly, otherwise, he really wanted to taste it. Then he took a cremation basin, poured all the information about the target into it, sprinkled half a bottle of soju, and lit a match. With a crackling sound, flames came out. Throw a match into the incineration basin and flames will rise. Pharyngitis. The flames rose up and rushed towards the corner of the room. The firelight instantly illuminated the entire hall. He also saw a man standing in the corner, sucking away all the flames. "You, who are you?" Although the man was very frightened, his hand still reached down because there was a knife there. "The car smells like roasted chicken, and you're still eating it. Did you take a shower before eating it? It's quite a ritual." Lin Mo bent down and prepared to pick up the information in the treasure basin. At this moment, the man suddenly jumped up and stabbed Lin Mo with a knife. But the blade stopped when it was 3 centimeters away from Lin Mo's throat. It wasn't that he wanted to stop, but he simply couldn't move. "I couldn't even move my fingers." Fear really came at this moment. "I ask you questions." "Never mind, let's just search your soul. I can tell from your appearance that you've killed many people." Lin Mo raised his hand and searched the soul. The spiritual consciousness is exploring this person's past memories. Everything in here is dirtier than Coach Long's. Strictly speaking, it is difficult to evaluate. But he did see that this man took the money and wanted to kill Chu Linshan. But this person doesn't know who hired the killer. It's all through middlemen. These are pure black industries. The middleman may actually be abroad and post the task through the internet. System, when will you give me a method to attack people along the network cable? Host, please be quiet. You want to use the method of beating people along the network cable, right? I'll go to the cyber world to find someone. I should be able to rob, borrow 1 or 2, wait a minute. After that, the system disappeared again. Lin Mo didn't respond no matter how he called out. He must have really run away. But this system is pretty good. Basically, I can call whenever I am free. I can meet all my own requirements. So who is the puppet? It's not me anyway. In that case, then you can die. Lin Mo raised his hand and suddenly remembered that this man was responsible for so many murders, so he had to be arrested. Maybe some unjust cases could be solved. So Lin Mo still used soul stealing to control him, let him be captured, and then blew up his past. Maybe the police can find the middleman platform and eventually find the mastermind behind the murder. But Lin Mo still felt it was a bit ridiculous. Are there really killers in real life? It seems very reasonable. The man in front of him is ordinary and inconspicuous. Isn't this a prerequisite for being a killer? Those handsome and heroic bald killers don't exist. Lin Mo packed up, used soul stealing to instruct the man, and left. This person will then go back to the dump truck and wait for the police to arrive. Lin Mo went straight home. Since the clues were cut off, he might as well practice hard. Early in the morning, Lin Mo came to the hospital. Chu Miao Miao was sleeping on the hospital bed, while Chu Linshan had already gone for a checkup. Chu Miao Miao opened her eyes slightly and saw Lin Mo sitting beside her. "Are you awake? Have some porridge. Sister Chu wants to have a physical examination." Chu Miao Miao lowered her head and took the porridge handed to her by Lin Mo. The porridge is already warm at this time. At this time, Chu Miao Miao suddenly said, "Why do you call Mom Sister Chu?" Lin Mo was stunned for a moment, but still replied, "Before, Xia Yuling called your mother Sister Chu, which made Sister Chu very happy, so I just called her that." Chu Miao Miao looked at Lin Mo seriously. "Will Mom feel happy if I call you like that?" "Yes, didn't you see she was quite happy before?" Chu Miao Miao nodded and continued eating porridge. Lin Mo originally bought this porridge for Chu Linshan, but when he arrived, he found out that he had to be on an empty stomach for the physical examination. So Lin Mo ate Chu Miao Miao's portion and left Chu Linshan's portion for Chu Miao Miao. "Hey, I always feel something is weird." The morning passed quickly, and so did the main physical examination. Chu Linshan came back wearing a hospital gown. Because she was a G-level warrior, the clothes looked very bloated. Seeing Chu Linshan, Chu Miao Miao raised her hand. "Oi, you're back, Sister Chu." When Lin Mo heard this, he turned and looked at Chu Miao Miao. "Are you so brave?" When Chu Linshan heard this, she walked over and used the same punch on the temple that Maya often used on Xiao Xin. "What are you yelling for, you little brat? You have no respect for your elders, don't you?" Lin Mo simply turned his head away. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Several policemen in uniform stood at the door. "Hello, are you Miss Chu Linshan?" Chu Linshan stopped and nodded. "We want to record your statement, so we might need you two to step out for a moment." The policeman spoke in a very polite tone, so Lin Mo naturally pulled Chu Miao Miao up. "Then let's wait outside." Chu Linshan's ward was a single room. After closing the door, the police began to record her statement. "Let me introduce myself. I'm the captain of the city's criminal police team. My last name is Kong. May I ask if Miss Chu has encountered any threats recently?" When Chu Linchin heard this, she felt something was wrong. Captain Khan, do you mean that last night's car accident wasn't an accident? Kang Kizhong nodded. The man who hit you with his car yesterday was a killer. We caught him in the early hours of last night. He confessed to hiring a killer to kill you. Chu Linchin also answered. So you think it was my enemy who hired someone to kill me? The word enemy seemed a little unpleasant, but Kang Kizhong did not interrupt. It's possible. Anyone who can afford to hire a professional killer must be rich. Hiring a killer is something that rich people do. People who have no money have to do it themselves. And according to the professional killer's own statement, Chu Linchin's bounty is 1.2 million. Although it may not seem like much, it is only used to kill one person. Chu Linchin lowered his head and thought about it, then finally shook his head. I don't know. My current company is a successor to my brother and sister-in-law's shares. I don't have any enemies at work, and my personal life is very simple. Kang Kizhong looked carefully at Chu Linchin's expression and felt that Chu Linchin was indeed not lying, so he had to stop there for now. Ms. Chu, if you remember anything or encounter anything, please call us. As he spoke, he handed over his business card. Chu Linchin took the business card, expressed her gratitude, and then saw them off from the ward. Although Lin Mo was outside, he could hear it clearly. Chu Miao Miao next to her seemed to know nothing. I always feel that there is always something shady around Chu Linchin. Chu Miao Miao happened to be in the eye of the storm, so she seemed calm and stable. But this is probably all an illusion. Considering the death of Chu Miao Miao's parents and the fact that Chu Linchin took the shares. After thinking about it, Lin Mo decided to use a hidden chess piece. But now, let's be discharged from the hospital with Chu Linchin first. When Chu Linchin returned home, she looked at Chu Miao Miao packing her things inside. Meow meow. Chu Miao Miao, who was packing up, raised her head and looked at Chu Linchin. After thinking about it, Chu Linchin waved her hand and said, forget it, go on. Oh, Chu Miao Miao continued to pack. Chu Linchin was still very conflicted, and finally decided to wait until Chu Miao Miao went to college before telling her the truth. As for now, Meow Meow, you have to remember that if I'm not around, you have to listen to Lin Mo carefully, okay? Chu Miao Miao raised her head blankly. Why isn't Mom here? I might be traveling far away, or I might be out for a social event, so I'll ask Lin Mo to take care of you. Yeah, I understand. Originally, Chu Miao Miao wanted to say that she was no longer a child, but she also remembered that she was afraid of the dark before. Besides, having Lin Mo taking care of me is a good thing. She actually knew something, but she knew even better that the police wouldn't be able to find out anything and it would alert the suspect, so she said nothing. She touched the amulet in her pocket. With this, maybe I can really find some clues. If Lin Mo knew that Chu Linchin used the amulet as a second life, he would definitely give her a thunder talisman as well, at least this way she could have both offensive and defensive capabilities. With the amulet, Lin Mo was not worried. He also made a mark of his spiritual consciousness on the amulet, which he had neglected before. The amulet took effect but Lin Mo didn't know it. This is inconsistent with what Lin Mo is preparing for. So he simply put a spiritual mark on all the amulets. It's nothing, it's just that I don't have the energy or the will to do it. Although his foundation is very strong, he cannot protect the safety of everyone he cares about. Either make them stronger or make them safer. This is for you. Lin Mo took out 2 amulets and handed them to Xia Yuling. What's this? The amulet is very effective. You keep one and give the other to Aunt Zheng. Keep it close to your body. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuling picked up the 2 amulets and put them into her pocket with great care. Lin Mo thought about it and added, it really works. I believe you. After all, you always escape danger. Maybe Xia Yuling felt that Lin Mo also had such a photo, so she went to ask for it for them on Saturday. At this moment, Xia Yuling suddenly asked, so Zhang Yunlu has it too? Lin Mo was stunned for a moment. This was the first time Xia Yuling mentioned Zhang Yunlu. She and Zhang Yunlu had never been familiar with each other, even though they had actually met countless times and had close contact more than twice. But she just asked that. No, not yet. At least not yet. Zhang Yunlu was picked up and dropped off by car every day, and he remembered that Zhang Yunlu had given a speech on stage as an outstanding graduate. So there is no need to worry too much about Zhang Yunlu's safety. She will definitely be safe before graduation. Time flies so fast, and in the blink of an eye it is the eve of the school sports meet. But Lin Mo is very busy. Because he participated in the mixed doubles, he had to replace Molly. But basketball is simpler. Lin Mo doesn't have to play all the time. He only needs to play if the score is behind. In the mixed doubles, Lin Mo mainly played the role of ball controller, and he received some balls that Zhang Yunlu could not catch. The main output is still Zhang Yunlu, but Zhang Yunlu didn't feel tired from fighting. In the eyes of others, all the points were scored by Zhang Yunlu, so Zhang Yunlu won the MVP and Lin Mo was the winner without any effort. Because it is a both 3 format, Jang Yunlu directly beat the opponent 2-0. When she came off the court, Jang Yunlu, panting, took out a bottle of sports drink from her bag and handed it to Lin Mo first. Everyone watching this scene gnashed their teeth, wishing they could just replace Lin Mo. Only Huang Xilan in the distance did not go to see Lin Mo and the others. Others may not know, but he knows very well that Lin Mo is very good at badminton, but he is just too lazy to show it, or he deliberately hides it. Fortunately, Lin Mo did not participate in the men's singles, otherwise he would probably have dethroned the school badminton team's number one. Lin Mo took the sports drink handed to him, unscrewed it without hesitation, and handed it back to Jang Yunlu. Jang Yunlu was stunned for a moment. What? Didn't you ask me to unscrew the bottle cap for you? Jang Yunlu quickly realized what was happening and smiled. Thank you. You're welcome. Then Jang Yunlu handed Lin Mo another drink. Lin Mo took the drink and ran away. Okay, I'm going to the basketball team first. I don't know how they're doing. Okay, I'll come over later. Jang Yunlu nodded. She still had to wait for the schedule to be arranged. Lin Mo came to the basketball court. There are obviously more spectators here because the basketball stadium has seats for spectators. And because the basketball game is played in classes, many students from different classes will come to cheer for their own team. After the preliminary round, basketball games will be played for 4 quarters. Lin Mo and others quickly found the location of Class 8. When Fang Jun and others saw Lin Mo coming, they immediately surrounded him. Lao Mo, hurry up, get on stage. What's going on? Why do you want me to play? Lin Mo unscrewed the bottle cap and took a sip of the sports drink, while his spiritual sense had already scanned the score. 47-25. 25 points is the score of Class 8. No wonder Fang Jun is so impatient. He is on the verge of losing, but it's only the second quarter. Lin Mo was not nervous. He looked at the name of the class opposite, which was Class 18. However, Lin Mo didn't know much about this class. Ma Li, whose foot injury had not yet healed, couldn't help but stand up when he saw Lin Mo coming. Lin Mo, you are finally here. They are having a hard time fighting. Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. In fact, Su Mingzhao had a difficult time playing because there were 3 people from the school basketball team on the opposite side, and all 3 of them knew Su Mingzhao's playing style. The most important thing is that the people who beat Su Mingzhao in the alley before were these 3 people. So Su Mingzhao was restricted in his fighting. I can't let go at all. The wildness I had before is completely gone. Lin Mo still admired Su Mingzhao's previous rebellious look, but when facing those 3 people, he was like a lone wolf. The other 4 were unable to intervene and help. We are surrounded by enemies on all sides. Lin Mo raised his hand and patted Ma Li's shoulder. Ma Li understood instantly. He immediately raised his hand and shouted, "Request a suspension." Each team has 5 timeouts during which substitutions can be made. Only then did the people on the court see Lin Mo. In an instant, the eyes of the 5 people lit up. Su Mingzhao even walked down directly. "Let me take the place." But before he could finish his words, Lin Mo pressed down on his shoulders. "Why, are you scared now? I don't understand what you're saying. I'm just tired." Su Mingzhao picked up the water cup on the chair, took a few sips, and poured some on his head. "It would be great if your mentality was half as tough as your words. I have a good attitude." Su Mingzhao still looked stubborn. "Follow me and we can beat them to pieces. Don't you want to?" Lin Mo is like a devil, patiently persuading people. Su Mingzhao was gasping for breath. He raised his head and looked at Lin Mo. "Can we win? Have you ever seen me lose? But you're second in the whole school." Lin Mo's face flushed immediately. "How can I lose when it comes to matters concerning scholars? Forget it, I won't show you how handsome you are. Come on, Gao Yuanqiang, I'll show you how to show off and fly with you. I promise you'll be able to pick up girls easily in the future." Gao Yuanqiang grinned when he heard this. How can this be so embarrassing? As he spoke, he had already walked onto the stage. Su Mingzhao struggled for a moment and looked at the 3 people in the distance who were also drinking water and resting. One of them saw Su Mingzhao looking at him and even made a gesture of wiping his neck. Anger value +10, cowardice value +20. "Su Mingzhao, are you really a queen? Why are you so cowardly?" Lin Mo didn't think twice and walked straight to the bench and grabbed Su Mingzhao. "Show me your ruthlessness. Do I want to see the unruly you, or do I mean you, Su Mingzhao, are just a bully who only cares about the weak and fears the strong?" Lin Mo casually threw Su Mingzhao onto the court. Zhang Daming felt a headache when he saw it, but he felt that this was Class 8's business and should be handled by the people in Class 8 themselves. After Coach Long left, another physical education teacher who knew basketball temporarily took over as coach. So Su Mingzhao and Ma Li did not leave the school team. But Su Mingzhao is now an orphan, with no one to train with him, and the school team is like loose sand. Su Mingzhao was thrown to the ground, sliding for several meters on the smooth wooden floor. but he still stood up and didn't say anything about the end. As for the student who originally replaced Molly, he also left the field quickly. Lin Mo walked onto the court and said to the three people, "School team, right? I'm playing for the school team." The three men's expressions also changed. They all knew what happened to Lei Qi, but they didn't expect Lin Mo to be so arrogant. However, when the people in Class 18 heard Lin Mo's provocation, they all booed. But at the moment of serving, Gao Yuanqiang directly threw the ball in his hand to Lin Mo. Lin Mo quickly moved his feet and easily dodged the two people in front of him. He jumped and scored a layup. Unfortunately, there are still 20 points to catch up. As Lin Mo just ran back, he felt three pairs of eyes blocking his direction. They were obviously worried that Lin Mo would steal the ball. But in a game of 10 people, if 3 people are guarding one person, it is definitely not worth it. So the ball was still intercepted, but the person who intercepted it was Su Mingzhao. Su Mingzhao's skills are indeed good. He is good at ball control and shooting. Su Mingzhao was seen standing on the three-point line, and with just a jump shot from where he stood, the ball went into the net. Very good, 47-30. The gap is gradually narrowing. How could those 3 people not know that there was something wrong with their strategy? The other 2 looked at the other person at the same time. He is the strongest of the 3. It's up to you, Akiang. Okay, Dad will take you flying. The serve started. One of the players dribbled the ball forward and rushed into the half court quickly, but in Lin Mo's eyes it was still too slow. Lin Mo threw a look at Su Mingzhao and rushed over without caring whether Su Mingzhao could understand it or not. A Qiang was holding the ball and saw Lin Mo rushing towards him. He was ready to dribble between his legs and then dribble past Lin Mo from the side. Ruthless iron hands. Before Akiang could react, the ball was gone. Where's my ball? However, there were 2 other people paying attention to Lin Mo. The moment Lin Mo made the steal, the other 2 had already stepped forward to defend. The left and right are men. This is the only way to trap Lin Mo. Lin Mo just carried the ball with one hand behind his back and made a long pass to the running Su Mingzhao. "If you don't come in, you'll just lick me." Su Mingzhao trembled all over, increased his speed, caught the ball, and then made a layup. Although Su Mingzhao is not very popular in Class 8, there will still be a lot of cheers when he scores a goal. However, everyone also saw that the goal was mainly due to Lin Mo's assist. Everyone was cheering mostly for Lin Mo. Su Mingzhao fell to the ground and quickly returned to defense. The huge stone pressing on his heart was slowly being removed. But one of them walked over and stared at Su Mingzhao. "I almost forgot about you. Do you think you can get up with Lin Mo around? I'll crush you like an ant." But after listening to these words, Su Mingzhao's mentality gradually calmed down. What's the matter? Let's talk about it during the Qingming festival. The students in Class 18 knew that they couldn't continue like this, so they served the ball quickly and wanted to launch a fast break. There is still some tacit understanding among the 3 of them, with various quick passes interspersed. But Lin Mo rushed out like the flash, stole the ball and shot. Shots from outside the midfield are impossible to make. The ball was flying in the air, and Akiang immediately realized that the parabola was not a pitch, but a pass. Su Mingzhao ran very fast and went straight to the layup. Class 8 was cheering, and Class 18 was wailing. Everything was broken because of Lin Mo's appearance. The score is closing rapidly. Lin Mo didn't steal any of the balls, and still let the opponent score 2 goals. But the score is still getting closer. By the end of the second quarter, Lin Mo had narrowed the gap to 5 points. The students of Class 18 returned to their positions under great pressure. Their physical education teacher is also Coach Long, but Coach Long has passed away, so their physical education teachers are replaced by physical education teachers from other classes. Without Coach Long's tactics, they had no way to deal with Lin Mo. In fact, even if there was no way to stop Lin Mo. As soon as Lin Mo came down, someone handed him a drink. It was Fang Jun, as expected of Master Mo. Lin Mo decisively avoided Fang Jun and took the sports drink handed to him by Zhang Yunlu. It was the bottle he had drunk. That's too much. At least you should take it. Fang Jun felt wronged. Ugly rejection. Lin Mo took a symbolic sip of his drink. Molly looked at Lin Mo and said with a wry smile, "Thank you for your hard work. Why don't you get better soon? I'll give you acupuncture, and you'll get better faster." When he heard that he needed acupuncture, Molly, a tall and strong boy, couldn't help but shrink his neck. "I feel my recovery speed is very good, so I don't need acupuncture anymore." Compared to the relaxed and cheerful Class 8, Class 18 is much more dull. Class 18, which just felt it could win a round, now just feels uncomfortable. They were clearly still leading, but they had a feeling that the gap would widen in the third quarter. "How about we go and elbow Lin Mo?" one of them suggested, but it was quickly rejected. "Are you crazy? That's Lin Mo. Is your life over with this game? Are you going to leave school after getting elbowed?" Lin Mo heard it clearly. If this group of people really elbowed him, then he will let others know what a legendary elbow king is. So as expected, Class 8 was far ahead in the third quarter. In the whole quarter, Class 18 scored 4 goals. Most of the goals were scored by luck. In general, Class 18 was beaten to a pulp and went straight into garbage time in the fourth quarter. But it doesn't matter. It was still early for the evening self-study get out of class to end, so everyone naturally went back to the classroom to continue doing their homework. As soon as Lin Mo sat down, he saw Chu Miao Miao holding a novel and looking up at him. Then he slowly lowered his head and continued reading the novel. Maybe after finishing his homework, he started reading novels. After school, Xia Yuling was waiting at the back door of Class 7. The people in Class 8 have become completely accustomed to seeing Xia Yuling. Although there are many rumors in the school, Xia Yuling's personality does not care at all, and Lin Mo himself does not care either. So it's equivalent to nothing. Plus now that Fang Jun is with me after school, there aren't many problems. While walking on the road, Fang Jun was talking to Xia Yuling about how Lin Mo played basketball today. Generally speaking, it was Fang Jun who spoke, and Xia Yuling rarely responded. After they separated, when only Xia Yuling and Lin Mo were alone, Xia Yuling began to speak a little more. Today is no exception. Xia Yuling spoke only when Fang Jun walked to the other side. I heard that you and Zhang Yinlu participated in the mixed doubles badminton competition. Well, what's the matter? Lin Mo responded very straightforwardly, then looked at Xia Yuling, waiting for Xia Yuling's next question. Xia Yuling was speechless for a moment, but still asked the question in her mind. Why are you participating in mixed doubles? Because Zhang Yinlu wants to have a guaranteed championship. If she loses in women's singles, then at least she can win the mixed doubles championship with me. Xia Yuling looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo had a serious expression and didn't look like he was joking at all. Are you good at badminton? It's amazing. If I wanted to, I could win the men's singles championship, but I'm too lazy to go. Xia Yuling remembered what the two people in class said when they came back today, that Lin Mo won purely by luck. Zhang Yinlu really spent a lot of money for him and ran until she was out of breath. On the other hand, that Lin Mo couldn't even run. I think it's okay. I shot the ball towards Zhang Yinlu's blind spot several times, but Lin Mo blocked it every time. Just luck. If Lin Mo is as he says, maybe it's not just as simple as good luck. Xia Yuling looked at Lin Mo and thought that Lin Mo was really lazy. Then why did you agree to Zhang Yinlu? Oh, no fatal problem. Lin Mo shrugged. She paid the friendship fee, so we should treat friends who paid the friendship fee well. Xia Yuling raised her head and looked at Lin Mo. So you're hinting that I'm paying for friendship, huh? Don't blame me, wasn't it you who brought it up? Going downstairs, Xia Yuling opened the door and walked up the stairs in front of Lin Mo. Just as Lin Mo was following behind, Xia Yuling suddenly turned around. Bend over. This can be considered as friendship fee. Shen he broke the chapter. Lin Mo was ambushed. Although Xia Yuling's movements were slow in his eyes, he was still ambushed. I am a little happy, after all, Xiao Qinan is like this. But the one who moved faster than Lin Mo was Xia Yuling. She ran home, went back to her room, closed the door, and gasped for breath. What the hell am I doing? How could I do this? After calming down, Xia Yuling began to feel a little regretful, regretting why she was so impulsive. Will he hate me? Or think I'm too frivolous? At this moment, Xia Yuling picked up the phone, but didn't know who to discuss this matter with. Is that Chu Miao Miao? She could see Chu Miao Miao's dependence on Lin Mo, and it was too easy for that dependence to turn into love. If she said it, it might arouse Chu Miao Miao's thoughts. So Xia Yuling looked at the little fox beside the bed and reached out to hold it in her arms. Little fox, I kissed him, even though it was just his face. But if I do that, will he think I'm a loose woman? The little fox said nothing, but its curved eyes and smile made people feel cute. Okay, I understand. I have to learn to fight for it. Xia Yuling also smiled with her eyes curved, just like a little fox. The finalists for competitions such as basketball, football, and badminton must be decided before the school sports meet, and then they will be held one after another on the last day of the school sports meet. Whoever came up with this schedule must be a genius. However, unlike other schools, Guangba also attaches great importance to student sports. Therefore, the school sports meet has a very complete range of events and lasts for 3 days, so the whole school can participate. This is also the last group activity that G3 students can participate in. The rest of the happy time has nothing to do with them. The opening ceremony of the school sports meet has always been lengthy. Unlike other schools, Guangba's opening ceremony does not have an athlete entrance ceremony. Instead, the entrance ceremony was saved for the closing ceremony. Because the closing ceremony is the time for awarding medals, the process is completely different from that of other schools. Principal Shen Zhongping walked to the podium and began his speech with the prepared manuscript. Dear teachers and classmates, hello everyone. On this bright and sunny autumn day, we welcome the annual autumn sports meeting of Gwangbah Middle School. First, the opening ceremony of the school sports meet is just a bunch of leaders coming out to talk for a while. Everyone just treated it as standing at attention. After talking for more than half an hour, it finally ended and everyone was asked to go back to their classes and move the tables and chairs down to the playground to use as their base camp. Each class has its own position. The quality of the position will also affect the condition of the soldiers. Fortunately, Class 8's position was under the shade of a tree, which was a natural oxygen bar. Once you open the large parasols assigned to each class, it becomes a perfect summer resort. The male students were responsible for carrying the supplies, including tables, chairs, drinks, and other things. As for the girls who are not participating in the sports meet, they have to do the logistical work. For example, notifying participants, finding people, or writing small notes. Lin Mo walked to the base camp alone carrying 3 boxes of drinks. They aren't, are they? Even though you're strong, there's no need for you to carry them all. Zhang Yunla raised her hand and took down the box of Red Horse that was on top. It's okay, there's no big problem except that it blocks the view. Lin Mo didn't even break a sweat. But Zhang Yunlo had already unscrewed the cap of a bottle of cold drink and handed it over. That's what I said, but I can't treat you like a cow. Lin Mo took the cold drink, took a sip, and felt refreshed and excited. The temperature in Guangzhou in autumn is over 30 degrees Celsius. Apart from the stronger wind and yellowing leaves, there is no autumn feeling at all. Where's the incubator? Lin Mo saw the insulated box in the corner, which contained a lot of ice cubes. I asked someone to bring it. It would be nice for everyone to have some cold drinks. Zhang Yunla puffed out her chest proudly. As expected of you, you're quite thoughtful. Then the tables, chairs, and stools were moved over. Because the class funds are sufficient, the number of drinks for Class 8 can perfectly cover both the logistics staff and the competition personnel. At this time, Lin Mo stood up and patted the non-existent dust on his body. Let's go, 2 people come, we're going to Class 12 to collect the debt. The whole class already knew that Lin Mo had won a box of Red Horses. Since Huang Slin didn't come over on his own initiative, Lin Mo naturally went to ask for it. Fang Jun and Yuexin took the initiative to follow, but many boys in the back row who had just finished moving things rubbed their hands excitedly and then followed. It's so refreshing to collect debts openly. When they arrived at Class 12, the people in Class 12 were already looking at Lin Mo and the others warily. What do you want to do? Fang Jun stepped forward and said, let's go find Huang Slin. He owes us a box of Red Horses. The people in Class 12 looked at each other in confusion. Then a boy walked out. Huang Xilan is not here, so I have no control over your affairs with him, but I hope you won't get too close to our base camp, as it will have a bad influence. This guy looks a little crazy, but he looks like a leader of some kind. Probably a class leader or something like that. Fang Jun whispered in Lin Mo's ear, this person is the monitor of Class 12. He is much better than our Ma Ruxiang and has a high prestige. Class monitor? Unfortunately, I'm the captain of the team. But Lin Mo just took a quick look with his spiritual sense and knew that Huang Xilan was squatting in the corner with his back to everyone. So he raised his finger and pointed at the back. Okay, Huang Xilan, if you don't want to fulfill the bet, then I won't be polite. The monitor of Class 12 blocked Lin Mo's view. What do you mean you're welcome? Are you going to threaten or bully your classmates? Listen, class monitor, please be more careful with your words. A student from your Class 12 challenged me to play badminton during class and even promised to donate a box of Red Horse to our Class 8 if we lost. How come it becomes bullying in your case? Was it me who took the initiative to ask him to play badminton? Before you protect your child, should you first consider your own face? In the part of the street quarrel, Lin Mo relied on his own strength. Cultivating immortals or something like that is not important. Why do you have to act like a master after cultivating immortality? I just like bad tastes, I just like bitterness. I am from my motherland. The students in Class 12 all shuddered. Lin Mo smiled and said, alright, if Huang Slin wants to shirk his responsibility, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you protect him. Our Class 8 doesn't need this box of drinks. Let's meet on Taiba. After saying that, Lin Mo didn't wait for the other party's response. He waved his hand and took his people back. Next, either Huang Slin would come over with the Red Horse, or the people from Class 8 would post on Taiba to complain about Class 12. After all, Lin Mo was right. Besides, Huang Slin is not short of money. Although a box of Red Horse is expensive, Huang Slin can afford it with his financial resources. Back at Class 8's headquarters, Fang Jun couldn't help but curse, this Huang Slin is so dishonest. No wonder the author didn't give him his full name. The school sports meet has begun. Each class has a schedule with a rough outline of the competition process. This morning's schedule was basically all about sprint races. The runways on both sides can be used, so Lin Mo doesn't have to do anything. However, the one person who really didn't have to do anything was Su Sheng. After all, it had been a month since his surgery and he was still in the recovery period. For safety reasons, he didn't have to participate in any sports. The first event to start is the 50-meter event, which has the most registrations. But because of the intervention of the physical education teacher, basically only the fastest few people in the class signed up. Because there are so many people, it is difficult to arrange. The head teacher Chen Xiaoa was also sitting in the base camp at this time. She asked Lin Mo with a smile, "Why don't you participate in the 50-meter race? You are the sports committee member." But the sports committee member is only strong, he can't run fast. Lin Mo shrugged helplessly. Chen Xiaoa has a very good impression of Lin Mo, and Lin Mo has good academic performance. In the eyes of the teacher, he is a top-notch student. Even if trouble arises, it is definitely not Lin Mo's problem. At this time, Su Sheng suddenly appeared. "Teacher, do we have evening study these days?" "No, not even for the second year of high school, but it is required for the third year of high school," Chen Xiao replied. Su Sheng heaved a sigh of relief. "That's great." A girl next to her complained, "What's so good about it? When we are in our third year of high school, won't we also have to study in the evening?" Su Sheng shook his head. "You don't understand. Talking one thing in the morning and changing another's mind is two different things." This sentence reminds people of the story of the idiom, but I won't talk about the word count. Enjoy it first. As for the girls in the class, they have already started copying the cheering scripts. There are crouching tigers, hidden dragons, flowers of success, sweat of victory, all kinds of adjectives piled up. After copying, send it to the podium, where someone will report it in real time. The head teacher sat for a while and then went to watch the game. After all, they are students in my class, so I must go and see them. Lin Mo turned his head and saw Chu Miao Miao copying the cheering script. Chu Miao Miao has beautiful handwriting, and letting her write the scripts will make announcers more willing to read their encouragement scripts. After all, the announcer won't be able to read if the handwriting is not nice. Zhang Yunlu and others went to cheer for their classmates. Seeing that everything was fine, Lin Mo also went to the boys' track to take a look. He remembered that the fastest runner in their class was one of the boys in the back row, named Pan Shubiao. He also played a role in the encirclement tactics last time. The fourth group of the 50-meter race. Pan Shubiao was flexing his ankles, with a number tag on his body. A distance of 50 meters can be reached in almost an instant. Looking at the contestants on both sides who were already eager to compete, Pan Shubiao took a deep breath. "Place your feet on the starting blocks. There is only one goal. On your marks, get set, bang." When the gunshots rang out, everyone rushed out like wild horses. Pan Shubiao's feet were as fast as the wind, and he rushed straight to the finish line like an arrow shot from a bow. Before everyone could react, Pan Shubiao had already crossed the finish line. 6.77 seconds. The physical education teacher at the finish line looked at the electric timer and announced the time of the first place. Only the first place deserves to be announced. Pan Shubiao felt that the score was not bad, but it was still not his fastest speed. Students from Class 8 gathered around him, both boys and girls, and offered drinks to the boss. However, Pan Shubiao is also a track and field athlete, and this result really deserves the title of athlete. Lin Mo stood on the side of the road and watched. He was not surprised by these things. It was a similar situation in his previous life, except that Pan Shubiao still lost to another person in Class 1. Finally got the runner-up. Compared to boys, girls are not that intense. So Class 8 had no chance of winning the 50-meter girls race. Zhang Yunla signed up for the 100-meter and 200-meter races, but it wasn't her turn yet. However, many 100-meter runners have already started warming up. When Lin Mo returned to the base camp, he saw that Zhang Yunlu had returned to stretch. "Didn't you go get gas?" They lost in the preliminaries, so they came back. Zhang Yunlu wouldn't go to see whether Lin Mo was participating in the boys' competition. "I just came back to stretch and prepare for the next 100-meter race." While stretching her muscles, Zhang Yunlu looked at Lin Mo. "Will you come and cheer me on later?" "Meeting." Lin Mo nodded. Suddenly, there were noises everywhere in the base camp. "Lin Mo, can you come and see me while I run the 800 meters? A female man looked at Lin Mo pretending to be shy. "It depends." The female man curled her lips and said, "If you don't want to look, then don't look. What's the point of looking at it? Can't you just lie to us and coax us?" Lin Mo curled his lips. No matter what he said, people would make a fuss, so he just kept it ambiguous. "Maybe I actually went to see it." At this time, Geng Xiao came back from outside. As soon as she came back, she said to Lin Mo, "Can you pass me a bottle of drink? Running is so difficult." Geng Xiao participated in the 50-meter dash and was eliminated in the first round. because Gang Xiao knew very well that if he did not sign up he would be drafted, and the 50-meter race was the easiest, he might as well lose the first round of the 50-meter race and withdraw. Seeing Gang Xiao coming, the other girls didn't talk much to Gang Xiao. After all, girls can clearly distinguish green tea. Just like male green tea, boys can also clearly tell the difference. But Lin Mo still picked up a bottle of drink and handed it over. "Thank you," Gang Xiao called out sweetly. The other girls looked at her with disgust. On the other hand, Zhang Yunle seemed very calm, because she knew that Lin Mo had no feelings for Gang Xiao, and even looked at him as a clown. So she didn't care about Gang Xiao's approach, because no matter how close he got, it would be futile. Then Gang Xiao twisted the bottle cap pretending to be weak. "Oh, I can't open it. Lin Mo, can you help me open it?" Lin Mo pretended not to hear and looked outside. The female man next to him snatched Gang Xiao's drink, decisively unscrewed the bottle cap and handed it back. "Drink it, it's open." Others also secretly said well done. Seeing this, Gang Xiao picked up the bottle and took a sip. "But for some reason, I choked and started coughing violently." This was of course Lin Mo's work, letting the green tea choke here so that it wouldn't continue to bother him. Thinking of this, Lin Mo walked outside. The 50-meter sprint race ended quickly. As expected, Pan Shubiao lost this time. The opponent was just slightly faster than him. However, Pan Shubiao was not unhappy. Instead, he walked up to the first place and said, as expected, "I still can't outrun you. In 3 years, I will definitely beat you." The first place winner was obviously more impressive, as he was the challenged one after all. So, he sipped his sports drink and said with a smile, "I'll wait and see. I've also signed up for the 100m and 200m races." "Me too, I'll beat you next time." Lin Mo looked at these declarations and couldn't help but think of the next 3 years, when Pan Shubiao had beaten him very few times. Pan Shubiao also has a nickname, Eternal Second. But I heard that they later went to the same school and lived in the same dormitory. I don't know what happened in the end. This story takes a bit of an odd turn. Women's 100-meter race. Zhang Yunle was in the second group. She put on her number plate, looked around, and finally saw Lin Mo on the side of the runway. Then he waved happily in the direction of Lin Mo. Unlike men's running competitions, there aren't many girls watching the races. But when it comes to women's races, there are quite a few boys who come to watch quietly. After all, they are all young people who are just beginning to fall in love, and many boys want to see how the person they like runs, or just want to look at the beautiful women. Zhang Yunle's appearance is enough to attract a large number of people to watch the game, but she took the initiative to greet Lin Mo. The people in Class 8 are used to it. "Everyone, take your positions. Preparation." Bang! The girls also rushed out, although much slower than the boys, but it was very entertaining. Zhang Yunle took the lead, and her running posture and speed were much faster than other girls. 14.30 seconds. Zhang Yunle indeed has very good sports nerves. Running under 14 seconds is already faster than most ordinary girls. She even runs faster than some boys. After crossing the finish line, Zhang Yunle ran towards Lin Mo immediately. "What do you think? I'm awesome, right?" The girl was panting, and Lin Mo handed the drink to her. "Great, great. Let's take a break first before drinking." Yeah, the girl's sweet and submissive look made the other boys grit their teeth in anger. The girl leaned against Lin Mo and whispered in his ear, "I'm telling you, I'm still holding back. I can go even faster later." "Oh, you're good at hiding your abilities, you're worthy of being a young lady. You're going to die." Zhang Yunle gently hit Lin Mo's shoulder. In fact, Lin Mo had already noticed that Zhang Yunle was most afraid of being called miss because it would make her seem distant. As the preliminaries continued, Zhang Yunle pulled the ring and drank the red horse. When she took the first sip, she suddenly remembered something. Then he said in Gang Xiao's artificial voice, "Hey, Lin Mo, can you help me pull the pull ring? Running is so hard." "Very good, your weird skills are only 1/10 of mine." Lin Mo smiled, "Drink if you want." "Tisk, why didn't you say it just now?" Zhang Yunle rolled her eyes at Lin Mo, then drank the whole red horse in her hand in one gulp. "That's different." Zhang Yunle's eyes widened immediately. "What's different?" "She's shameless." Zhang Yunle felt a little happier after hearing Lin Mo's words. At this time, Zhang Yunle suddenly spoke. "So what project did Xia Yuling sign up for?" "She didn't report anything. She has always been cold-tempered and would never be drafted into the army." "How do you know so much?" Zhang Yunle asked. Lin Mo shrugged, "Because I have a mouth." At this time, Lin Mo could use his spiritual sense to see that although Xia Yuling did not participate in any events, she was also copying the cheering script like Chu Miao Miao. Those who signed up basically didn't even get to their projects, they all ran out to have fun. You can basically go to school except for the school gate, which is closed. In addition to football, people are playing basketball on the basketball court, in the basketball hall and in the badminton hall. Zhang Yunli didn't ask any more questions. Just enough. In her opinion, Xia Yuling is her biggest opponent. Even Chu Miao Miao, who is in the same class, does not seem to be in such great danger to her. The two returned to base camp. Chu Miao Miao already had a pile of notes written on her hand, but she still wrote. Seeing this, Lin Mo walked over. Don't you want to take a break? You've written so much. Chu Miao Miao was stunned for a moment, then said oh twice before putting down the pen and rubbing her wrist. There were at least dozens of messages on the table, each with about 20 words, plus the ones that had been sent out before. Chu Miao Miao probably wrote about 1 or 2,000 words by hand. Lin Mo frowned. Besides you, I remember there were other people who wanted to copy this. Chu Miao Miao looked around and shook her head. I don't know where they went. As he spoke, Chu Miao Miao took out 2 pieces of paper from his pocket. You're going to participate in the 5,000-meter race, and I wrote 2 for you myself. What Chu Miao Miao meant by this was that she did not copy those cheering scripts but came up with them on her own. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but reach out and touch Chu Miao Miao's head. As expected of you, my little writer. Chu Miao Miao squinted her eyes comfortably, like a kitten waiting to be petted. From a distance, Zhang Yunlu unknowingly raised Chu Miao Miao's danger level. After a while, the finals were about to begin. Zhang Yunlu didn't tell Lin Mo, and walked to the starting point alone, feeling a little depressed. Lin Mo, you are such a fickle bastard. Zhang Yunlu was filled with annoyance. He should know, he should be very clear. Since so many people like him, why should I like him? It is very clear that Zhang Yunlu likes Lin Mo, but she cannot accept the girl who stays with Lin Mo. The fact that Lin Mo rejected Gang Xiao shows that he is a person who knows how to say no. But he would not reject Xia Yuling and Chu Miao Miao. This was what she couldn't accept. With all sorts of thoughts in her mind, Zhang Yunlu stepped onto the starting blocks. Bang! Zhang Yunlu only heard a gunshot. Everyone else rushed out before Zhang Yunlu finally reacted. She was at least half a second slow. How so? She obviously wanted to win, so why was she so absent-minded? Zhang Yunlu began to speed up. I don't know what it is, but Zhang Yunlu was very annoyed. She was slightly behind, but she couldn't even catch up with the person in front. Are they all that awesome? No, I'm awesome too. The power of not giving up is engraved in Zhang Yunlu's heart. But the more impatient you are, the more distance seems to separate you. Looking at the growing gap, Zhang Yunlu felt like she was flying. No, it seems like I'm going to fall. Zhang Yunlu could feel as if she had tripped herself. So I'm going to fly. That's good. If I get injured, I won't have to play badminton with Lin Mo anymore. It's funny to think about it. In the beginning, I was the one who pestered Lin Mo to participate in the badminton competition, but now I want to give up. Just give up. Maybe I don't have as much perseverance as my aunt said, it's just a momentary liking. Zhang Yunlu closed her eyes, unable to bear watching herself fall to the ground. Just then, a figure rushed out from the side of the runway. In just a moment, he picked up Zhang Yunlu who was about to fall to the ground. The onlookers around had not yet reacted, but the person who was about to fall to the ground had already been picked up. But someone instantly recognized who that figure was. But Zhang Yunlu did not fall to the ground. She closed her eyes tightly and felt someone picking her up. The heart is beating. She cautiously opened her eyes, only to see a familiar jawline. It's Lin Mo. Lin Mo put her on the grass beside the runway. He reached out and tapped her lightly on the head. Just run, why are you still thinking about random things? Looking at Lin Mo's expression, all the thoughts in Zhang Yunlu's mind immediately disappeared. Give up, I won't give up. When Zhang Yunlu was put down, the game was over. 12.23 seconds. There is always someone better than you. That's a female student who practices track and field. It's quite good for a female student to achieve this result. Lin Mo patted Zhang Yunlu's head. Why would a badminton player like you compete with a track and field athlete? Zhang Yunlu lowered her head and stammered, I didn't. You haven't even taken off yet, let's go back to base camp and rest for a while. The two walked towards the base camp. The girls who were watching only started shouting, no the scholar after Lin Mo left. Wow, that's awesome. If a guy came to my rescue like that, I'd definitely love him to death. Oh, do you think that girl wouldn't love him to death? That's Lin Mo, he has good grades and can fight. Who wouldn't love him to death? But that girl is also very pretty. Even though she runs a little slower, it's important to look good. As for the boys, fuck, Lin Mo is so awesome. He ran over and picked up the girl without even slowing down. The moment I reacted, the girl was picked up. Otherwise, I'm afraid she would have fallen to the ground. Are you thinking about how great it would be if you were the one holding that female classmate? Hee hee, you guessed it right. That girl is really pretty. She seems to be the class belle of class 8. Although Lin Mo had already walked far away, he could still hear it all clearly. As for Zhang Yunlu, she kept her head down. After returning to the base camp, Lin Mo asked Zhang Yunlu to sit down and rest. The other female students from Class 8 who came to cheer for Zhang Yunlu also came back one after another. Wang Qin had originally wanted to go up to Zhang Yunlu and show concern for her when she first saw her on the runway, but seeing Lin Mo beside him, he was too lazy to break up their solitude, so they went straight back to the base camp. Everyone began to care about Zhang Yunlu's situation. There is actually a lot of free time throughout the day, and the school does not even prohibit the blatant use of mobile phones to take photos. So many people do their own things. Some people took the opportunity to roll up their sleeves, while others took a lot of people to a secluded corner to play Three Kingdoms Kill. Some people even climbed over the wall to leave the school. The school gate was not opened until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The students filed out. Lin Mo and Xia Yuling walked slowly behind. The most important thing is that there is a Chu Miao Miao following behind them. Chu Miao Miao will be home late today. It would have been fine for her to have evening self-study, but the school sports would prevent her from having evening self-study, so Chu Linchen entrusted Chu Miao Miao to Lin Mo. Chu Miao Miao naturally had to follow Lin Mo home and wait for Chu Linchen to come back to pick him up and then send him out. However, Chu Miao Miao was obviously already quite familiar with Xia Yuling, but the two of them were like netizens meeting in person. They didn't say much and were standing one in front of the other, like strangers. Instead, it was Lin Mo who led the way. When they walked downstairs, Xia Yuling took the initiative to speak. "Why don't you just come to my house for dinner? My mom also cooked Lin Mo's meal, so adding one more person should be no problem." Lin Mo thought about it and felt that it was okay. When he looked at Chu Miao Miao just nodded timidly. "I'll go buy some roast meat. You take her upstairs first." After saying that, Lin Mo walked straight towards the inner street. Xia Yuling nodded and said, "Let me see if my mother has cooked. If not, I can cook more." Chu Miao Miao looked at Lin Mo's back as he walked away, then turned to look at Xia Yuling, and finally followed Xia Yuling upstairs. Zheng Yuan was extremely happy to have her classmates come to visit. It has been a long time since her daughter made friends, especially friends of the same sex. Although the girl looks timid, you can tell at a glance that she is very polite. After returning home, Xia Yuling completely let go. She walked over to Chu Miao Miao and sat down next to her, handing her the washed mangosteen. Mangosteen is in season now. Chu Miao Miao was stunned for a moment. "Is this mangosteen?" A round, dark purple fruit was placed in front of Chu Miao Miao. Chu Miao Miao picked it up, rubbed it for a while, then opened her mouth and prepared to take a bite. Hey, what are you doing?" Xia Yuling didn't expect that Chu Miao Miao had never eaten mangosteen, so she stopped her immediately. He quickly snatched the mangosteen from Chu Miao Miao's hand and broke it open with force. Just break it open and the white flesh inside is revealed. Yes, the mangosteen I ate before looked like this. So the mangosteen is wrapped inside? It can be seen that Chu Miao Miao is also well protected. But that's normal. You can only understand life experience through personal experience or someone's guidance. Lin Mo was standing at the door at this time. He didn't expect Chu Miao Miao to be so lacking in common sense, but it seemed normal. It's like there are some nanny-level tutorials online that teach you how to take the high-speed rail for the first time, the subway for the first time, the plane for the first time, and the bus for the first time. Videos like these can actually make up for the lack of many life experiences. What may seem normal to many people may be unfamiliar to some. At the right time, Lin Mo knocked on the door. Xia Yuling was not in a hurry to open the door. She just carefully reminded Chu Miao Miao, "There are seeds in this fruit pulp. Don't swallow it." Chu Miao Miao nodded repeatedly. Only then did Xia Yuling get up and open the door. After opening the door, Lin Mo walked into the kitchen carrying the chopped roast meat. Aunt Zheng's voice came from the kitchen. "Oh, there must be enough food, you young man." Lin Mo walked out of the kitchen, picked up a mangosteen and broke it open. Xia Yuling stared at Lin Mo intently. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Lin Mo asked unhappily. "I'm afraid you'll just pick it up and chew it." "Hey, I'm not a little idiot, how could I just pick it up and chew it?" After saying that, Lin Mo looked at Chu Miao Miao who lowered her head. "So, someone must have picked it up and chewed it directly. Let me guess who it was." "It's too hard to guess." Chu Miao Miao lowered her head, her face completely red. She ate the flesh of the mangosteen in small bites. "After eating one, I plan to take the second one and try to see if I could break it apart." After prying it open with force, a look of joy appeared on his face. She raised her head and looked at Xia Yuling and Lin Mo. "Lift up the mangosteen that was broken open in your hand. The meaning is obvious. Look, I split the mangosteen, how awesome I am." "Awesome, really good." Lin Mo picked up the mangosteen from Chu Miao Miao's hand and destroyed it without any hesitation. "Hey, it's time to eat. Don't eat so much fruit, it takes up space in your stomach. Fruit before meals." Lin Mo added. "Don't give me that." I've only heard of fruit after a meal. Xia Yuling went to get the dishes and chopsticks, while Lin Mo started to spread out newspapers so that it would be easier to clean up later. Only Chu Miao Miao looked at the remaining mangostines, wondering whether she should break them off as well. Zhang family. As soon as Zhang Yunlu returned home, Zhang Chengshan came out of the kitchen wearing an apron. Nanan, take a rest and drink some juice. Dinner will be served soon. Zhang Yunlu replied sweetly, then sat in the living room and turned on the TV. Rich people watch TV too. There was a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice on the table. It was obvious that Zhang Chengshan had already calculated the time when his daughter would come back. When Zhang Chengshan came out with the plates, he said, "Go and call your aunt to get up and eat. Auntie hasn't gotten up yet." "Hey, you don't know who she is?" Zhang Yunlu got up and knocked on the door. After knocking many times, the door was finally opened. The woman in the silk nightgown looked at Zhang Yunlu sleepily. "Xiao Yunlu is back. Did I sleep that long today?" Zhang Qinjiao scratched his head. Zhang Yunlu smiled and said, "I don't have to go to evening self-study today. Aunt, please clean up quickly. It's time for dinner." Zhang Qinjiao yawned, nodded, and went to wash up. Soon the three of them sat at the dinner table. Zhang Chengshan picked up some food for Zhang Yunlu and asked, "Did you have fun at the school sports meet today?" Zhang Yunlu said in frustration, "I thought I was fast at running the 100 meters, but it turns out those track and field athletes are much faster than me. Of course, I'm going to rely on this to make a living in the future, and it's also my talent. But it's a school sports meet, and having fun is the most important thing." Zhang Qinjiao, who was holding a dish, comforted her in the tone of someone who had experienced it. But at this moment, Zhang Yunlu was still thinking about the feeling of her heart beating faster when she was picked up. "It seems much faster than running. Let's eat." "What are you thinking about?" Zhang Qinjiao waved his hand in front of Zhang Yunlu. Zhang Yunlu shook her head. "I'm still thinking about running, but that's all done for today." She had originally signed up for the 200-meter race and beat ordinary athletes but not track and field athletes. But Lin Mo still watched the whole thing. She felt that Lin Mo cared about her a little, but how much? But her intuition told her that if she confessed her feelings now, Lin Mo would definitely reject her. Zhang Qinjiao could see that his niece was worried, but it was better not to show it in front of Aniai-chan. Otherwise, judging by his brother's character, he would probably hire someone to kill that boy. So after dinner, Zhang Qinjiao didn't go out, but went straight into Zhang Yunlu's room. "Auntie, what's the matter?" There are quite a few books on Zhang Yunlu's desk, all of which are reference books for study. "Studying, Xiao Yunlu. Well, my results in the last monthly exam were still a little bit low. I think I need to work harder." "That's not necessary. If you choose science, just focus on science subjects." But I want to be closer to him." "You want to get closer to him." Zhang Qinjiao chuckled. Zhang Yunlu suddenly turned her head and looked at her aunt. "Aunt, can you read minds?" "There's no need to read your mind. I've thought about what you're thinking, little girl. Don't forget, I once had a crush on a top student." In fact, Zhang Qinjiao had been paying attention to Lin Mo's situation, and was indeed surprised that Lin Mo got the second place in the school. This result is even better than her academic master. But now, she cares more about her niece's situation. "Tell me, what happened today?" Hearing Zhang Qinjiao ask this, Zhang Yunlu took a deep breath. She hasn't contacted Zhou Yubai for a long time. Ever since she was dumped that day, she has fallen into a state of self-abandonment. Zhang Yunlu felt that she was a rational person and naturally did not want to be dragged into the vortex. Therefore, she didn't have many people to whom she could freely confide her thoughts. "Fortunately, my aunt is one of them. Actually, I wanted to give up on him today." Zhang Qinjiao raised an eyebrow. "If you want it, then you don't have it." "Well, no. Today, when I was running the 100 meters, my heart was in a mess. Just when I was about to give up on him, I tripped and fell, but he rushed out and picked me up." Hearing this, Zhang Qinjiao could imagine that scene. "Then you'll love him to death." Hearing this, Zhang Yunlu's face suddenly turned red. "No, not really. I just feel I can hold on a little longer. I think I see some hope." As expected of someone who has been through this, the summary is spot on. But Zhang Yunlu raised her head slightly. "Actually, I think you should at least confess before deciding whether to give up." "Well, you're after an answer, but you don't dare, do you?" Zhang Qinjiao discussed Zhang Yunlu's ideas as if they were peers. "Then why don't you just confess? Maybe he'll choose you." Zhang Yunlu shook her head. "Because I feel like if I confess, he'll reject me, or rather, he'll reject anyone who confesses, and he doesn't even care if we leave." "Oh, a woman's sixth sense. If you feel this way, then it's probably true. But I still say that you are still young, so I don't recommend it." Zhang Yunlu pursed her lips. In fact, she had never thought about falling in love. "Just call me the dividing line . After finishing his meal, Lin Mo patted his butt. I'll leave Chu Meow Meow at your house first. I'll come up after his mother calls. Girls should play with girls more, otherwise it's not good to be too introverted. So Lin Mo took the initiative to go downstairs, returned to the rental house and started to read international news and play a few games. The game mentioned here is not League of Legends, but Landlords. Can you kill me in 1 second with just 17 cards? Airplane. 640,000 happy beans evaporated in an instant. Gaia. Lin Mo was playing cards when his cell phone rang. It was a message. There's a name and an address on it. After reading it, Lin Mo deleted the message and continued playing cards. I kept calling until Chu Linchen's phone rang. Hello, Sister Chu. I'm here to pick up Meow Meow. Do you want to go have a midnight snack with us? No need, Meow Meow is playing at my landlord's house. I'll bring her down. Okay, I'll wait for you at the intersection. After hanging up the phone, Lin Mo opened the door and went upstairs. After ringing the doorbell, Aunt Zheng opened the door. Lin Mo walked into the living room and saw that Chu Meow Meow and Xia Yuling were not there, so he shouted directly towards Xia Yuling's room. The mother is going to pick up her child. Teacher Xia, please take the child out for a while. Then the door opened and Chu Meow Meow walked out with red eyes. Lin Mo took one look and said to Xia Yuling, "Are you bullying a child?" Xia Yuling punched Lin Mo softly, then pulled Chu Meow Meow, "Meow Meow, this is a secret between you and me, you can't tell Lin Mo." Chu Meow Meow nodded vigorously and wiped her eye circles with a tissue. "I won't tell him. This is a secret between us sisters." Okay, you actually wanted to hide it from me, Immortal Lin. I'll search your soul when we get downstairs. There was actually no soul search. Even Lin Mo didn't ask about their secrets. After all, he wasn't really a pervert who always placed his spiritual consciousness in girls' rooms. Xia Yuling also went downstairs. When you walk to the intersection outside, you can see the car Chu Linchen is driving. Xia Yuling went up and said hello. Hello, Sister Chu. Although in Xia Yuling's eyes, Chu Linchen is Chu Meow Meow's mother, she knows what to call her better. Chu Meow Meow looked at Xia Yuling, then at her mother. For a moment, something was stuck in her throat and she couldn't say it. Okay, get in the car. From now on, we'll talk our own way. Xia Yuling calls your mom sister, and you call Xia Yuling sister. You continue to call your mom mom. Ha! Chu Linchen knew what was going on as soon as she heard it and couldn't help laughing. From now on, I'll have to ask you to take care of Meow Meow. I've been too protective of her, and she might be a little naive. Lin Mo waved his hand. It's okay, raise her as your daughter. Thank you very much. After saying that, Chu Linchen stepped on the accelerator and drove out. Only Lin Mo and Xia Yuling were left standing on the side of the road. So, what were you talking about just now? You even made the kid cry. It's just true love for true love. After saying that, Xia Yuling put her hands behind her back and turned to leave. Hey, reveal something. Xia Yuling just didn't look back. Humph, I don't really want to hear it. Come on, you're really pretending. Walking on the road, Xia Yuling's mouth curled up. The sports meet the next day arrived as scheduled, but Zhang Yunlo had already completed her project and was sitting in the base camp. As for Lin Mo's race, he only had one 5,000-meter race, which was scheduled for the second half of the morning. The first half of the afternoon was spent on javelin and shot put. Then came the finals of badminton and football. The basketball final and tug-of-war will be held tomorrow. It seems that every school sports meet has tug-of-war, a sport that is carried out collectively by the whole class. Finally, there is the entrance ceremony and award ceremony. Lin Mo is very familiar with this process. There was nothing to do in the morning, so Lin Mo even went to the rooftop to practice. After completing the recent daily tasks, the system has given more advanced elixirs. The spiritual energy in his body is rapidly condensing. It is estimated that the golden elixir is just around the corner. But just as he walked onto the rooftop, he found that the door to the rooftop was open and a hint of smoke wafted through the air. Lin Mo frowned. Going up to the rooftop to smoke would be a more serious crime if he was caught. He opened his spiritual sense and saw through the crack in the door that a group of men and women were smoking on the rooftop. They seemed to be students from G2 G3. It's no wonder that many people choose to smoke because of stress. After all, nicotine has the effect of lowering blood pressure. Lin Mo thought about it and was about to turn around and leave. After all, the air on the rooftop is already polluted. Just then, someone outside spoke. Have you heard? Someone was hacked to death on the street outside the school. Someone was hacked to death? Lin Mo stopped. As far as he could remember, this kind of thing had never happened before. I've heard of this before, but it's not the street outside. It's the row of bungalows 2 streets away. I've never heard of that. Lin Mo didn't remember anything like this happening before, and there was no news about it. But thinking about the news about the exercises in his previous life, Lin Mo no longer believed the news. But he was still quite interested in this matter. I heard that a little kid stabbed his gambling-addicted father to death in his sleep. That kid is truly miserable. He usually lives with his grandmother. It turns out that he has a father who is addicted to gambling, a mother who runs away, a grandmother who picks up trash, and a broken man. However, if a child does this, it won't be a big deal. At most, he will be locked up for education for 2 years and then released. That's not right. I heard that the child's grandmother was also stabbed to death, and the child ran away. No one knows where he went. Lin Mo listened to a few more sentences and then stopped listening. The following words are all speculations and rumors. The reason why 3 people make a tiger is simply because a small insect can become a big insect after passing through the mouths of 3 people. Lin Mo went down the stairs, and just as he reached the next floor, he saw the principal Li Yan, who was on patrol. Li Yan saw Lin Mo coming down from upstairs, but did not walk over. Instead, he watched Lin Mo gradually go down the stairs, then he looked at the stairs leading to the rooftop and walked up. Seeing this scene with his spiritual consciousness, Lin Mo couldn't help but shook his head and smiled. Seniors, wish yourselves the best. Back in the classroom, Shwezigi was studying. The race he participated in had already ended. Seeing Lin Mo coming back into the classroom, he asked, "Did you finish running?" "It hasn't started yet, you really have to write a paper." "We are running happily, and you are writing a paper here." Lin Mo took a look at the test paper. It was the Mathematical Olympiad test paper. "I was trying to keep up with you." "Okay, write down the wrong questions in your notebook and I'll give you some guidance later." Shwezigi didn't feel embarrassed or humiliated at all, because he knew that Lin Mo really intended to teach him, because teaching others is actually a way of learning. This Feynman learning method is very effective, and Shwezigi has also used it. It's just that this learning method is more inclined to consolidate the knowledge learned, while new knowledge still needs to be learned normally. After wandering around the class for a while, Lin Mo saw Li Yan dragging the seniors who were smoking downstairs. They all looked dejected, obviously having been caught red-handed, but at most they will be punished. At this time, Fang Jun and others came back panting. They were running a 4x400-meter relay, and running 400 m at full speed was indeed tiring. "Lao Mo, I'm almost exhausted. I shouldn't have reported this earlier." But soon, Fang Jun recovered. "When I came up just now, I saw Flathead had captured several G2 players. Do you know what happened?" Lin Mo raised his hand. They were smoking on the rooftop, and Li Yan went up to catch them. "Oh my, that's terrible. Why don't you go to the bathroom and smoke?" And Yuexin, who was also participating in the relay, thought for a moment and said, "Maybe it's because there are girls and they can't go to the women's restroom." It makes sense to think this way. After a while, the announcement came, "Students participating in the 5000 m event, please go to the playground and prepare." Everyone looked at Lin Mo. "It's your turn, Lao Mo. We'll go with you." Lin Mo waved his hand. "It's only 5000 meters, what's so exciting about it? Jogging 5000 meters is easy, but racing is different. Adjusting the speed is very important." Then Lin Mo and others went downstairs in a mighty procession. Even Shwezigi followed behind. The result was that they met Li Yan on the way, who looked at Lin Mo and others with a fierce face. "What are you doing?" Fang Jun stepped forward first. "Lin Mo is going to run the 5000 meters, we need to cheer him on." It was a very good reason, and Li Yan also recognized Lin Mo. He could only nod. "Well, then do your best." "Wow, I'm so scared. The Flathead still puts so much pressure on people." Fang Jun patted his chest, looking like he had survived a disaster. "What are you afraid of? We didn't do anything wrong." And Yuexin complained. That being said, the dean's control over students is 200% even stronger than the homeroom teacher. When we arrived at the playground, registration and sign-in had already begun. After Lin Mo signed in, he received a number tag, fastened it with a pin and started to prepare. Zhang Yunla ran over at some point, and Lin Mo also saw Xia Yuling and Chu Miao Miao standing at the edge of the runway. But the 2 introverted girls did not come over. Zhang Yunla glanced over there and then walked over with a red horse drink. "Drink before running?" Lin Mo took it, opened the pull ring and started drinking. Zhang Yunlu took the empty can. "Leave it to me, next, come on, she looks like a good wife." Lin Mo nodded, and after a whistle, he came to the runway. Because of the special nature of the 5000-meter race, it can basically be completed in one go. Only one person will sign up for each class. So there were 20 people crammed onto the entire runway. However, since Lin Mo was standing in the middle, no one would come out to squeeze him. After all, they all knew Lin Mo's reputation. More people are vying for a spot in the inner circle. And Lin Mo always remained in the middle position. "On your marks. Ready. Bang." Some people rushed out like an arrow, while others maintained their speed. Looking at the boy who was leading half a lap quickly, many people couldn't help laughing. Accelerated running is much faster, but your physical strength will also be consumed quickly. Because in a 5,000-meter race, you basically only start exerting your strength at the very end. Most people are prepared. Lin Nemo was thinking about the 5,000-meter record. He had checked before, and 18 minutes was considered a passing score, while 17 to 16 minutes was considered a level 3 athlete. 16 to 14 minutes is considered a second-level athlete. So Lin Mo just needs to keep his time within the range of a second-level athlete, maybe even a little longer. After all, my opponents are ordinary people. There were no track and field athletes competing in the 5,000-meter race. As the cannon fired, a voice came from the podium. Lin Mo is so heroic on the field, giving it his all and fighting for Class 8. Go, go, go. Lin Mo still had the leisure to listen to the broadcast. It could be seen that the current cheering scripts were very stable, unlike the cheering scripts for school sports meets in later generations, which were more abstract than the other. What do you mean you are on top and I am on the bottom? I am your eternal XX. What's your salt and my vinegar? Chaoshan people pay attention to rice in pots and broken bowls. Lin Mo's acceleration was very steady, and he easily surpassed the second place and became the second place. At this time, the first place is still in the lead, but the distance is shortening at a speed visible to the naked eye. After 2 laps, the two were running side by side. Seeing Lin Mo appear from the outer circle, the leading boy seemed to suddenly breathe a sigh of relief and began to breathe heavily. In fact, this is why he did not conserve his strength. So his speed gradually slowed down, and he was caught up by one person after another. It fell from first place to 5th or 6th place. Come on, Lin Mo. Come on, Lin Mo. Lin Mo ran to Xia Yuling and Chu Miao Miao again. The two of them were no longer reserved, but became much more enthusiastic. I don't know if it was affected by the emotions or the atmosphere. However, Lin Mo saw Zhang Yunlu on the other side. It may also be that he was stimulated by Zhang Yunlu. Lin Mo ran very fast, but he also used his spiritual sense to pay attention to the stopwatch in the scoring teacher's hand. At the current speed, the time can be controlled within 15 minutes. Lin Mo was not particularly fast, but he had already opened up a distance of 50 meters between him and the second group. This doesn't seem very far, but it is actually very far to the spectators on the roadside. But everyone knows that the last 200 meters is the time to accelerate. The track of Guangba is 400 meters, so 5,000 meters means running 12.5 laps. After the 12 laps, everyone started to speed up. Even Lin Mo is the same, the finish line has been drawn. Everyone looked at Lin Mo, who was in the lead and was still accelerating. The distance between me and the people behind me is getting farther and farther. At this moment, a girl suddenly rushed out from nowhere. She ran towards Lin Mo, stood in front of him, and shouted, "Come on, Lin Mo. What the hell? Who is this? What an idiot." Lin Mo stepped on the 7 stars, easily avoided the girl, and continued to run towards the finish line. The girl was also stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that Lin Mo could avoid her so easily. Fuck, get out of the way. Lin Mo dodged it, but the second person behind him didn't and bumped into him. The girl flew out with a baiu. The second one was also knocked to the ground. Everyone else gave up their seats, and the second person instantly became the last one. When he got up, Lin Mo had already reached the finish line. 15 minutes and 03. The teacher looked at the electrical tester and nodded seriously. That's a fantastic result. Lin Mo reached the finish line, slowly slowed down, and then walked forward slowly. Zhang Daming, who was also nearby, walked over. Yes, keep walking and breathe slowly. Lin Mo nodded and pretended to be very tired and took a breath, then turned around and looked behind him. What's going on? I don't know. Zhang Daming shook his head. Every year at the school sports meet, there are accidents caused by people crossing the track. But something seems wrong this time. At this time, the people from Class 8 rushed over, and Fang Jun had a gloomy face. The second place is from Class 17, and that female student is also from Class 17. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell what is going on. But I didn't expect that the girl from Class 17 would actually ruin her own class's second place result. Fang Jun took a deep breath and said, "I'll go get some more information." On the contrary, and Yuexin couldn't help but admire, "Master Mo, that turn you just made was so cool. I closed my eyes when I did that spin and jump." "I'm not a dancer, shut up." Lin Mo almost wanted to grab in Yuexin's mouth and manually silence her. The 5,000-meter incident did not end there, because the story of the second-place winner and that girl was quickly publicized. It was probably Fang Jun's work. With his loudspeaker nature, he quickly spread the news. However, Lin Mo could actually guess that if they blocked him, the second place would still have a chance, but they didn't expect that they would end up making things worse. During this process, Lin Mo did not use any magical powers. When Lin Mo returned to the base camp and sat down, Fang Jun, who spread the news, also came back. He sat down angrily, opened a bottle of iced cola, and drank it in big gulps. That Huang Slin really hasn't sent the red horse yet. I'm going to the forum tonight to deal with him. How can he be so shameless? No one cared much about the javelin and shot put competitions in the afternoon, but Lin Mo easily won the first place. Don't think that other classes have sent fat people to play, but in fact, the heavier the competition, the more intense it is. Lin Mo spent 2 days learning the standard posture, showing that he was very good at it, and then he threw a score that was lower than the record but still got first place. In this way, Lin Mo won first place in all 3 projects. This made Zhang Daming couldn't help but ask, Lin Mo, you should actually be a sports student, right? But Lin Mo shook his head. The path of an athlete is too short and doesn't mean much to me. Besides, I don't want to be injured when I'm old. Which athlete who has reached a certain level doesn't have 1 or 2 occupational diseases? I have to get injections at every turn. Of course, this is just Lin Mo's excuse. Thinking of Lin Mo's achievements, Zhang Daming did not insist on persuading him. After all, as a physical education teacher, he actually has many hidden injuries left from his youth. If his academic performance had been as good as Lin Mo's before, he would most likely not have chosen the path of sports. Unless you really have a dream about a certain sport. After saying hello, Lin Mo turned around and walked towards the badminton hall. The badminton final is about to begin. Women's singles and men's singles will be played at the same time, and mixed doubles will be played after the break. Many people from Class 8 have already rushed to the badminton hall. After all, it was the final, and everyone knew that Zhang Yunlu participated in the women's singles badminton. So at this moment, everyone is watching around. As Lin Mo walked up the stairs, he heard someone shouting, Lin Mo is here. Zhang Yunlu on the field was distracted by this and actually lost a ball. Zhang Yunlu, who lost the ball, immediately searched for Lin Mo everywhere, and soon she found Lin Mo in the crowd. Wang Senling, who was standing opposite, looked at Zhang Yunlu looking around and couldn't help but shout coldly, Zhang Yunlu, when will you be willing to fight me seriously? Lin Mo glanced at the score and found that the difference was not that big. The two could be said to be evenly matched. But Zhang Yunlu glanced at Lin Mo at this time. We can start now. It seemed that she could only enter combat mode when Lin Mo was around. But Wang Senling glanced at Lin Mo and sneered. The noble princess is actually a love-brained person. You ignored so many people who liked you before, but now you are eagerly liking someone else. I am really disappointed. Wang Senling served the ball with a backhand, and after Zhang Yunlu lobbed the ball high, she suddenly jumped up and smashed it with one hand. Wang Senling is a girl with short hair, but she has long legs and strong jumping ability. The high-altitude smash is very fast. Zhang Yunlu took a deep breath. She had been having Lin Mo give her special training during this period of time. Wang Senling used to be Zhang Yunlu's rival in other schools, but I didn't expect that she also came to Guangba, and the two met again in the school team. Her record with Wang Senling can be said to be 50-50. That's why she wanted Lin Mo to play mixed doubles with her, just to have a backup. But now she doesn't think she will lose. Wang Senling picked up the falling badminton again and jumped up to smash it, but it was still blocked by Zhang Yunlu. Smashing the ball is certainly fun, but it depletes your energy really quickly. Zhang Yunlu was just conserving her energy so that the opponent could consume it quickly. There is a sport that is very similar to badminton, and that is tennis. This old sport, which originated in the 12th century, is actually more casual than it appears. Although the net is heavier than the racket, badminton actually has a higher volume of motion. Because badminton involves more short-distance sprints, sudden stops, and jumps, this short amount of exercise requires a faster speed and will also add more burden to the body in a short period of time. Wang Senling didn't expect that she couldn't defeat Zhang Yunlu even after 2 consecutive smashes. She also knew she had to conserve her energy, so she also hit a high lob. But Zhang Yunlu also jumped up and smashed the ball. The ball fell, but Wang Senling didn't catch it at all. The only way to defeat martial arts in the world is speed. The students in Class 8 cheered. Zhang Yunlu smiled and said, actually, that was just a warm-up. Now I'll show you the results of my special training. The so-called special training is naturally Lin Mo's feeding of the ball. Even if Zhang Yunlu continues to become stronger, Lin Mo will always be stronger than her. So under Lin Mo's training, Zhang Yunlu's ball skills improved by leaps and bounds. When she faced her former opponent again, she could feel that the odds were 64 or 73. Lin Mo stood aside with his arms folded, watching, and his spiritual sense also swept over the men's singles competition in another venue. However, Huang Slin was not in the men's singles competition, so he was probably eliminated early. Of course, Huang Slin was still standing not far away watching the game. Before Lin Mo could go over, Fang Jun appeared out of nowhere. Lao Mo, that Huang Xilin is here too. Should we settle the score with him? No rush, just go after the fight. Zhang Yunlu will win quickly. Just as Lin Mo said, Wang Senling was losing ground. Zhang Yunlu could block her smashes, but she couldn't block Zhang Yunlu's smashes. Under the best-of-3 system, Wang Senling was completely defeated 2-0. After winning, Zhang Yunlu still maintained enough physical strength, and she immediately looked at Lin Mo. He waved in the direction of Lin Mo. Lip sync, I win. Lin Mo just nodded. Before Zhang Yunlu could walk over, she was surrounded by the girls from Class 8. Everyone congratulated Zhang Yunlu. The men's singles competition had not yet ended, so Huang Slin naturally did not leave. Let's go find that guy. Lin Moting doesn't like this kind of untrustworthy guy. When Huang Slin saw Lin Mo from afar, he wanted to turn around and leave, but Fang Jun and the others had already gone ahead and blocked Huang Slin's way. What do you want to do? Nothing much, just letting you know. Your glorious deeds will be explained in 9 sections on our school forum, starting with you challenging me to a duel, making a promise but losing, and then breaking your promise. After Lin Mo finished speaking, Huang Xilan's expression changed. We've agreed. I'll post this every year to make sure all freshmen see it. If I do that, your priority in choosing a spouse will be gone. Huang Xilan looked at Lin Mo with gritted teeth. So what do you want? I'll buy you a box of red horses as compensation, but you can't tell anyone else about this. Lin Mo touched his chin. I guess you're not the kind of person who goes back on his word. Is it your squad leader who won't let you send it? Hearing this, Huang Slin couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He quickly looked around and confirmed that the squad leader was indeed not there before he spoke. The monitor said that such a thing would bring shame to Class 12, so he wouldn't allow me to do it. You are so obedient, you will listen to the monitor? You don't know, the squad leader is. Before he could finish, a voice came from behind Lin Mo. Lin Mo, why are you blocking the people in our class? Lin Mo turned around and saw Qin Ran, the monitor of Class 12, standing behind him. The ultimate boss revealed his true face at this moment. No way. Lin Mo turned his head and glanced at Qin Ran without saying anything. He just walked to Huang Xilan's side and tidied up his messy clothes. He spoke like a villain. Go on, I want to hear what kind of background your squad leader has that's so powerful that it's better than mine. Lin Mo's tone was calm, and his domineering aura inspired everyone around him. Student Lin Mo, are you threatening my classmates? Qin Ran looked at Lin Mo with a forced smile. But Lin Mo did not respond, just looked at others. Fang Jun obviously understood the meaning. Let's go and see who wins the men's singles championship. It won't be Huang Xilan, the defeated opponent. Yes, a guy who doesn't keep his word. One by one gradually dispersed. Lin Mo walked in front of Qin Ran and placed a spiritual mark on him. She also took away a strand of his hair that was hanging on his clothes. And all this, Qin Ran did not notice anything. In the end, he could only watch Lin Mo and others leave. As for reporting the teacher, that was even more useless. Lin Mo was ranked second in the school, and they were actually wrong in this matter. But Qin Ran just couldn't stand Lin Mo's pretentiousness. It had only been 2 months since the start of the school, but he had already become a big hit in the school, and everyone in the entire grade knew him. Yes, hating someone can be caused simply by jealousy. So Qin Ran could hate Lin Mo simply because Lin Mo was too popular and attracted too much attention and praise. At this moment, Su Sheng, who came out from nowhere, found Lin Mo. Lin Mo. Zhang Yunlu sprained her ankle. Lin Mo frowned. She had never sprained her ankle in her previous life. Go see what's going on. Lin Mo walked towards the crowd. Su Sheng pushed through the crowd and shouted, Lin Mo is coming, make way. The students from Class 8 who were originally gathered nearby all made way. Lin Mo walked over and asked, why did you sprain your ankle out of nowhere? Wang Qin next to her stared fiercely at Wang Senling in the distance. Wang Senling held her head high and said, you can't blame me. I was hit too. Zhang Yunlu also looked at Wang Senling, but finally said to Wang Qin, forget it, it's okay. What do you mean it's okay? You're going to play mixed doubles with Lin Mo later. How are you going to play with your foot like this? The worst that can happen is to withdraw from the competition. After saying that, Wang Qin stared at Wang Senling again. You knew you couldn't beat Zhang Yunlu, so you knocked her to the ground, forcing her to withdraw from the mixed doubles competition. How despicable. As soon as these words were spoken, many people looked at Wang Senling. Wang Senling felt everyone's gaze and couldn't help but take a step back. It's none of my business. We bumped into each other, I didn't hit her on purpose. Lin Mo looked at Wang Senling and could already tell that she was lying. However, this matter was probably a spur-of-the-moment idea, and the original intention was probably just to dampen Zhang Yunlu's momentum. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yunlu actually sprained her ankle. At this time, Molly came out from the side and said, Lin Mo, how about you use the same technique you helped me with before to massage Zhang Yunlu? Lin Mo walked straight over and picked up Zhang Yunlu. Zhang Yunlu screamed, and before she could react, she was picked up. Lin M.O. Before Jang Yunlu could finish her sentence, Lin M.O. interrupted her. The school infirmary is still open, let's go and treat the injuries first. After saying that, he carried Jang Yunlu towards the school clinic. All the students in the badminton hall couldn't help but look towards Lin M.O. Many people are discussing how difficult the princess hug is. The students in Class 8 also followed suit. If the mixed doubles team withdraws, then there is no point in watching this badminton match. Guangba's medical room is on the first floor. When Lin Mo hugged Jang Yunlu's hands were around Lin Mo's neck. So that person bumped into you on purpose? Lin Mo asked directly as he walked on the road. Well, I was going to look for you, but she bumped into me and tripped me. You don't even scold her for this? Lin Mo expressed his incomprehension. It's pointless. She won't feel guilty if I scold her. On the contrary, everyone in Class 8 will be outraged. If she does something bad, it will be my fault. From this incident, we can see that Jang Yunlu is more rational than many people and considers many things. But Jang Yunlu couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity that after spraining my ankle, I can't play badminton with you anymore. I still want to win the mixed doubles championship. 1 championship is not enough? 2 championships are needed. Lin Mo's steps were not too fast, and there were many people around looking at them. But because it was a school sports meet, there were always a few injured students at the school sports meet every year, but most of them were carried on their backs, so a princess hug was indeed rare. A championship belongs to me alone, but I want a championship that belongs to both of us. Jang Yunlu raised her head and could see Lin Mo's clear jawline and Adam's apple. She unconsciously reached out and touched Lin Mo's Adam's apple. Hey hey! Lin Mo shouted. Jang Yunlu's cheeks flushed instantly and she retracted her hand. Turning a corner, Lin Mo walked into the school clinic. The school doctor was sitting in front of the computer. When he looked up, he saw a boy walking and holding a girl. Seeing the girl's red cheeks, he knew what was going on in an instant. But the fact that he can do the princess hug shows that this boy is quite strong. What's going on? The school doctor pointed towards the bed, signaling Lin Mo to put the person on the bed. I sprained my ankle, teacher. Do you have ethyl chloride gas? When the school doctor heard this, he just stood up, but then sat down again. Yes, this bottle on the table is it. There aren't many other things happening during the school sports meet these days, but sprains are the most common. You guys need to be more careful. Lin Mo squatted down and slowly took off Jang Yunlu's shoes and then her socks. Then a slightly swollen pig's trotter was revealed. The situation is no easier than that of the horsepower that was tripped. Lin Mo just picked up the ethyl chloride gas on the table, shook it gently, and then sprayed it on Jang Yunlu's feet. Hiss! Jang Yunlu wanted to retract her foot, but was held firmly by Lin Mo. Don't move, just wait a moment. Ethyl chloride gas is used as a coolant. After all, when your ankle is sprained, the blood vessels will become hot and swollen, so cold compress is the best option at this time. It can also have a pain-relieving effect. Lin Mo started to work only after the ethyl chloride gas had dissipated. Generally speaking, it is not suitable to have a massage at this time, but Lin Mo is different. Lin Mo can bring people back to life with his miraculous hands. Jang Yunlu turned her head away because she felt Lin Mo pressing her feet. There is a tingling sensation that creeps up from the feet to the body, and that feeling makes the heart beat faster. Hey, kid, don't take advantage of this opportunity. Lin Mo didn't even raise his head. I come from a family of bone-setting practitioners. I know how to set bones and do it, so it's not appropriate for me to take advantage of you. At this time, a voice sounded from among the crowd that had been following behind. Yes, I was stepped on before, and Lin Mo helped me with it. It worked very well, and I'm fine now. When the school doctor heard someone say this, he didn't say anything else and let Lin Mo continue. Jang Yunlu only felt her feet tingling and numb, and had a very comfortable feeling. She almost moaned, but her reason suppressed it. After a long while, Lin Mo slowly put down Jang Yunlu's feet. Okay, it's still a little sore, but it will be fine in a few days. Jang Yunlu fell off the bed, weighed her injured foot on the ground, and found that the initial pain was gone. Moreover, the originally swollen pig's trotter has completely recovered its appearance of a jade foot. Even the school doctor standing by was a little surprised. It seems like they really are a family of bone-setters. If I had this skill, I'd better become a school doctor. The school doctor continued to sit there like the kind of person who just wanted to eat and wait for death, with an appearance of being at peace with the world. After spraying Yunnan Biao, Jang Yunlu put on her shoes and fell to the ground, and found that the discomfort in her feet was not too serious. So she couldn't help but look up at Lin Mo. Can we get back to the game now? Student Jang, you sprained your ankle, so forget about going back to the competition. Lin Mo looked at Jang Yunlu who looked lost. But I really want to go back and strike back at Wang Senling. Jang Yunlu looked dejected, which was rare. As soon as the two of them left the school clinic, the students in Class 8 all asked about Jang Yunlu's condition. Zhang Yunlu also knew that everyone cared about her, so the expression on her face became even more lost. Looking at Zhang Yunlu like this, Lin Mo could only sigh. Okay, go ahead. Hearing this, Zhang Yunlu's originally dejected expression suddenly brightened. She suddenly hugged Lin Mo's arm. Really? In fact, Lin Mo knew very well what Zhang Yunlu meant. Since she herself was injured, it would be Lin Mo who would have to contribute in the mixed doubles match. If Lin Mo did not agree, then the mixed doubles championship would naturally be handed over to her. But at this moment Lin Mo agreed, which means Lin Mo will take action. For some reason, Zhang Yunlu believed that as long as Lin Mo was willing to take action, he would definitely win the game. Molly frowned on the side. Is it okay? A sprained ankle can be serious or minor. Lin Mo turned his head and looked at Molly. Don't worry, your foot will be fine in a few days. Spraining your ankle is just a minor problem. When Molly heard this, he thought it made sense. He could only nod, and felt relieved when he saw that Zhang Yunlu didn't limp when she walked. After all, if you try to hold on despite the pain, it is likely to cause even greater pain. As they walked along the road, Lin Mo said patiently, you don't have to run later. Just stay in the back court and I'll take the shot. Zhang Yunlu's eyes curved as she nodded repeatedly, the second championship depends on you. You must defeat that, someone. Because of her family upbringing, Zhang Yunlu couldn't say anything harsh. But Lin Mo had no such taboo. Why not shave that gossip girl's head? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Zhang Yunlu instantly felt excited. Maybe Lin Mo said what she wanted to say. All good girls have a contrasting heart deep down. She can't swear, but she feels happy when someone says it for her when she wants to. Of course, some people are really morally upright and don't swear. As she stepped onto the stairs, Zhang Yunlu still felt some pain in her ankle. That's because Lin Mo didn't completely heal Zhang Yunlu's foot. After all, a cure that is too miraculous will arouse suspicion. Following behind him was a group of classmates from Class 8. They were like their most loyal supporters, cheering for Lin Mo and Zhang Yunlu. The men's singles final had already been decided when Lin Mo carried the person downstairs. At this time, the mixed doubles competition is about to begin. Wang Senling stood next to the coach of the school badminton team, holding a racket in her hand. Coach, Zhang Yunlu sprained her ankle. I guess she can't play in the mixed doubles. Why don't we just leave it at that? Jun just finished his men's singles match and is still a little tired. However, the badminton school team coach Wang Yiping shook his head. You don't have the final say. At least Zhang Yunlu has to tell me. Wang Yiping is an impartial coach. At this time, a sound came from the direction of the stairs. Wang Senling turned around and found that Zhang Yunlu had returned. Wasn't she just carried away by someone? Seeing that Zhang Yunlu seemed to have no problem walking, Wang Senling felt that Zhang Yunlu must have been lying to her and wanted her to let her guard down. Wang Yiping on this side also saw Zhang Yunlu coming back. Zhang Yunlu walked up to Wang Yiping. Coach, is the game about to start? I'm not late, am I? Wang Yiping had noticed that Zhang Yunlu walked a little uncoordinatedly, so he asked. Wang Senling said you sprained your ankle. Are you okay? He was hosting the men's singles final just now, so he didn't notice what was happening on Zhang Yunlu's side. I went to the school clinic and got it treated. There's no big problem. Are you sure? Wang Yiping looked at Zhang Yunlu suspiciously. It's okay, coach. I might have to withdraw from the women's singles competition, but I still have teammates for the mixed doubles, right? After hearing what Zhang Yunlu said, Wang Yiping didn't say anything else. After all, it's just youthful vigor. And Zhang Yunlu's condition didn't seem too serious. If the problem was serious, he would have stopped the game. Well, you can go get ready. Once June is well rested, we can start the competition. Zhang Yunlu looked into the distance. Su Kungjun won. Yes, if Wang Senling beats you in women's singles and then beats you in mixed doubles, then the two of them will have won 3 titles. When Wang Senling heard this, her face didn't look very good, because she lost the women's singles, and it was a crushing defeat. Zhang Yunlu grinned. Fortunately, I won. At least they didn't take all 3 crowns. However, Wang Senling said, since you are already in this state, why don't you give the mixed doubles championship to us? What? Are you scared? An untimely voice sounded. Lin Mo walked over. Looking at the gossipy woman's pretentious expression, he wanted to punch her. But this is a school. Wang Senling's expression changed slightly, but she still suppressed her emotions. That's not the case. I'm just worried that Yunlu's foot will be hurt worse. Lin Mo took a step forward, stood in front of Zhang Yunlu, and grinned. Don't worry, she's just a supporting role, and I'm responsible for winning this game. Lin Mo's frank words attracted the attention of many people around, including Su Kungjun, who was sitting nearby to rest. Su Kungjun frowned and looked at Lin Mo, then looked at Zhang Yunlu's eyes. Zhang Yunlu's appearance is far superior to Wang Senling's. In the school badminton team, she is like a star. Almost all the boys in the badminton team have more or less a liking for Zhang Yunlu. Because badminton is registered on an individual basis, the same is true for mixed doubles. So Soo Kyung-jun wanted to find Jang Yunlu to participate in the mixed doubles from the beginning, under the pretext of joining forces. But before he could say anything, Jang Yunlu had already signed up for the mixed doubles, and with a student who was not on the school team. When he saw the words Lin Mo on the list, he knew who it was. In Soo Kyung-jun's mind, Lin Mo is the kind of guy who is not good enough and wants to take advantage of Jang Yunlu's strength. This is indeed the case. In the mixed doubles match, it was basically Jang Yunlu who took the initiative to attack and suppress the opponent. And that bastard, the winner without any effort, was just walking around in the back. So he was very dissatisfied with Lin Mo, especially for letting Jang Yunlu compete when Jang Yunlu had a foot injury. When he heard Lin Mo's nonsense, he finally couldn't help but stand up. Are you the main force? Why do you think you are the main force? Jang Yunlu is on the school badminton team, but you are not even on the school team. Jang Yunlu is already injured, and you still let her continue the competition? Are you a human being? This series of questions made even the others look at the boy with a sidelong glance. It's just that the curse is a bit dirty. Lin Mo twitched the corner of his mouth, but before he could start to refute, Jang Yunlu had already taken a step forward. Soo Kyung-jun, you're talking nonsense here without knowing anything. So what if Lin Mo isn't on the school team? In my opinion, he is better at badminton than you. If he didn't have this idea, do you think you can win the men's singles championship? I begged Lin Mo to come to the mixed doubles competition, and it was I who insisted on playing despite my injury. In the corner, someone murmured quietly, is this the domineering way of protecting your husband? What a classic scene, I love watching it. That's not enough. If you win, you'll get a good slap in the face. If you lose, the two of them will just lick their wounds in the dark. I love watching that kind of plot, too. Su Mingzhao appeared out of nowhere and sneered. School team? Is the school team so awesome? It's not like Lin Mo hasn't beaten your school badminton team before. Everyone in Class 8 looked at Su Mingzhao. You, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, actually spoke to Lin Mo? Su Mingzhao turned his head away with an unnatural expression, pretending not to see the expressions of their group of people. Soo Kyung-jun was frightened by Jang Yunlu and he stammered. Jang Yunlu, I'm clearly speaking for you. Do you have something on Lin Mo? This kind of weird line really makes people feel uncomfortable. Lin Mo bumped into Jang Yunlu lightly. Do you have any leverage over me that I must play mixed doubles with you? Having said that, Lin Mo actually didn't resist at all. It was just a scene that appeared because of the young man Mu AI. By the time he realized what was happening, this was the memory of social death engraved in his soul. Even if others have forgotten, he will still remember the childish words he said in his dreams at midnight. And now, what Lin Mo has to do is to let the badminton boy in front of him feel what the dangers of life are. Lin Mo didn't bother to pay attention to Soo Kyung-jun and turned to look at badminton coach Wang Yiping. Teacher, let's go get ready. Wang Yiping did not favor anyone, but just nodded. Lin Mo took Jang Yunlu to the side to prepare. Jang Yunlu's golf bag is filled with several brands. They are rackets of different poundages. Different rackets can have different strengths. After all, the higher the poundage, the better. After all, the higher the poundage, the easier it is for the string to become tight and break. So Jang Yunlu prepared many different beats for Lin Mo. Lin Mo picked one up at random and watched Jang Yunlu sitting on the ground and relaxing. You're just a support, just stay behind. I know you're so powerful, there's no need for me to do anything. Of course not. After all, you paid the friend fee. Lin Mo reached out and rubbed Jang Yunlu's head. Jang Yunlu didn't resist at all. She just raised her head and looked at Lin Mo with wet eyes. Is it unreasonable for me to insist on continuing to participate in the competition? It's okay. I think you just want me to show off in front of others. Jang Yunlu raised her hand and hit Lin Mo. Yeah, I just want you to pretend in front of others. The two of them prepared on the side. Fang Jun presented the two of them with red horses. Master Mo, we must defeat that bitch over there. Make sure she has nothing left. Many people in Class 8 saw Jang Yunlu being knocked to the ground, so they all thought that the girl named Wang Senling was not a good person. On the other side, Wang Senling frowned and felt annoyed when she saw the dog who licked Jang Yunlu and was refuted. How about it? Doesn't it feel good to be contradicted by the person you like? Soo Kyung-jun had a cold face and did not respond. He just took his racket and slowly walked onto the court. He watched Lin Mo swinging the racket casually and became extremely angry. He raised the racket in his hand from a distance and pointed at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, do you dare to bet with me? Damn, here it comes again. Lin Mo held his forehead. You badminton team are all from the same lineage, right? And then you want to deny your debt after losing, right? Lin Mo made an emoticon pack of the senior brother. So annoying. After being scolded by Lin Mo, Soo Kyung-jun was stunned for a moment, but he still said with a brave face, what? You don't dare? Fang Jun, standing by, retorted bluntly, you guys on the badminton team are all sick. You made a bet and then didn't keep it. Who would want to bet with you? Su Kingjun didn't know why Fang Jun said that, so he raised the racket in his hand and pointed at Fang Jun. Why do you say that? Fang Jun didn't give Huang Xilan any face and directly told him that Huang Xilan had not fulfilled his bet. Huang Slin was indeed a member of the badminton team, so Su Kingjun could only stiffen his neck and say, "What does this have to do with me? I am me, he is him, and I will definitely fulfill my bet." Lin Mo looked at Su Kingjun casually. "Okay, tell me what you want to bet on and I'll consider it. If you and Zhang Yunlu win this mixed doubles match, I won't bother you anymore. If you lose, leave Zhang Yunlu." Lin Mo shrugged. "I think you're just as idiotic as Huang Xilan. Why do you think that your decision to stop pestering me and leave Zhang Yunlu is the same as a bet on the same level? Are you a bad student?" Hearing Lin Mo's ridicule, Su Kingjun shouted coldly, "I'm in the top 100 in the whole school. I'm not good at studying. I'm sorry, I'm the second best in the school. If I say you're not a good student, then you're not a good student. Suppress everything. Only I, Lin Mo." 10 minutes later. In the end, Lin Mo still did not agree to Su Kingjun's bet. It's not because he can't do it, but because Lin Mo had no intention of agreeing to it. When it comes to betting, you can't use others as stakes. This is Lin Mo's principle. Both parties, take your positions. Wang Yiping was holding a coin in his hand and he looked towards Lin Mo. Words or flowers? A $1 coin has a flower on one side and a number on the other. The easiest way to decide who kicks off is by flipping a coin. So Lin Mo chose flowers at random. He could have changed his falling state at will if he wanted to, but he didn't. It makes no difference to him who kicks off the match. The coin landed on the back of my hand. Spread your hands and spend money on them. Lin Mo kicks off. Lin Mo, holding a brand new badminton, hit the ball with a backhand. Wang Senling was on the diagonal side, and she threw a high ball directly towards Zhang Yunlu who was behind Lin Mo. How despicable! Wang Qin cursed from the side. Fang Jun was not very familiar with badminton, so he asked quietly, "How do you say it?" Yunla sprained her ankle and can't jump. If the ball falls to the backcourt and is hit back, it's easy to hit a high toss. So what happens then? The high ball flew towards Zhang Yunlu's head. Zhang Yunlu couldn't jump up, so she could only take 2 steps back and swing a racket. The ball came towards Su Kingjun at a new height. Wang Qin then said, "He will be smashed." Su Kingjun's eyes lit up. He jumped up and smashed the ball. And the target was Lin Mo. However, Lin Mo only needed to lightly pick up the ball and received it, and it easily passed the net and landed on the ground. Su Kingjun had no time to react. Lin Mo looked at Su Kingjun indifferently. "Not really." Su Kingjun picked up the ball and responded calmly. "Just one ball. 1-0. As he said that, Su Kingjun hit the ball over. Lin Mo raised his hand and easily caught it with the racket. The way he used the racket showed that he was obviously a badminton veteran, but Su Kingjun didn't think Lin Mo could really beat him, so he felt that he had become a little more serious. Thinking of this, Lin Mo teed off again. Just like a repeat of the previous game, Wang Senling threw another high ball, but this time Lin Mo didn't let Zhang Yunlu hit him. "Let me." Lin Mo ran to the backcourt, jumped high, and dunked the ball. The badminton broke through the air and fell down at an extremely fast speed, directly brushing against Wang Senling's face. A burning feeling came over Wang Senling's face. Lin Mo fell to the ground. "If you don't want to be shameless, I can help you." Wang Senling covered her face and raised her hands when she saw no blood. "I want to report the other side. Is it a game or a fight?" Lin Mo turned to look at Wang Yiping, shrugged, and said, "I don't remember there being such a rule in badminton. If this is considered a foul, then just rush towards the ball." These words were clearly mocking Wang Senling. Wang Yiping didn't say much, just looked at Lin Mo and said, "Be careful not to hit the eyes." Lin Mo nodded. "No, I'm not that insidious." Lin Mo continued to tee off. It was still the same opening method, but Su Kingjun had changed to another way of playing. Both players competed at the net, mainly hitting a low ball. They fought 5 or 6 times in a short while. Su Kingjun was a little surprised at Lin Mo's reaction and speed, and he could actually keep up with him. But he doesn't think he is worse than Lin Mo. "If I'm not mistaken, you're the person Zhang Yunlu always said was very powerful, but I think, in fact, you're just that good." Su Kingjun was breathing slightly, but he was still able to speak normally. As for Lin Mo, he grinned. "Really? Then I'll speed up." As he spoke, Lin Mo became faster, and the ball just came over and flew towards the backcourt with even greater force. Wang Senling had no time to react before the ball fell on her. Su Kingjun's face turned pale and he turned to look at Wang Senling. "Are you watching a play?" Wang Senling didn't react either. It was clearly a duel at the net, so how could the ball suddenly come towards her? Lin Mo smiled and said, "What? You didn't react yourself, so you started blaming your teammates? Didn't you say I was just like that? Such ridicule made Su Kingjun look unhappy. Even Wang Senling's expression didn't look very good. Lin Mo looked at Zhang Yunle behind him, and Zhang Yunle made a yet gesture with a smile on her face. Su Kingjun looked at Zhang Yunle's rare smile and felt a little inexplicably sour in his heart, because he knew very well that the other person's smile was not because of him. Morale -10. Lin Mo continued to tee off. Just as Lin Mo had said before, not a single point was lost, and Lin Mo shot almost every ball towards Wang Senling, but not towards the face or chest. Just occasionally brush past. Wang Senling was beaten so hard that her mentality almost collapsed, but Lin Mo still refused to give in. Even Wang Yiping was a little dissatisfied, but he didn't say anything. Children's affairs should be left to the children to handle themselves. As long as they don't get hurt or fight, there will be no big problem. The main thing was that he remembered very clearly that Coach Long's ending was not very good, so Lin Mo is a person who should not be provoked. The physical education teachers are all in the same office, and Coach Long's affairs have spread a long time ago. Not to mention his death at home, just the fact that he resigned and left Guangba. This one incident alone is enough to let others know how difficult it is to deal with Lin Mo. And I heard that Director Huang is still on Lin Mo's side. These physical education teachers didn't know what Lin Mo's background was, but they felt that he must be very powerful. So he did not intervene to mediate the dispute between the two sides. I can only continue to act as a referee. In the best-of-3 format, Lin Mo scored 21 points in the first game alone. Wang Senlin and Su Kingjun didn't get a single point. If the mixed doubles team could not leave the venue, Zhang Yunle would have sat on the bench long ago. As for the students in Class 8 nearby, they would cheer loudly every time Lin Mo won a point. Lin Mo looked at Su Kingjun and said, "If you admit defeat now, you won't lose so badly." Su Kingjun snorted coldly, "Who do you think I am? Come and fight me if you dare." Lin Mo looked at Wang Yiping and said, "Teacher, how about this? Zhang Yunle is indeed injured. Let her rest aside. I can fight 2 people by myself." Lin Mo used the calmest tone to say the most pretentious words. It's not because he wants to show off, but these people are really bastards and they have to show off. Wang Yiping looked at Zhang Yunle, who was sitting on the bench during the halftime break. He looked towards Su Kingjun and asked, "Do you have any objections? There is one less person on the other side, so normally they would agree to anything." Su Kingjun really felt sorry for Zhang Yunle, so he said without hesitation, "I'm fine. I object. I think this is unfair." Zhang Yunle, who was sitting on the bench, spoke. Lin Mo tilted his head. "Miss, you want to fuck the gods and demons?" The eldest lady said, "Even if I'm just a mascot, I still want to be on the field." We agreed to fight side by side. Lin Mo sighed, "Okay, then let's keep it the same as before." Wang Senling on the opposite side sneered, "It's just a pretense. You still rely on others." Although the sound was not loud, Lin Mo heard it clearly. So Lin Mo looked directly at Su Kingjun. "Hey, your teammates said you're unreliable, but that's true. After all, you lost to them, so you had to resort to dirty tricks. And you didn't expect to get your head shaved. You!" Wang Senling was furious, but she couldn't say anything. "What do you mean by you? Did I say you? You just bumped into me." Su Kingjun's face was also ashen, but he did not interrupt. He just realized that the reason Zhang Yunle sprained her ankle was entirely because of Wang Senling. If it weren't for his sportsmanship, he would have given up playing long ago. It would be shameful to win on the same team with someone like Wang Senling, but he didn't let him off, because Lin Mo was too strong. But why didn't Lin Mo participate in the men's singles competition? He didn't even join the badminton team. With these thoughts in mind, the second game began. Although Zhang Yunle was on the court, according to Lin Mo's arrangement, she could only stand in the corner. After all, her foot was injured, and standing was already a strong effort. She was still not allowed to continue running. Lin Mo stood on the serving diagonal line. Lin Mo gave the ball to Su Kingjun to serve. After all, he was tired of serving. "Come on, let me see how strong you are." Upon hearing this, Su Kingjun directly served the ball diagonally with his backhand. However, Lin Mo did not move and let the ball fall beside him. The second game started with the score of 1-0. Lin Mo and Zhang Yunle were both at 0. Su Kingjun saw Lin Mo lying motionless, and he looked at him in confusion. "What do you want to do?" "I want to let the badminton fly for a while." It's Su Kingjun's turn to serve again. Su Kingjun thought about it and passed the ball to Wang Senling. Wang Senling continued to serve, but the ball still fell to the ground and Lin Mo didn't move. Because it was the mixed doubles final, almost all the members of the badminton team were there, and there were also many spectators who could play badminton and wanted to watch the final. So there are quite a few people in the badminton hall. Everyone gathered around Lin Mo and the others, sitting on the ground and watching the game. But Lin Mo had already stopped moving either ball. "It's not that I can't answer it, but I don't want to answer it. Many people below were already whispering, wondering why Lin Mo didn't catch the ball. And Soo Kyung-jun on the court continued to serve. Lin Mo still didn't catch it, letting the badminton fall to the ground casually to score. The more this happened, the more a guess began to arise in Soo Kyung-jun's mind. Until Soo Kyung-jun scored 15 points. He finally stopped. Voices questioning Lin Mo were heard all around. But for some reason, Class 8 was as stable as a rock, without any noise at all. Soo Kyung-jun held a badminton in his hand and looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, what do you mean? Lin Mo didn't say anything, just shrugged. Serve. If you don't explain clearly, I won't serve this ball. Soo Kyung-jun never liked to win unfairly. He had a bold guess in his mind, but he was not quite sure. Instead, Fang Jun, who was sitting on the ground, suddenly stood up. Don't you understand yet? Old Mo intends to let you win the last goal before he starts to counterattack you. When Fang Jun said this, everyone around him couldn't help but gasp. This is too crazy. For the last ball, he didn't even give himself any chance? The most important thing is that everyone thinks Lin Mo is too arrogant. But Lin Mo ignored the voices around him and just looked at Soo Kyung-jun quietly. Hurry up, Jang Yunlu is tired. Lin Mo's words were like some kind of teasing, making Soo Kyung-jun kick off quickly again. 20-0. Just one more goal and Soo Kyung-jun and his team will win. Lin Mo switched the racket to his left hand. In fact, although Lin Mo usually uses his right hand, he is actually left-handed. When Lin Mo was a child, his father told him that writing with his left hand was not good, so he asked him to write with his right hand and use chopsticks with his right hand. But left-handedness has a genetic component. Whether it is badminton or table tennis, Lin Mo's dominant hand is his left hand. But when facing these noobs, my right hand is enough. Now I use my left hand to tell the other person that I am about to enter the second stage. The boss has entered the second stage. The ball that Soo Kyung-jun had just kicked out was blown by the wind and landed directly on the center line next to him. Fast, too fast. Lin Mo fights directly in front of the net. The ball was hit back just as it passed the net. Soo Kyung-jun's face turned pale. How come he didn't see Lin Mo's actions? Looking at the silly goose Wang Senling next to her, she is also useless. It's not over yet. Either you beat me by 1 goal, or I'll beat you by 22 points. That's how badminton works. If the opponent is ahead by 20 points, you have to catch up to 22 points to win. And Lin Mo actually did so. He served the ball, and Soo Kyung-jun rushed forward to intercept it just like him. But Lin Mo was faster and hit the ball directly towards Wang Senling again. What followed was another satisfying beating. For each point, Lin Mo would not swing the racket more than 3 times. Wang Senling and Soo Kyung-jun were serious at the beginning but gave up in the end. Even badminton coach Wang Yiping's eyes lit up when he looked at Lin Mo. What a great seedling this is. People like this should join the school team. Maybe they can take over the Lingnan position in the future. As the score gap was gradually narrowed, Wang Senling finally collapsed under the pressure. She collapsed on the ground and burst into tears. The little girl just can't bear it psychologically. But Lin Mo's expression didn't change at all. It's just crying. Even a young lady can cry. He turned his head to look at the eldest lady, but the eldest lady was holding the racket and looking at Lin Mo with a puzzled look. Well, the eldest lady won't cry. But no one said that Lin Mo did anything wrong. Because many people are aware of the fact that the strong can severely bully the weak, especially in competitive games. Food is original sin. Of course, Lin Mo didn't intend to fight like this at the beginning. The reason was that Jang Yunla sprained her ankle. So Lin Mo was a little unhappy. As for Soo Kyung-jun, he really never cared about him. It was just that he happened to be Wang Senling's teammate. Lin Mo looked at Wang Senling who was crying uncontrollably. Still fighting? Then he looked at Wang Yiping and said, "Teacher, in this situation, can we still compete? Or should we wait until she stops crying?" Wang Yiping didn't know what to say, so he had to go up to comfort Wang Senling. As soon as Lin Mo turned around, Fang Jun and the others came up to him, some handing him water, some handing him towels. But Lin Mo didn't sweat, he just drank 2 sips of the drink. After a while, Wang Senling stopped crying. She just stared at Lin Mo fiercely. The game continues. There was no reversal. Lin Mo dunked the last ball. 20-22. Wang Yiping blew the whistle and the game ended. I declare that the mixed doubles champions are Lin Mo and Jang Yunlu. Wang Senling turned around and left. She didn't want to stay here for another second. Carrying her badminton bag, she turned and walked down the stairs on the other side. Lin Mo just snapped his fingers lightly, and screams were heard from the stairs. It was Wang Senling's scream. For some unknown reason, Wang Senling slipped while going down the stairs and rolled directly from the second floor of the badminton hall to the first floor. Unfortunately, the stairs from the first floor to the second floor are quite long. It's just that this person knows how to protect himself, and Wang Senling didn't have any broken bones or anything. That was also Lin Mo's small punishment for her. Of course, no one knows. Anyway, there were audiences when I was showing off just now, so it's better if no one knows about these little things. After all, the real audience is everyone in front of the screen. At this time, Su Qingjun appeared out of nowhere and stood in front of Lin Mo. Lin Mo, why don't you participate in the men's singles? Wang Yiping standing by also wanted to know the answer. Lin Mo shrugged, I'm not interested in the men's singles championship. He glanced at Wang Yiping and knew what he wanted to do, so he said, I'm not interested in joining the school badminton team because I want to participate in the National Mathematical Olympiad. But Wang Yiping said at this time, wait. Lin Mo, with your strength, it is not impossible for you to embark on the path of the Olympics. I think you can. Before he could finish, Lin Mo interrupted him. Sports is entertainment and relaxation for me, but I don't want it to become my career, and I don't want to be riddled with injuries in a few years. What I want is more knowledge. Of course, I don't look down on athletes, I just have different pursuits. Lin Mo spoke in a very decisive manner, aiming to avoid offending anyone. It can be seen that Wang Yiping really wants him to join, but Lin Mo really won't join. Especially in badminton, it is too obvious. Wang Yiping had no choice but to give up in the end. After all, he could see that Lin Mo was unwilling, and Lin Mo's academic performance was really good. After the incident with Coach Long, everyone wanted to know who Lin Mo was. Seeing that he was ranked second in the school, I felt that Lin Mo was not someone to be trifled with. Although Guanba is a key school and teachers have a high status, physical education teachers are actually not as important as imagined. On the contrary, subject teachers are more important. Without saying anything more, Wang Yiping took Su Qingjun to check on Wang Senling. The students from Class 8 also gathered around. It's worthy of you, Lin Mo. You went straight to Gusha and the others. Several boys in the back row surrounded her. Lin Mo waved his hand, it's over, it's over. I didn't intend to do this, but that Wang Senling was too much. After saying this, Lin Mo felt as if he had said something wrong, because the next second, everyone started to make a noise. A hero saves the beauty. He strikes with brazenness. However, it was Fang Jun who first came to Lin Mo's rescue. Please stop making trouble, Lin Mo is doing this for his classmates and friends. Didn't Molly get injured in the basketball game, and didn't Lin Mo play for him? After Fang Jun said this, the noise did quiet down a bit, and everyone began to prepare to return to the base camp. The badminton match ended perfectly. The award ceremony and everything will have to wait until the closing ceremony tomorrow afternoon, because this award ceremony is not just about awarding prizes, but also about giving out bonuses. The first place gets 500 yuan, the second place gets 300 yuan, and the third place gets 100 yuan. So many people will actively participate, especially students on the track and field team. This is also some kind of additional motivation. This reward even includes a tug-of-war competition. The whole set will cost at least tens of thousands of dollars. After school, Shu Miao still went back with Lin Mo and Xia Yuling. Fang Jun had other plans, so he didn't go with us. Xia Yuling walked along the road, looked at Shu Miao and asked, did you go to the badminton match this afternoon? Shu Miao shook her head and said, I'm reading in the classroom. I heard that Lin Mo became very popular in the badminton hall. Shu Miao's eyes lit up when she heard this, then slowly dimmed. Really? It's a pity I didn't see it. If I had known, I wouldn't have read novels in the classroom. I didn't see it either, what a pity. Lin Mo didn't know whether he felt really sorry for Xia Yuling or was feeling sorry for something else, but he didn't say anything. In this situation, keeping silent was the best thing to do. But Xia Yuling obviously did not let Lin Mo go. She turned her head and looked at Lin Mo. How does it feel to be carried like a princess? Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. You want to try it? With that, Lin Mo walked over and picked up Xia Yuling without giving her any chance to react. Xia Yuling just exclaimed and unconsciously hugged Lin Mo with her hands. Shu Miao, who was following behind, also covered her mouth in surprise. Put me down, there are so many people around. Xia Yuling's face turned red. Lin Mo took the opportunity to let Xia Yuling down. Suddenly, Xia Yuling felt her legs go weak. Lin Mo looked at Chu Miao. Do you want to try? Chu Miao immediately took 2 steps back and shook her head repeatedly. No, I'm too fat. It's because I'm too fat, not because I don't want to. Lin Mo, the master of keeping things balanced, picked up Chu Miao in a lightning-fast manner. Chu Miao is indeed heavier than Xia Yuling and Zhang Yunlu, but it was still easy for Lin Mo. After weighing it lightly, Lin Mo put Chu Miao down. Xia Yuling is the lightest. She needs to eat more meat. Xia Yuling is indeed the lightest. But at this moment, Xia Yuling didn't want to say a word, just lowered her head and walked towards home. If you look from below, you can see a red face that lingers for a long time. Lin Mo had used his spiritual sense to read it several times, and he could only say that he didn't expect Xie Yuling to blush for so long. Lin Mo followed behind without saying a word, while Chu Miao Miao was reminiscing about the princess hug. Walking on the road, Lin Mo saw the old woman who was walking and praying again, but Lin Mo frowned slightly. The old woman in front of him did not have the mark of his spiritual consciousness on her body. When his spiritual consciousness moved, he was able to sense the spiritual mark. Has the mark of one's spiritual consciousness been moved? But Lin Mo didn't care. He would go and see what was going on when he had some free time. When his spiritual consciousness passed through the old woman, Lin Mo felt something was wrong. I looked up at the sky. It was November and it was starting to get dark quickly. Dusk has the flavor of a demonic hour. Lin Mo looked back again and again, which made Chu Miao Miao unable to help but look back as well. Lin Mo, what are you looking at? No, I didn't see anything. Lin Mo planted the mark of his spiritual consciousness again. After dinner, Chu Miao Miao left. Lin Mo did not return to the rental house immediately, but walked towards the spiritual mark he had planted before. The distance is neither far nor near. Soon, Lin Mo arrived at the gate of the city police station. He entered stealthily. There were many policemen coming and going in the hall, but no one could see Lin Mo. Lin Mo did not cause any trouble, but followed the spiritual mark and walked towards the depths of the police station. The further he went inside, the more Lin Mo felt that his guess was correct. Coming to a place where the temperature was obviously lower, Lin Mo confirmed it by looking at the wall of iron cabinets. Just open a cabinet. A white sheet was placed over the body. Lin Mo took a deep breath and lifted the white cloth. Although he has reached the foundation establishment stage and has killed many people, not everyone wants to look at corpses. The face under the white cloth was the old woman that Lin Mo saw after school. It's you, after all. Lin Mo felt another spiritual mark moving. Cover it with the white cloth again. Just then, footsteps were heard in the distance. Lin Mo pushed the cabinet back and waited for someone to come. So you're saying that the kid killed his father because his grandmother died? Yes, there are finger pressure marks on the old man's neck. They must have been made by pinching his neck with hands. Kang Kizhong continued, but that's not something a child can pinch out. We've compared it, and it's definitely the child's father who did it. The alcohol concentration in his body is very high, so strictly speaking, he must have committed the crime while drunk. As for the child, the forensic doctor in a white coat was silent. I understand, but if we can't find the child, there's no way this case will be closed. I just don't know where he could have gone. After listening to it, Lin Mo completed the story in his mind. A drunk dad, an old grandma, a missing mom, and a broken me. The drunk father strangled his grandmother to death, and then the child killed his father to avenge his grandmother and ran away. It sounds like a tragedy. But why, do you see it? Lin Mo left the city police station and headed straight for another spiritual mark. A dilapidated bungalow with a sealed door. But Lin Mo used his magical powers to get in. It has a rich and complex flavor. There were many wine bottles piled up in one corner, and cardboard and some recyclables piled up on the other side. A figure was sitting next to the cardboard, muttering to himself. But when Lin Mo walked over, he couldn't hear anything. It's like some kind of video. If Lin Mo searches the soul, he will naturally know everything, but if the soul search is used directly on the soul, it may cause the soul to dissipate. Soul search will be conducted on those souls that still have a physical body, and the physical body will nourish and protect the soul. This is also why Lin Mo rarely sees souls separated from their bodies. Without the protection of the body, the soul cannot last long, unless you have an obsession in your heart. But the old woman in front of me has an obsession. That's how she can maintain her presence and also allow her to appear before the sun sets. The only thing about the soul is that ordinary people can't see it. The person who killed the old woman is already dead. Even if she still has an obsession, her soul will be reincarnated soon. So Lin Mo turned and left. This was just an ordinary matter and had nothing to do with him. He was only investigating it out of curiosity. It's the third day of the school sports meet, and today is a sunny day. The morning schedule is a fun sports meeting plus basketball finals. The first game to start was the basketball finals. Class 8 will face Class 3. Because athletes are not concentrated in one class, there will be no ultimate strong team. Class 3 only has 2 people from the school basketball team. The final was held in the basketball hall. At this time, there were quite a few people sitting in the audience seats on both sides. In addition to the students from the 2 classes, there were also some students who were curious about the basketball finals. Lin Mo sat on the bench next to him, watching the 5 players who had already entered the court. Zhang Yunle was not in the audience, but sitting aside. How are your feet? Lin Mo asked casually. I'm much better now. I took medicine yesterday. Lin Mo nodded. In that case, he didn't need to use the magic of rejuvenation on Zhang Yunle anymore. It would be fine after a while. Jang Yunla recalled that as soon as she returned home yesterday, her father had arranged for a family doctor to come over. After the doctor examined her and confirmed that there was nothing serious, her father breathed a sigh of relief. She almost had to take a leave of absence to rest at home. It was Jang Yunla who persuaded her father to let her go to school. Otherwise, I might not be able to continue participating in the school sports meet today. Thinking of this, Lin Mo took out a yellow talisman from his pocket and handed it over. Keep this. Jang Yunla took the triangular yellow talisman. The amulet is very effective. Jang Yunla actually didn't believe this, but when she thought that this was a gift from Lin Mo, she gladly accepted it. Put it directly in your pocket. Thank you. I hadn't originally planned to give it to her now, but Lin Mo thought of the exercises in his previous life and the various butterfly storms caused by his appearance, so he decided to give the amulet to Jang Yunlu. This is a friend's fee. Lin Mo said seriously. Good. Hearing that it was a friend's fee, Jang Yunlu smiled slightly. Then a whistle sounded and the game officially began. Molly jumped up and passed the ball to Su Mingjiao. Su Mingjiao launched a fast break. Score a layup. Jang Yunlu looked at Su Mingjiao, who was making a layup, and couldn't help asking, "Why don't you go up?" Lin Mo smiled and said, "As for me, I'm just a substitute." "But aren't you very good?" Jang Yunlu knew that their Class 8 basketball team was able to enter the finals entirely because of Lin Mo's joining. Even if you're good, you still have to give others a chance to perform. And even though Mali's foot has healed, it will still feel uncomfortable after a while, so I'll fill in for him then. Lin Mo sat on the bench, watching everyone return to defense and interrupt the opponent's attack. They will also cheer when they score. He looked like he didn't care about being on the bench. At the end of the first quarter, Class 8 was still leading by 6 points, which was a good result. Molly sat down and took a sip of Blue Howler. "How are your feet?" Lin Mo asked. "It's okay, jumping and landing are fine, for now." Lin Mo nodded. "Don't force yourself. After all, you are a sports student, so you should be careful to do what you can." Molly knew that Lin Mo was doing this for his own good, so he naturally nodded in agreement. And with Lin Mo backing him up, he actually only planned to play for 2 quarters. "Come on, Class 8. Come on, Class 8. The girls' shouts were like a shot of hormones to the boys on the field. Everyone rushed forward as if they were just finishing a warm-up match, and the score gap kept widening. Lin Mo felt that it was okay for him not to play. After all, it would be garbage time next. At this moment, the third shift paused for a change of players. A boy who was not very tall was replaced. However, Molly and Su Mingzhao's expressions changed when they saw the boy. Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. Could he be the strongest player in the school basketball team? Molly drank some water and said to Lin Mo, "Let me play one more session." Su Mingjiao said nothing, but just watched the boy who was stretching his muscles silently. Lin Mo pointed at the boy and said, "He's very strong? Why do you two look so nervous? His name is Lu Zai. Don't be fooled by his short stature. He's a strong driver and shooter." Lin Mo said and continued to sit on the bench, occasionally taking a sip of lay-by. The third quarter continues. Class 3 kicks off. As soon as the Team 3 kicked off, they threw the ball to Lu Zai and then quickly moved forward to break the screen. Lu Zai dribbled the ball towards the other side of the court, not too fast. He stood outside the three-point line and jumped shot from the spot. Everyone's eyes followed the basketball, and with a bang, it went into the net. The next second, cheers came from the audience in Class 3. On the other hand, Class 8 exclaimed, "Oh my god, you're so pretentious, Nima." Only Molly and Su Mingjiao had ashen faces. They all know it very well. Lu Zai is too strong, stronger than Lei Qi or any of the 3 people who humiliated Su Mingjiao before. In the school basketball team, he is the captain of the team. Molly is also a member of Team 1, while Su Mingjiao is a member of Team 2. Lu Zai looked at Molly, who was controlling the ball, and asked casually, "Is your foot okay?" "All right. That's great, otherwise you'll have to stay in that garbage dump in Team 2. Su Mingjiao also heard it from the side, but his expression did not change. Instead, he continued to move forward to attack and grab a position. As a tall center, Molly passed the ball quickly after breaking through. But the next second a figure came running and snatched the ball from Molly. "Oh, you're still used to passing the ball from the right. You're too predictable." Lu Zai grabbed the ball and quickly broke through, directly past Molly, and rushed into the opposite half of the court, and easily scored a layup. This makes up for 5 points. After scoring the goal, Lu Zai turned his head and looked at Lin Mo, with fighting spirit and provocation evident in his eyes. It was obvious that he wanted to play against Lin Mo more. As the saying goes, a tall tree attracts the wind. Given Lin Mo's high popularity, there will naturally be many challengers. So Lin Mo slowly raised his hand and said softly, "Pause." Molly, who was about to kick off the attack, stopped and breathed a sigh of relief. There were 2 timeouts and less than a minute of playing time. Molly and Su Mingjiao came over and said, Lin Mo, he might be coming for you. That's right, I came here just for Lin Mo. They said you're awesome, and I want to see who's better, you or me. Lu Zai walked over and looked at Lin Mo without looking away. If Class 3 wins today, you join the basketball team. If Class 8 wins, I quit the basketball team. It turns out they were here to recruit talent. Lin Mo shook his head. If you win, I join the basketball team. If you lose, you buy us drinks. After saying that, Lin Mo looked up at Molly and Su Mingjiao. You two won't do anything to me, will you? Molly immediately defended himself. What are you talking about? I definitely wouldn't do such a thing, although I also hope you join the basketball team. Su Mingjiao shrugged indifferently. I'm from the second team, I don't care. Gao Yuanqian was replaced. He breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it's my turn. I'm going to win without doing anything. After saying that, Gao Yuanqian sat on the bench on the other side instead of sitting in Lin Mo's position. After all, Zhang Yunlu was sitting next to Lin Mo. Gao Yuanqian must be very fearless to sit in that position. At this time, the 10 people on the field are ready. Lin Mo walked in front of Lu Zai, and the two stood facing each other, and also slowly lowered their center of gravity. Basketball 5v5 is actually a team game of defense and offense coordination. It's basically one-on-one, but if the matchup fails, you have to rely on your teammates to fill the position. Finally, it was a 1-on-2 situation. That naturally means there is one less defensive position. The so-called success or failure of the matchup is very important, especially the matchup between Lu Zai and Lin Mo at this moment. Lu Zai grinned. I've seen you play. Although your skills are a little lacking, your reaction speed is very fast, and you can seize every opportunity. He suddenly moved closer to Lin Mo, but I won't let you. The ball flew towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo grabbed it with one hand, took a step back, and shot the ball towards the basket of Class 3, from outside the center line. Lu Zai was stunned for a moment, his pupils shrank, and he suddenly turned around to look behind him. Bang! Hollow into the net. Just now, Lu Zai was outside the three-point line, but Lin Mo was outside the center line. Lin Mo showed a more arrogant pitching style. Even the people in Class 3 couldn't help but cheer for the ball. The whole audience was instantly boiling. Zhang Yunlu, who had been very quiet, now jumped up and waved wildly. Come on, Lin Mo! Come on, Lin Mo! Listening to Zhang Yunlu's cheers, Lin Mo twisted his neck with a smile on his face. Okay, the game starts now. The fighting spirit in Lu Zai's eyes became even stronger. I'll definitely put you on the basketball team. As he spoke, Lu Zai kicked off the game. The ball was passed directly to Lu Zai, but Lin Mo had already blocked it. Let's see who can outdo whom. Lu Zai instantly broke through to the left, dribbling at the highest speed. It was just that there was a shadow that stuck to Lu Zai like a thorn in his flesh. No matter which direction Lu Zai breaks through, Lin Mo can block it with his hand. In this situation, not to mention breaking into the penalty area, even shooting from a standing position is a problem. Before Lu Zai could say anything, someone had already walked up to Lin Mo, covering his crotch with his hands, making a pick-and-roll gesture. The so-called pick-and-roll is to let another player block the defensive player to create an opening for the player with the ball to attack. The pick-and-roll actually only took a moment, but that moment was enough for Lu Zai to pass Lin Mo and take this opportunity to jump shot on the spot. However, Lin Mo already knew that someone was coming to set a screen, so he just turned around and stood in front of Lu Zai. Then he jumped suddenly. It was obvious that Lu Zai jumped up first, and he had already aimed at the basket. But when the ball was shot, he saw Lin Mo jump higher, and his big hand slapped the basketball that Lu Zai had just thrown and was still on the upward trajectory. Bang! Block! As long as the ball is still in the rising phase, you can block the shot. If the ball drops down, then the block is a foul. And at this moment, Lin Mo was seriously blocking the shot. The ball flew toward the opposite field. Su Mingjiao rushed over immediately, picked up the ball and immediately rushed to the opposite basket and scored a layup. Lu Zai fell to the ground and looked at Lin Mo, who also fell to the ground. He couldn't help but said, Lin Mo, if you play basketball, we can win the national competition. I'm not Sakuragi Hanamichi. Lin Mo shook his head. If I go play basketball, the book will have to be renamed Reborn to be an Immortal Matsu's Basketball. Is this correct? Lu Zai looked at Lin Mo and took a deep breath. I'm going to get you on the basketball team no matter what. I'm sorry to disappoint you, I won't. Lin Mo got the ball and ran to the opposite half of the court alone, and Lu Zai quickly rushed back to his own half. The speed of running with the ball and running without the ball is completely different. Seeing Lin Mo crossing the three-point line, Lu Zai was already prepared. Shoot? Layup? He was the first to enter the penalty area to defend and make a defensive move, which could at least lead to an offensive foul or a defensive foul himself. Lin Mo's rhythm must be interrupted. But at this moment, Lin Mo jumped instantly in the penalty area. Dunk. Are you 5 feet 7 inches and want to dunk? Lin Mo jumped high, and his jumping ability was beyond the reach of everyone present. But Lin Mo can jump so high. Lu Zai could only provoke the same thing. Maybe he could stop Lin Mo a little. But Lu Zai is not a forward, and he is not very tall. When he jumps, he is not even half as high as Lin Mo. So Lin Mo dunked directly on Lu Zai's head. Bang! The basketball fell to the ground. The two also landed. After landing, Lu Zai realized something was wrong. Lin Mo had clearly jumped before him, but why did they land together? Is this time spent in the air a human's? Lin Mo fell to the ground and raised his hands high. He smiled and said to Lu Zai, "I'm sorry, my stats are higher than yours." In an instant, the whole audience was boiling. The boys in Class 3 were also cheering. Lin Mo's height is actually about 1.78 meters now, but it is still some distance away from 1.80 meters. A dunk with this height is extremely rare in school. Especially this kind of violent dunk through a person can make the surrounding audience excited, even if the one doing the dunking is from the opposing class. After one goal, the morale of Class 3 plummeted to the bottom. Originally, Ma Li and Su Mingjiao could be suppressed by Lu Zai, but now that Lin Mo has come up, their entire team is suppressed. The score gap has not been narrowed and there are signs that it is widening. Lu Zai took a deep breath and encouraged the team, "Don't give up. It's still the third quarter, and we haven't lost yet. If you give up now, then why bother playing basketball? Just play with numbers." It's a pity that Lin Mo's value is dozens of times that of Lu Zai. The game continues. A one-sided attitude appeared easily. Even though Lu Zai did not give up, his teammates' morale was always low and their cooperation gradually became distorted. In the remaining garbage time, Lin Mo did not make any special effort, and his main focus was to cut off Lu Zai's attack. Lu Zai had no way to break through Lin Mo's defense and could only watch time pass while the score gap widened. Beep! The game is over. Everyone in Class 8 stood up and cheered, while Ma Li and Su Mingjiao stood there, feeling that all this was unreal. Ma Li looked at Lin Mo. Although his eyes were not filled with tears, he took several deep breaths. "Luckily I have you, Lin Mo. They are all from Class 8. Lin Mo walked off the stage and Zhang Yunlu handed over the blue screen. "Thank you." Lin Mo took the bottle and opened the lid to drink. Normally, this amount of exercise wouldn't make him sweat, but he felt it would be a bit strange if he didn't sweat after playing basketball for so long, so he created some sweat himself. Zhang Yunlu took the towel, thought about it, and finally handed it to Lin Mo. "There are too many people here. If I wipe Lin Mo's sweat directly, it might not be a good idea." However, when Zhang Yunlu got close to Lin Mo, she did not smell that kind of sweaty smell on Lin Mo. It's like odorless sweat. At this time, Ma Ruxiang came over and clapped his hands. "Alright, Class 8, we need to get back to preparing for the tug-of-war competition. The basketball game is over, but the award ceremony will be held in the afternoon." So everyone dispersed quickly. Next up is the G2 basketball finals. However, not many people stayed on the G1 side, just like not many G2 players came to watch the game just now. Most of the time, there are walls between grades. Everyone gathered on the playground. G2 has finished the tug-of-war game and has been organized to return to class. Chen Xiao walked out of the base camp, looked at Lin Mo and the others, and said with a smile, "Congratulations, you won the championship. You are the only one in my class to win the basketball championship." Fang Jun laughed and said, "Teacher, please don't say we are the worst class you have ever taught. No, you guys are still pretty good." Chen Xiao, who was wearing glasses, was obviously in a good mood and could joke casually. Everyone gathered and began to select tug-of-war members. Chen Xiao looked at Lin Mo and the others. "You just finished playing basketball, do you still have the energy for tug-of-war?" Lin Mo raised his hand and said, "I can." The other boys all confirmed that there was no problem, probably because Lin Mo said that there was no problem with him, so they could only say that there was no problem too. But they all went to drink Red Bull. Lin Mo thought about it and decided, as the sports commissioner, to let the basketball team members take a rest. Although Su Mingjiao was a little indignant, he didn't dare to say anything because Lin Mo had just taken them away. Ma Li was relieved. "Actually, I am really tired, but I am afraid of being criticized." Lin Mo patted Ma Li's shoulder and said, "Don't think too much. Show off to the other students in the class." In the tug-of-war competition, 10 men and 10 women are selected. There were 20 people in total. This can be said to be very simple. As the sports committee member, Lin Mo has his own way of selecting people. Zhang Yuzhong and Yuexin, Gao Yuanqiang, Hao Qiang. Gao Yuanqiang raised his hands helplessly. "I play basketball too." Lin Mo glanced at him and said, "You rested for 2 quarters. Okay, you're right." As for the girls, Lin Mo also selected a few girls with just the right weight, and the rest were based on voluntary participation. Zhang Yunlu came over immediately. I'm pretty good too. People who play badminton have strong arms. As she spoke, she pulled her short sleeves up a little, and with a little force, a firm little mouse appeared on her arm. I have to say that Zhang Yunli does have some strength. Lin Mo nodded. Okay, you're one. After determining the number of people, Lin Mo led his men to the tug-of-war site. Chen Xiao went to draw lots and first drew the contestants for the first round. There's magnesium chalk here. Everyone, put some on your hands so your hands don't slip during tug-of-war. The physical education teacher next to him explained to the students the role of magnesium powder. Lin Mo arranged everyone's positions. Men and women stood on each side. Lin Mo himself stood at the back. He is the strongest one and is known as the Dingai Shenzhen. Zhang Daming, as one of the referees, explained the rules. The student at the back cannot wrap the rope around himself. In a game like tug-of-war, if you wrap the rope around yourself, it's not a big deal if you win, but if you lose, your whole body will be pulled away, which is quite dangerous. Any rule that seems a little strange is set because something happened. Class 8's first round opponent is Class 20, with whom they have little overlap. The students who were not selected were cheering on the sidelines. There were many students from other classes watching the game around. Lin Mo stood at the back, holding the rope alone. Zhang Yunli looked back and pursed her lips. She actually wanted to stand with Lin Mo at first, as it would feel good that way. Unexpectedly, Lin Mo was standing behind him. At this time, Lin Mo shouted from behind, "Everyone listen to my slogan and exert your strength." Before the game started, Lin Mo discussed tactics with others. Things like tug-of-war certainly require tactics. There are various methods, big and small, such as pulling first and then exerting force, or following slogans to exert force. Tug-of-war is all about weight. According to Newton's third law, during tug-of-war, the pulling forces applied by both sides through the rope are always equal in magnitude and opposite in direction, action and reaction, so the strength cannot directly determine the outcome. Most of us here weigh over 150 kilograms. The monitor of Class 20 explained physics knowledge to everyone. Of course, he was right. The heavier you are, the greater the friction on the ground. Lin Mo is already prepared. Everyone, take your positions. Get set. Zhang Daming shouted. Beep. Everyone exerted their strength instantly. The students in Class 8 leaned back and kicked their legs. According to the tactics of Class 8, at first, don't move, and everyone should stay steady on the ground. Wait until the opponent is exhausted before you attack again. Lin Mo, who was standing at the back, felt the force from the rope begin to weaken. Then he shouted, "Listen to my command, 1, 2. Lin Mo also started to exert his strength at this time. As soon as he pulled the rope, the people in Class 8 had space to exert force again. Like a sudden force, the red ribbon hanging in the middle of the rope crossed the line. Class 8 wins. Yeah, we won. Everyone dropped the rope and cheered. Lin Mo stepped forward and said, "This is just the first round. Don't get too excited, there's more to come. After 20-10, 10-5, and 5-3. As for the extra ones, they will be directly drawn into a by system. It depends on who is lucky." The first round ended quickly and Chen Xiao went to draw lots for the second round. Without any bias, I picked the old acquaintance from Class 7. Lin Mo looked over and saw that Xie Yuling was not there. That's okay, if you do this, you don't have to worry too much. Using the same tactics, Class 7 was easily defeated. Of course, the main reason is that the tonnage of Class 7 is not as great as that of Class 8. However, in the third round, Chen Xiao did not get a bye, but instead played against Class 5. Seeing that there were quite a few fat people in Class 5, everyone felt a little scared. "Master Mo, do you think we can win?" Gao Yunqiang looked at the opposite side cautiously. There were at least 2 people weighing 200 kilograms. This tonnage is really hard to pull. Don't be a coward, trust everyone, and don't forget our bond. Lin Mo's words resonated with everyone, and they all encouraged each other. In fact, Lin Mo knew that Class 5 was the original champion. For several years, Class 5 was the champion of the tug-of-war competition, but that was the original. He, Lin Mo, is the biggest butterfly. The game begins. Not only Class 8 used a stalemate tactic, but Class 5 did the same. The two sides were suddenly deadlocked. But in fact, everyone is making an effort. The monitor of Class 5 was at the front of the rope, and seeing that the red ribbon didn't move at all, he continued to maintain his position. It depends on which side loses patience first. The next second, he heard Lin Mo's loud shout. Sure enough, Team 8 was the first to lose their patience. That was understandable, after all, their men were heavier, and they would have a greater advantage in a protracted battle. But the next second, the red ribbon actually moved towards Class 8. They were actually pulled. No, we're going to lose like this. The monitor of Class 5 also shouted immediately. Class 5 also needs to make an effort. But I don't know if it's because they started to exert force too late, or if they are really not as strong as Class 8. The red ribbon passed faster. The next second, the ribbon crossed the line. Class 8 wins. Lin Mo put down the rope. Now he could clearly feel that he could lead everyone in Class 8 and Class 5 with one hand. In terms of strength, I can tear the Japanese apart with my bare hands. Class 5 was upset, while Class 8 was cheering. People do not share the same joys and sorrows. In the last wave, Class 8 got a bye and then easily defeated Class 11. I have to say, I think Class 5 puts more pressure on us. Right. Class 11 isn't as tiring as Class 5. Class 8 won the championship and Class 11 was the runner-up. But the students in Class 8 think that Class 5 should be the runner-up. But this is the competition system. This is not the ranking round. The second place must be stronger than the fourth place. The fun sports games also include three-legged races. However, Lin Mo did not report any of them, but was just packing up his things at the base camp. At this time, Qin Ran, the monitor of Class 12, came over. He looked at Lin Mo with a grim face. Lin Mo, tell your class to take down the post on Taiba. Lin Mo looked up, somewhat confused. He went home last night and didn't check the forum, and Fang Jun didn't say anything to him today. After thinking about it, it seems that I am too busy. So he took out his mobile phone and went straight to the forum. Lin Mo didn't see the post posted by Fang Jun, but he saw several very popular posts. The challenger of Class 12 doesn't want billion, and he refuses to pay after losing the bet. This post directly reached the 300th floor. It seems that it is still fermenting. Lin Mo clicked on it and began to read it with great interest. Hey, you know what, it's quite detailed. It not only describes the scene where Huang Xilan was beaten in badminton, but also the shameless words of Qin Ran, the monitor of Class 12. Seeing Lin Mo smiling and scrolling through his phone, Qin Ran became angry. Lin Mo, quickly ask your classmates to take down the post. Lin Mo blinked. That's not right. Why do you think someone from our class wrote this post? This network is anonymous. Why don't you contact the moderator? Lin Mo looked like a tough guy, not afraid of what Qin Ran was going to do. This made Qin Ran tremble with anger. This post says that Huang Slin doesn't care, but when it comes to himself, that's not okay. So he pointed at Lin Mo and said, "Don't refuse my toast and drink the forfeit wine." Lin Mo laughed, "I want to see how you make me drink the penalty wine." Humph. Qin Ran turned around and left abruptly. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. He hadn't paid much attention to Qin Ran in his previous life. When he had time, he would ask Fang Jun about his background. For him, it was just a matter of fighting back against the enemy with troops and covering the water with earth. Lin Mo's spiritual sense enveloped the entire school, and then he saw Qin Ran, who was furious and didn't know what he was thinking, and walked directly towards the Dean of Studies, Li Yan. This little brat is going to cause trouble. Director, I just saw a group of people in Class 8 playing with their phones. They were laughing and joking as they went back to class. Li Yan frowned and looked at Qin Ran in front of him. Who are you? I'm Qin Ran, the monitor of Class 12. They were just playing on their phones and insulting the school, so I wanted to come and report them to the director. If it was just playing with the phone, Li Yan wouldn't care too much. After all, it was a school sports meet, which could give students more freedom and there was no need to impose too many restrictions. But insulting the school is really not good. So Li Yan immediately looked towards Class 8. However, most of the competitions were over, and the students in Class 8 had already started packing up their tables and chairs and going back. Then do you know who are the people who insulted the school? Yes, but I don't know their names. Qin Ran originally wanted to say Lin Mo's name directly, but that would seem too deliberate. Although he couldn't attack Lin Mo, it was possible to attack the people around Lin Mo. He remembered clearly who were the people around Lin Mo. Li Yan nodded, then follow me. Qin Ran looked troubled. Director, if I follow you, what if they retaliate against me? I'm here, what are you afraid of? Li Yan is a very positive person. He is never afraid of the despicable means used by students. If there is any bullying incident in the school, he will also fight back hard. Since Li Yan said so, Qin Ran had no choice but to follow him up to the teaching building. Just arrived at the door of Class 8. Then I heard a voice coming from inside. This school is so great. The prize money for the tug-of-war competition is 1,000 yuan. The homeroom teacher said that it will all go into the class fund. We're worried that some students might end up in the liberal arts class, so we'll spend it all within these 2 semesters. Does anyone have any objections? No, this is a school award. It's great to have one. Yes, Guangba is indeed the focus, he is very generous. Of course. I heard that other schools' sports meets only last 2 days at most, and they don't have as many events as we do. Li Yan listened to the sounds coming from the classroom, walked to the door and coughed lightly. Everyone sat at their seats, and some sat at the tables. When I heard the cough, I looked over and saw the head teacher standing at the classroom door. Everyone immediately sat up straight. What's up, director? Although Ma Ruxiang was a little scared, he still stepped forward to ask. Li Yan made way and looked at Qin Ran. Oh, you're the deadbeat monitor of Class 12. Ma Ruxiang pointed at Qin Ran and said bluntly, defaulting on a debt? What do you mean by defaulting on a debt? Li Yan was puzzled. But Qin Ran had already pointed at several people and said, Director, it's them. They have cell phones. Things like cell phones. If you don't say it out loud, you can pretend you didn't see it, but once it's said out loud, it's a different story. The few people who were called stood up, shrugged and said, no, we didn't bring our phones. Among them were Fang Jun and Yuexin and the victim Su Mingjiao. Su Mingjiao was confused. What does this have to do with me? Everyone knows that Lin Mo and I had a fight on the first day of school. If everyone could hear Su Mingjiao's inner voice, they would definitely add something. It was you who was pressed to the ground and rubbed by Lin Mo on the first day of school. But they all denied having any cell phones with them. Li Yan looked at Qin Ran in confusion. I asked you to testify against those people who cursed the school. Qin Ran felt that his little plan was about to be exposed, so he could only look at Fang Jun and the others again. Yes, it was them. They were playing on their phones while insulting the school. Fang Jun tilted his head. We insulted the school? The school has done nothing wrong to me. I wasn't punished, and the teacher didn't catch me. Plus, we just won the game and were so happy. Why would we insult the school for no reason? What's the reason? What's the motive? Fang Jun even took the initiative to step forward. Director, I didn't bring my cell phone back to school. Otherwise, you can search me and my location. I guarantee there won't be any. Li Yan recognized Fang Jun. He had a good impression of this student, and what he just said was logically clear. In this situation, Lin Mo finally spoke. Director, this student said that a classmate in our class insulted the school. I'd like to know what he insulted, how he insulted, and where he insulted. This way, we can corroborate each other and verify whether such an insult occurred. Kiran hesitated. I saw it inside their headquarters. They were saying this and that about the school, and that there were problems with the school system. Su Mingjiao said without hesitation, I didn't go back to Class 8's base camp today. I came back to change clothes after the basketball finals and then gathered for the tug-of-war. There was no way I would go back to base camp and talk about so many yes and no's. Everyone in Class 8 laughed. Li Yan looked at Su Mingjiao's confident look, then looked at Qin Ran. He knew at a glance that Qin Ran wanted to frame him. He snorted coldly and was about to say something. Director, I guess his real purpose is to get you to search our class's phones, so he made up this lie. Li Yan lowered his head and glanced at Qin Ran again. His face, which was intimidating without even being angry, frightened even the 18-year-old Qin Ran. Lin Mo walked out directly from his seat. I guess this classmate Qin Ran also has a cell phone on him. Hearing this, Qin Ran's face turned pale. This Lin Mo is really damnable. How does he know everything? Lin Mo pointed at Qin Ran's pocket. Why don't you take a look at what's in the pockets of this Class 12 monitor first? Looking at Qin Ran's expression, Li Yan patted Qin Ran's pocket. Just by tapping it, Li Yan knew what was in the pocket. After all, he is experienced and can tell what kind of cigarettes and mobile phones are just by taking a picture. Take it out yourself. Li Yan frowned and watched Qin Ran take out the iPhone 4 from his pocket. Humph. You brought your phone to school and slandered other students, didn't you? Fine, I'll tell the whole school. I'll talk to your homeroom teacher and see how you manage to be the class monitor. After saying that, Li Yan took Qin Ran's phone and left. Halfway through the journey, Li Yan turned around and looked at Qin Ran. By the way, come back to me at the end of the semester for your phone. It also depends on how you perform. Class 8 immediately burst into laughter. Oops, someone shot themselves in the foot. Lin Mo even walked up to Qin Ran. What? Any other tricks? I can use them all. They say you're so powerful, but I think you're nothing special. Qin Ran clenched his fists, but he didn't dare to punch Lin Mo. After all, Lin Mo had a bad reputation, but this time he really couldn't bear to be humiliated. So the next second, he turned and ran away. As long as he runs fast enough, the ridicule cannot catch up with him. Fang Jun burst into laughter. Okay, everyone remember to read the forum tonight. In the afternoon, closing ceremony. This closing ceremony has nothing to do with G3, everyone was sent back to do their papers. This is a G12 only event. Now entering the arena is a group of one, with their resilient faces, they come into everyone's view. Every class is extraordinary. The students in Class 1 were wearing their class uniforms and shouting slogans. But in fact, the square formations are all ordinary. Lin Mo has seen many abstract formations at the opening ceremonies of universities, but he doesn't quite understand why this formation is only used at the closing ceremony. This is probably Guangba's tradition, as they don't want the award ceremony to be too boring. Soon it was Class 8's turn. The people of the 8th class, the souls of the 8th class, the 8th class strives to be the best. In the square formation, Lin Mo walked in front holding the sign of Class 8. Because he was the sports commissioner, the task of holding the sign fell on him. After circling the field, they returned to their positions. Lin Mo stood in the first place and put down the sign of Class 8. When it's G2's turn to enter, the situation is completely different. Each class in G2 has a unique style. The music played in the radio studio has been prepared in advance. For example, everyone in Class G2 is dressed in suits and has an inexplicable look of a gentleman who is not a gentleman. The person standing in front holding the sign was an office lady wearing black stockings. This caused an uproar on the G1 side. Next is the second class with a Republican style. The three teams in the anime cos style, such as One Piece, Naruto Village People, and Living God, the three most popular anime gathered together. G2 Class 8 even directly has all the gold saints. Because the head teacher was a woman, she wore a wig and transformed herself into Athena. These are no different from Lin Mo's memories. G1 is ignorant, but G2 is prepared. However, in his previous life, Lin Mo was not standing in the front, so he could not see it carefully. Now it seems a bit funny. There are also class formations with energetic singing and dancing. It's a pity that there is no Brother G in this era, otherwise someone would have performed GNI is too beautiful. After seeing this scene, many G1 classes had already made up their minds and started preparing for the next school sports meet. Lin Mo turned his head and looked at Chen Ziaoa. Teacher, is it true that every year during the school sports day, G1 has nothing to do? Is it all done by G2? Chen Ziaoa smiled and nodded. These are all your own ideas. We usually don't interfere. After all, it only happens once a year, and the school won't pay much attention to them. But I won't remind you proactively. After all the entrance ceremonies were completed, everyone sat on the benches arranged by the school. Next is the award ceremony. The hosts were senior students from grade G2, who held microphones and cue cards. Please invite the top 3 men's 50-meter events in G1 and G2 to the stage to receive their awards. 6 people on both sides of the audience immediately came on stage. It's just that the painting styles of G1 and G2 levels are slightly different. The most G1 has is a class uniform with the class name written on it, while G2 here has Suzuki and a thug in a suit. In the abstract world, it can be considered an explosion. The principal and vice principal also came out to present awards. The principal is responsible for awarding the gold medals, and the vice principals are responsible for awarding the silver and bronze medals. Of course, these are actually just ordinary alloy brands that are colored separately. Basically every class can win some awards, so no class will be completely empty-handed. This is also the advantage of having many projects. Please invite the top 3 G1 G2 men's 5,000M winners, Lin Mo, OB, and AAC, to the stage to receive their awards. Lin Mo went up to receive the medal and prize money. The bonuses are all put in envelopes so that they are not obvious. Looking at the medal and bonus handed to him, Lin Mo took them seriously with both hands and said, "Thank you, Principal." Shen Zhongping maintained a professional smile and nodded slightly, but he recognized Lin Mo. "Your academic performance is very good, you must keep it up." As he said this, his professional smile seemed a little more sincere. In Shen Zhongping's eyes, a good seedling may become the future top scorer. Although Guanba is a key exam, it has not produced a top scorer in the past 4 years. At least he has to be the top scorer in the city. If he is the provincial top scorer, that would be very impressive. At least it would add a touch of distinction to his term of office. Lin Mo also nodded seriously. "I know. I love learning." Shen Zhongping nodded with a smile and patted Lin Mo on the shoulder. This is a treatment that other first-place winners have never received. After Lin Mo came down, Fang Jun had no idea when he had switched seats with the person in front of him. "Hey, Lao Mo, what did the principal say to you? He keeps me on track." After hearing what Lin Mo said, Fang Jun touched his chin and felt bored. Instead, Lin Jiajin smiled and said, "That's because Lin Mo has the potential to be a top student. The principal is very optimistic about him, so he said so much." Lin Jiajin obviously had a clearer understanding of these twists and turns, so he immediately explained the subtext. Fang Jun smiled and reached out to take the gold medal from Lin Mo's hand. "Old Mo, let me see what the gold medal looks like." Lin Mo didn't care and handed the gold medal over. Later, Lin Mo went up to receive the gold medals for both javelin and shot put. The silver and bronze medalists in these two events were both half-fat guys. Only Lin Mo looks well-balanced. Even Shen Zhongping couldn't help but exclaim when he saw Lin Mo win the gold medal, "I heard you were very strong before, now it seems you really are very strong." Lin Mo smiled and said, "It's just luck." Well, young people can be humble, but not too humble. That will make them lose the youthful vigor. That's strength plus some luck. Ha ha ha. Good, quite interesting. Shen Zhongping deeply remembered the student in front of him. After coming down with the gold medal, Zhang Yunlu appeared out of nowhere. I want one too. Lin Mo glanced at Zhang Yunlu. You have some later, why do you need mine? Having said that, Lin Mo still handed over the gold medal. You have mine, and I have yours. Zhang Yunlu took the gold medal from Lin Mo and couldn't help laughing, rubbing her fingers on the gold medal. As he spoke, he started awarding the badminton players. Please invite Su Qingjun, the men's singles badminton champion, to the stage to receive the award. Su Qingjun went on stage to receive the award, but his expression was not very good. He always felt that his title of men's singles champion was not worthy of his title, but there was nothing he could do because Lin Mo did not sign up for the men's singles. In the end, he just accepted the award with a dull look on his face and walked off the stage. Please invite the badminton women's singles champion, Zhang Yunlu, to the stage to receive her award. It's my turn. Zhang Yunlu turned around and glanced at Lin Mo. What it means is, you have to come up too later. Zhang Yunlu walked up with a smile. Her foot was no longer seriously injured, but she walked a little slower. After going on stage, Shen Zhongping presented the award to Zhang Yunlu, but Zhang Yunlu did not leave the stage. Anything else? Zhang Yunlu said cautiously, I'm still the mixed doubles champion. Shen Zhongping looked at the host. The host understood and picked up the hand card. Next, please invite the champions of the mixed doubles badminton event, Zhang Yunlu and Lin Mo, to the stage to receive their awards. Lin Mo also walked towards the stage. Shen Zhongping couldn't help but mutter, this kid is too omnipotent. Zhang Yunlu held 2 medals in her hands. After getting off the stage, she handed the gold medal to Lin Mo. Here, it's yours. Hey, thank you for the reward, Mr. Buddha. Lin Mo shouted in a pinched voice. Zhang Yunlu couldn't help but slap Lin Mo on the arm, but she didn't use much force. The gold medals are all the same style and there is no difference. After all, the school sports meet is not the Olympics, and all the supplies are purchased by the school. Next came the awards ceremony for the football events. The football event is a small trophy, there is no gold medal. This award has nothing to do with Class 8 because they were eliminated in the first round. Finally, there are the awards for basketball. It's also a trophy, no medal. Representatives were sent by class to receive the awards. Lin Mo looked at Molly, meaning to let Molly go up and get it. But Molly and others hid in the back row and waved at Lin Mo. What I mean is, you can go up. Good guy, he's getting scared now. But it seems quite normal. Lin Mo continued to scan, but the group of people playing basketball were all huddled in place. If a group of people go up, they will definitely push and shove their way up. But now they had to send a representative up, so they decisively sent Lin Mo up. So Lin Mo went up again. Shen Zhongping was used to seeing Lin Mo coming up again. The host looked at the cue card and said directly, Student Lin Mo, please don't go down. Take the tug-of-war championship trophy as well. Okay, let's play it this way, okay? Then Lin Mo came down with 2 trophies in his hands. There was nothing more to do with Class 8 and Lin Mo after that. After all the awards are given out, it's time for the performance. Interest groups such as Dance Club, Street Dance Club, and Drama Club each contribute their own performances. After all this is over, Shen Zhongping will give his closing remarks. Finally, G1 G2 can start going home from school. As for G3, again, G3 has no human rights. System, feed me peanuts. I want the camera Tianhe Road, Tianhe Restaurant. In the box. Mr. Zhu, I really can't understand why you didn't take action at that time. Zhu Ligang leaned back in his chair with a gloomy expression, holding a glass of Wulianjai in his hand. He took a sip and then spat on the ground. That sissy secretary caused trouble and ruined my plan, but I took care of him. But Mr. Zhang, you still have to help me. Sitting opposite Zhu Ligang was a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, a suit and tie, and looked gentle and refined. There was just a hint of sinisterness between his brows, and overall he had the temperament of a gentleman but a villain. Zhang Baihe chuckled, I will definitely help Mr. Zhu. Helping Mr. Zhu is also helping myself. Zhu Ligang laughed. I only want that little bitch. As for the shares, I only want half. Mr. Zhang can take the other half. That way, we have enough say. Zhang Baihe nodded. Of course, and now that Mr. Zhu has invested in our company, we can cooperate even more seamlessly. As he spoke, he raised the cup in his hand. The two of them clinked their glasses lightly. A moment later, someone pushed the door open and walked in. Zhang Baihe's secretary lowered his head and whispered in Zhang Baihe's ear. Okay, I see. Just bring the things here first. The secretary nodded and left the office. Zhu Ligang glanced at the very conservative and unrefined female secretary and couldn't help asking, Boss Zhang, your secretary doesn't look like that. I'm a secretary who does the work. I'm not the kind you think. There are a lot of secretaries like that, but very few of them can actually do the work. Hee, it's true that there are few people who can work, and even fewer who can work and do both. After a while, the female secretary came back with a box. She placed the box in front of Zhu Ligong and then left the box. What the hell? Zhu Ligong opened the box without hesitation, and inside lay an ordinary-looking mineral water bottle. What is this? Zhu Ligong doesn't think this is just a bottle of mineral water. This is the latest ecstasy water, brought back from abroad. A bottle costs 50,000 to 60,000 yuan. It's not expensive, but it's quite hard to get. Zhu Ligong picked it up and looked at it carefully. There's no instruction manual. How do I use it? Cover my mouth? Drink it? Or something? Just get a bottle of alcohol and spray it on your face. You can do whatever you want for half an hour. Half an hour isn't enough. I'm so strong, it'll take at least an hour. Then spray it again. The two of them suddenly let out some sinister villain laughter. Zhang Baihe then continued, Mr. Zhu, I hope you won't make any more mistakes this time. Time waits for no one. The bidding for that project is about to begin, and I must have enough say. No problem, with your help, it will definitely work. Then I'll wait and see. Zhang Baihe wiped his mouth and said, Boss Zhu, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Enjoy your meal, I'll settle the bill. After saying that, without waiting for Zhu Ligong to answer, he walked downstairs. As soon as Zhang Baihe left, Zhu Ligong's eyes became deeper. It seems that the real criminal is you. Two sounds came out of Zhu Ligong's mouth, one was crisp and carried the breath of youth, and the other was Zhu Ligong's original voice. At this time, Lin Mo was standing in a large flat. There was a graceful woman lying unconscious on the sofa. Lin Mo slowly took down a painting hanging in the master bedroom. There is a safe behind the painting. Supernatural power, moving, can take objects remotely. Lin Mo casually took out a stack of documents and account books from inside. Looking at these things, Lin Mo went straight downstairs to the nearest copy shop. After copying everything here, put them back into the safe. All the information in hand was packed up and put into the mailbox at Chu Miao's home. After doing all this, Lin Mo stopped there. The reason why he did not attack Zhang Baihe directly was to leave the opportunity for revenge to Chu Linshan. If you want revenge, would you hope that the two-dimensional foil will suddenly take care of the other party, or would you hope to send the enemy to hell with your own hands? If it were Lin Mo, he would be more inclined to the latter, because it will be more enjoyable this way. So Lin Mo left this pleasant moment to Chu Linshan. Anyway, both Chu and Dechu have their own amulets, which can ensure that nothing will happen. After leaving Chu Miao's residential complex, Lin Mo looked at the time. It was still early, so Lin Mo went straight back to his rental house to practice. When I returned to the rental house, there were two medals hanging in the room. This is the one Zhang Yunli gave to him, and the other one Lin Mo kept for himself. The other two were given to Chu Miao and Xia Yuling respectively. As a master of balancing, you still have to treat everyone equally. As soon as he sat down, Lin Mo's phone rang. It's Fang Jun. Lao Mo, help. Come quickly. Is this what you call saving a life? Lin Mo looked at Fang Jun in front of him with an unhappy look on his face. Fang Jun held the cue stick and put chocolate powder in it. I'm worried that you'll be tired from studying at home alone, so I asked you to come out and play billiards. And Yuexin is also here, but my Chu Wen is not here. There were only two of them playing billiards here, no wonder they called Lin Mo out. Lin Mo sat aside, drinking soda. You called me out, so you must have something to tell me. Fang Jun hit the ball and the white ball spun into his pocket. And Yuexin was immediately delighted. Hey, what's wrong with this ball? After Fang Jun sat down, he said, I posted everything about Qin Ran from class 12 yesterday on the forum. I have a pseudonym and am a small moderator. People have been asking me to delete the posts, but I just ignored them. Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. He really hadn't thought about this. Open the mobile post bar and take a look. Sure enough, the previous incidents of Huang Slin refusing to pay his debts in Qin Ran, the monitor of class 12, falsely accusing students of class 8 of bringing mobile phones, which resulted in his own phone being confiscated, were all included in the list. It was directly hyped up to the 600th floor, and the popularity is even rising. Hey, don't tell me that Qin Ran doesn't seem like a good guy. A lot of Smurfs claiming to be from class 12 have popped up, saying Qin Ran is a bit of a pretentious person and is even trying to make that class leader thing out of him. Lin Mo nodded and casually scanned it. There were indeed quite a few such comments. But he put down his phone, frowned, and said, Huang Xilan said he has a background. Aren't you worried? Tisk, even though I have a connection, my post hasn't been deleted. And wasn't he arrested by the flat-headed guy? How could he be arrested even with a connection? Things like background will only be reflected when they are used. In daily situations, they are often hidden. However, Lin Mo also became curious about Qin Ran. This little brat looks like a little Karami, even worse than Reggie. although Reggie and his aunt have now stopped making any noise. But there was a big fight at the beginning. But as for Kiran, he should just wait for the villain's next attack. Aren't the protagonists of daily life rarely proactive? After all, One Punch Man only appears at the end to punch the monster. After playing billiards, Fang Jun invited Lin Mo to dinner again, and the three of them went to eat roasted lamb legs. While eating, Fang Jun took out his cell phone and looked at it, and suddenly frowned. Oh my god, the post is gone. I'll go look for it. The young moderator Fang Jun immediately started looking for him. The next second, he started cursing. The moderator took action and deleted the post. And Yuexin was eating a piece of mutton. Who is the moderator? A teacher from school? It seems that for the moderator of this kind of bar, the school teacher can directly apply for it with the school certificate. Lin Mo knocked on the table. Perhaps, this Qin Ren really does have a background. The two of them immediately looked up at Lin Mo. Don't worry, the post has been deleted, just post another one. It's still 2012, and internet regulations are not that severe. Even the real name system for mobile phone numbers hasn't started yet. As expected, all subsequent posts were deleted. But there is no explanation in the forum. It can be said that it fell on deaf ears. During Monday's flag-raising speech, there wasn't even anything about Kiran's school-wide announcement. However, Lin Mo could see through his spiritual sense that Qin Ran had changed his phone. Still iPhone 4. It seems that they are a wealthy family. After Monday's morning exercises, Fang Jun went to find out the news. Lin Mo continued to stare at Qin Ran's classroom. Qin Ran's position as class monitor was removed, but he was not too scared. He even went straight to find the new class monitor when the class was over. Remember, I am the monitor of this class. Yes, yes, yes. What a shadow Emperor MacArthur. The more this happened, the more confident Qin Ran seemed. We still have to wait for the villain's next attack. It was not until the afternoon that Fang Jun finally found out the news thoroughly. Lao Mo, I got the news. This Qin Ran does have a background. I heard he's from the city. I just don't know whose family he belongs to. Lin Mo looked at Lin Jiajin beside him without hesitation. Is there any big boss in the city named Qin? Lin Jiajin thought about it and finally shook his head. There is no one with the surname Qin among the big bosses, but the officialdom in Yangcheng is very big. Lin Mo agreed. But since they are not big shots, it means they are just small officials. Judging from the iPhone 4 in Qin Ran's hand, he probably wasn't a clean person. In this case, the weather is cold and the Qin family will go bankrupt. That night, Lin Mo followed Qin Ran's spiritual mark and came to the Qin family. Surprisingly, the Qin family looked ordinary. An ordinary apartment in a residential area, 70 square meters, with 2 bedrooms and a living room. Kiran is still an only child. At this time, Qin Ran was flirting with the girls in his class on QQ. It seemed that when the conversation got to the point of being emotional, the whole person twisted and turned on the bed like a maggot. But the focus was still outside Qin Ran's room. Lin Mo explored here. Then he came to the conclusion that Qin Ran was an illegitimate child. Although this house has the daily necessities for 3 people, it only has the scent of 2 people. There were no wedding photos, nor many things belonging to the man of the house. Generally, there are only 2 possibilities in this situation. Or maybe the man of the house is a truck driver and is often not at home. Or maybe this place is used to hide a beautiful woman. In the house of more than 70 square meters, there are a lot of cosmetics on the table in the master bedroom, and they are all very expensive brands. Plus various jewelry and clothes in the wardrobe. It explains a lot of things. Although the woman on the bed in the master bedroom is nearly 40 years old, she has a good figure and is beautiful. Lin Mo used soul-controlling techniques to control the woman without hesitation, making her tell everything. After a while, Lin Mo knew everything. Just as he suspected, Kiran was indeed an illegitimate child. Qin Ran's father actually works for the Education Bureau. So the Taiba incident can be explained clearly. Following the clues, Lin Mo collected all the information about Qin Ran's father in one breath. With these things, Lin Mo also began to look forward to Qin Ran's next act of humiliation. This is probably why the final boss was not killed as soon as the protagonist appeared, because in the eyes of the final boss, the protagonist at that time was not even an ant. And now in Lin Mo's eyes, Qin Ran is just a clown who adds fun to life. As for this clown, let's leave him alone for now. Just wait for the next show effect. Lin Mo didn't let him go, he just didn't deal with him now. As soon as I returned to the rental house, the system appeared out of nowhere. The host needs the project of the adult network line, this invincible system has borrowed it, please complete the following tasks. Special mission, condensing the golden elixir, finding/making a life spirit weapon. Wait, I understand condensing the golden elixir, but what about finding or making a natal spiritual weapon? Condensing the golden elixir is easy to understand, but it is not easy to get a natal spiritual weapon. First of all, something that wants to become a spiritual weapon must not be made of ordinary materials. What should I do with the materials for my invincible system? I don't know what materials can be used to refine weapons. Even if Lin Mo can find adamantium, who knows if vibranium will appear? Besides, the vibranium shield can also be chopped into pieces. Host, have you misunderstood something? Who said that the material is the core of the natal spiritual weapon? The so-called natal spiritual weapon is a spiritual weapon that is bound and watered by the host's own soul. You mean, my wooden stick can also be cultivated into my natal spiritual weapon? Host, when others shout, swords are coming, what do you shout? Staffs are coming? Very good, nothing wrong with it. Being handsome is a lifelong thing. Lin Mo was wondering whether he should go to the mold base to steal a cannon barrel. From now on, use your weapons. Take my Stinger missile. How about a biaxial foil? But I don't even know what a biaxial foil is. But this doesn't seem necessary. Host, don't think about it anymore, just condense the golden elixir first. I am the most watery dividing line After a busy day, Master Dechu finally returned home. She saw that there was a letter at the mailbox on the first floor, so she opened it with her key. Sure enough, he took out a thick stack of letters from it. In 2012, many organizations used sending and receiving letters as their main form of communication, so Chu Linchen often checks the mailbox at home. Holding a stack of letters with no sender and no stamps, Chu Linchen frowned. After returning home, she casually opened the first letter. Ah, these are. Chu Linchen checked the accounts inside. Then he immediately opened the other envelopes. Sure enough, as she said this, she picked up the letters and ran into the study to check the data. Chu Miao Miao opened the door after hearing the sound, only to see that the living room was full of envelopes and the study door was closed. But she didn't think too much about it and just went back into the room. 2 weeks later, there will be another round of midterm exams. Although there are still the same number of subjects to take, some students who have found their target areas are not as nervous as before. They may even voluntarily give up certain subjects. But this time I still have to attend evening self-study after the exam. The reason is that this midterm exam is not on Thursday or Friday. Moreover, the last monthly exam has given students time to adapt, so they will continue with evening self-study this time. I don't know when it will start, but there will be teachers coming to teach in the evening, probably to catch up with the progress. In many schools, students have already learned all the new knowledge in the first semester of G2, and then prepare to enter the high-pressure state of G3 in the second semester of G2. G3 is in a complete state of preparation for the exam. Chen Xiao was giving a lecture on the stage, but Lin Mo was looking down at a Chinese reference book. However, Chen Xiao wouldn't say anything when she saw it. After all, Lin Mo's math grades were very good. Lin Mo was able to get 150 points not because his ability was 150 points, but because his score on the paper was only 150 points. So Lin Mo is usually very free in her class. Chen Xiao only taught one class and then left. After all, she was the teacher on duty and still had to fulfill her patrol duties. At this time, Zhang Yunlu turned and looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, I heard that you're going to participate in the City Mathematical Olympiad the day after tomorrow. Are you feeling any pressure? Lin Mo raised his head. That's not the case, but I heard that the places for the provincial competition are subject to allocation. Even if you get first place in the city, you may not be able to get a place in the provincial competition. Zhang Yunlu blinked. I remember if you get first place in the province, you can get extra points, right? Lin Mo nodded. I can add 10 points to the final exam, but I want to win the national competition. Apart from anything else, the system has issued a task before. As long as you pass a competition, you will get a reward. I don't know what the reward is, but the best one is to improve my cultivation. However, extra points can only be added now. After 2015, there will basically be no extra points for the final exam. Of course, not being able to add extra points doesn't mean the competition is useless. Many schools have programs for competitive talents that allow admission without examination. Some people say that no more than 50% of students are admitted to Sandaoka Vocational and Technical College, but they don't know that there are other channels for admission based on special talents, such as competitions. At least first-rate universities will definitely not recruit third-rate illiterates. The city competition that Zhang Yunlu mentioned was actually just a competition to compete for places. After all, there are few places in the provincial competition and they all need to be screened through multiple levels. During the break in the evening study session, Fang Jun came over. Lao Mo, Qin Ran has been pretty well behaved lately and hasn't come to provoke us. What? You still want him to cause trouble? It's just talk. Who knows if this guy will suddenly hit you? At this moment, the male classmate sitting at the door suddenly spoke. Lin Mo, someone is looking for you. Everyone in the class looked towards the door. But no one knew the girl standing at the door, and no one had seen her near class 8. but Lin Mo still walked out. Excuse me? He couldn't quite remember who this petite girl with an oval face was, not even her memories of her past life. If Zhang Yunlu is a 9, then the girl in front of him is probably a 7. When she masters the makeup technique in the future, she can add 1 or 2 points. Hello, Lin. Lin Mo. I'm Su Zitting from class 3. I have a letter for you. After saying that, she stuffed the letter into Lin Mo's hand and ran outside with a flushed face. It doesn't matter whether Lin Mo wants to say anything or not. In the distance, there was a group of girls waiting to pick her up. Hey, Lao Mo, I finally received a love letter. Fang Jun stuck his head out of the window like a spy chief. What do you mean by finally receiving a love letter? Lin Mo thought about it and decided to keep the love letter in his hand. When he returned to the classroom, he put it in the hole of the desk. It means someone has finally broken through the boundaries and expressed their feelings to you. As Fang Jun spoke, he glanced at Zhang Yunle, who was clenching her fists next to him. When Zhang Yunle saw that Lin Mo did not throw away the letter, her san value dropped sharply. Lin Mo looked around and saw that everyone was looking at him with either teasing or teasing eyes. Sure enough, fun never dies. Some people even shouted directly, Lin Mo, open the letter and take a look. After all, it is a kind gift from someone. But Lin Mo still shook his head. He stood up and said, I don't know what everyone thinks, but if it were me, I wouldn't want a letter written with my heart to be turned into something people laugh at. If you wrote a letter to someone you liked, would you want them to trash it in public? Lin Mo's words stunned the entire classroom. Some people feel disdainful, while others empathize with the situation. How uncomfortable would you be if your feelings were treated like a clown? Some people even recalled their junior high school days. Hearing this, Chu Miao Miao raised her head and looked at Lin Mo, who stood up straight. I just felt that Lin Mo was glowing. Xia Yuling was standing at the door of a shop selling stinky tofu. Lin Mo was queuing next to him. Fang Jun also followed behind. Cubes of tofu fell into the oil pan and steam rose. When the tofu cubes float up from the oil pan, the boss uses his skillful chopstick skills to pick them up one by one and put them into the bowl. Then scoop a spoonful of broth from a clay jar and pour it on top. Then sprinkle with seasoning. Lin Mo garnished it with some garlic chili sauce and handed the first bowl of stinky tofu to Xia Yuling. I heard that the stinky tofu in Hong Kong is dry, has no soup, and is even smellier. Fang Jun smelled the stinky tofu that was not stinky and said with interest. Lin Mo nodded. It's indeed different. Most of the stinky tofu nowadays is actually fried tofu, while the stinky tofu in Hong Kong is made from fermented stinky tofu. There is also a Mao tofu version of stinky tofu, and I can only say that each one has its own stinky taste. But these can probably only be tasted locally. Xia Yuling shook her head and said, I'll just eat fried tofu. Fried tofu requires skill. It needs to be crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and you need to have enough experience. My mom doesn't like me to eat too much fried food. We only fry food at home during Chinese New Year. Lin Mo nodded. The three of them ate stinky tofu and walked towards the urban village. At this time, Xia Yuling suddenly spoke again. Have you read the letter that girl gave you today? Ha! You already know everything after just one evening study session? Lin Mo was curious. No, I saw the girl when she was outside. In fact, Xia Yuling's seat was near the window and slightly behind, so when the boy at the door of Class 8 shouted, she heard it clearly. Therefore, she paid more attention. I haven't watched it yet. I'll watch it when I get back. Xia Yuling pursed her lips, so you want to accept it? Fang Jun's pace was a little slow, but don't look at him as stupid, he is actually quite smart. No, just trying to avoid hurting others. As if remembering something, Lin Mo suddenly stopped. Xia Yuling didn't pay attention and bumped into Lin Mo's back. Being indifferent to someone may be a way to reject them, but being direct and serious in your rejection is also a way to reject them. Lin Mo turned around and touched the girl's hair. The girl nodded unconsciously. Fang Jun gave a thumbs up from a distance. Only after returning to the rental house did Lin Mo open the letter in the bag. Pink envelope, pink stationery. They also sprayed perfume on it and said that many places were full. Su Zitting's handwriting is very beautiful, without any typos or traces of erasures. Either write it all in one go, or write a draft and then copy it again. But no matter what, this is a girl's intention. It said that the girl had noticed Lin Mo since military training, and then fell in love with him during the basketball final between Class 3 and Class 8 in the school sports meet. After 2 weeks of struggling, I decided to write this letter. At the end of the letter is the mobile phone number and QQ number. Lin Mo thought about it, turned on the computer, logged into QQ, and then added Su Zitting's QQ. The other side passed through in almost seconds. Lin Mo started typing. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't have any feelings for you, and I don't plan to have a relationship. After the message was sent, silence fell on the other side. Lin Mo ignored it, put the letter aside and started to prepare to take a shower. When I came out of the shower, the other side had already responded. I actually know that Lin Mo has never noticed me. I just think that if you love someone, you should be brave enough to express it. At least it will let you know that there is such a person. Maybe when you want to fall in love, you will think of me. This is the feeling that there is still hope. However, many people who are just bootlickers are either given hope by the owner of the fish pond, or they give themselves hope. I don't want to give you false hope. I already have someone I like. The phrase, I have someone I like, is equivalent to giving the answer. Lin Mo simply turned invisible with a click of his hand and went to practice. Now, taking one chi strengthening pill every day can help Lin Mo accumulate spiritual energy quickly. System, I've taken so many pills, won't I get poisoned? Host, are you questioning me? This system is an invincible immortal cultivation system. Would it give you a pill with elixir poison? That is a pure natural, additive-free, top-grade pill that this system has refined for you. Okay, it seems that your world over there is more colorful than mine. Lin Mo began to practice. About half an hour later, the phone suddenly rang. Lin Mo picked it up and saw that it was Fang Jun. Hey, what's up? I'm funny. Lao Mo. Something happened, check out the forum. Lin Mo frowned and opened the Taiba website on his computer. Then I saw the title, Bastard Lin Mo. I don't want to like you anymore. Oh, brother is protecting your weak heart, so you should post it on Taiba for me, right? When I clicked on it, I saw the poster's ID. My name is Xiaoxiao Su. This is probably Su Zitting. The content of the post did not include chat records, but was a one-sided text description. Basically, Lin Mo deceived the poster's feelings, and she also said that Lin Mo told her that he had no plans to fall in love. But he took the initiative to add my QQ and chat with me. I have liked him since the beginning of the school year, so naturally I couldn't help but chat with him. I finally mustered up the courage to find Lin Mo and send him a letter to confess my feelings, but he said he already had someone he liked. It must be said that this was the first time that Lin Mo had seen this level of spring and autumn style writing. This is not nonsense, most of it is the truth, and it was indeed Lin Mo who added the QQ account himself. And Lin Mo also said that he has someone he likes. This girl will definitely be great at studying journalism in the future. 9 truths and 1 lie can create a lie that is convincing enough to convince people. Hey, Lin Mo, did you see that? What's going on? A lot of people in the class group are already quarreling. Although Lin Mo has a high reputation, it does not mean that everyone in class 8 will believe in him. Especially today, the boy named Lin Mo who opened the letter directly danced the most happily. He didn't believe the post on Taiba. The reason he jumped was just to say, Lin Mo, I just said that letters like this should be opened directly and thrown into the trash. You shouldn't be responsible for other people's likes. It's not your obligation. In terms of stance, he stood on Lin Mo's side, but in terms of words, he also wanted to win the upper hand. Don't worry, it's okay. I have the letter and the chat history. What are you afraid of? However, Lin Mo still opened QQ and took a screenshot of the chat history. Then he asked, why distort the facts and post such a message? Then comes the red exclamation mark. Okay, now I'm a clown, right? Lin Mo registered a Taiba account. Just change your username to Lin Mo. Then he put all the chat records and the pink letter with the photos on it. Then edited the text. But he didn't send it out. After thinking about it carefully, I finally put it in the draft box. Instead, he talked in the class group. Everyone believes me? Yes, I definitely believe it. I was just listening right next to you. You didn't even know her, yet she still slandered you like that. I definitely believed it. Lin Mo thought for a moment and said, it seems that my hypocrisy has hurt me. At first, Lin Mo just wanted to show a little kindness to protect others. Just like the person who helped the old man up, they all had kindness in their hearts. But as the ancients said, a dog bites Lu Dongbin, he doesn't know the kindness of a good person. In this case, there is no need for him to be too kind in this matter in the future. That girl hurt a fiery heart. Seeing the message sent by Lin Mo, many people were stunned. However, I see that Lin Mo is really nice and polite to others, and he will also take the initiative to help. So everyone came to offer comfort. Fang Jun directly said in the group, don't panic, Lao Mo, don't you have evidence in your hands? Just post it. But Lin Mo immediately replied, no, I want to ask her in person why she did this. I'm very curious why she would do such a thing that would hurt the enemy by 800 and herself by 1000. At this time, Zhang Yunlu, who rarely spoke in the group, suddenly said, I'll go with you to take a look tomorrow. The next second, funny emoticons were launched in the group. Fang Jun also nodded seriously, I think Zhang Yunlu is very suitable to go with you. So why is she here too? Zhang Yunlu looked at Xia Yuling who was following behind. She also saw the post last night and knew I was coming to ask questions, so she wanted to come over and take a look. Lin Mo didn't expect that after having a mobile phone, Xia Yuling would become an internet surfing expert. High-intensity surfing is also available at night. He had just turned off his computer last night when the iron door of the rental house was knocked the next second. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Xia Yuling standing at the door with her arms folded. So what? Will you still open love letters at home in the future? Tisk tisk tisk, this cold woman is a bit mean when she is angry. However, Lin Mo still said with a smile, no need to tear it apart. Just tear it up and throw it in the trash can. Humph. So what are you going to do? I'll question her tomorrow. If all else fails, go find the head teacher, Li Yan. Li Yan can be very helpful with this kind of problem. Then I'll go with you. So the small landlord joined the crusade. Many people from Class 8 followed Lin Mo to the door of Class 3. This scared everyone in Class 3 so much that they didn't know what was going on. Lin Mo stood at the door and hadn't said anything yet when Lu Zai from the back row of Class 3 ran out from somewhere. Lin Mo, you've decided to join the school basketball team, right? With you here, we'll first win the city tournament, then the provincial tournament, then the national tournament, and finally make it out of the country and Asia. But Lin Mo said expressionlessly, no, I don't play basketball. I only know how to sing and rap, not basketball. I came here to find Su Ziting. Hearing this, Lu Zai seemed to lose interest in the world and could only point to the innermost row of the classroom. Let me call her for you. Lu Zai turned around and shouted, Su Ziting, Lin Mo is here to see you. At this time, a group of girls stood up from the back row of Class 3 and walked towards the door. You jerk. Ziting took the day off today, it's all your fault. But Lin Mo still had no expression on his face. Fang Jun on the side acted as the vanguard and launched the attack. Hey, stop talking nonsense. How can Lin Mo be a scumbag? He hasn't done anything wrong to Su or anything like that. He cheated on Ziting's feelings. Isn't he a scumbag? One of the women shouted bluntly. Fang Jun wanted to refute, but Lin Mo stopped him with his hand raised. You said I cheated on her. How did I cheat on her? When did I cheat on her? I just met her yesterday. Liar. You clearly added her on WeChat a long time ago, and you even hinted that she'd confess to you. Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. He didn't use WeChat at all now. First of all, I don't have WeChat. Secondly, WeChat requires a mobile number to add friends, but she wrote her mobile number and QQ number in the love letter she sent me yesterday. This shows one thing, it's impossible for her and I to communicate using WeChat. But one of the girls sneered. I knew you would say that. Ziting already said it a long time ago. You and her got to know each other through shaking hands. Lin Mo remembered the shake function. It was also because of the shake function that WeChat was later dubbed as a monthly software for a period of time. It was only later that more powerful monthly software appeared, which allowed WeChat to return to the ranks of normal chat software. That's even more impossible. I don't have WeChat, so I don't know how to use the shake function, so the person who talked to Su Ziting for a long time and hinted to her that she confessed her love for you was an imposter. Zhang Yunlu on the side frowned and analyzed. This sounds paradoxical. Lin Mo took out the letter he received yesterday from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Yunlu. But I have a question. I added her on QQ yesterday, and she accepted it immediately. If I already had contact information with Su Ziting, why did I add her on QQ? Or, in other words, why did she give me her contact information? When Lin Mo asked this question, he also looked at Su Ziting's group of sisters. Even we don't have Lin Mo's WeChat, why does she have it, and how can she add him? Fang Jun originally wanted to take out his cell phone, but this was the school corridor and he would probably be caught if he took it out casually. At this moment, a light shout was heard. What are you doing? This is the head teacher of Class 3, and next to her is Chen Xiaoa. What are you doing around the third shift? Are you free? Seeing the teacher coming, Lin Mo simply waved to Zhang Yunlu and others behind him. You guys should go back to the classroom first. I think this matter is suspicious, so I'll just tell the teachers directly. Zhang Yunlu nodded upon hearing this. It's indeed a problem. Anyway, everyone in Class 8 believes you are innocent. Lin Mo cupped his hands and said, thank you all for your trust. Instead, Fang Jun patted Lin Mo's shoulder. Hey, I really believe in Lao Mo. After all, there's no need for Lao Mo to go far away. As he spoke, his eyes glanced at Xia Yuling and Zhang Yunlu, and finally fell on Chu Miao Miao, who had been following the team silently. However, the trio didn't say anything and just followed the crowd away. After the crowd dispersed, Chen Xiaoa glanced at Lin Mo and said to him, come with me and tell us what happened. Lin Mo shrugged and pointed at the group of girls nearby. It's better to bring them along. I probably can't explain it all by myself. With that, Zhang Yunlu ran back. Returned the love letter to Lin Mo. In the teacher's office, Chen Xiaoa looked at the love letter in Lin Mo's hand and asked again and again, Lin Mo, are you really not related to this Su Ziting? I'll say it n+1 times again. I just met her and learned her name yesterday. My classmates can vouch for me. Then the head teacher of class 3 also looked at the group of girls. Are you sure Lin Mo and Su Ziting have known each other for a long time? Are they acquaintances who know each other by name? The girl group that followed over nodded. One of the three seemed to have a good relationship with the teachers. She took the initiative to speak. We have all seen the chat records between Su Ziting and Lin Mo, so we are sure that they know each other. Lin Mo looked at Chen Xiaoa. Teacher, do you have WeChat? Chen Xiaoa nodded, took out her cell phone and opened WeChat. WeChat is now gradually spreading, mainly due to its voice messaging function and automatic search for friends in the address book. The most important thing is simplicity. So Chen Xiaoa also placed one. Lin Mo gave his mobile phone number, but Chen Xiaoa entered it but couldn't find the user. So that person is not me, or rather, he is impersonating me. Lin Mo spread his hands helplessly. Then Lin Mo looked at the head teacher of class 3. No matter what, I need to find the other party involved in this matter to confront him, especially since I've already been portrayed as a scumbag on Taiba. Although I have no intention of falling in love, such an image would not only embarrass me, but would also bring shame to the school. Chen Xiaoa looked at Lin Mo deeply. From outside class 3 classroom until now, Lin Mo has always been calm and composed. As Lin Mo's class teacher, Chen Xiaoa has always had a high opinion of Lin Mo, and she actually noticed that Zhang Yunlu and Lin Mo had a good relationship. Zhang Yunlu is so beautiful. If Lin Mo really wants to fall in love, why should he go far away? In addition, Lin Mo had done so many good things for the class and classmates before, so Chen Xiaoa actually stood on Lin Mo's side. Teacher, yeah, how about you find that student Su Ziting first, and then we can have a good talk? Lin Mo thought about it and added, remember to bring your phone over to see what messages the person pretending to be me has sent. After he finished speaking, the bell for class rang. Lin Mo looked at the students hurrying outside. Teacher, I'm going to go back to class. If she comes, just call me if you can start a confrontation. Chen Xiaoa also waved her hand. Okay, you guys go back to class first. Those girls also went back to class 3. Wait until all the students leave. The head teacher of class 3 sighed. Hey, why do you do this kind of thing? And write a love letter. Chen Xiaoa opened the forum and found the post. At this point, the post has been pushed very high. Although it is not pinned, it is not difficult to see that almost everyone is staring at this melon. After reading it, Chen Xiaoa also sighed. Teacher, yeah, you should call that girl back to school first. I know, I'm afraid this matter will be reported to the education department. At this moment, the intercom on Chen Xiaoa's desk rang. Chen Xiaoa picked up the phone. Teacher Chen, please come to the teaching office and inform Teacher Yeah, the head teacher of class 3. Oh, okay. Chen Xiaoa put down the phone and looked at Teacher Yeah. Don't be afraid, it's already happened. After class, a circle of people stood around Lin Mo. Hey, Lao Mo, we think someone is pretending to be you to pick up girls, and that guy is really mean, encouraging others to confess their love to you. Fang Jun suddenly lowered his voice. Do you think it was that Qin Ran who did this? Lin Mo just shook his head. According to what those girls said, that person has been in contact with Su Ziting since the beginning of the school year, so it can't be Qin Ran. Lin Mo didn't say everything because he felt that it was most likely someone from his class. Of course, he stole the show during military training, and he wasn't necessarily a student in his own class. During the 4th class, Chen Xiaoa suddenly came to the door. Lin Mo, come here. Lin Mo nodded, stood up from his seat, and followed Chen Xiaoa out under everyone's attention. Walking in the corridor, Lin Mo said directly, is anyone here? Teacher. She's here, but the little girl's eyes are swollen from crying. Lin Mo shrugged. I'm the one who was wronged, okay? Besides, I can't just agree to her confession just to stop her from crying. That would be bad for all 5 of us. 5. Chen Xiaoa was stunned. Teacher, you heard me wrong. What I said is not good for us. Chen Xiaoa led Lin Mo to the meeting room. Not only Su Ziting was there, but also Su Ziting's mother was there. Maybe Su's mother knew that something was wrong with Su Ziting, and the teacher called and asked Su Ziting to go back to school, so Su's mother came along. However, this Su's mother was not the kind of person that Lin Mo had imagined, who would rush up and slap people hard as soon as she saw them. Instead, she kept looking at Lin Mo. At this time, Lian was looking at Lin Mo, who came in with a serious face. Student Lin Mo, do you have any explanation for this matter? After all, Lin Mo was reborn and is no longer a student. He was in no hurry to prove himself. Instead, he looked at Su Ziting indifferently. Student Su, your best friend told me that I added you on WeChat a long time ago. Is this true? As soon as she entered the door, Su Ziting lowered her head and didn't look at Lin Mo, but when she heard what Lin Mo asked her, she nodded silently. Have I ever sent you a voice message? Su Ziting heard this and shook her head again. Lin Mo raised a finger. This is the first suspicious point. Can you let me see the chat history? Li Yan frowned. I asked you to explain, not to find doubts. Director Li, if I don't find any suspicious points, you won't believe my empty explanation. Besides, I want to know who is impersonating me. After hearing this, Li Yan also felt that what Lin Mo said made sense. He could only look at Sue's mother and said, Parent, according to Lin Mo, this matter does have many problems. Sue's mother also nodded. I also want to know what happened, but if he bullied my daughter, I would definitely not let him go. As she spoke, Sue's mother looked at Lin Mo deeply. He's a tough guy. As the saying goes, only dogs that don't bark bite. A real tough guy never cares about the quick words. So Su Zitting handed over her cell phone. When you take it and look at it, there is a red exclamation mark at the bottom and it says that you are no longer his friend. Lin Mo didn't even watch the daily chats. Just click on the moments. After just one glance, I knew that this person was definitely pretending to be me. Then locate the chat records of certain days. After reading it, Lin Mo put down his phone. Lin Mo tapped the table lightly with his fingers. This person is not me. Li Yan's expression did not change at all, he just looked at Lin Mo indifferently. Where's the proof? Lin Mo opened his phone and handed it to Chen Ziaoa. Teacher, look, my mother cooked a whole table of dishes for me last week. Chen Ziaoa took it and looked at it, and was stunned for a moment. The circle of friends is a big table of dishes. The caption is, Mom made a lot of delicious food for me again. I am grateful and thank you for being there. There is also a like from Su Zitting below. Chen Ziaoa looked at it and took a deep breath. Lin Mo's parents passed away when he was in junior high school. What a hell of a joke this is. Lin Mo shook his head speechlessly. And on the Mid-Autumn Festival, I was having a barbecue with Fang Jun and the others, but his chat history was about a family reunion. When Li Yan heard this, he also felt something was wrong. He stood up and took his phone to look at it. Aside from the public information being accurate, all information about my personal schedule is incorrect. For example, I often go to Chu Mia Miao's house for dinner on Friday nights, but my Friday life is truly colorful. Su Zitting's face turned pale when she heard this. She seemed to know she had done something wrong. Lin Mo took a deep breath, looked at Chen Ziaoa, then at Li Yan, and finally his gaze fell on Su Zitting and Su's mother. Things have come to this point, and it's obvious that I'm the one being wronged, so please, Su Zitting, delete the post on Taiba and clarify things for me. I originally thought that rejecting a girl privately would not hurt anyone, but I didn't expect this to be the result. But now that things have come to this, I won't say anything more. We are all victims, so if that's the case, I'll go back to class. Without waiting for Li Yan and Chen Ziaoa to speak, Lin Mo turned and walked towards the door of the meeting room. Lin Mo. Su Zitting, whose eyes were swollen from crying, suddenly spoke. Lin Mo stopped and turned his head. Lin Mo. I'm sorry. Oh. Lin Mo is still waiting to obtain the cyber law, and then he will personally follow the internet cable to pull that grandson out. The post on Taiba changed the subject and wrote the whole story in detail. This actually made the post's popularity skyrocket. Many people felt sorry for Lin Mo, but some also questioned whether he was forced to re-explanate under pressure from the school. However, there were only a few people who questioned it. After all, news spread quickly within the school, and the people from Class 3 also took the initiative to explain. More people were cursing the person who pretended to be Lin Mo. As for Class 8, there was laughter and joy. Old Mo, someone imitated my face, someone imitated my appearance, and now someone imitates your account. Lin Mo sighed helplessly. So what exactly is that person trying to achieve? He's using your name to flirt with her, but he's also encouraging her to confess her feelings for you. What's his goal? Zhang Yunlu was analyzing on the side. Lin Mo himself was not sure. Since school had just started, the only person he had conflicts with was Su Mingzhao. But when Lin Mo used his spiritual sense to see Su Mingzhao playing with his mobile phone, he didn't have WeChat either. To be precise, there has never been WeChat. Most of Su Zitting's chat records were about conversations at school. This means that the other person is using a mobile phone at school. However, the other party has probably abandoned that account, and it is difficult to find him again. Hey, I have to complete some task to get the reward. Can't you just give it to me directly? Host, please stop talking and practice well. Very good, this system did not go out to play. This matter has come to an end, and Saturday has arrived in the blink of an eye. Lin Mo got up at about the same time as he usually did when he went to school. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he saw Xia Yuling still sleeping on the bed with a fox doll in her arms. The clothes were rolled up, revealing a glimpse of spring light. Retracting his spiritual sense, Lin Mo walked towards the school. There is only one city math Olympiad competition, but the school provides shuttle buses for students. When Lin Mo walked to the school gate, he saw Tong Dong, who was currently ranked number 1 in the school, eating a potato roll. He nodded after seeing Lin Mo. Lin Mo also nodded. After thinking about it, Tong Dong took the initiative to walk towards Lin Mo. He raised his hand towards Lin Mo and said, "Have you had breakfast? I still have fried dough sticks here." Lin Mo declined the kindness. "No, I came here after I finished eating. My alarm didn't ring. If I hadn't gotten used to the time, I would probably be late today." Tong Dong looked at the car in the distance. "It's okay. Even if you didn't get on the bus, the teacher would call your home, or you could leave directly from home." The school decided to set off together just for the convenience of management. "You're right. Are you confident about today's match?" Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. "It's just the city competition, it won't eliminate me." "That's right." After Tong Dong finished his breakfast, he threw the plastic bag into the trash can and followed Lin Mo to the playground where they were supposed to gather. One bus is large enough to accommodate all the contestants. Last night, Xia Yuling was glad that she had withdrawn from the Olympiad training class, otherwise she would have had to get up early to take the exam today. When we got on the bus, everyone was in school clothes and sat together with people they knew. Next to Lin Mo sat Xue Zigi. Xue Zigi was currently holding the mathematical Olympiad book and reading it. He would close his eyes from time to time, as if he was reciting something like a word. Lin Mo patted Xue Zigi on the shoulder. "Hey, you're disturbing me." Xue Zigi opened his eyes and said, "I didn't say it out loud. Your actions are disturbing my eyes. Stop reciting and adjust your mindset. Math is something you either know or don't know." Xue Zigi took a deep breath and nodded. "You're right." As he spoke, he took out an MP3 player, plugged in headphones and started listening. At first Lin Mo thought he was listening to music, but after a quick scan with his spiritual sense, he found that the pen was actually listening to English listening. Damn, that's really exciting. The car didn't drive for long, only half an hour, and arrived directly at the gate of a middle school. This is an ordinary middle school and it only has a junior high school department. Since we have holidays on Saturdays and Sundays, this place has become an examination hall. The admission tickets were distributed on the bus. Examination rooms are assigned randomly. After queuing upstairs, everyone went their separate ways. As they went up the stairs, Xue Zigi patted Lin Mo's arm. "Come on, I think you can pass it. Then try your best and try to pass." Hearing this, Xue Zigi nodded heavily and then went to his own examination room. Lin Mo also found his examination room. There were already many candidates from other schools sitting inside. There were students from at least a dozen different schools sitting in one classroom. But Lin Mo is from a key school and is a disciple of a big sect. Other students have to look up to him. That would be strange. Everyone has their own things to do. Lin Mo put his backpack on the table next to the podium, took his stationery and sat down. Then, Tong Dong walked in. He saw Lin Mo, nodded at Lin Mo, and continued to look for his seat. Then the overhead broadcast sounded. "Please all participating candidates enter the examination room quickly and orderly. The competition is about to begin." Because it was a temporary examination room, there were only cameras set up around it. The invigilator walked into the examination room with a serious face, opened the sealed file bag and took out the test paper from it. Then the test papers were distributed in rows. "Don't start writing. Review the questions first. Wait until the announcement is made before you can start writing." Snow White test papers and draft papers were handed out. There is no answer sheet because this test does not have multiple choice questions. The easiest ones are fill-in-the-blank questions. Lin Mo glanced at the test paper, and with his spiritual sense, he instantly understood all the questions on the test paper. The difficulty of this test paper is actually only slightly harder than the test papers Su Haoming usually gives them. For Lin Mo, that's all. 5 minutes passed. A voice came from the overhead radio. "The competition has officially begun." Lin Mo raised the pen in his hand, wrote down the answer directly on the fill-in-the-blank question, and then went to do the application question. Just like doing homework every day, Lin Mo wrote quickly and neatly. As for Tong Dong in the corner, although he also wrote very quickly, he was doing all the calculations on scratch paper. Lin Mo had already finished solving the first word problem. Next is a geometry problem. There was a picture next to it, but Lin Mo simply ignored it. Most of these pictures will disrupt your thinking, so just answer the questions according to the stem. Half an hour passed and Lin Mo only had one question left. Because Lin Mo's hands were very steady and the paper was very clean, but he wrote too fast. From an outsider's perspective, it looked like Lin Mo was writing some cursive English. In fact, every number written by Lin Mo is very clear and fair. After writing down the answer again, Lin Mo put down his pen, scanned the entire paper with his spiritual sense, and then raised his hand slightly. A student from Xinting next to him looked at Lin Mo, who raised his hand with a confused look on his face. He actually just noticed that this guy's way of writing the questions was outrageous. There was no trace on the draft paper and he just wrote frantically. It was as if he already knew the answer. Although I couldn't see the other person's test paper clearly, The fact that the entire paper was filled up meant that the person had finished it in just half an hour? Looking down at myself, I have only just reached the second edition. Lin Mo's raised hand attracted the attention of the invigilator. The invigilator walked over. What's the problem? Lin Mo's tone was calm but his voice was firm and clear. I need to turn in my paper. Ha! The invigilator was stunned for a moment and almost thought he didn't hear clearly. What did you say? Say it again? I need to turn in my paper. The competition does not have a strict deadline for submission. The invigilator glanced down at Lin Mo's already filled paper and took a deep breath. Look at the draft paper on the table again. He glanced at the calm Lin Mo, then looked at Lin Mo's school uniform. This guy is either cheating or a terrible cheater. But he still reached out and put away the test paper and draft paper. Okay, you can leave the exam room now. It wasn't just the invigilator who was shocked to hear that Lin Mo was going to hand in his paper. Even Tong Dong couldn't help but look up. However, he had seen Lin Mo write questions, and he was indeed very fast, far better than him. I'm used to it, so I continue to work on the questions with my head down. Instead, the others secretly exclaimed in horror. This is what fighting spirit turning into a horse is all about. Lin Mo packed up his stationery, walked to the front, picked up his backpack and left the examination room. We passed many classrooms along the way. Many people noticed Lin Mo, but they all thought that Lin Mo was just late. Wait until Lin Mo comes downstairs. I saw Su Haoming sitting in the lobby looking at his phone. Lin Mo walked over. Teacher, I'm done with the test. Can I leave now? The sound scared Su Haoming. Have you checked your writing? Su Haoming said this while looking at the time on his phone. I've checked it several times. Su Haoming also knew Lin Mo's writing speed and accuracy, so he could only wave his hand helplessly. Okay, so are you going back by yourself or taking the bus back to school with us? Lin Mo thought about it, and finally said, no, I'll go home directly. Looking at Lin Mo's departing back, Su Haoming couldn't help but shook his head. With this speed of answering questions, as long as he maintained his accuracy, he might really be able to enter the national competition. Apart from Lin Mo, few people handed in their papers early. Almost everyone waited until the bell rang before finishing, because they really can't finish it. The biggest difficulty of Olympiad mathematics problems is the complexity of the calculation process. It's not a problem to fill up a whole page of draft paper for one question. So in Su Haoming's opinion, Lin Mo is very powerful. Oh my, I forgot to ask Lin Mo how difficult this exam is. But after thinking about it, it seems that no exam is difficult for Lin Mo. Sunday evening study. Everyone is doing homework. Now everyone is no longer worried about the general examinations. Many people have already made a biased choice, mainly moving in the direction of the goal. This is also your own allocation. Of course, it is a key school after all, and the students' quality is generally high. Even if they don't focus on studying, their scores will not drop significantly. It's just that the attention they pay will be reduced accordingly. But November is coming to an end. The weather is still a bit hot. In Guangzhou, it is basically difficult to cool down without cold air. However, Lin Mo looked at the weather forecast and found that cold air would arrive in about a week. The torture of winter in the south mainly lies in the humidity and the lack of heating. Especially in coastal areas, the humidity is high, which makes people feel like they are in a wet place. You certainly won't be frozen to death, but it is torture. But now Lin Mo no longer has such concerns. Just when the evening self-study class was about to end, Chu Miao Miao took the initiative to walk to Lin Mo's side, which was rare. Lin Mo, can you come out for a moment? Lin Mo was a little surprised because Chu Miao Miao rarely took the initiative to look for him. Even Zhang Yunlu, who was standing by, was curious. So Lin Mo got up and walked out. Zhang Yunlu didn't follow, but her eyes were fixed on the outside. Walking outside the corridor, the air was not so turbid. Lin Mo turned his head and looked at Chu Miao Miao. What? Are you transferring schools? No. Chu Miao Miao quickly denied it. Chu Miao Miao lowered her head and said cautiously, actually, my mom has to go on a business trip these few days, so I was wondering if I could stay at your place, or if you could, come and live with me? It's just for a few days. Living together with a beautiful girl? It seems pretty good. Lin Mo touched his chin. Is that so? My place has a one-bedroom apartment, which isn't very convenient. I'll come live with you then. By the way, have you told Xie Yuling yet? Chu Miao Miao was stunned for a moment. She seemed to have never told Xie Yuling about this. In other words, her first reaction when she knew about this was to find Lin Mo. Looking at Chu Miao Miao's reaction, Lin Mo smiled and reached out to touch his head. It seems that I am always your best friend in the first tier. Lin Mo was walking on the road. Sister Chu is going on a business trip these days. Ask Aunt Zheng if she can let Chu Miao Miao live with you. When Xie Yuling heard this, she turned and looked at Lin Mo. Why didn't she tell me? Because I'm closer. A very reasonable answer. Xia Yuling thought about it and asked casually, what if my mother doesn't want to? Lin Mo shrugged. Then I'll have to live in Chu Miao's house and escort her every day. Hearing this, Xia Yuling paused. Fang Jun is not here today, so Xia Yuling is more relaxed than ever. She elbowed Lin Mo without hesitation, then said calmly, my mother will definitely agree. After all, Miao Miao is so cute and so well behaved. Okay, talk to her tonight and tell me when you've made your decision. Of course, Lin Mo didn't want the final decision-making power, so as not to be blamed. It will also affect the relationship between Xia Yuling and Chu Miao. After returning home, Xia Yuling washed up and lay down on the bed. She had just discussed this with her mother, and her mother was very supportive of Chu Miao staying at home for a few days. Of course, Mom didn't know that if she didn't let Chu Miao come to live with her, Lin Mo would go to live at Chu Miao's house. She didn't want Lin Mo to live in Chu Miao's house. He picked up his phone and prepared to find Chu Miao to ask about the situation. Chu Miao's message had been sent earlier. Yuling, my mom has to go on a business trip these days. Can I stay at your house for a few days? I'll pay for the food. You're so kind. Why pay for food? Just come and stay here. But will Auntie let you? Will it disturb you? I've already asked my mom, and she likes you very much too. She hopes you can stay at her house for a few days. After the two confirmed this, they began to discuss how many days to stay, how much stuff to bring, what to bring and what not to bring. The two of them chatted tirelessly until late at night, just like when they went on a spring outing as children. The result, of course, was that Xia Yuling met Lin Mo downstairs early in the morning with dark circles under her eyes. Did you steal last night? No, I stayed up too late chatting with Miao Miao. I didn't have enough time to sleep. As she spoke, Xia Yuling yawned. Seeing that Xia Yuling's condition was indeed not very good, Lin Mo nodded casually. A trace of spiritual power entered Xia Yuling's body. Drive away fatigue. As time goes by, Xia Yuling will no longer feel tired. 2 days later, Chu Miao came with a suitcase. Lin Mo looked at Chu Miao's suitcase and couldn't help asking, why are you dragging a suitcase here? Chu Miao said as a matter of course, I'm staying at Yuling's house tonight, so I must bring something. Then why didn't you send the suitcase to Xia Yuling's house last night and then go home with her today? Chu Miao was stunned for a moment. Ah, so this is possible? Good, this silly kid didn't react. Did Xia Yuling ask you to bring it this morning? Chu Miao nodded woodenly. Okay, two silly kids. Lin Mo returned to his seat, and Zhang Yunlu turned her head to look at Lin Mo. Why did Chu Miao bring a suitcase here? Lin Mo glanced at Zhang Yunlu's tentative look, then smiled and said, come stay at my place. Zhang Yunlu was stunned and even stuttered when she spoke. Go, stay at your place? Seeing that Zhang Yunlu was almost down, Lin Mo couldn't bear to tease her anymore. Yes, she lives with Xia Yuling in my building. After all, Xia Yuling is a small landlord. The name of the small landlord is quite famous, mainly due to Fang Jun's promotion. When Zhang Yunlu heard that he was going to live with Xia Yuling, her heart slowly calmed down. But I feel more helpless. Lin Mo goes home with Xia Yuling every day, and now there is also Chu Miao. But if you think about it carefully, it might not be a bad thing for Chu Miao and Xia Yuling to walk together. Lin Mo was too lazy to pay attention to Zhang Yunlu's wild thoughts. Just the next second. By the way, do you want to go to the movies together on Saturday? Life of Pi by Li Shaowen. Okay, let's go see it together. Lin Mo had never seen it before, and only learned about it after reading the movie analysis. I think this movie has some depth. So he agreed directly. After Zhang Yunlu finished speaking, she looked at Wang Qin again and said, you have to come too. Okay. You finally invite me, so I'll definitely come. Wang Qin looked at Zhang Yunlu with a smile. Zhang Yunlu stuck out her tongue, feeling a little embarrassed. Wang Qin knew what Zhang Yunlu was thinking, so she leaned over and whispered in her ear, why? Don't you want me to go? Zhang Yunlu blushed immediately. No, I think you can go. I think the landlord and the neighbor will go. If I don't go, who will give you the courage? As Zhang Yunlu's military advisor, Wang Qin knew at a glance that Zhang Yunlu was now caught in a whirlpool and had to either stand out or sink. But the possibility of standing out is really not high, especially what Lin Mo encountered recently. Although the rumors have been stopped, Lin Mo has almost completely let it out that he will not fall in love. So what are you going to do? Lin Mo shook his head. People are most likely to be attracted to each other when they are strangers. Fang Jun, who was sitting on the rooftop with Lin Mo, was stunned for a moment. Why? Because when you're strangers, you're curious about both parties, and that's presumptuous. This is the reason why childhood sweethearts cannot defeat someone who comes from the sky. After you get to know each other, you know the other person's strengths and weaknesses, and you lose the novelty and curiosity. If you are together, it actually tests the endurance of both parties, because you have to endure not only the other person's strengths, but also the weaknesses. Lin Mo spread out his palms. Maybe I have shown many advantages, but I know my own shortcomings better. They are curious about me because I am strong and good at studying, but are these no longer advantages? When Lin Mo said this, he did not consider himself a cultivator. My mentality at this moment is the same as when I was completely incompetent. No one liked me at that time. In fact, this is also a hurdle in Lin Mo's heart. Among the 3 girls who have a relationship with him now, the one who depends on him the most is Chu Miao Miao. If we were to say who is least likely to leave in the next 3 years, it would probably be Chu Miao Miao. As for Zhang Yunlu, a favored daughter of heaven, it would not be surprising if she chose to give up Lin Mo. Finally, there is Xia Yuling. The landlord's knot in his heart has not been untied yet, so he will probably rely on him. Lin Mo raised his head and looked at the sky. I just want to study hard and make progress every day. Brother, you have already received your death. Noon. Xia Yuling packed up her things and stood in front of the door of Class 8. After the get out of Class 8 was over, Lin Mo raised his eyebrows and looked over, then walked over. Aren't you going home for dinner? Wait for Miao Miao. Xia Yuling raised her head. Did Aunt Zheng cook her meal? Hearing this, Xia Yuling's expression froze. I forgot. At this time, Chu Miao Miao also came out with a suitcase in her hand. What's wrong? Lin Mo turned his head and looked at Chu Miao Miao. Put the box back. She forgot to ask Aunt Zheng to cook for you. In that case, you might as well go with me to the back street for dinner. Chu Miao Miao didn't seem to mind at all that Xia Yuling forgot to ask Aunt Zheng to cook for her. Instead, she was very happy that Lin Mo wanted to take her to the back street for dinner. So she took out a small wallet and said, it's my treat, Mom said it's a treat today. Lin Mo touched his chin and said, how about this, from now on Chu Miao Miao will go to the back street with me for lunch, and you will go back with her for dinner in the afternoon. Xia Yuling frowned. Why? We need to let Chu Miao Miao get in touch with society. Thinking that Chu Miao Miao couldn't even eat mangosteen, Xia Yuling didn't insist on taking Chu Miao Miao home for lunch. Anyway, I didn't cook for Chu Miao Miao today. After saying hello, Xia Yuling went home alone to eat. Okay, push the suitcase back. Lin Mo waved his hand. Oh. Although Chu Miao Miao was a little confused, she still pushed the suitcase back and put it at the back of the classroom. People like Chu Miao Miao, who have good academic performance but poor living ability, can actually be found everywhere in modern society. It is mainly due to the current environment's lack of protection for children, and the imperfections in family education and school education. So later, all kinds of little-known and hot knowledge came out, attracting many people to read them. In fact, they were just filling in the missing common sense. When the two were about to go out, Zhang Yunli came from behind. In fact, she had been observing the actions of Lin Mo and the other two from the beginning. When she saw Xia Yuling leaving and Lin Mo and Chu Miao Miao preparing to go out, she followed them. Do you want to go eat together? Yes, Xia Yuling's family didn't cook Chu Miao Miao's lunch at noon, so I took Chu Miao Miao out to eat. Before, someone always delivered meals to Chu Miao Miao, but perhaps the two girls had already agreed last night, so they didn't order lunch. While walking on the road, Zhang Yunli suddenly said, Lin Mo, I want to eat. For a moment, she didn't know what to eat. In fact, she had eaten all those snacks, but she didn't particularly like them. It was just a temporary novelty. I'll arrange it for you. Lin Mo waved his hand, letting Zhang Yunli relax. Okay then, I'll leave it to you to arrange. Standing at the school gate, someone brought food to Zhang Yunlu. Many people do this, asking their parents to deliver meals to their children, and then they either leave after eating or take the meals back to the classroom to eat. There are also many people like Lin Mo who go out to eat and come back during lunchtime. There are quite a few people in the shops on both sides of the back street. There are quite a few people in the stationery store and the snack bar. What do you want to eat? I don't know, I can eat anything. Lin Mo really didn't know what Chu Miao Miao's dietary restrictions were. He brought Chu Miao Miao to a roast meat shop. The roast meat fast food here was very good. You could get 2 dishes for 8 yuan and 3 dishes for 10 yuan. It's a good deal at this time. Hello, I want 1, sweet and sour pork, shredded chicken, barbecued pork, and extra rice. The lady serving the food smiled and said, it's better to eat more rice, so that you can grow up first. Most of the aunties in eastern Guangdong are so enthusiastic, as if they are afraid that you will starve to death. Chu Miao Miao, standing next to her, hesitated. She raised her head cautiously and said, Gan, please, auntie, I want to be like him. Then, please, auntie, I want to be like him. Please insert the Guangdong voice of wisdom. Although I didn't choose it myself, it's still commendable that I had the courage to do so. Auntie nodded with a smile. Then he also ordered a large fast food meal for Chu Miao Miao. Lin Mo went to the counter to pay. Chu Miao Miao was brought to her seat in a daze. Ah, didn't you say it was my treat? I'll treat you first. Next time I'll let you choose first and then pay. Chu Miao Miao nodded vigorously and started eating. Sweet and sour pork is actually meat wrapped in sweet and sour sauce. Since it is cooked in one pot, it can't be said to be particularly delicious, but the taste is acceptable. And because it's cheap, many people around here come to eat. Of course, the price of Lin Mo's meal is the student price. If you are not a student, it will be 2 yuan more expensive. Lin Mo remembered that this store rarely raised prices, probably because it was its own store, and without the cost of rent, the selling price could be lowered a lot. However, the hand-shredded chicken in this restaurant is good, and you can add ginger and scallion sauce yourself. Lin Mo poured a spoonful of ginger and scallion sauce, which is also very good when mixed with rice. Chu Miao Miao also eats a lot. After all, she is an X-level strongman and she eats a lot. However, the aunt who served the food was really honest and gave Chu Miao Miao a lot of gifts. Chu Miao Miao had almost half of the rice and vegetables left. I can't finish it, do you want some? Lin Mo's appetite was not to be mentioned, so he nodded, and Chu Miao Miao slid a large plate of food onto Lin Mo's plate. That's good. We can't waste food. Next time, we can ask that aunt to put less decoration. That's not necessary. I can finish it. Thinking of Lin Mo's appetite, Chu Miao Miao thought about it and immediately nodded. Okay, I'll give it to you. Then Chu Miao Miao supported her face with her hands and watched Lin Mo eat. Lin Mo didn't eat like a wolf, he just held the spoon in his left hand and the chopsticks in his right hand. While Lin Mo was eating, several figures sat at the table next to him. He looks like an office worker from nearby. After a few people sat down, they couldn't help but secretly glance at Chu Miao Miao. After all, Chu Miao Miao has a prominent figure, which is very obvious when she wears a school uniform. They kept stealing glances at him from the side, and Lin Mo also quickened his eating pace. After they finished eating, Lin Mo put their plates into the recycling bin at the back. As soon as I turned around, I saw that group of office workers were standing around Chu Miao Miao. Lin Mo walked over. Little sister, add me on QQ. I'll take you out to play on the weekend and make sure you have good food and drinks. Chu Miao Miao didn't say anything, but she bit her lower lip lightly, clenched her fists, and looked through the crowd at Lin Mo. The man didn't care and reached out to touch Chu Miao Miao's shoulder. Lin Mo placed his hand directly on the man's outstretched arm and exerted slight force. Do you know how long the sentence for harassment is? The man wanted to say something, but he felt a sharp pain in his muscles and curled up on the ground like a shrimp. His black suit was covered in dust. Lin Mo glanced at them. The other people saw Lin Mo taking action and did not act rashly. Looking at the man on the ground, Lin Mo sneered, took Chu Miao Miao's hand and walked towards the school. The man in the suit who fell to the ground endured the pain and stood up. Don't leave, you fucking bastard. Brothers, let's go beat him up together. He took 2 steps forward, but he felt something and turned around to see that everyone else was standing there, not moving a single one. Instead, Lin Mo sneered and glanced at the badges hanging around these people's necks. You're the agent for Xinchen Real Estate, right? I'll remember that. In Guangzhou, people who wear suits are either in insurance or sales. Lin Mo turned and left. Don't go, the man in the suit yelled. But Lin Mo ignored him and just kept walking forward. There were footsteps behind him, and the man in the suit picked up a brick from somewhere and rushed towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo immediately did a backspin and kicked the man in the suit hard in the chest. The man in the suit flew out. Lin Mo ignored her and continued to hold Chu Miao Miao's hand and walk towards the school. These people don't need to be given a chance. No one helped the man in the suit who fell to the ground. His colleagues turned and left. Lin Mo walked to the school gate and greeted the security guard at the gate. Is Director Huang here today? Yes, he should be resting now. Many students and parents saw Lin Mo, but Lin Mo didn't care. He still pulled the slightly trembling Chu Miao Miao into the security room and said, "Can I call Director Wang's internal line? I have something to ask him." The security guard knew Lin Mo. The school's top 100 list was updated just yesterday. Tong Dong, who was in first place, was replaced. Lin Mo replaced him. Lin Mo's declaration has been changed to the most arbitrary and decisive person in the history. There was no book called A Perfect World at that time. In addition to the last incident where hooligans attacked the school, the security guards were all commended. So the security guards also have some knowledge of Lin Mo. The security guard immediately helped Lin Mo call Director Huang's internal line. Director Huang probably hadn't rested yet at this time, so the call was quickly connected. Hello, this is the school office. What can I do for you? Lin Mo recognized Director Huang's voice. Director Huang, I'm Lin Mo. I'm in the security office right now. I need you to come down for something. Director Huang, who had just finished his meal and was about to lie down happily, was stunned for a moment. Lin Mo came to look for him and went to the security room, which meant he had come back from outside. Could it be that we met some thugs again? This is another good opportunity to reward. Having students subdue criminals and having security personnel subdue criminals are two different things, so he immediately got up from the camp bed and walked downstairs. After a while, Director Huang rushed to the security room. "Hello, Director Huang, have you eaten?" Director Huang nodded kindly. I ate it. Did something happen to student Lin?" His eyes swept between Lin Mo and Chu Miao Miao. Lin Mo certainly knew what Director Huang was thinking, but he didn't care. Just repeating what happened just now. As I said, in school, telling the teacher is a very useful thing, especially the key cities. When it comes to parents, the school is at the T5 level. If the parents throw a tantrum, it will be difficult to deal with. But when it comes to social classes, the school is at the T1 level. Director Huang, who knew about this, immediately called the police station. He also attempted to attack students. To put it mildly, this incident is provoking trouble. To put it seriously, it is intentional injury. Key schools care a lot about the safety of students around the school. So when the police learned about this, they quickly took action. Star Real Estate. You guys, why didn't you help me just now? The man in the suit looked at his colleagues. They were brothers before, but it was they who instigated him. In the end, I was the one who got beaten, and these guys all ran away from me. After the incident, these people ran away and went to pack their own food, ignoring him. Faced with the questioning of the man in the suit, no one responded. They just looked at themselves with disdain. Finally, someone spoke up. "You can flirt with me, but don't make any moves. I told you to stop, but you still chased me and tried to hit me. Are you crazy?" We're not stupid. Although everyone is encouraging it, there is a fine line between chatting up and harassment. Then why didn't you stop me? The man in the suit asked. Several people looked at each other, but didn't say anything. They just continued to do their own things. Tisk, none of you have any sense of loyalty. If my uncle hadn't asked me to come here, I wouldn't want to be colleagues with a bunch of disloyal guys like you. These words made those people look unhappy, but they said nothing. The store manager of Xinchen Real Estate is this guy's uncle. They always take their orders and give them to this guy. As for the meal just now, they were not originally going to that roast meat restaurant, but this guy saw a pretty girl over there and pulled everyone over to sit over there. Also because this guy's uncle is the store manager, they had no choice but to agree. After a few interactions, I didn't expect that he actually took advantage of the other boy's absence to chat up the girl. This guy was actually an uneducated guy who didn't even have a real estate agent certificate. All the orders were registered under his name, but he still got the agency fee. Just at this moment, 2 police cars stopped in front of their store. 4 policemen came down, pushed the door open, and locked onto the man in a suit standing nearby with just a glance. "Yes, that's him. Sir, please come with us." The man in the suit was stunned for a moment, then quickly shouted, "What did I do? I didn't do anything." The police looked at each other. "You are suspected of harassment and intentional harm to others. You are required to speak now unless you want to. However, everything you say will be recorded and may become evidence in court." A young policeman was speaking his lines excitedly, but before he could finish, he was hit on the head by the old policeman behind him. "You've watched too much TV, right?" The old policeman glanced at the others. "You guys should also come with us to the police station to assist in the investigation." They looked at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. The reason is simple, that guy seems unable to continue to be arrogant. Even the store manager's position may have to be replaced. On Thursday, a strong cold front will blow in from the north. A new round of cooling has finally begun. The students all wore winter coats and long pants. Many people have become more refined. As Lin Mo walked into the classroom with his bag on his back, he saw Zhang Yinla holding a cup of steaming hot cocoa in both hands and blowing on it. Seeing Lin Mo coming, she put the hot cocoa on Lin Mo's table. Zhang Yinla raised her head and looked at Lin Mo, her eyes curved with a smile. "Please drink it. I woke up today and it was so cold, so I made some hot cocoa and brought it back. Isn't this what you wanted to drink? What will you drink if you give it to me?" Lin Mo did not refuse. He just picked up the palm-sized cup and felt the warmth from the cup. Zhang Yinla picked up a thermos and shook it gently. "I made a big pot. Try it first and see if it tastes good. Then I'd rather obey than be disrespectful." Lin Mo picked up the cup and took a sip. "Hey, you know what, this hot cocoa is really authentic. Maybe it's because Zhang Yinla used a lot of pure chocolate to cook it, so the taste and purity are very high. If you like it, just tell me. I have plenty in my thermos." The hot cocoa recipe is very simple. My aunt taught me. First, use heavy cream and bring it to a boil, then add cocoa powder, dark chocolate chunks and sugar. Lin Mo nodded. "If you want a smoother texture, add more cream. If you want it to be more like a drink, add more milk." Zhang Yinla nodded vigorously. "How do you know? Can you make hot cocoa too?" Lin Mo shrugged. These recipes and the like can be seen by just watching short videos in the future. No milk tea recipe is a secret, but drinking a cup of hot cocoa on a cold morning does make people feel very comfortable. The amount of sugar Zhang Yinlu added was just right, not too sweet, nor too bland. It is in line with the dessert requirements of people in eastern Guangdong. The best desserts are those that are not too sweet. After Wang Qin came, Zhang Yinlu also poured a glass for Wang Qin. Wang Qin took a sip and hugged Zhang Yinlu's arm. "Oh, Yunlu, how can you make something so delicious? I really want to take you home and make you my wife." Zhang Yinlu just kept smiling. Lin Mo said on the other side, "Our country's laws have not yet recognized same-sex marriage, so Mr. Wang still needs to work hard." It's okay. I'll let Yunlu be my secret lover. I want to keep her in a golden house." Lin Mo nodded repeatedly and gave a thumbs up. Student Wang has great ambitions. Zhongshan Group. Zhang Qingshan's secretary came in with a cup of coffee, but Zhang Qingshan said without looking up, "No coffee today, just pour it and bring the cup over." "Yes, Mr. Zhang." After a while, the secretary came in with a clean cup. This is a cartoon cup with a simple little cat drawn on it. It was obvious that this was a cup that Zhang Yinlu made herself as a gift for her father. So Zhang Qingshan loves her very much. After placing the cup on the table, Zhang Qingshan carefully took out a thermos from the side and poured out half a cup of hot cocoa from it. The secretary looked at the poured hot cocoa, smelled the flavor and guessed something. "Is this cooked by the young lady herself?" Zhang Qingshan nodded with a smile. "Yes, my daughter felt sorry for me, so she got up early in the morning and made me some hot cocoa." Although he said that, Zhang Qingshan actually saw that Zhang Yinlu had cooked a big pot, but as a father, he only had enough left, which was enough for a thermos. But thinking about it, it might be because it needs to be divided among many classmates. After comforting himself for a while, Father Zhang began to sip the warm drink. System, fruit juice, I love to drink fruit juice. Before morning reading started, Lin Mo was sitting at the table looking at his phone. Then someone shouted, "Here comes the ugly duckling, pay attention." Lin Mo slowly put away his phone and looked up at Chen Xiao and Su Haoming, who appeared at the classroom door. You can tell at a glance that the competition results are out. Sure enough, the first thing Chen Xiao said was, "Lin Mo, come out for a moment." Lin Mo stood up and walked straight to the door. Others didn't think anything of it. After all, Lin Mo was now the best in the school and was quite popular. Even the principal could remember his name. As long as he didn't commit any crime, he could basically walk around freely in Guangba. When I reached the door, Su Haoming came over. "Congratulations, Lin Mo, you got a perfect score of 120 in the city competition." Lin Mo nodded seriously. "Are there many people in our city who get full marks? You have to see what your opponent is like first." "Not many, only 12 including you." I thought Lin Mo was invincible, but I didn't expect there was someone who could compete with him. Whose general is this? But Su Haoming raised 2 fingers. Lin Mo looked at Su Haoming and then at the 2 fingers. "Yeah, no, our school has 2 of them. The other one is Tong Dong." It turned out to be the defeated student Tongdi, which means that other schools could only get 1 full score at most. However, Tong Dong is going to participate in the national competition, so it is natural for him to get 120 points. When does the provincial competition start? It's not confirmed yet, but I heard that the provincial competition will be held in Shenzhen. The school will charter a car to take you there. Shenzhen is only a 2-hour drive from Guangzhou. Then Chen Xiao interrupted Su Haoming before he could continue speaking. "Look, the first place winner of the city competition will receive a 5,000 yuan prize, and the school will also give you a 10,000 yuan reward. So please write me a bank account number and I'll apply for it and submit it to you. There are definitely prizes for mathematical Olympiad competitions, but the schools offer more prizes. After all, to retain a good seedling, financial resources are always important." Immediately after the bell rang, Lin Mo went back to class. Zhang Yunlu, who was standing by, asked softly, "What's wrong? Did something happen again?" Lin Mo shook his head. "It's nothing, I just said I passed the city competition." "Congratulations! If you get a good score in the provincial competition, you can get extra points on the final exam." Zhang Yunlu was very happy for Lin Mo, but at this time Lin Mo was fighting with the system. Congratulations to the host for making a name for himself in the 100-sex competition. He is already a well-known young talent in the surrounding area. Stop whining and give me a reward. What Lin Mo wanted was a reward. The system had told him that if he participated in this Olympiad training class, he would receive a reward as long as he advanced once. The system is currently drawing a lottery. Congratulations to the host for winning the double jade concentration pill. Lin Mo looked at the effects of the 2 jade concentrating spirit pills. In fact, it is a very advanced elixir that increases cultivation level. It's just a change of name. Of course, there are also some secondary effects, such as the ability to strengthen spiritual consciousness and further strengthen the body. Why don't you take out such good things earlier? Host, please remember, this is a mission reward, this system is not Doraemon. I understand. Every industry has its own rules. After swallowing the pill, Lin Mo began to meditate on the spot. The elixir contains a large amount of spiritual energy, which makes the cyclone in Lin Mo's body stronger again. The reason why elixirs are called elixirs is that they must have various different effects. Lin Mo felt that some changes had taken place in his skin, muscles, bones and internal organs. The cyclone was growing stronger, and Lin Mo's bones also changed. The originally grayish-white bones turned jade-like. The muscle density in the body is also getting stronger. The greater the density, the greater the mass. Lin Mo's weight began to increase rapidly, but the next second, his weight returned to a normal level. This is a self-reinforcing process. Not only that, Lin Mo's spiritual consciousness is expanding rapidly and becoming more solid. Divine consciousness turns into a sword. A knife fell on a rat in a dark place in the urban village. The mouse, which was bigger than a cat, died on the spot without making a sound. Lin Mo doesn't have to do anything to kill creatures mentally and spiritually, and no one can find out. This is the effect of spiritual consciousness as a means of attack. After the incident with the real estate agent, Chu Miao Miao became even more distant from strangers. Fortunately, she and Xia Yuling became good friends. However, Lin Mo was ignored. Looking at the two people walking hand in front, Lin Mo sighed. I'm going to the movies on Saturday, are you guys coming? Lin Mo asked casually. Xia Yuling turned her head and looked at Lin Mo. No, I don't like watching movies. Where's Miao Miao? Miao Miao, do you want to watch it? Has it changed from Miao Miao to Miao Miao? Women's friendship really comes and goes quickly. Chu Miao Miao looked at Lin Mo, then at Xia Yuling, and couldn't help but whisper in Xia Yuling's ear, we have to go, otherwise he will watch the movie alone with Zhang Yinlu. Hearing this, Xia Yuling looked at Lin Mo with dissatisfaction. If we didn't go, would you have gone with Zhang Yinlu? Lin Mo shrugged. Aren't there Fang Jun and Wang Qin? I guess in Yuexin and my Chu Wen should go too. But Xia Yuling thought about it carefully and looked at Chu Miao Miao. Looking at Chu Miao Miao, she knew that Chu Miao Miao actually wanted to go. So she could only hum lightly, since you sincerely invite us, then we will mercifully. Lin Mo walked right past Xia Yuling and said, hey, go if you want. Lin Mo. Stop right there. Lin Mo immediately quickened his pace. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, not giving Xia Yuling any chance to catch up with him. Finally, Saturday is. Chu Miao Miao and Xia Yuling did not appear in the cinema. Wang Qin was a little surprised when she saw Lin Mo appearing alone. You actually came alone? Lin Mo shrugged. No way, Fang Jun went to the internet cafe to play games. Then, Wang Qin said twice, but still didn't speak in the end. Instead, Zhang Yinlu had already bought popcorn and quelly. Seeing that there were no other girls around Lin Mo, she felt a little happy. At this time, Wang Qin's cell phone rang and Wang Qin quickly picked it up. Hello? What's wrong? Is that so? Then I'll be right back. After saying that, he put down his phone and said to Zhang Yinlu, something happened at home. Sorry, let's make an appointment next time. Lin Mo, take good care of Yunlu. I'm leaving first. After saying that, he walked out of the cinema like the wind. Such a military advisor is a true friendship. Lin Mo and Zhang Yinlu were the only ones left at the scene. Lin Mo looked at Wang Qin's back and couldn't help but sigh. Who wouldn't envy a friend like this? Zhang Yinlu didn't react at all. Lin Mo could see that this was entirely Wang Qin's own directing and acting. The phone Wang Qin just picked up was actually the alarm clock interface, but she thought others couldn't see it. So I answered it as if it were a phone call. And Zhang Yinlu was obviously kept in the dark. Hey, I bought an extra ticket. Zhang Yinlu looked at the tickets she had booked in advance, all of which were middle seats, but this seat was left vacant. Lin Mo would not feel sorry for the rich woman's waist. He would only say, rich woman, are you ready for dinner? After checking their tickets, the two sat in the middle of the 7th row of the cinema. Because this cinema has an IMAX screen, the 7th row is the best viewing seat. Zhang Yinlu handed the popcorn and drink in her hand to Lin Mo. Thanks. Lin Mo took it and sat down. The movie has been released for almost 2 weeks, so there weren't as many people in the cinema today as expected. The two sat together and put on 3D glasses. The movie started soon. Lin Mo had seen the movie Life of Pi online before. Still parsing. With the analysis in mind, I have a different feeling when I read the story again. However, the monetization power of the IMAX big screen is truly amazing. On the contrary, movies released 10 years later on IMAX were unable to show this 3D effect. Life of Pi's story is simple on the surface. Pi, who left his hometown by boat, encountered a storm and the boat sank, but he made it to the lifeboat. Along with it were a zebra with a broken leg, an injured hyena, an orangutan who had lost its child, and a Bengal tiger. One man and 4 animals were struggling to survive in the vast ocean. But the world is not at peace. The hyena killed the zebra and the gorilla, and the ferocious tiger killed the injured hyena. In the end, only 1 man and 1 tiger were left on the boat. Watching the confrontation between Tiger and Pai on the boat, Zhang Yunlu occasionally let out a soft cry of surprise, as if she was afraid that Pai would fall into the tiger's mouth at the next moment. Lin Mo drank quilly and ate popcorn. Suddenly 2 hands met in the popcorn bucket. Ha! Lin Mo turned his head to look. The girl also looked over unconsciously. Lin Mo did not stop, and the girl also suppressed her shame and did not stop. She just stretched out her little finger and gently hooked Lin Mo's finger. Lin Mo didn't say anything, but just turned his head to look at the screen silently, but his fingers were very nimble and gently scratching the girl's palm. This little thorn seemed to be tickling Zhang Yunlu's heart. The girl's face suddenly turned red. Fortunately, the cinema was pitch black, and she felt that Lin Mo should not be able to see what she looked like. But Lin Mo could see everything clearly. Even without a light source, he could see in the dark, not to mention the light from the movie. The girl's slightly red cheeks and red earlobes would probably make any little boy fall in love with her. But Lin Mo is not a little boy. He is a scumbag who is proficient in theoretical skills and is the disciple of the future master. So their hands were entangled in the bucket for a long time. In the end, Zhang Yunlu was defeated and took her hand back first. During the entire process, neither of them said a word. And there was still the same amount of popcorn in the bucket, as if it had never been less. The 2 people's hands seemed to be touching again in the bucket. Lin Mo stood at the door holding popcorn, watching people coming and going in the cinema. After a while, a girl with a blushing face came out of the bathroom. "Let's go for a walk?" Lin Mo asked casually. "The cinema is in a shopping mall, and you can walk around after leaving the cinema." The 2 walked on the road. Zhang Yunlu twisted her fingers, and she looked at Lin Mo's naturally hanging hands out of the corner of her eye, feeling a little hot in her heart. Looking up at Lin Mo again, she suddenly felt that Lin Mo seemed a little taller than when they first met. She had also seen men who were more handsome than Lin Mo, including handsome young men and celebrities, whom she had met through her father's company. But she felt that Lin Mashui's handsomeness had nothing to do with his appearance. "What? You have been secretly looking at me. Do you think I'm handsome?" Lin Mo suddenly turned his head to look at Zhang Yunlu. Zhang Yunlu's heart skipped a beat and she immediately turned her head away. "No, who would want to secretly look at you? I don't look at people secretly. If I have to look, I will look openly." As she spoke, Zhang Yunlu put her hands on her hips and stood in front of Lin Mo, looking at him. This is the eldest lady Zhang Yunlu. Lin Mo actually knows Zhang Yunlu quite well. Zhang Yunlu appears to be friendly to everyone and doesn't seem to be arrogant, but if you really stand against her, you will feel what it means to be the eldest lady. After all, wealth nourishes the body, and nobility nourishes the spirit. It's not that the eldest lady doesn't have her own little temper, she just rarely shows it in front of others. Lin Mo didn't say anything, just stared at Zhang Yunlu. After a while, Zhang Yunlu avoided the sight with her cheeks slightly red and turned her head away. "By the way, why didn't Xia Yuling and Chu Miao Miao come today?" She changed the subject directly, and she also wanted to know why these 2 people didn't show up today. Lin Mo shrugged. "I don't know. They went to Chu Miao Miao's house to play together. I'm going to pick them up later." Originally, Xia Yuling planned to come with Chu Miao Miao, but after thinking about it carefully, they felt that this was unnecessary, so they decided to go to Chu Miao Miao's house to play during the day and wait for Lin Mo to pick them up when he came back. Lin Mo was also relieved. After all, he could feel that both of them were carrying amulets. With the amulet, there is no need to worry about the safety of these 2 people. Do we still need to pick them up? They're grown up now and will be able to go home on their own. Although Zhang Yunlu rarely goes out alone, she is picked up by a driver most of the time, but she is definitely not afraid of traveling alone. People are different. If you've been kidnapped, you'll be wary of these things and even start to arrange bodyguards. Lin Mo leaned on the railing. What he said reminded Zhang Yunlu of what her aunt once said about a rich girl who had indeed been kidnapped. Later, the rich girl hired a professional bodyguard who would stand in the classroom to protect her safety even when she went to school. "You mean, Xia Yuling?" "No, it should be Chu Miao Miao who was kidnapped." Zhang Yunlu is a smart person and can figure out the truth from just a few words. She had observed Xia Yuling and knew that she would go home for lunch and dinner. Chu Miao Miao either eats ordered meals or goes out to eat with Lin Mo like she did recently. The most important thing is that she was picked up and dropped off by car just like herself. This allows us to infer the fact that Chu Miao Miao had been kidnapped. Lin Mo did not correct it. Anyway, the meaning was similar, and kidnapping was easier to understand. "That's about right. So I have to take better care of the child." After hearing this, Zhang Yunlu actually relaxed a little. After all, Lin Mo's tone was as if he was taking care of a child. This means that he may not have too many thoughts about Chu Miao Miao. This made her relax her guard against Chu Miao Miao. At this moment, Lin Mo suddenly looked up in one direction. System, I lost my health boosting pill to the plagiarist system while playing mahjong today. So annoying. Bang. A big hand slammed down on the solid wood table, making a loud and crisp sound. As for whether the hand hurts or not, only others know. How could she go there? Send someone to stop her from going to the factory. We must not let her find that place. The secretary nodded and turned to leave the office. Zhang Baihe opened the drawer, took out another mobile phone, and dialed a phone number without any notes. Hey, what did I ask you to keep an eye on? The target has returned home, there's been no activity. There's been a change of plan. We need to find a way to catch them, as quickly as possible. I'll be waiting for your news. Don't worry. At this time, in the same residential complex as Chu Miao Miao's home, in a room on the opposite building, a man wearing a baseball cap put down his cell phone. He pulled out the phone card and threw it directly into a stove. After tidying up the things in the room, he took another look at the lights on in the building opposite, then went out with a toolbox. When he went downstairs, the man had changed into a new outfit with the words unlocking written on the back, and the hat he was wearing also had the words unlocking written on it. It gives people a feeling of I am a lockpicker. So when he walked into the elevator, the residents in the same elevator didn't react much. Some people also took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Master, you are here to open the lock, right? The man raised his head with a simple smile on his face. Yes, do you need anything? He took out a card from his pocket and handed it to the person who approached him. The card had the phone number and store name clearly written on it. No, I just asked, but it's just in case. Bite. The elevator door opened, and the man walked out, smiling and nodding at the passengers in the elevator. As the elevator door closed, the smile collapsed instantly. Looked at the target door. He slowly put on gloves and a mask. Then he opened the toolbox and took out a small tool from it. With just a slight push and a flick, the door was opened. Chu Miao Miao's house has 2 doors. After the man opened one, he began to open the second one, but the second door was locked from the inside. This undoubtedly adds some difficulty. Of course, it's just a slight increase, not as much as you might imagine. When I pushed the door open, I saw that there was no one in the living room, but there was a chattering sound coming from the room. 2 people? Just 2 people. There is also a gun in the toolbox. It is a homemade pistol, which is definitely enough for close range. But he didn't rush in. He picked up a vase on the table and threw it to the ground. The crisp sound instantly quieted the noise in the room. The door was opened the next second. At this moment, the man suddenly broke open the door. The 2 girls in the room leaned towards the bed with a look of fear on their faces. Who are you? I want. Before Xia Yuling could finish her words, a black gun muzzle was already aimed at her. If you dare to scream, I will shoot. Chu Linshan was sitting in a van. The people around her are all her trusted subordinates. They all kept an eye on the vehicles entering and leaving the factory. No one spoke, just quietly waiting for Chu Linshan to give orders. Chu Linshan looked at the factory outside the window. She still remembered that her brother often took her to play in the factory. At that time, my brother had already started to get involved in factory affairs and could help his sick father deal with many things. Later, my brother's good friend invited him to start a business together. My brother mortgaged the factory and used it to raise funds to start his own business. Therefore, Daejian Company was established. Later it became the Daejian Group. It's just that her brother and sister-in-law died in a car accident, leaving her and Miao Miao to depend on each other. Miao Miao inherited his brother's shares, and he managed Miao Miao's shares as a guardian. Over the years, she has never given up investigating the cause of death of her brother and sister-in-law. But the more she investigated, the more frightened she became, because she found out that the person was her brother's good friend Zhang Baihe. There is no definitive evidence, just indications. But the signs indicate that it is very likely that Zhang Baihe is the murderer who killed his brother and sister-in-law. It's just that I didn't do it myself. Among that pile of anonymous evidence is the factory in front of us. Originally, the factory processed things like clothes, bags, and shoes. After my brother mortgaged the factory, he ended up not keeping it. However, the current owner of the factory is Zhang Baihe. What's more, the things produced here are actually some products under their DBI group, but they were all counterfeit goods. Have you contacted them? Chu Linshan sat in the car. We've made contact, they're already here. Just at this moment, Chu Linshan's cell phone rang. Chu Linshan looked down and saw that the caller ID read Zhang Baihe. Chu Linshan took a deep breath and picked up the phone. Hey, brother Zhang, what's going on? Her hypocrisy was the reason why she was able to stay in the DBI group for so long. However, the tone of the other party was no longer as gentle as before, but instead had a sinister and vicious tone. Chu Linshan, I know you found me. If you continue to investigate, I can't guarantee what will happen to Chu Miao Miao. After saying that, the phone was hung up. And the next second, Chu Linshan received a photo. That was her house, and there was a pair of feet in the corner. Chu Linshan recognized it as Chu Miao Miao in an instant. She suddenly called back, and as soon as the call was connected, Chu Linshan yelled madly, "Zhang Baihe, if anything happens to Miao Miao, I will never let you go. Leave Wancheng, sell your shares to me, and then take Miao Miao away from Guangdong province. I don't want my good friends to be extinct." Zhang Baihe's tone became much calmer and more generous, because he felt that he was sure to win at this moment and was not worried at all about losing in this fight. After a while, Chu Linshan spoke. "Okay, but I have to ensure Miao Miao's safety." "Of course, no problem. Once the process is completed, the person will be returned to you." Then the phone was hung up again. Chu Linshan collapsed to the ground. Still been discovered? Wouldn't it be easier to just hire someone to deal with Zhang Baihe directly? Originally, Chu Linshan only wanted to defeat Zhang Baihe within the rules. But Zhang Baihe didn't follow the rules. He broke the rules and attacked himself and Chu Miao Miao. Chu Linshan clenched her fists. "If I call the police now, Miao Miao might be in danger." Chu Miao Miao and Xia Yuling were both tied up, but not in Chu Miao Miao's home. Zhang Baihe also prepared another room in this building. He was well prepared for the kidnapping of Chu Miao Miao. The mobile phones of both of them have been searched and found. The man locked them in the room and waited quietly for the boss's next instructions. If the police came, he would kill the two children immediately and then run away. Anyway, he is just a pure gambler. There was surveillance footage on the TV. He had connected to the building's surveillance system a long time ago. He can clearly see all the surveillance and make arrangements for all the arrangements. At this time, the phone vibrated silently. The man picked up the phone but didn't speak. "Ah Wei, you did a great job. Once that woman comes back and signs the contract, we'll release those two girls." Ah Wei frowned. "Release? They have to be released. The equity change will take several months. Can we keep them with us the whole time? But before you release them, you can take some photos. We can wait until the equity change is complete before we do anything." Zhang Baihe's tone was calm and confident, because he knew that he could control Chu Linshan. The rule-abiding Chu Linshan can't beat the rule-breaking self. After hanging up the phone, Wei stood up from the sofa. Taking pictures would make for a better threat, so he simply opened the door. Looking at the girls leaning against each other, Wei knew very well who the target was. He held the homemade pistol, looked at Chu Miao Miao, and untied the rope on her hands. "Take off your clothes." Chu Miao Miao, whose mouth was sealed, suddenly had red eyes, and Xia Yuling even stood in front of Chu Miao Miao. "I don't want to use violence. You'd better do it yourself, otherwise I will be rude." But Xia Yuling still stood in front and refused to give in. This made Wei frown, and he raised his hand holding the pistol and smashed it down hard. The amulet on Xia Yuling glowed faintly. He directly bounced Wei away. Wei fell to the ground with a look of surprise. "What's going on?" The powerful force made his heart palpitate, so he raised the gun without hesitation and aimed at Xia Yuling. Xia Yuling was so scared that she could only close her eyes, and Chu Miao Miao pulled Xia Yuling away and stood in front of her. Just as Wei was about to pull the trigger, he felt a sharp spike piercing his brain, making him dizzy. The next second, the door behind him was pushed open by someone. A figure appeared in the house. Wei raised his hand and wanted to shoot the person who came, and swung a fist hard. With one punch, Wei was knocked out. Although Wei was knocked out, his physical fitness was better than Su Mingzhao's. When he was about to get up, Lin Mo punched him on the shoulder. With a crack, the entire shoulder blade was shattered by a punch. "Ah!" Wei cried out in pain. Xia Yuling and Chu Miao Miao couldn't help but open their eyes when they heard the sound. They saw Lin Mo breaking the limbs of the man who kidnapped them with one punch after another. The sound of bones breaking was very crisp. Lin Mo looked at the person in front of him with a cold expression. "Zhang Baihe, right? Since you have done such a ruthless thing, then be prepared to bear the price." Lin Mo turned his head and looked at the two girls. "Don't worry, it will be fine soon." Then he sent a stream of spiritual energy towards the two girls who were hesitant to speak, allowing them to relax their minds and bodies. The two girls immediately fell asleep. After the girl fell asleep, Lin Mo raised his foot and crushed the man's throat. P.S. I didn't break the chapter this time. I wrote it very carefully. Daejian Group. Night is falling. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass, Zhang Baihe had a smile on his face. Although some aspects were slightly different from what he had in mind, as long as the result was the same, it was fine. "Mr. Zhang, can't you wait any longer?" Zhu Ligang crossed his legs and sat on the sofa, tasting red wine. "Not really. The equity transaction process is very complicated and we have to wait for several months." But Zhu Ligang chuckled. "But I can't wait. Chu Linshan is coming up anyway, and I've already prepared the enchantment water you gave me before. Zhang Baihe frowned with his back to Zhu Ligong, but soon relaxed. After all, his group still has to cooperate with Zhu Ligong. Although Zhu Ligong's character is not very good, the goods he supplies are very good and the price is reasonable. Cooperating with him is a win-win situation. As long as we get the shares from Chu Linshan and then participate in the bidding for that project, the group will move to a higher level. Mr. Zhang, do you want to join us? We're having a carnival tonight. Zhang Baihe shook his head. It's just women. If you have money, you can get any woman you want, and you can get any body shape you want. Chu Linshan is beautiful and has a great body, but you don't have to take this risk. So Zhang Baihe rejected Zhu Ligong's invitation. At this time, the unremarkable secretary pushed the door open from outside. Boss Zhang, Boss Chu is here. Zhang Baihe was delighted when he heard the news, but he suppressed his joy and nodded slightly. Okay, please ask her in. The secretary nodded and quickly went to bring the person in. Chu Linshan walked into the office with an expressionless face, staring at Zhang Baihe. His eyes also swept over Zhu Ligong next to him. There was a flash of disgust in his eyes. I'm here. What about the contract? You know, the shares must be transferred at least at par. Unlike other novels, the actual transfer of shares is complicated, and taxes and fees must be calculated, which will take several months. Chu Linshan is also very clear about this issue, so she sat directly opposite Zhang Baihe. It's fine to give you the shares, but just give them back to me. Zhang Baihe nodded. Of course. After all, I still need your cooperation. After the contract is signed, Miao Miao will probably return home. As he spoke, Zhang Baihe pushed the contract over. Zhu Ligong at the back smiled and walked aside. I'm just here to bear witness today. I don't want anything to happen to Mr. Chu. If Mr. Zhang is really that cruel, then I can't continue to cooperate with him. Zhu Ligong looked like a peacemaker, but Chu Linshan ignored it. She just read the contract carefully and confirmed that the price was okay before signing her name on it. I've signed my name, but I still need your cooperation for the next thing. If you want me to cooperate, return Xian Miao Miao to me. She had already decided that after rescuing her daughter, she would run away immediately and give all the evidence against Zhang Baihe to the police. If the police could not solve the case, she would use all the money from selling the shares to hire someone to kill Zhang Baihe. At this moment, she had a knife on her. If the two people in front of her wanted to humiliate her, she would kill them at all costs. After the contract was signed, Zhu Ligong took out 3 glasses and poured red wine into them. Chu Linshan looked at Zhu Ligong warily. Zhu Ligong shrugged. It's okay, Mr. Chu doesn't have to drink. Zhu Ligong poured a glass and drank it himself. Zhu Ligong then poured the second cup and handed it to Zhang Baihe. Boss Zhang, drink it. This is the Romani Conti I bought from abroad. It's good stuff. I've been awake for quite a while. Zhang Baihe also picked up the wine glass and took a sip after hearing this. Then he nodded continuously. It really has a unique flavor. Only then did he look at Chu Linshan. Don't worry, I've already asked them to release her. Soon, your daughter will call you to let you know she's safe. Chu Linshan sat on the sofa, completely in a protective posture. At this time, the secretary also pushed the door open and brought Chu Linshan a cup of hot tea. Mr. Chu, please enjoy your meal. Looking at the steaming teacup in front of me, Chu Linshan reached out and picked it up, blew away the heat on the surface, and took a sip. Although the tea is still steaming, it is not too hot and you can drink it by blowing on it slightly. The whole office became quite quiet. Zhang Baihe was very calm. He trusted a way to do the job. But after a moment, he stood up. The sudden movement made Zhu Ligong and Chu Linshan's eyes fall on him. Chu Linshan also seemed to be losing her patience. So where is Miao Miao? I'll go pick her up myself. She snorted coldly. However, Zhang Baihe smiled and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Chu, I think you probably don't have time to pick up Miao Miao tonight, because I asked Mr. Zhu to take care of you. Chu Linshan suddenly raised her head and looked at Zhu Ligong. You! As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Linshan felt dizzy and sat down on the sofa uncontrollably. Zhu Ligong raised his hands and gave a French military salute. Of course not. My mission tonight is to accompany Mr. Zhang. Zhang Baihe frowned and looked suddenly at Zhu Ligong. What nonsense are you talking about? Haven't you always wanted to? Before Zhang Baihe could finish his words, he also felt dizzy, but instead of falling on the sofa, he fell directly to the ground. He raised his trembling hand and pointed at Zhu Ligong. Why are you doing this? Zhu Ligong smiled slightly, then turned his head to look at Chu Linshan, who was also weak. I didn't give you the medicine, I did give him the medicine. I'll be busy for a while, but don't worry, the medicine will only be effective for half an hour. After saying that, Zhu Ligong took out a small blue pill from his arms and swallowed it whole. Then he picked up the red wine next to him. I'm sorry, this is an order from my master. He said you must be sober to enjoy this. But I actually enjoyed it. After saying that, Zhu Ligang carried Zhang Baihe in his arms like a princess and walked into the lounge in the president's office, then closed the highly soundproof door. Shu Linchen was the only one left in the office. Shu Linchen felt as if a big hand was fiddling with something in all of this. The next second, the office door was pushed open. A familiar figure appeared in front of the door. The unremarkable secretary stood there with a numb expression on his face, maintaining a standing posture, as boring as standing at attention. Lin Mo? Shu Linchen felt weak and powerless, and weakness enveloped her. But Lin Mo walked over and grabbed Shu Linchen's hand. Just by circulating the spiritual energy, without even using any magical powers, Shu Linchen's feeling of weakness faded away like the tide. Lin Mo turned his head and looked at the secretary. Go get some normal tea. Yes. The secretary, with a purple glint in her eyes, turned and left, closing the office door. Shu Linchen didn't know what to say, but Lin Mo took the initiative to speak. Don't worry, Sister Chu, Meow Meow is fine, you don't have to worry. Hearing this, Shu Linchen couldn't help but cover her mouth and burst into tears. Shu Linchen cried out loudly, and tears fell on the carpet. Lin Mo walked to the side, took out a tissue and handed it over. Thanks. Shu Linchen took the tissue, wiped away her tears, then reached into her pocket and placed the amulet on the table. So actually I wasn't wrong last time, right? The talisman turned into ashes. Lin Mo didn't expect that Shu Linchen actually saw it, but he simply admitted it. Then you are indeed not mistaken. Were you the one who actually left behind the evidence about Zhang Baihe? Lin Mo continued to nod. Including that night when I was drunk and you saved me from Zhu Ligong. Lin Mo continued to nod. Shu Linchen raised her head and looked at Lin Mo, with a look of vigilance and relaxation in her eyes. It can be seen that she is very conflicted at the moment. Why would Lin Mo help her so much, from helping Meow Meow at the beginning to this scene today? Of course Lin Mo knew what Shu Linchen was thinking and could only wave his hand. Actually, at first I just realized that Shu Meow Meow would die, so I took action. Later I predicted that Zhu Ligong would attack you, so I took action again. Lin Mo paused and pointed to the amulet on the table. The amulet was originally used to protect you. I didn't expect it to be used right after I gave it to you. So I found Zhu Ligong and discovered Zhang Bei and this person through him. At this time, Shu Linchen also began to understand that she was not a stupid person. So you found the evidence of Zhang Baihe's crime and gave it to me. Lin Mo sighed. Yes, I found it, but I didn't expect you to be so incompetent as to use it. You even revealed your true colors. You're smart, but you were coerced into signing the contract. But you are stupid, yet you guessed so many things. Lin Mo sighed helplessly and snapped his fingers. The secretary came in and put down the teacup. Lin Mo picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. The tea from Jiangbei is also the best for meeting guests. The tea tastes slightly bitter at first, but the sweetness that follows instantly fills your entire mouth. This type of single pine black tea is characterized by a strong flavor, and there is a huge difference between the cheap and expensive ones. On the contrary, Tai Guanyin has a lighter taste, and it is difficult for ordinary people to distinguish the difference in taste. Shu Linchen looked at Zhang Baihe's secretary. She was a little confused. So she's yours too? Lin Mo shook his head. No, it's a spell that controls people. I also controlled Zhu Ligong in this way. If nothing unexpected happens, I plan to control Zhang Baihe and make him give all his shares to you. Then I'll send him to surrender. Shu Linchen suddenly raised her head and looked at Lin Mo. Control people, then will you control me? Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. Want to experience it? I can let you try it. Shu Linchen thought of some romantic action movie plots and her face suddenly turned red. But she felt something strange in her heart. Then let's try it. Lin Mo looked up, his eyes flashing. A purple light flashed by, and Shu Linchen was captivated. Go to the window. Lin Mo issued an order, and when Shu Linchen walked to the window, he lifted the soul-stealing spell. Ah! When Shu Linchen came to her senses, she found herself standing by the window. And there was a hint of memory in her mind, but she herself didn't feel anything. How is it? Are you sure you haven't been controlled? I'm a good person. Lin Mo drank the black tea in the cup in one gulp. Then he said, okay, let's go back and see Meow Meow first. We can talk about the rest tomorrow. I've asked Zhu Ligong to work hard tonight. Although she can't hear any sound, Shu Linchen knows everything, and many bosses in the circle like her. But she couldn't help but ask, no one will die, right? If he doesn't have that share, that won't work. As if remembering something, she added, we don't have enough money to buy his share. Just let him buy it himself. Do you think he doesn't have money elsewhere? Lin Mo walked downstairs. Shu Linchen drove back. So magic exists, and so do gods and monsters? Yes, but they are rare in the world, and monsters are actually more afraid of humans, so you can rest assured. Lin Mo thought for a moment and said, but you still have to hide the fact that I know these things. I don't want to be caught and dissected. Chu Linchen nodded. She also knew the interests involved. Lin Mo knows all these things, so maybe there really is some kind of secret national agency. So Chu Linchen subconsciously stayed away from these things. When she got home, Chu Linchen saw Chu Miao Miao watching TV and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Chu Linchen hugged Chu Miao Miao immediately after seeing her. Miao Miao, I'm glad you're okay. Xia Yuling on the side looked at the scene with curiosity, then raised her head and looked at Lin Mo. What is going on? Lin Mo shrugged. It's just that the mother who returned home missed her child. Chu Linchen raised her head and said with an embarrassed look, I'm sorry, Yuling, I rarely leave Miao Miao, so I was so excited. On the way back, Lin Mo said that he had sealed up the memory of Xia Yuling. After all, it was not a good experience. In Xia Yuling's memory, she just took a nap and then played at home. I didn't have enough spiritual energy to do these things before, so I let Chu Miao Miao know that I have magical Qigong, so he did not seal Chu Miao Miao's memory. You can play at Chu Miao Miao's house tonight. Lin Mo looked at Xia Yuling. Xia Yuling chuckled, I've already told my mom, and she said I can go and have fun as I please. Chu Linchen, who was preparing a midnight snack in the kitchen, said, since we're here, Lin Mo, you can sleep in the study tonight. Lin Mo nodded indifferently. Okay, then please, Sister Chu, take me home tomorrow morning. I still have to go home to burn incense. Yeah, no problem. Chu Linchen knew what burning incense meant. At this moment, Xia Yuling was the only one in the room who was kept in the dark. But Lin Mo thought this was better. Lin Mo sat in the living room eating melon seeds while the girls returned to their rooms after taking a shower. Chu Linchen also took a shower and changed into silk pajamas. Exactly the same as last time. Although it shows off the figure, there is no exposure at all. If Miao Miao hadn't been released, I was planning to die together with Zhang Baihe. I know. I saw the knife. But I want to know why you didn't just report him? There's enough evidence anyway. This way, it can be considered revenge. Chu Linchen said embarrassedly. I'm not sure if there are any traps in the evidence, so I have to verify the authenticity of the evidence. Put it this way, it seems that there is no problem. It is not like ordinary novels where people foolishly report evidence after it is dropped from the sky. Who knows if there is any problem with the evidence? Lin Mo turned off the TV casually. Okay, have a good rest. We'll be busy tomorrow. After saying that, Lin Mo walked towards the study. Looking at Lin Mo's back, Chu Linchen felt an inexplicable sense of security, which she had never felt in these years. Lin Mo, thank you. You're welcome. Late at night, Lin Mo opened his eyes. The door of the study was opened. A figure walked in quietly. Lin Mo turned his head and looked at her. Why aren't you sleeping so late? Yuling just fell asleep, but I can't sleep. Lin Mo sat up and sighed. How about I seal your memory as well, so you can forget what happened today, and then you won't be unable to sleep. The next second, Lin Mo saw Chu Miao Miao with tears streaming down her face. Chu Miao Miao threw herself into Lin Mo's arms. I don't want to. I don't want to forget what happened today. I want to remember you. Lin Mo patted the girl's back gently. It's okay, it's okay. You have my amulet. Didn't I rush over immediately? I know, I've always known that you are my guardian angel, Lin Mo. Well, maybe I came back this time just to save you. Lin Mo patted the girl's back gently as if coaxing a child. Before he had time to feel the warmth in his arms, Lin Mo just wanted to comfort the girl so that she would not feel uncomfortable in this memory. Chu Miao Miao is probably the kind of little girl that people are willing to take care of all the time. After a while, the sobbing gradually turned into soft snoring. Although it is not very big, it is still there. Probably because my nose was blocked when I cried. The girl's basic character is still a girl. It is undeniable that Lin Mo likes such a girl who needs careful protection. Holding the sleeping girl in his arms, Lin Mo did not send her back immediately, nor did he do anything clumsy. He just gently sniffed the fragrance of the girl. Until the girl's breathing became steady and she grasped him like an octopus, Lin Mo gave her a warm and happy dream, and then sent her back to the room. Xia Yuling in the room had a very good sleeping posture, lying on her back in a stable and balanced position. Lin Mo also gave him a good dream. The next morning, before Chu Linchen knocked on the door, Lin Mo had already opened it. They are still sleeping. Let's go. After we are done, you can come back and make breakfast for them. Lin Mo walked in front with his hands in his pockets. Chu Linchen was still a little worried, so she opened the door to check on how Chu Miao Miao and Xia Yuling were sleeping. Chu Miao Miao hugged Xia Yuling tightly like an octopus. They both slept soundly. Look, I told you, it's okay, don't worry. The two soon arrived at the building of Dejiang Group. The car pulled to the side of the road. In a few months, this building will be yours. Lin Mo's tone was flat. Although he had never worked in such a place in his previous life, he knew that this situation had to be kept up to standard. After all, being handsome is a lifelong thing. So Zhang Baihe will definitely be brought to justice? If you want him to die, that's fine, but I personally recommend that he be executed first and then commit suicide. Lin Mo touched his chin. After all, dying directly would not be economically effective. Moreover, if he died right after transferring the equity, it would arouse suspicion, so the best way is to transfer the equity first, then turn himself into the police, and then commit suicide directly after the trial. Perfect. So, whoever you want to die, you can kill, right? Chu Linchen suddenly looked at Lin Mo with a serious expression. Strictly speaking, yes, but I'm not the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, let alone Hannibal Lecter. I don't understand the art of being a human being. I just want to be an ordinary student and go to college. After graduating from university, I became a landlord, collecting rent and living off my family. Why go to college? Because college life is good. Why don't you go to work? If you see someone saying he enjoys going to work, he must be possessed by a ghost. At this time, Lin Mo looked at his mobile phone and found that Zhang Yunlu had sent him a message last night. Probably something like returning home. But Master Lin was busy for too long last night and forgot to reply to Zhang Yunlu. I didn't check QQ last night. Chu Miao's family came back, so we had dinner and talked a lot. Let me explain it a little bit. There was a quick reply from the other side. I see. As long as you're okay, then what are you going to do today? Go home and burn incense. Oh, I see. Zhang Yunlu didn't understand why she had to burn incense when she got home, but since Lin Mo had something to do, she didn't bother him. See you tonight. Okay, see you tonight. After sending the last sentence, the car had already stopped in the parking lot. This is a new car, called Volvo. It's the safest car. Even though it looks ordinary, it's safe enough to fight against the masters of teleportation to another world. Ever since the accident, Chu Linchen has chosen this type of car. She may not care about her own safety, but she must protect Chu Miao no matter what. After getting off the car, Chu Linchen was still a little nervous and her breathing became rapid. Lin Mo grabbed her hand directly. The cold and soft little hand felt like it was being held by a stove, and a warmth passed through the arm into the heart. It made Chu Linchen feel much more comfortable. Don't worry, I'm here. Chu Linchen looked at the hand holding hers and indeed felt an incomparable sense of security. Ding! The elevator door opened and an unremarkable secretary was standing at the door. Please come in, both of you. What are you doing? Chu Linchen's eyes were full of doubts. She noticed that the secretary's clothes had not changed. It was still the same set as yesterday. She didn't go home. I asked her to stay and keep an eye on Zhang Baihe. Having them here is like having my eyes. This is the president's elevator. Lin Mo and others went straight to the top floor. After coming up, he saw Zhang Baihe tied to the boss chair. Zhang Baihe looked dejected at this moment, with traces of tears still on his face. It was obvious that he had a rough time last night. On the contrary, Zhu Ligong was wearing a suit and tie and looked radiant. It looks very comfortable, Mr. Zhu. Lin Mo sat down casually as soon as he entered the door. It's okay, I just had a lot of fun. Although Zhu Ligong had been controlled by the soul, Lin Mo only implanted the idea of being loyal to him in his mind. So his actions are based on his own thoughts, including anal Jiangbei and... I have to say that Zhang Baihe is a little handsome and exudes the aura of a mature man, so it is understandable that Zhu Ligong did this. When Lin Mo's spiritual sense swept across the lounge, he couldn't help but change his expression slightly. Renovate that place for me. Lin Mo pointed to the lounge without hesitation. Zhu Ligong nodded repeatedly, no problem. What happened in the lounge? Chu Linchen, who had calmed down, was about to walk towards the lounge, but was stopped by Lin Mo. Trust me, you don't want to go in there. Looking at Lin Mo's serious expression and recalling what happened last night, Chu Linchen finally understood. Although she didn't know what it looked like inside, she could imagine it. Zhang Baihe, with lifeless eyes, didn't feel much when he saw Lin Mo and others coming in and nagging him. He had never suffered such humiliation. At this moment, he felt that his sphincter could no longer close. Even my teeth feel a little sore. Forget it, let's deal with business first. Where's the contract? Lin Mo asked, and the secretary pushed the door open and placed the contract in front of Lin Mo. Lin Mo handed the contract to Chu Linchen. Chu Linchen picked it up and saw that the content of the contract actually meant that all of Zhang Baihe's shares would be sold to Chu Linchen at a fair price. The reason why it is sold at a fair price is that there is no such operation in this world where you can take away other people's shares by just signing your name and paying a few dollars. All changes in equity must be completed through processes such as signing an agreement, shareholder resolutions, industrial and commercial changes, and tax processing. Moreover, according to the company law, shares cannot be sold at a low price. At most, they can be sold at a fair price. If you want to give away shares, there is a limit, but there is no limit on selling shares. All you need is a shareholder agreement. Give it all to me? What are you going to take? Chu Linchin looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo touched his chin and said, if I need money in the future, you won't refuse to give me money, right? Chu Linchin was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed, like a red rose in the glacier, not only bright in color, but also with a rich fragrance. Here you go, all for you. No, I don't need money anyway. Lin Mo sat on the sofa and looked at Zhang Baihe. Hey, Zhang Baihe, it's time to atone for your sins. Tell me what bad things you have done. Lin Mo's eyes emitted purple light. The next second, Zhang Baihe was already possessed. Looking at this scene, Chu Linchin still found it magical. If you become a policeman in the future, you will definitely be a great detective. That's right. If I encounter a case, I'd be a detective even if I wasn't a police officer. But he is not a death god, so he doesn't have so many cases. If so, it's none of his business. After all, there is no trace of Ah Wei who died at his feet yesterday. Even Jesus couldn't find his body, I said. Zhang Baihe also began to tell stories. Zhang Baihe was not born in a wealthy family, but he was clear-headed and ambitious. After making his first fortune, he began looking for new partners. So he took the initiative to make friends with the eldest brother of the Chu family, who owned a dilapidated factory. In fact, the eldest brother of the Chu family could not bear to continue running the factory, so they hit it off and started to create their own brand. This brand is very popular, and the factory is not only mortgaged, but also used to produce their products. Finally, Zhang Baihe saw that the time was ripe and prepared to package the brand and sell it at a premium so that he could earn more capital. Chu Linchin's elder brother also had great ambitions, and they sold the factory together. With more capital, they started different companies and ventured into various fields. The Dejian Group also began to take shape. It's just that the two of them began to have many different ideas. Zhang Baihe is a gambler in the business world. He is used to gaining more benefits, but his elder brother Chu Linchin, who is married and has children, no longer wants to take risks. The differences between the two grew like a rift, and eventually they were deadlocked over the decision of a project. So Zhang Baihe found someone to do it. The car was destroyed and everyone died, only Chu Miao survived. Chu Linchin also raised Chu Miao because of this. Although the shares are still there, Zhang Baihe no longer has any obstacles in making the decision. Dejian Group is also growing bigger and bigger, which proves that Zhang Baihe's decision is correct. However, no matter how right the decision was, it could not make up for the fact that he killed Chu Linchin's brother and sister-in-law for business. Later, Zhang Baihe began to become dictatorial and became more and more adept at removing obstacles in the business world. Of course, he also felt Chu Linchin's investigation of her. At first he felt guilty towards Chu Linchin and Chu Miao, but Chu Linchin became more and more troublesome, so he asked Zhu Ligong to take action. It can be said that Zhang Baihe's crimes are too numerous to list. The victims are far more than just Chu Linchin and Chu Miao. But Chu Linchin couldn't help crying on Lin Mo's shoulder. I have to say, this aunt and nephew really like to cry. However, Lin Mo still started giving him orders according to his original idea. After you've done all this, you can die. Lin Mo said this coldly, and Chu Linchin couldn't help but look up at Lin Mo. After Chu Linchin signed, she said to Lin Mo, let me take you home. Okay, let's go. He will cooperate with you 100%. Lin Mo didn't look at this place anymore, just said to the secretary, clean up this place. Sitting in Chu Linchin's car, Lin Mo looked out the window. After doing all this, he just felt that it was a weekend pastime. Let's stop here in Modern City. Why don't you let me take you home? Are you afraid I'll find your place? Lin Mo shook his head. There's no place to park this way. There's a market over there. So Lin Mo simply got out of the car, waved to Chu Linchin with his back to him, and walked towards home. Now Lin Mo doesn't need to unlock the door when he returns home, he can just walk through. Lin Mo burned incense for his parents. In fact, he knew that they could not receive it, but this gave him a sense of comfort. Many times, religion produces a placebo effect, making people feel more comfortable. Because I rarely come back to live here, there is always a lot of dust in the house even if it is sealed. Lin Mo raised his hand, and the spiritual energy rolled up the surrounding dust and concentrated it in his hand. Then Lin Mo sat on the sofa. There were all kinds of messages on the phone, some from Zhang Yunlu and some from Xie Yuling. As for Chu Miao's, of course not. Chu Miao is the kind of girl who rarely disturbs others. But Lin Mo still missed the girl's hug last night. On the other side, Zhang Yunlu was sitting on the hanging chair on the terrace. She was looking at the river view in the distance, with a glass of honey water in her hand and a book in her arms. Beep beep. There was a message on QQ. Zhang Yunlu picked it up and looked at it, a hint of joy flashed in her eyes. She couldn't help but type a few words on her phone. What are you doing? Just got home and I'm paralyzed. Aren't you burning incense? I'm done with school, so I'm lying down to relax. I'll go eat wonton noodles later, and then I'll go back to the rental house in the afternoon. Can you take me to eat wonton noodles next time? I want to eat wonton noodles near your house. Girl, do your family members know that you are so good at attacking? Okay, no problem. This place is a long-established one. Lin Mo is still happy to chat with girls and pass this comfortable life. And time is gradually speeding up. December 21st, 2012. It's almost the winter solstice, and it still rains in the morning and evening. Holding an umbrella in his hand, Lin Mo looked at Xia Yuling beside him. What are you laughing at? Xia Yuling pouted. No, I didn't expect you to be so girly. It's actually Pink Panther's umbrella. It's quite cute. Xia Yuling's umbrella was very small, just enough to cover herself. My mom bought it for me. She said it was cute, so I have to buy it and not use it. You're right. After all, you can't just leave it there after you buy it. The umbrella in Lin Mo's hand was the kind he bought from a convenience store, and it looked ordinary. The two walked towards the school. By the way, the Mayans said today is the end of the world. I waited until 12 o'clock last night. I thought there would be some strange signs at 12 o'clock, but in the end, nothing happened. Aren't you afraid? Lin Mo looked at the girl under the umbrella. It's okay. Actually, I didn't really believe it either. My mom did, though. She stored 2 huge buckets of water on the rooftop and also bought a lot of food for the house. Okay, I'll go over and help you guys eat tonight. Just as she was leaving the house, Xia Yuling told Lin Mo that they would go to her house for dinner tonight. Lin Mo naturally agreed. Thinking of this, he looked at Xia Yuling again. But Sister Chu will probably ask me to go to her house for dinner too. Why don't we all eat together? Hearing this, Xia Yuling agreed without hesitation. Okay. The winter solstice is a very important festival in the south. It is said that winter is as important as the new year. This means that the winter solstice is more important than the Chinese New Year. Although it is not a holiday on this day, everyone has to go home for dinner. In his previous life, Lin Mo also spent the winter solstice at Xia Yuling's house. At that time, Zheng Yuan still took good care of Lin Mo. It's just that everyone's relationship in this life is more harmonious. As soon as I arrived at school, I heard a lot of people discussing the Mayan doomsday prophecy. This prophecy has been popular for several years. After that day, there was nothing unusual. I even continued to go to school and classes. Hey, why do I still have to take this coin study course? It's the end of my world? Jian Lihao, the boy in the back row, was copying homework while shouting, "Just write it honestly. You have to do your homework as long as you're alive." Many people thought this was just an ordinary day, but little did they know that the gears of fate would turn today. Get out! There are more and more people in the class. Lin Mo sat in his seat. He had already handed in his homework. As for where it would be spread, no one knew. Anyway, no teacher will care about him even if he doesn't do his homework. Zhang Yunlu was watching I and the Earthen Altar here, but after reading 2 pages, he said to Lin Mo, "Today is the end of Maya, are you afraid? You believe this stuff too?" Lin Mo looked at Zhang Yunlu in surprise. "No, I just want to see if you are afraid." Lin Mo shook his head. "What's there to be afraid of? It's not real anyway." Of course it's not true. It was an ordinary day and I could get up normally the next day. Years later, it's not even worth mentioning. There's no fun at all. Lin Mo pointed at Fang Jun and others in the back row who were still discussing the end of the world. They're still talking about everything from the arrival of the Terror King in July 1999 to the Y2K virus in 2000. Lin Mo touched his chin and said, "I believe more in Andrew Moya's apocalypse attack in Sergeant Carrero. Ah." Zhang Yunlu tilted her head. "Private Tamama. Report." At this time, a young girl stood in front of Lin Mo. It's Chu Miao Miao. It can be seen that Chu Miao Miao is also a senior homegirl. Very good. Private Tamama, do you have any news to report? Lin Mo got into the role very well and put his hands on his hips. Mom said we should have the winter solstice dinner together tonight. Private Chu Miao Miao looked at Lin Mo seriously. Zhang Yunlu, who was standing next to him, was a little upset. Why did Dongji invite Lin Mo to his house for dinner? Zhang Yunlu didn't know Lin Mo's family situation yet, but Lin Mo shook his head. "I've already agreed to go to Xia Yuling's house for dinner. Why don't you come together? There are 2 of you there anyway, so it'll be more lively together." Chu Miao Miao was also moved when she heard this. "Then I'll go tell Mom. I don't think she will mind." After saying that, Chu Miao Miao also returned to her seat. Zhang Yunlu knew that their families were well connected, and if it were her, there would be no way she would be able to invite Lin Mo home for dinner. But she was still a little curious. Why could they be so direct? Did they really have no concerns at all? They really don't know the actual reason. Here, Chu Miao Miao and Chu Linchin quickly decided to go to Xia Yuling's house for dinner together. so she immediately ran outside Class 7 to find Xia Yuling and talk about this. Lin Mo contacted Chu Linchen via his cell phone, reminding her that Aunt Zhang and Xia Yuling were unaware of her situation and that she should just try to keep it secret. In the company, Chu Linchen put down her phone in her office. The current president is still Zhang Baihe, but Zhang Baihe and his trusted subordinates have been controlled by Lin Mo. Chu Linchen can use these people with peace of mind, and there will be no problems with Dejiang Group. After the share transfer is completed, Zhang Baihe will surrender himself. So now Chu Linchen is much more relaxed and gradually understands the affairs of Dejiang Group. After calling the secretary, Chu Linchen arranged some things and prepared to go off work. She will go to the supermarket to buy vegetables later, and then go to Xia Yuling's house. Chu Miao also told her that Xia Yuling was standing in front of her at that time. Therefore, Chu Linchen also likes and appreciates the girl Xia Yuling. Originally, she planned to let Miao take Lin Mo home for dinner, but she didn't expect that Xia Yuling's family had invited them earlier, so when Chu Miao said that Lin Mo suggested that the three families have dinner together, she naturally agreed. Zheng Yuan had just finished buying groceries in the morning and was already heading upstairs without stopping. Fortunately, she was smart and ordered a roast goose from the roast meat man a day in advance, otherwise she would definitely not be able to buy it today. Today is the winter solstice, and there are quite a lot of people buying roast meats. If you don't make a reservation in advance, you won't be able to buy good Chinese cabbage. When Xia Yuling came back at noon, she saw a lot of vegetables hanging in the kitchen. Wow, Mom, you bought so many vegetables. Are there shrimps tonight? No, I didn't buy it. Zheng Yuangang said, thought about it, and finally took out the money and handed it to Xia Yuling. Go buy it now. However, Xia Yuling waved her hand and said, no need. Chu Miao's mother is preparing seafood. I gave her your phone number. She will come up and cook with you this afternoon. Even guests are guests who come to your house. How can you let them buy food and cook for you? You have a point, so talk to her yourself. After saying that, Xia Yuling went to eat immediately. Zheng Yuan sighed helplessly. This daughter is beyond saving. As a key school, Guanba is actually quite humane. For example, tonight, except for the students who live in the dormitory and have to attend evening self-study, the students who go to school on a daily basis can go home to celebrate the winter solstice. Of course, boarding students can also apply to go home for meals. After all, the school is really humane. As long as there is a call from parents, you can go home. So after school in the afternoon, everyone was packing up. Many people who live in Guangzhou but have no accommodation have asked their families to call and ask for leave. Lin Mo was also packing his things. Zhang Yunlu looked at Lin Mo and asked knowingly, are you having dinner with Chu Miao and Xia Yuling tonight? Yes, I heard that tonight is quite sumptuous. Lin Mo looked up and saw Xia Yuling standing outside the door. Chu Miao had already packed up her things and was heading outside. Okay, have a happy weekend. After saying that, Lin Mo put on his backpack and walked outside. At this moment, Zhang Yunlu also wanted to have dinner with them, but Dad said he has already booked a dinner outside for tonight. Moreover, she didn't dare tell her father about the existence of Lin Mo. Her aunt also told her many times not to mention Lin Mo in front of her father, otherwise her father might go crazy. She could only look at Xia Yuling and Chu Miao with envy. At this time, the two envied people were walking home hand in hand. Lin Mo followed behind boredly. Some classmates passed by and greeted Lin Mo, and Lin Mo responded one by one. Everyone left school with a brisk pace tonight, probably because they knew there would be delicious food when they got home. When the three of them returned home, the aroma was already wafting from the kitchen. We're back. The two girls changed their reserved demeanor outside, threw their school bags on the sofa and headed towards the kitchen. Hello, Aunt Zheng. Hello, Sister Chu. When Zheng Yuan heard her daughter call Chu Linchen Sister Chu, her face immediately turned stern. How can you call me that? You have no respect for your parents. Chu Linchen really likes people calling her Sister Chu, so she immediately came to Xia Yuling's rescue. No, that's called youth, and I prefer it. As she spoke, Chu Linchen looked at the kitchen door. Where's Lin Mo? Lin Mo is outside. Xia Yuling looked back. Lin Mo had already sat down and poured himself a glass of water. I made a soup. It's a dried vegetable, apricot, and pork bone soup. In eastern Guangdong, the first reason for making soup is that it tastes good, and the second is its efficacy. Whether it's a placebo or it really works, at least it tastes real. Zheng Yuan came out carrying a big pot of soup. Lin Mo stood up and walked over to take it. Be careful, it's quite heavy. Don't worry, Mom. Lin Mo is very strong. Oh, how strong can a child be? Zheng Yuan put down the soup and went to the kitchen to get the dishes and chopsticks. Lin Mo stirred the soup with a spoon. I casually asked, do you know what the benefits of this dried vegetable, apricot, and pork bone soup are? Chu Miao shook her head violently. I know, this is used to moisten the lungs and relieve coughs. Xia Yuling raised her hand as if to answer a question. At home, in front of familiar people, she is always a little more lively. Of course she was right. As autumn and winter arrive, the climate becomes dry, and the good housekeeping mothers in eastern Guangdong are all good at making this traditional and delicious soup. Then do you know what the effects of these materials are? Xia Yuling also shook her head. How could she know so much? She had never asked her mother. Lin Mo picked up the dried vegetables casually. Dried cabbage is made from dried cabbage. Dried vegetables have many benefits, but their main function is to nourish the heart, regulate blood, clear away heat and relieve restlessness. The northern and southern apricots are actually southern almonds and northern almonds. They have different tastes. Southern almonds are sweet and northern almonds are bitter. The former moistens the lungs and relieves coughs, while the latter relieves asthma and coughs. The ultimate effect is to stop the cough. Shu Miao Miao immediately raised her hand. What about pig bones? What effect do pig bones have? Lin Mo pretended to be profound. Pork bones are even simpler. I add pork bones to make the soup taste better. Without the pork bones, the soup wouldn't be as tasty. Zheng Yuan handed the bowl to Lin Mo. Lin Mo took the bowl and just as he scooped a bowl of soup, the two girls reached out their hands. Then Chu Miao Miao immediately retracted her hand. Seeing this scene, Lin Mo put the soup on the table. Take it yourself. After Lin Mo put it down, he continued to scoop soup. He scooped 5 bowls of soup in one breath and placed them on the table. It took 3 families sitting together to make up 5 people, and it was really like living in Bengdu. But Lin Mo didn't care. As the dishes came out one after another, the large round table was soon filled up. Looking at so many dishes, Xia Yuling couldn't help but ask, "Can you finish it?" Shu Miao Miao smiled and said, "Lin Mo is a big eater. I think he can finish it. It's best to eat it all. Leftover food isn't as tasty or healthy." Braised pork with preserved vegetables, stuffed pork with chili peppers, salt-baked chicken. These are all Hakka dishes. Lin Mo had long known that Aunt Zheng was a Hakka, so he was not surprised by tonight's dishes. The main thing is the braised pork with preserved vegetables. It is really delicious. The preserved vegetable braised pork belly is made with evenly distributed fat and lean meat in distinct layers. The main feature is that it melts in your mouth without feeling greasy. But this dish is labor-intensive and time-consuming. So Lin Mo has never eaten it once since his rebirth, and the preserved vegetable pork he has eaten elsewhere is not as good as the preserved vegetable pork made by Aunt Zheng. Wow, preserved vegetable braised pork, I know it's Aunt Zheng's dish at first glance. This dish is so difficult to make. When Zheng Yuan heard this, she immediately laughed. Xiao Mo is really knowledgeable. He started making this dish this morning. He wants the braised pork to be soft and glutinous but not greasy, and he has to steam it for a long time. Xia Yuling, who was standing by, also said, "My mother rarely does this because she finds it troublesome." Chu Linshan also came out with some freshly steamed lobster. "Everyone, sit down and get ready to eat. We didn't cook much, so everyone should have enough food tonight." Then he looked at Xia Yuling again. "Miao Miao said that you, Yuling, like to eat shrimp, so today I bought lobsters and other large shrimps. I guarantee you will enjoy them." Xia Yuling cheered. "Thank you, Sister Chu. Everyone, pick up your chopsticks, otherwise it won't taste good if it gets cold." Looking at the lobster in front of her, Xia Yuling hesitated. It was not like she had never eaten lobster before. She had eaten lobster noodles at banquets many times, but she had never tried a whole lobster like this one. Lin Mo simply picked up a lobster and demonstrated it. Eat the meat directly as a meal. Then, before the dishes were half eaten, everyone else was already full. No one had touched the cooked rice, but everyone was still full after eating the vegetables. Lin Mo sat in the middle of the table and said to the 4 people, "Next, please watch the eating show of Big Eater Lin Mo." Then Lin Mo got up and went to serve rice. A man cleared out all the remaining dishes bit by bit in front of everyone's stunned gaze, including the shrimps that Xia Yuling didn't finish eating. But Xia Yuling's resentful look seemed to be saying that the shrimp could be saved for me to eat tomorrow. Lin Mo looked up and met Xia Yuling's gaze. "No, the overnight shrimp meat is not fresh, I can only eat it for you reluctantly." "System, what about me? Don't I have anything to eat either?" "Lin Mo, you eat a lot, Jabeo, go find the food system." "System, humph. Oh, school starts again on Saturday. There's nothing we can do. New Year's Day is on Tuesday. We in grade 1 are lucky enough to have 3 days off, but grade 2 has to go to school on Sunday." At this time, someone said quietly, "G3 only has New Year's Day off." As we all know, the G3 has no human rights. Fang Jun came over at this time. "Hey, wanna celebrate New Year's Eve together?" Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. "New Year's Eve? China Plaza? Or Hikes and Sand? Just walk home after New Year's Eve?" In fact, Lin Mo has no interest in New Year's Eve because the government does not encourage New Year's Eve activities. So after the New Year's Eve, you can't get a taxi and McDonald's is packed. Many times I had no choice but to walk home. Walk back along the river and you will be home in an hour or two. But Fang Jun shook his head. Of course not. That kind of New Year's Eve is all about the atmosphere, and then we'll go our separate ways. One of my uncles runs a farm, and their roast chicken and roast ribs are delicious. We can stay overnight and have fun eating, drinking, and having fun there. Lin Jiajin put down the newspaper and said with interest, celebrating New Year's Eve at the farm is indeed quite interesting. At least I don't have to walk home, and there's no danger. Fang Jun's words caused a stir in the class. After all, everyone was discussing whether to celebrate the new year. But in fact, not many people responded, because many people have made appointments with friends. After all, it's only the last semester of G1, and the relationship between classmates in one semester is actually not that good. Zhang Yunlu on the other side looked at Lin Mo. If it were you, would you go? Lin Mo nodded. It's quite interesting, we can go and play it. Fang Jun looked at Lin Mo and said, you think it's interesting too, right? Let me tell you, that place is close to the reservoir, and the fish caught there can be used directly for cooking. At this time, Wang Qin asked, what about the fee? Staying overnight at the farm is not cheap. Hey, what are you talking about? Don't underestimate me, Jun. He's my uncle. I can promise you a 50% discount. If it's too expensive, I, Fang Jun, will cover it for you. Fang Jun is not the kind of person who talks nonsense. So Wang Qin also thought it was worth a try this New Year's Eve. She looked at Zhang Yunlu and said, Yunlu, go ahead. You probably haven't been to a farm before. Zhang Yunlu had indeed never been to any farms. She basically only went to mountain villas, which were villa hotels and other places built on the mountainside. But she has never tried roast chicken or roast pork ribs. But her eyes still fell on Lin Mo. If Lin Mo didn't go, she probably wouldn't want to go so much. Lin Mo remembered that Fang Jun also suggested going to the farm in his previous life. But I didn't have the same mood as I do now. I was still used to celebrating the new year in the city, so I took Fang Jun to hikes in sand, and after celebrating the new year, we walked home together. Zhang Yunlu was not among them. But this life is a little different. Then go ahead. When a person reaches a new stage, he should start to get in touch with new things, so as to broaden his horizons. Seeing Lin Mo said he wanted to go, Zhang Yunlu also said, then go. I can also ask my family to arrange a car to take everyone there. Lin Jiajin put down the newspaper and said, add me in. The farm is a good place. I want to go too, I want to go too. Wang Qin said, raising her hand. Fang Jun continued, you can also invite some of your friends and relatives. 40 or 50 people will definitely be enough. This made Wang Qin a little surprised. Is your uncle's farm or resort? He said it was a farm, but they also have hot springs over there. When hearing the word hot spring, many people's eyes lit up, especially the girls. Lin Jiajin was curious, is it a real hot spring or boiled water? It's a real hot spring. My uncle definitely wouldn't lie to me. He said he spent a lot of money to drain it, and he cleans the pool every day. It sounds very attractive. So many people decided to celebrate the new year with Fang Jun. Lin Jiajin added, in that case, you can bring your friends, but how about not bringing your parents? After all, if you bring your parents, it will be much less fun. Fang Jun nodded repeatedly, yes, with the parents around, no one can move freely. Didn't you say that the boss is your uncle? Aren't you bringing your own parent with you? Wang Qin complained. Don't worry, as long as we don't do anything rash, my uncle won't bother us. It's hard to define what this chaos is, but it shouldn't be chaos. Lin Mo went to ask Chu Miao Miao if she wanted to go. Chu Miao Miao actually heard everything just now. If Lin Mo hadn't been there, she would definitely not go. But since Lin Mo asked, she naturally agreed. Should we ask Yu Ling? Xia Yuling's memory was sealed, but Chu Miao Miao still remembered the girl who stood in front of her. Don't worry, I will ask. I just don't know if she will spend New Year's Eve with her relatives. Since that barbecue, Lin Mo has not seen Xia Yufei again. After evening self-study, as soon as Xia Yuling walked out of the classroom, Chu Miao Miao almost ran out. After that, their relationship became better and better. Chu Miao Miao held Xia Yuling's arm and asked her about her plans for the new year. Are you coming? Lin Mo packed his things very slowly and came out of the classroom a little later. Are you going? Xia Yuling actually hasn't celebrated New Year's Eve for a long time. She doesn't particularly like crowds, or rather, she doesn't like too many strangers around. But since there was someone familiar around, she was a little tempted. Just go with her. You can still share a room. That morning I saw Chu Miao Miao holding you like an octopus. Hearing this, Xia Yuling was the first to blush. She raised her hand and hit Lin Mo. Next time, don't just go into a girl's room. Lin Mo shrugged helplessly, blame me. Chu Miao Miao and Xia Yuling walked towards the door hand in hand. Lin Mo followed behind. After Chu Miao Miao got in the car, the two walked side by side towards the urban village. Aren't you going to spend New Year's Eve with your cousin? He goes out to play every year. What's wrong? Doesn't he want me to go to the farm too? Lin Mo raised his hands in a French military salute. That's definitely not the case. I just don't know how you arranged it in previous years. No plans, I'm all at home. Xia Yuling glanced at Lin Mo. Two people were walking on the road. At this time, Lin Mo saw the old woman with the obsessed soul walking on the road. If you don't avoid it, you will be hit. But Lin Mo didn't care. I just won't avoid it, who's afraid of who? He just walked forward. He looked at the old woman muttering something as she walked towards him. Just as the two were about to collide, Xia Yuling suddenly reached out and pulled Lin Mo. Lin Mo was stunned for a moment, but still obeyed the force and was pulled over. And the old woman suddenly stopped. There seemed to be a hint of intelligence in his eyes, and he raised his head and looked at Xia Yuling. 20% wrong. Lin Mo looked at Xia Yuling. Why are you pulling me? Xia Yuling glanced at the old woman's position from the corner of her eyes, then patted her chest guiltily and said, It's okay, I saw some dog shit on the ground, so I helped you. Lin Mo was about to turn around and look at the ground, but was pulled back by Xia Yuling. What's so good about dog shit? Would I hurt you? Well said, can't be refuted. Lin Mo could only shrug his shoulders. He probably guessed something. It seems that Xia Yuling also has her strengths. After seeing the yellow-skinned man and the obsessed soul later, Lin Mo felt that the world was not as simple as he saw, but it was not as bloody as the system said. At least Lin Mo had not found any other practitioners yet. It may be isolated, or it may not exist. After all, we learned from Huangpaisa that there are many things from the mysterious side in this world. It's just that everything seems to be buried in the course of history. Xia Yuling took the initiative to grab Lin Mo's hand and walked forward, but in Lin Mo's consciousness, that obsessed soul was always staring at them. Or rather, he was staring at Xia Yuling's back. That obsessed soul seemed a little different from before, with a hint of intelligence in its eyes. Back at the rental house, Lin Mo's spiritual sense also saw Xia Yuling's deep breathing. She looked back with lingering fear, but fortunately she saw everything. This made her feel relieved. Why do you seem to be relaxed? Did something happen to you? Upon hearing this, Xia Yuling immediately shook her head. No, just coming home and relaxing. Okay. It's late at night and everyone is asleep. Xia Yuling sat on the bed. There was a window next to her bed, through which she could see the moon. What's the use of this ability? Xia Yuling lay on the bed, not even playing with her cell phone, and sighed slightly. White mist rises in the mouth. Xia Yuling sat up suddenly. Even though the temperature in Guangzhou had dropped, it was still around 17 or 18 degrees Celsius at night. But at this moment she was also feeling a little cold sitting in the quilt. The temperature was getting lower and something very cold was approaching. A shadow slowly passed through the door. The shadow gradually became solid, revealing a face full of wrinkles. It's that old woman. What do you want to do? Xia Yuling stared at the old woman in front of her with a cold tone. There was a hint of excitement on the old woman's face. You can see me, you really can see me. They can't see me, they ignore me. You're already dead. Of course they can't see you. The old woman was not surprised when she heard this, she just touched her face. So I'm dead, finally dead? But Xiao Bao is gone. The old woman looked at Xia Yuling. Xiao Bao, my Xiao Bao is missing. I want to find my Xiao Bao back. Xia Yuling shook her head. I don't know where your Xiao Bao went. The police are looking for him too. The old woman knelt down and kowtowed to Xia Yuling continuously. Please, help me find Xiao Bao. Xia Yuling is not the kind of person who would help others easily, especially since she once helped someone and was stabbed in the back, so she will never help others easily again. I can't help you. The police are already looking for him. They should find him soon. Help me find it. Help me find Xiao Bao. The old woman rushed towards Xia Yuling and wanted to stretch out her hands to grab Xia Yuling. However, the amulet on Xia Yuling's desk suddenly emitted a faint light, and instantly knocked the old woman away. Xia Yuling was stunned when she saw the amulet emitting a faint glow. Is this the amulet Lin Mo gave me? What's this? The old woman's body was burned by the faint light, and she subconsciously turned and left. Did you get away? A figure passed through the wall and landed beside Xia Yuling's bed. Xia Yuling widened her eyes and stared at Lin Mo, who suddenly appeared. Lin Mo just raised his hand and clenched his fist, and the soul of obsession was squeezed into a ball. Lin Mo turned around and looked at Xia Yuling. How are you? Are you okay? Xia Yuling looked Lin Mo up and down, then shook her head violently. I'm fine. What are you going to do with that soul? Either crush it directly or let it go. Is there no other way? Xia Yuling looked at the soul in Lin Mo's palm. The old woman's soul was compressed into a ball, with only her old face imprinted on it. So you want to help her? Lin Mo respected Xia Yuling's ideas. I don't want to, but I also don't want you to crush her. If you do that, wouldn't that be the same as murder? Lin Mo shrugged. That old woman died a long time ago. Either she died at the hands of her grandson or her son. In any case, she died before the school sports meet. Xia Yuling was a little surprised. How do you know so much? Because I'm awesome. Walking to the bed and opening the window, Lin Mo said to the ball, next time I see you approaching me, I will crush your soul. Got it. After saying that, he threw the ball out. After a while, the seal on the spiritual energy will be released and the old woman will be able to float around again. After closing the window, Lin Mo sat down. Do you have any questions? Xia Yuling nodded. You can also see souls, and that talisman can also glow. You are very powerful, so you must be a Taoist priest who came down from the mountain. Lin Mo rubbed his nose. You are wrong. I am much more powerful than a Taoist priest. I am a heavenly master, but I have never been up the mountain, so I have not been down the mountain either. Great, one more identity. In front of Zhang Yunlu, he is a martial artist who abides by the rules. In front of Chu Miao Miao is a Qigong master. In front of Chu Linshan, he is a master of magic, right? To Xia Yuling, he is the heavenly master. But it doesn't matter, it's just a vest. Lin Mo doesn't mind showing off his abilities in front of them. However, Xia Yuling has a strong ability to accept things, probably because she can see souls. Lin Mo looked out the window. Tell me about your story. After school, I discovered that you can see the soul of obsession. Xia Yuling was stunned for a moment, and the topic finally returned to herself. Complex thoughts were running through Xia Yuling's mind, and she looked up at Lin Mo. So you'll believe whatever I say. Lin Mo patted his chest and said, of course, I will definitely believe you. After hearing Lin Mo say this, some of the depression in Xia Yuling's heart seemed to have a chance of being resolved. She couldn't help but lean her head on Lin Mo's shoulder and began to slowly tell her story. Actually, all of this happened only after my father passed away. After my dad passed away, I cried so hard I almost thought I was going blind. On the 7th day after my father's death, I saw him return with my left eye. Monday, December 31st, 2012, morning. Chu Miao Miao slept at Xia Yuling's house last night. This also makes it convenient to go out. And Chu Linshan didn't mind at all. She also hoped that Chu Miao Miao could have more of her own life. And Lin Mo was there, so there was no need to worry about safety issues. Because we created a group, everyone gathered in the back street of the school. Zhang Yunlu's family's tour bus also stopped in the back street. When Lin Mo brought his men there, quite a few people had already arrived. Everyone was carrying a bulging backpack, and you could tell at a glance that it contained not only spare clothes but also a lot of snacks. Everyone was as excited as if they were going on an autumn outing. Even Xia Yuling yawned repeatedly. What? Did you steal again last night? Lin Mo looked at Xia Yuling. Xia Yuling raised her hand and elbowed him, but the force was very light. Don't talk nonsense, it's still Miao Miao, but you are not sleeping well. Chu Miao Miao blushed immediately and lowered her head. Oh, I know. Did she hold you like an octopus? Xia Yuling immediately raised her head and stared at Lin Mo, with the husky pointing expression ready to go. Lin Mo once again performed the French military salute. She was like that last time at Mia Miao's house. Looking at the three people chatting, Zhang Yunlu, who got in the car early, pursed her lips. We are going to lose this time. As for the plan coordinator Fang Jun, he was already counting the number of people. Alright, those who have arrived please get on the bus first. Lin Mo and others also got in the car quickly. These tour buses all seat people in pairs. Xia Yuling pulled Chu Miao Miao to find a place to sit down. There are plenty of seats on the bus. It is no problem to seat more than 20 people on a bus that can seat 50 people. So Lin Mo simply found a seat by the window behind the two of them and sat down. He likes to sit by the window. Even if he doesn't look at the scenery, he likes to have some light. Sitting in the corner, Lin Mo hummed softly. It's really hard to figure out how to go about a first date. It was normal for him to push me away twice at first to dampen my spirits. A figure sat directly next to Lin Mo. What are you singing? Zhang Yunlu blinked and looked at Lin Mo with curiosity. She put on makeup when she went out today, and her aunt helped her. Nothing, just humming casually. Aren't you sitting in the front? Lin Mo would never say that this is a song from 10 years later. Zhang Yunlu didn't mind Lin Mo changing the subject. I don't like sitting in the front, I just want to see when you'll come. Lin Mo remembered that when he got in the car, Wang Qin was sitting next to Zhang Yunlu. Then isn't Wang Qin sitting alone in the front at this moment? Wang Qin, you are noble and you are amazing. But Lin Mo didn't say it, he just took out a box of bear biscuits from his backpack. Have you had breakfast? When the girl saw the bear biscuits, she smiled with her eyes curved. I ate it, but I can still have a snack. That's fine. Lin Mo opened the box, took out a small bag of bear biscuits and handed it to Zhang Yunlu, then picked up another bag and threw it forward. The bear biscuits fell precisely into Xia Yuling's arms. Of course Xia Yuling knew who lost the bear biscuits. So she tore open the package without hesitation and stuffed the first biscuit into Chu Miao Miao's mouth. Then Chu Miao Miao actually said in Xiaoxin's voice, "The cookies that big sister gave me are so delicious." Xia Yuling was stunned for a moment and almost wanted to pinch Chu Miao Miao, hoping that those messy things would not possess Chu Miao Miao. But she quickly realized it. Meow meow, you're amazing. You can even fake your voice? Say a few more. Chu Miao Miao blushed when she was praised, and then puffed up her cheeks. Big sister, you are so beautiful. Do you want to see an elephant? Hearing this, Xia Yuling immediately reached out and covered Chu Miao Miao's mouth. You're going to die, is that a line you can say? Chu Miao Miao said aggrievedly, but that's how Xiaoxin talks. While the one in front was doing something funny, the one in the back had already been robbed. Zhang Yunlu opened a pack of bear biscuits, picked up a piece and put it into Lin Mo's mouth. Lin Mo was about to reach out to take it, but Zhang Yunlu let out an ah. Doesn't the meaning just mean that Lin Mo should open his mouth? So Lin Mo opened his mouth. The girl presented bear cookies. However, the girl was a little cunning. After feeding him, she didn't take her fingers away for a long time. In this way, Lin Mo would close his mouth and hold the girl's fingers. But Lin Mo was slow and tilted his head back. This way the girl can't keep her fingers in front of her mouth. Damn it! The technique my aunt taught me failed. She was really just a theoretical person. After failing once, the girl no longer dared to do it. After all, the girl also has to save face, so she lowered her head and ate the bear biscuits. Fang Jun also started calling out names after people got on the bus. He glanced at the familiar people and asked if anyone else was called. Soon, the last passenger got on the bus. The farm hot spring trip begins. Because it is a farm, it is located on the edge of Guangzhou. The tourist bus went directly onto the highway. Probably because there was a young lady on the bus, the driver sent was an experienced one with very steady driving skills. The entire journey was on the highway, and it took more than an hour to get from the city to the Kanghua Hot Spring Resort. This place doesn't actually have many suburbs, but it is adjacent to several national forest parks. Nankin Mountain, where Lin Mo had been before, is right next to it. The tour bus drove into a farm. It is called a farm, but it looks more like a hotel. At least it doesn't look tacky, and even the decoration is magnificent. Many people said, "Sure, Fang Jun, your uncle looks quite rich." Fang Jun shook his head repeatedly. "No, it's not worth much in the countryside. Let's go, let's get off the bus." Everyone got off the car. Fang Jun had already informed his uncle. Their uncle was also waiting for them at the farm gate. As soon as he got off the car, Fang Jun smiled and called out to the man at the door, "Hello, uncle." The group of people behind him also shouted, "Hello, uncle." Hikuoan smiled like Maitreya Buddha and nodded repeatedly. "You are all good kids. Let Xiajun take you for a walk first. I will arrange accommodation for you. Once you are done, you can prepare dinner." Fang Jun had naturally been here many times, so he led everyone. The farm covers a large area, with a pond, a farm, and a reservoir next to it, which also has hot springs. It can be said that the geographical location is excellent. Lin Mo and others got out of the car, and people who knew each other naturally stood together. In addition to our class, there are people from other classes and even other schools. After all, Fang Jun had said that he could bring friends. So there are a lot of people I don't know. They were all a little surprised to see the three beautiful girls standing next to Lin Mo. Most importantly, their friends didn't seem surprised by this scene. The people in Class 8 were indeed not surprised by this. What a damn harem king. You will have a hard time in the future. The harem king was indeed eating the fruit at this time. This is a freshly made tangerine, pure and sweet, seedless, and without residue, just show it off. There is no orchard here, but Zhang Yunle found a basket of tangerines from somewhere. You can just peel off the skin and eat it. With thin skin and thick flesh, Lin Mo easily showed off 3 of them. When Chu Miao Miao stretched out her hand to eat the 4th one, Lin Mo raised his hand and patted the back of her hand. "Don't eat so much, or you'll turn into a minion." Chu Miao Miao raised her head, "Waby Babu. That's Dave." Perhaps because she showed off her voice acting talent in front of Xia Yuling today, Chu Miao Miao also started to let herself go. Zhang Yunlu only ate 2. After hearing Lin Mo's words, he put down the 3rd tangerine. Xia Yuling doesn't like to eat overly sweet fruits, especially tangerines, which are too high in sugar and can easily cause sore throat. Wang Qin looked miserable at this moment. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? I've already eaten the 5th one." After Fang Jun introduced many of the facilities in the farm, including the hot springs, he took people to check in. Everyone who participated paid 200 yuan, and basically they would get a refund if they paid more and make up for the shortfall. It can be said that these 200 yuan is definitely a preferential price. Fang Jun had already sent the requirements and list to EQON, so the room allocation had been fixed. To avoid accidents, girls either live together or in single rooms. Anyway, men and women are not allowed to live together. Even in Yuexin and Mai Chuwen did not raise any objections, as they were not that excessive. Lin Mo got a single room, Xia Yuling and Chu Miao Miao got one, and Zhang Yunlu and Wang Qin got another. Everyone put their luggage away and walked out immediately. There was still an hour until dinner time, and everyone was ready to walk around. As the leader, Fang Jun gave detailed instructions. Don't go alone, at least go in pairs. If you have any questions, you can call my cell phone or the phone number on the farm directly. After careful instructions, everyone dispersed. The weather is getting cold now, and no one would be stupid enough to go to the reservoir to play in the water. Even if they wanted to fish, they had no fishing gear. Dinner's in an hour anyway, how about we have a thrilling game of Three Kingdoms? Fang Jun began to greet people. Lin Mo was also pulled in. The girls didn't stick to Lin Mo, so the four of them walked around together. Lin Mo, who was holding the Huanggai general, actually won as a traitor. This made the loyal minister Lin Jiajin so angry that he cursed the tyrant in Yuexin. After all, the general Huanggai is quite deceptive. At the beginning, Lin Mo did not use the self-torture strategy, but took a steady approach and equipped the +1-to-1 horse first. Then the rebel Fang Jun began to test and attack others. After Lin Mo saw the opportunity, he started to use the self-torture strategy, first getting rid of the traitor Fang Jun, and then took the 3 cards and ate 2 peaches. Holding the Zudge crossbow in his hand and equipped with the Bagua, he can attack or defend. At the end of the fight, Guojia, who was held by Lin Jiajin, was killed by the host in Yuexin, and Yuexin had no choice but to discard all the cards in his hand. Lin Mo used the ultimate cruel trick to take away in Yuexin's lord, leaving only a drop of blood. Of course, the live version of Three Kingdoms Kill has off-site gameplay. It is to use words to confuse others, which is a kind of happiness that is not available in the online version. As long as you are eloquent, the lord will not suspect you. As soon as he finished typing, Hikuoan walked in and said, "It's almost time to eat. Please take your seats first. What to eat will be arranged directly by the farm." Fang Jun also immediately notified others to come back for dinner. Fang Jun was the group leader, so he just needed to send a groupette and it would be done. Everyone received the news quickly. The girls and boys were seated at 3 separate tables. 1 table is for girls and 2 tables are for boys. There are 2 bottles of coconut milk or kaluo on each table. The first thing to come up is the roast chicken. The golden and slightly red roast chicken skin is steaming, and the golden chicken juice has already flowed down through the cracks of the chicken. This is a free-range chicken raised by my uncle and his family. It has a nice neck, crispy skin, and tender meat. What is a chicken neck? One of the boys suddenly asked. This made Fang Jun stunned. How would he know what a chicken neck was? At this time, Lin Mo spoke up. Chicken necks are hens that haven't laid eggs yet. This kind of chicken is young and beautiful, so it's most suitable for making roast chicken. You're quite knowledgeable, kid. We do use chicken necks when roasting chicken because it makes the skin crispy and the meat tender. If we use castrated chickens, it will take a little longer to roast, and the juices might dry up. Hikuoan brought out the second plate of roast chicken. Eat quickly. My roast chicken is cooked with lychee wood. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Boys and girls picked up their chopsticks. It has to be said that Hikuoan obviously knew that everyone would be humble, so he asked someone to chop up the chicken legs. This way, everyone doesn't have to be polite about chicken legs, chicken wings, etc. They've all been completely cut into pieces. Next is the roasted spare ribs. The portion of roasted pork ribs is larger. Chicken offal rice, grilled tofu, salted choy sum, fried egg with Chinese willow leaves. Finally, every table had chicken soup with ginseng. The light coconut aroma of ginseng made people want to drink 2 bowls. Everyone ate the food and said it was delicious. Fang Jun ate and said, "See, I didn't cheat you." Everyone nodded. The girls also enjoyed their meal happily. However, the girls were still reserved when eating, as their table was right behind Lin Mo. So Lin Mo looked back and found that the girls had stopped eating, but there were still a lot of dishes on their table that they had not finished, so he just stood up and walked over. "Everyone, if you don't mind if I come over and get some food, I hope you guys do." The girls didn't expect Lin Mo to come over and ask directly, so they all nodded naturally. Xia Yuling reached out and picked up a rib. "I knew you wouldn't have enough to eat." Lin Mo immediately extended the bowl and said, "Thank you. I'm a big eater." This intimate and natural gesture made Zhang Yunla purse her lips and clench her fist slightly under the table. Wang Qin immediately whispered beside her, "You pick it up too." When Zhang Yunlu heard this, she immediately picked up a piece of tofu with her chopsticks and gave it to Lin Mo. I'll give it all to you. I'm full. After putting down her chopsticks, she remembered that she had used her own chopsticks. So did this count as an indirect kiss? The girls here all use serving chopsticks. The boys don't have this idea and just use their own chopsticks. Thinking of this, Zhang Yunlu couldn't help but blush. The girls at the table looked at Lin Mo, then at Xia Yuling and Zhang Yunlu, and everyone could see something. But everyone just smiled and said nothing. After all, it's better not to talk about such things. Only Chu Miao Miao was sitting at the seat, and she didn't pick any food for Lin Mo. She felt that if she picked up more food, the atmosphere would become even more terrifying. Many boys also felt that they had not eaten enough, so they saw Lin Mo going to the girls' side to get some food. Fang Jun has already started discussing everyone's afternoon schedule. Some people want to take a hot spring bath in the afternoon, some want to sing at the KTV in the farm, and some want to go boating in the pond or try picking strawberries. Strawberries planted in autumn can be picked in December. The girls all like to pick strawberries. It's so joyful to pick and eat at the same time. After dinner, the sun was obscured by dark clouds, and Fang Jun appeared out of nowhere. Old Mo. Fishing? Okay, let's go fishing in the reservoir. Fang Jun held a few fishing rods in his left hand and a box in his right hand. Yes, the fish in the reservoir are not as fat as the fish in the pond, and they don't need to be pumped up. The fish in the pond eat feed, which has a strong fishy smell, but reservoir fish grow in wide waters with good water quality and large space for movement. Except for some fish species that like to hide at the bottom of the water, most reservoir fish do not have a muddy smell. There were a few boys following them. It would be a good idea to go fishing now while it's not sunny. You might catch a big fish and bring it back to the farm for a snack. As we were walking down the street, someone asked, "Can we fish in the reservoir here?" Fang Jun waved his hand. Of course, there's no problem. The reservoir here is not a drinking water area, nor is it a no-fishing zone. You can fish normally, and it's not even the closed fishing season yet. A few people walked outside and saw He Kuoan, who had just seen off a guest. "You guys are going fishing, please be careful and wait for me." Fang Jun rolled his eyes when he heard that. No need to wait for my uncle, he must be going to get the life buoy. Sure enough, He Kuoan came back running with a life buoy in his hand. Even if you don't wear a life jacket, you have to wear this. Safety first. Okay, uncle, I've been there so many times and nothing has happened. What are you afraid of? He Kuoan pointed at Fang Jun. Look at what you said. You're better off just in case. You're my only son. Lin Mo reached out and took the life buoy from He Kuoan. Safety is indeed important. I'll just take it. He Kuoan immediately gave a thumbs up and said, "This young man has good awareness and a bright future." After saying that, he patted Lin Mo's shoulder and turned back to the farm. The reservoir is not far from the farm, and it only takes a few minutes to walk there. As I walked over, I saw a dozen or so fishing rods scattered there. Each one looked fully equipped, and it was obvious that they were all experienced anglers. They also looked for a place where there were not so many people. The three boys who followed were Lin Jiajin, Feng Hong from the class, and Feng Hong's friend Xia Ziqian. Xia Ziqian casually asked, "Why are they so far apart?" Even those anglers who knew each other did not get too close to each other, and were at least several meters apart. Lin Mo smiled and said, "That's because they're afraid that others will take advantage of their bait. Fishermen all have their own way of baiting, and they even think their baiting formula is the best in the world." Lin Mo's grandmother's home is in Gulao Watertown. People in that place make a living by fishing, so Lin Mo often goes fishing with his cousin when he goes back. I have some understanding of the technical terms used by these fishermen. What about us? Xia Ziqian asked. Fang Jun smiled and said, "We're not professionals. Let me tell you, sometimes the more professional you are, the harder it is to catch fish." Xia Ziqian said, "Oh, I know, poor students have more stationery." The fisherman closest to them looked at them with an unhappy expression. "Keep your voices down, you're scaring my fish." Everyone burst into laughter. Lin Mo clearly saw that there was no fish in the fisherman's bucket. It seemed that he had come up empty-handed. "Come on, let's go fishing. Who among you hasn't fished before?" Among the 5 people, only Xia Ziqian raised his hand. Lin Jiajin casually took the fishing rod from Fang Jun's hand. "I'm fine. I often go fishing with my dad and others." Feng Hong put his arm around Xia Ziqian's shoulders. "Don't worry, Daddy will teach you how to fish. Get lost. Don't let me catch some fish and you end up empty-handed." Lin Mo also silently took a rod. He looked at it carefully and found that it was an entry-level fishing rod worth only a few hundred yuan, but it is also good for fishing reservoir fish. It's not sea fishing. Fang Jun opened the toolbox and started preparing bait. It can be seen that Fang Jun is very experienced and he quickly prepared several baits for others. Lin Mo picked up a bait, hung it on the hook, and threw the hook out with ease. you made this bait pretty well. It didn't fall apart quickly. Lin Mo's consciousness fell into the water, and he could see everything clearly under the water. Fang Jun smiled and said, "Of course, the bait I made will never fall apart. All we have to do is wait for the fish to take the bait." Others also cast their hooks, and Feng Hong instructed Xia Ziqian on how to cast the hooks. The fisherman next to me looked disdainful and said, "I can't even catch it, how can you possibly catch it?" However, he forgot that there were newbies here. Lin Mo clearly saw a carp swimming onto Xia Ziqian's hook, moving back and forth, and finally couldn't help but bite it. The fish bites the hook, and the hook bites the fish. In just a moment, the buoy sank. Xia Ziqian hadn't felt what was in his hand yet, but Feng Hong had already shouted, "Ziqian, there's a fish on the hook." Then he immediately grabbed Xia Ziqian's fishing rod and started pulling it. Fang Jun also immediately went to get the fishing net. After a while, a carp half an arm's length was caught. "Oh, the goods have arrived. That's great. I'll have an extra meal tonight." Nowadays, carp in reservoirs eat aquatic plants and plankton. Their meat is firm and not fishy, making them perfect as a snack. The eyes of several fishermen nearby turned red when they saw this, especially those that have never been restocked once. Lin Mo didn't use any spiritual power or consciousness. He just sat on the stone pier, waiting quietly for the fish to take the bait. Someone on the other side also caught a fish, but only one cheer was heard. Later on, the fisherman felt that every time his friend caught a fish, it was a torture and questioning of his inner self. Lin Mo also continued fishing. No one was interested in Lin Mo's fish hook, as everyone else caught fish. Fang Jun also caught a grass carp, but Lin Mo got nothing. Lin Jiajin couldn't help but teased, "Finally, there's something you're not good at. Fishing still depends on luck, and there are so many things I'm not good at, like giving birth." Everyone laughed. The fisherman next to him couldn't seem to stand the fact that he hadn't caught any bait, so he scooped up a large spoonful of bait and sprinkled it into the reservoir. "I just don't believe it. If I can't catch anything again, I'll ask Yata Baiao to drag a fish cannon over here." When Lin Mo heard this, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at the fisherman. "Uncle, I didn't wear a helmet when fishing, how dare you say that?" The fisherman was stunned for a moment, then shouted, "Who said you have to wear a helmet when fishing?" The dark clouds passed by and the sun gradually came out. Fortunately, the weather is not too hot now even when the sun comes out. Instead, it feels warm. After baiting the bait again, the fisherman finally caught something. Although it was just a grass carp, he still walked towards Lin Mo with the fish in his hand in a proud manner. "Hey, boy, your friends have all caught fish, but you don't have any fish at all." "Very good, a strategy of sowing discord." But Lin Mo just raised his head and said in a flat tone, "Maybe I'll catch a big one later?" Fang Jun said nonchalantly, "We have plenty here, more than enough to eat. But you, uncle, only have one grass carp. Won't your wife scold you when you get home?" Okay, let's chat like this, okay?" The fisherman returned to his position angrily and swung his rod again. No one else mocked Lin Mo. They all knew that the fish they caught were purely due to luck, and it was hard to say whether they could catch any more next time. At this moment, Lin Mo's buoy suddenly sank. Fang Jun immediately shouted, "There's a fish!" Lin Mo also felt the pulling force from the fishing rod, and the fishing rod bent down suddenly. It seemed as if it would break if it only bent down a little more. However, Lin Mo supported the fishing rod with his arms and poured spiritual energy into it, forcibly protecting it to prevent it from suddenly breaking into 3 sections. "Oh shit! It must be a big fish." Lin Mo held the fishing rod tightly and quickly let out the line. The key to fishing is the ability to control your fishing freely, especially big fish. The fisherman was also a little surprised when he saw that Lin Mo's fishing rod had some curvature. My eyes were completely attracted by Lin Mo's fishing rod, and I was already wondering if he could catch fish. If not, let me catch it. But when he saw Lin Mo letting out the line, he knew that he was also good at fishing. Lin Mo released and pulled in the fish, wrestling with the fish under the water. I dragged the fish until it was exhausted, then I slowly reeled it in. Lin Mo caught a huge fish with its head taking up 1/3 of its body. "Oh my god, this is too big." The fisherman next to him stopped looking at his fishing rod and stared at the nearly 1 meter long silver carp he had caught. Silver carp is commonly known as fathead fish, also called bighead carp. The biggest feature of this fish is its big and plump head. This kind of fish is used in chopped pepper fish head. The one in Lin Mo's hand was less than 1 meter long, but it was as long as a boy's arm, at least about 50 kilograms. Many fishermen came over, and they were surprised that Lin Mo could catch this fish. "Boy, what kind of fishing rod did you use? How come it didn't break?" Many people gathered around. The head of silver carp is big enough, so it is very powerful. An ordinary fishing rod worth a few $100s will explode if you are not careful. But Lin Mo's fishing rod was fine. Fang Jun originally wanted to cast a net to catch the fish, but when he saw such a big fish, he let Lin Mo catch it himself. After all, Lin Mo is very strong, no matter what else he does. Catch a silver carp that is half its body length. Lin Mo looked at the others. Are you still fishing? This fish should be enough for us to eat. Someone nearby immediately shouted, silver carp are schooling fish. If you catch one, you can catch another. The others looked at the fisherman who spoke with dissatisfaction. If this group of teenagers leave, their positions will be vacant. As a result, this person's words made these children feel like they wanted to stay. But Fang Jun still said, forget it, let's go back. We only brought a bucket and no fish guard. The fish will die after a long time. Lin Jiajin also nodded. 1 is enough. 2 is too much. Let's go back. No one is jealous of Lin Mo for being able to catch such a big fish. Several people immediately walked towards the farm carrying things. Because it was afternoon, many people on the farm were resting. As I walked into the lobby, I saw Hikuoan settling accounts. Hikuoan raised his head and saw Lin Mo walking and looking at the half-man-high fish. Oh my god, this silver carp, how come it's so big? Uncle, this was caught by my classmate Lin Mo. Isn't it amazing? Hikuoan nodded continuously. Great, great. Hurry, put it in the pond first. If you want to eat it tonight, I'll have someone prepare it later. This silver carp has a really big head. As he said that, Hikuoan took Lin Mo to the pool and asked Lin Mo to put the fish into the pool. On the contrary, the fish in the buckets in their hands are not so important. The silver carp was not dead when it arrived at the pond. As soon as it was put in and oxygen was given, it started to swim flexibly. Silver carp is good, not too many bones, and the head is delicious. What do you want to eat tonight? I'll ask the kitchen to arrange it. Lin Mo thought for a moment. Part of the fish meat is used to make porridge, and part is used for hot pot. The fish bones are fried crispy, and the fish intestines are fried with eggs. The fish roe is a good thing, so it should be made into a jar pot. Of course, the fish head is fried on the iron plate. In eastern Guangdong, fish heads do not need to be chopped with pepper, but people actually like to eat them. Frying or baking them can make them more fragrant. Hikuoan gave a thumbs up and said, you know how to eat, kid. Okay, I'll do as you say. Lin Mo thought about it and finally patted Fang Jun on the shoulder. Let's go catch one more, and give the extra ones to my uncle. Hikuoan was delighted when he heard this. That's thoughtful, but it's rare to see silver carp this big. You're just lucky this time. Lin Mo smiled. My luck has always been pretty good, maybe I can even catch a second one. Fang Jun and others also said excitedly, we just heard that these fish live in groups. If you can catch one, you can catch another. Hikuoan didn't want to discourage the enthusiasm of the young people in front of him, so he waved his hand and said, go ahead, but remember to be safe and don't go into the water to catch fish. Fang Jun pulled Lin Mo and the others and responded without turning his head. I know. Looking at the backs of the people leaving, Hikuoan just smiled. When Lin Mo and the others came back, they found that their previous position had been completely occupied. A group of people were frantically making nests and then sitting side by side. The previous way of sitting separately is no longer there. Except for a few people who did not move, everyone else is still sitting there. Seeing Lin Mo and the others coming back, several people looked at them warily, afraid that Lin Mo and the others would take his position back. Lin Mo couldn't help but smile when he saw it. These people are too narrow-minded. Lin Mo took a look, then took Fang Jun and the others to a slightly farther place. It's boring to sit with this group of guys. However, Lin Jiajin and the others were also a little indignant. After all, they also felt that the position just now was a good feng shui location. Lin Mo sat down and took the bait handed to him by Fang Jun. Ouch! Fang Jun suddenly slapped his thigh. What's wrong? Everyone looked at Fang Jun. I forgot to take a picture just now. If I don't take a picture to record such a big silver carp, doesn't it mean I didn't catch it? The others were also annoyed when they heard this. It's okay, let's catch another one. The young men here made bold statements. The fishermen on the other side also heard it from afar, but they just sneered. The sun is still there. However, the fish on Lin Mo's side rarely appeared. They didn't catch any more fish. Xia Ziqian, who was originally enjoying the benefits of a novice, felt a little helpless, but still waited obediently with the rod in hand. Is there no fish in this position? Fang Hong felt that his float was not moving. Fang Jun glanced at the fishermen over there. It's okay. They didn't catch any fish either. We're just as good. Lin Mo was even more indifferent. As long as they can't catch a silver carp as big as I just caught, they can't show off in front of us. That's true. After all, it's almost 1 meter long. At this moment, the fisherman shouted, it's hooked. The fishing rod is bent badly, indicating that there is a big fish under the hook. Lin Mo used his spiritual sense to take a look and saw another silver carp, but it was not as big as the one he had just caught. This excited the fishermen and they all came to help. The man kept pulling, using almost all his fishing skills, but he still felt that his strength was not enough. He hurriedly shouted, "Come and help me." Someone immediately came up to help him hold the fishing rod. The two of them pulled together, but the fishing rod bent even more. Lin Mo watched from the side and couldn't help shaking his head. "It's going to break." Lin Jiajin nodded. "Even if it's a fishing rod worth thousands of dollars, it will burst if you pull it like this." Sure enough, the next second, there was a snap. The fishing rod broke into 3 sections, 2 of which fell into the water. Because the torque became shorter, the fisherman was unable to react in time and both of them fell directly to the ground. The fish is gone and the fishing rod is gone. The main thing was that some of the fishermen were laughing and saying, "Oh wow." Fang Jun grinned. "It seems that these fishing guys are not as good as Lin Mo." Lin Mo shrugged. It was just luck, but the sound of the fishing rod exploding was quite loud. At this moment, Lin Mo felt a fish taking the bait and suddenly grabbed the fishing rod. But what was caught was a tilapia. "What are we having today?" "Tilapia." Lin Mo picked up a tilapia. Like tilapia and crayfish, tilapia, as an invasive alien species, has become a delicacy for Chinese people. Tilapia is not picky about the environment, reproduces in large numbers and grows easily. The most important thing is that it has few bones and is basically one of the favorite fish in fish farms. It's also cheaper in the market, especially the reservoir tilapia, which are big and have no muddy smell. Seeing that Lin Mo had caught more fish, the fisherman became jealous and continued fishing. The fisherman whose fishing rod broke also packed up his things and turned to leave. "I don't know whether to go home or change equipment and return as a king." Later, Fang Jun and his team also started to deliver the goods. Lin Mo only slightly guided the school of fish over. Although they couldn't finish eating the extra fish, they could give it to Uncle Fang Jun. After all, they didn't spend much money this time, so this was exactly the cost price. Soon, there were 7 or 8 fish in the bucket. Seeing that the tank was almost full, Lin Mo didn't waste any time and used his spiritual sense to lure another big silver carp up. This silver carp is even bigger than the previous one. The moment the fish bit the hook, Lin Mo pulled hard. The fishing rod instantly bent into an extreme arc. The fishermen saw this and muttered to themselves, "Rod exploded. Rod exploded. Rod exploded." But unfortunately, there is nothing at all. Lin Mo held up the fishing rod and stepped back step by step. Slowly pull the fish over. Forcefully pull with the silver carp underwater. Pulling it to the shore little by little, Fang Jun took the scoop net and reached out to catch the fish. But his foot slipped and he slid down into the reservoir without knowing how. Of course, Fang Jun is not the kind of person who is unfamiliar with water. He is still thinking about catching fish. As a result, as soon as he swam over, he was slapped twice by the struggling silver carp. All of a sudden, the anger in Fang Jun's mouth was blown out. If nothing unexpected happens, an accident will happen. But when he went back just now, Fang Jun left the lifebuoy on the farm. So for a moment, no one knew how to deal with it. However, Lin Mo pulled the fishing rod suddenly and pulled the silver carp out of the water. He then jumped into the water and pulled Fang Jun out. The water depth at the edge of the reservoir is 7 or 8 meters, and it gets deeper as you go inside. Fang Jun, who was rescued, lay on the concrete floor and kept coughing. Fortunately, he didn't need artificial respiration yet. "I just choked on some water." But both of them were soaked, and even though the sun was shining directly on them, they were still cold when the wind blew. Lin Mo picked up the fish and the bucket, then said to Lin Jiajin and the others, "Let's go back. Don't let Fang Jun catch a cold. It's easy to catch a cold with this wind. Don't you look at yourself when you say that? You're soaked too." Lin Mo had already left. "Then hurry up and leave." Lin Mo held the still twisting fish in one hand and the fish bucket in the other, walking much faster than the 4 people behind him. Fang Jun was still coughing as he walked. As soon as he entered the door, Lin Mo saw Hikuoan standing with a few people by the pool. "Boss, this fish is not ours. A customer caught it from the reservoir himself, and they have already figured out how to cook it." Hikuoan greeted him with a smile. As the saying goes, one should not hit a smiling person. Those people seemed to be dressed quite casually, wearing slippers. Perhaps they were locals nearby? "Okay, how about you inform the guest that we're willing to pay 10,000 yuan for this big head carp? Such a large big head carp is rare, and our boss loves eating fish heads. If you do it, we'll set this as the venue for our company gatherings from now on." Spending 10,000 yuan to buy a silver carp weighing 70 or 80 kilograms is considered a premium. Hikuoan thought about it and finally nodded. He felt that 10,000 yuan was much more delicious than that fish, but he still had to ask Fang Jun's classmate first. But just as he looked up, he saw Lin Mo, who was all wet, walking towards him carrying another bigger silver carp. Those people also turned around to look at Lin Mo, and found that he had a bigger silver carp in his hand, so they hurried over. "Hey, young man, would you like to sell this big head carp?" The leader was a middle-aged man. His tone was gentle with a hint of negotiation. How much are you offering? Lin Mo shrugged. How about we pay 10,000 for this fish? Lin Mo shook his head decisively and pointed at the big head carp in the pond. No, you offered 10,000 for that one, but this one I have is bigger, and you're also offering 10,000. That's obviously not going to work. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. He looked at it carefully and found that the fish in the young man's hand was indeed bigger. If Mr. Ma saw it, he would probably be very happy. How about I offer 12,000? Lin Mo nodded decisively. Make a deal. Finally, the middle-aged man agreed. A man behind him who looked to be in his 30s took a step forward. No, it's just a little bit bigger, and you charge 2,000 more. You are too ruthless. He looked at Lin Mo and frowned. You're just a kid, it's better not to go too far. Lin Mo also frowned and looked at the man who looked like he was preaching. Do you know who I am? The man was slightly stunned. Seeing Lin Mo asking him so rudely if he knew who he was, he could only say I don't know for a moment. Since you don't know why you care about me? Business is based on mutual consent. Why are you meddling in this? The man who was offended by Lin Mo's words immediately became angry. He pointed to the big head carp in the pond. Even if we don't buy yours, we can still buy someone else's for 10,000 yuan. But just as he finished speaking, he met Lin Mo who was sneering. Sorry, this fish is mine, and that fish is mine too. Lin Mo looked at the middle-aged man. He could tell at a glance that the middle-aged man was the one in charge. Because he yelled, I'll give him another 1,000. Isn't that too much? Lin Mo spoke in a negotiating tone without any negotiation. This made the middle-aged man couldn't help but frown, but he didn't look at Lin Mo, but at his subordinates. But he still nodded. It's not too much. It's true that the people on my side are talking too much. 13,000 is reasonable. He directly opened the briefcase tucked under his arm, took out a thick stack of money, counted it and handed it to Lin Mo. Lin Mo put down the bucket and took a look with his spiritual sense. He saw $130 $100 bills. Okay, I'll put the fish in the fish tank. You can discuss the processing fee with the boss yourself. Taking the money, Lin Mo put down the fish and turned to leave, without taking a trace of cloud with him. He Kuo-an knew that this was a business arranged by Lin Mo for him. Such a big fish would cost a lot of processing fee. Lin Mo returned to the room and took a quick shower. After all, he had brought back fish twice, and his body was already covered with the smell of fish. Especially Lin Mo went into the water once. Of course, spiritual power can also be used to clean directly, and even restore clothes to a dry state, but this is not normal behavior. So Lin Mo took a shower. After taking a shower, Lin Mo found Fang Jun. Fang Jun was fine at this moment. After all, young people have a lot of hot temper, so it's no big deal if they just soak in water. Pushing the door open, Lin Mo walked in with a stack of money in his hand. Wow! Where did all this money come from? In Fang Jun's room, all the people who had just been fishing were there. Then Lin Mo recounted what had just happened and handed the stack of money to Fang Jun. Give this money to your uncle later. After all, 200 per person is really too cheap. Fang Jun's face immediately turned stern when he heard this. You don't trust my connections and my uncle's ability. Lin Mo counted out 30 bills from the stack of money, and then handed 100 bills to Fang Jun. This is my friendship sponsorship, Mr. Mo. How is it? But Fang Jun still pushed the money back. No, if others knew, they would definitely look down on me. The others didn't say anything either. After all, it was difficult to persuade either side. Lin Jiajin thought about it and said to Fang Jun, take it. Give it to your uncle first. Maybe your uncle will give it back to you with a wave of his hand. There's nothing wrong with saying that. Fang Jun could only put it away first. Then I'll go find my uncle. Fang Jun went straight to find He Kuo-an. As soon as he found He Kuo-an, he saw several people walking towards the outside of the farm. Probably a customer who came to order food. Uncle. When He Kuo-an saw Fang Jun, he immediately waved, Ziajun, come here. Fang Jun walked over and took out 10,000 yuan without saying a word. Uncle, this 10,000 yuan is what Lin Mo asked me to pay you for the difference. He originally gave me 13,000 yuan, so I returned the 3,000 yuan first. He Kuo-an took a look and immediately raised his hand to push the money back. Alright, just give him the money. They're all your classmates, why would I accept it? At this time, Lin Jiajin appeared out of nowhere. He put his hands behind his back and shook his head slightly. Uncle, you should at least accept 5,000 yuan. Talking back and forth will only hurt the relationship between Lin Mo and Fang Jun. It's not good to be too formal. In Lin Mo's eyes, this money is all for nothing. He Kuo-an shook his head helplessly. Well, you guys just don't know how hard it is to make money. You just give 5,000 yuan to people casually. However, Fang Jun waved his hand and said, Uncle, please don't talk nonsense. Lin Mo is the best in the school. He is a student who will go to Huaking University and Peking University. He has a bright future. Hey, what's so great about Huaking University and Peking University? You have to go to Zhongde University. Wow, he is indeed an uncle. In the eyes of the older generation of people in eastern Guangdong, Tsinghua University and Peking University are not considered the best universities. The best one must be Sun Yat-sen University. Lin Jiajin waved his hand and took out 50 bills from the stack of money in Fang Jun's hand and handed them to Ikuoan. Fang Jun went back and told Lin Mo that 5,000 yuan would be enough. If it's more, it would make my uncle look like a black-hearted businessman. Ikuoan nodded repeatedly. Yes, 10,000 is indeed a lot. My expenses here are not that high. In this way, the two Juns went back. As the sun sets, everyone who had been out playing comes back. Xia Yuling looked at Fang Jun who was playing cards. She walked over and asked casually, "Where's Lin Mo?" "Lao Mo, he went to the kitchen." Someone nearby said, "You don't know, Lin Mo caught 2 really big fish today. We, more than 20 people, may not be able to finish them all. It's a pity I don't like fish, but my uncle said I can order anything else if I want." Now everyone calls Ikuoan uncle, and the most important thing is that Ikuoan himself recognizes him. Just a cheerful person. When Xia Yuling heard Lin Mo was in the kitchen, she looked over but didn't go over. Chu Miao Miao and Zhang Yunlu, who were following behind, also heard it. After thinking about it, Chu Miao Miao went straight to the kitchen. Because it was an open kitchen, Zhang Yunlu walked over and saw Lin Mo cutting fish. Lin Mo, holding a kitchen knife, raised his hand and chopped off a piece of meat as thin as a cicada's wing from the wide fish body. "Lin Mo," Zhang Yunlu called softly. Lin Mo responded without even looking up, "Why are you here?" At this time, his attack speed was already full. The first cut did not cut through the fish meat, but the second cut completely cut through the fish meat. This cutting method is called double flying. The cut fish meat is also called double flying slices. "I heard them say you were in the kitchen, so I came to see what you were doing in the kitchen." The girl stood with her hands behind her back, watching Lin Mo cutting fish slices in the kitchen, feeling very pleased. A chef nearby, who had no hair and therefore no chef's hat, said with a smile, "Boy, is this your girlfriend? You're in for a treat, little girl. This guy is quite a good cook. This silver carp has 6 rows of small spines, but he easily fillets them. You'll definitely never go hungry if you marry him." When Zhang Yunlu heard this, she didn't know how to respond and just kept blushing. "Uncle Xia, don't talk nonsense, we are all classmates." "Hey, okay, we're all classmates, so if you say yes, then yes." Zhang Yunlu just watched Lin Mo cut the fish fillets. The fish fillets that are cut are basically the fish back meat, and the fish head, fish belly, fish tail and fish fins all have their own destinations. However, the fish that Lin Mo caught was too big. Even though the head occupied 1/3 of the fish's size, the body of the fish was still much larger than many ordinary silver carp. Lin Mo threw the chopped boneless fish into a basin. Sprinkle in a handful of salt and stir slowly in a clockwise motion. Uncle Xia at the back took one look and said, "Oh, this is the Shunda way." This is indeed one of Shunda's practices. Although it's a reservoir fish, it still has a bit of a fishy smell, so the fish fillets still need to be processed a little bit. The fish fillets caught with salt will be much more tender than the original version. "Then why add salt?" Zhang Yunlu asked. "Because salt causes bacteria and parasites to expel water due to osmotic pressure, thus killing them. Bacon and salted fish are also made using this principle. Physics enters the brain in the form of common sense. But all this salt is unwanted." Lin Mo took a basin and rinsed the fish fillets he had just caught. After washing, you need to control the moisture. But there is kitchen paper in the kitchen, so you can just use it to absorb the moisture. When there is no excess moisture in the fish fillets, add egg white and a little pepper. Lin Mo used his ruthless iron hands to stir the fish frantically, which would make the fish more tender and smooth. Wait until the fish has absorbed all the egg white, then add cornstarch and stir. It's mainly to increase the tenderness and lock in the moisture in the fish. Lin Mo explained as he went along, and finally poured peanut oil on them to seal the fish fillets. "Then why do we need to add oil?" Zhang Yunlu didn't understand this, so she asked the question at the right time. "Isolate from the air and slow down the oxidation process." Uncle Xia at the back gave a thumbs up. A top student is a top student. They can fully explain why they cook a dish the way they do. Unlike us, when we were learning cooking, we just followed whatever the chef taught us without having to understand the reasons behind it. As he was speaking, Lin Mo interrupted and said, "Uncle Xia, can you lend me some steamed fish soy sauce? It's just for the people at our tables." Uncle Xia turned to look at Lin Mo and casually took out a bottle of Li XX's steamed fish soy sauce from the side. "Hey," Lin Mo said with a playful smile, "Uncle Xia, I'm not talking about this kind of steamed fish soy sauce." Uncle Xia stretched out his finger and tapped Lin Mo several times. "Forget it, I'm impressed by you. If I didn't know you, I would have thought you were a kitchen guy." As he spoke, he opened the lid of a large iron bucket next to him. The soy sauce inside is lighter in color. Jang Yunla couldn't help but ask, "What kind of soy sauce is this?" Uncle Xia came over with a spoon and a condiment dish, scooped some for Lin Mo and handed it to him. "Try and see if you can taste what's inside." Lin Mo didn't taste it, but handed it to Jang Yunla first. "Would you like to try it?" Jang Yunla tilted her head back and drank the soy sauce in the small dish. It didn't taste very salty, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this tastes so fresh." Lin Mo scooped another spoonful of soy sauce and tasted it. Seeing Lin Mo tasting the soy sauce exactly where she had just drunk it, Jang Yunla couldn't help but think of what indirect kissing was. "It's really fresh and sweet. It contains dried shrimp, bonito flakes, big eye croaker, scallops, tangerine peel, bay leaves, licorice, fried crucian carp, and rock sugar. There are also fried sand ginger, shallots, green and red peppers, coriander, and celery, spare ribs, chicken bones, yellow sand clams, and finally the soy sauce." Listening to Lin Mo listing the materials one by one, Uncle Xia was also a little surprised. There are so many things in this steamed fish soy sauce. Jang Yunla was even more surprised. She thought steamed fish soy sauce was just a mixture of several kinds of soy sauce. There were many chefs nearby, and when they heard what Lin Mo said, they couldn't help but nod. What a powerful tongue. If we talk about amazing, it has to be Uncle Shrimp. He dares to use such heavy ingredients to make soy sauce. Uncle Xia clapped his hands. "Hey, if it tastes good, customers will naturally come back. And it's mainly because the boss is willing to let us do this. This steamed fish soy sauce is actually wasted occasionally. After all, these things can't be kept for too long." But Uncle Xia still patted Lin Mo on the shoulder. "Okay, you guys go out first and leave some opportunities for us to perform, otherwise the boss will dock our wages." Then Lin Mo and the others were kicked out of the kitchen. When Lin Mo and Zhang Yunlu appeared, Xia Yuling saw them from afar, but she calmly pulled Chu Miao Miao over. Chu Miao Miao was holding a bag of strawberries in her hand. She grabbed one and handed it to Lin Mo. "Oh, it looks like you guys had a good afternoon." Lin Mo picked up a strawberry that was as big as 2 fingers and took a bite. It was juicy and quite sweet. Xia Yuling didn't ask what Lin Mo was doing in the kitchen and remained calm on the surface. At dinner time, there was a table full of people who didn't like fish. There were 2 other tables of people eating fish. Lin Mo picked up a piece of fish and put it into the hot pot filled with only water. "The delicious silver carp from the reservoir makes me drool. I slowly dip it, slowly savor it, and don't care how sweet it is. Add the soul-stirring ginger, scallion, and soy sauce." Putting down his serving chopsticks, Lin Mo stacked shredded green onions and ginger on top of the fish slices. "Okay, there's food." Everyone present was from eastern Guangdong, so they naturally had no objection to something like plain hot pot. Many people heard that Lin Mo caught 2 big fish. It was also a novelty to see this whole fish banquet. However, in Guangzhou, there is a local specialty food called Nangdong fish buns. That is also a delicacy that is only made into a whole fish banquet. These fish have to be cooked piece by piece. You can't cook them all at once, otherwise they will become overcooked and not tasty. Just like tripe, the best taste is when it goes up and down. This kind of freshwater fish fillet takes 3 to 5 seconds. Of course, the water pot must be boiling. When we were almost done eating, the salt and pepper fish belly came up. The clear water fish fillet is a bit light, so I served it with something a bit stronger in flavor. Next is the fried and baked fish head. Because the fish head was too big and there was no iron plate big enough, the kitchen simply cut the fish head in half and placed the 2 iron plates separately. When it was served, the iron plate and the fish head made a sizzling sound. The aroma of grease wafted out from the cracks. The eyes of those who knew how to eat fish lit up. Lin Mo took the first step and picked up a piece of meat from under his cheek and gave it to Xia Yuling next to him. This girl hasn't said a word since the beginning, and you can tell at a glance that she's a bit jealous. "Try it. This is the smoothest, most tender, and most fragrant part of the fish head. The gills of this fish are very fat and cannot be picked up completely with one chopstick." Lin Mo picked up another piece of food with chopsticks for Chu Miao Miao. Zhang Yunla didn't say anything, because she had just won a game. "Well, I win." At first, girls didn't like eating fish heads, or they thought fish heads were disgusting. But after Lin Mo explained that eating fish heads can improve skin, the girls started to eat. Although the other table of people who didn't like fish didn't join in, they actually also had fish porridge. The main thing is that Lin Mo has directly removed all the small bones of the silver carp, so there is no need to worry about being pricked by the bones when using it to cook porridge. This fish porridge tastes delicious. Everyone was very satisfied with the meal. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, some people prepared to go take a hot spring bath. However, Lin Mo still raised his hand to stop him. After a full meal, the body's blood will gather in the stomach. If you go to a hot spring, you will easily feel dizzy. After hearing what Lin Mo said, everyone's eager hearts were immediately suppressed. Fang Jun left for something, and everyone resumed their free activities. At the door, someone walked in. Lin Mo scanned with his spiritual sense and saw the people who bought fish today. In addition to the 3 people, there was also a middle-aged man. The man was wearing a windbreaker and looked casual, without any of the nobleness described in the novel. However, you can still hear the 3 people calling each other Mr. Ma. The most important thing is that Lin Mo recognized this Mr. Ma. Malinxi sat down without any airs, opened the vacuum packaging of the tableware, and then scalded the tableware with hot water. If you forget the origin of the character, you can read chapter 74. This is one of the main procedures for people in eastern Guangdong to eat out. Some people think that this method is like taking off your pants to fart, but experiments have shown that scalding dishes is very effective. Scalding dishes is not for sterilization, but for cleaning the residual anionic detergent in the dishes. This is something that can be washed off with just hot water. But this thing is a low toxic substance. If absorbed too much, it will be extremely harmful to the human body. Malinxi is also from eastern Guangdong. Since that incident, he disbanded his hiking group. Climbing mountains and wading through water is indeed a challenge for him, but he still remembered the storm that night, and that voice. But at this time, Malinxi was more eager for the 1-meter-long bighead carp. He didn't want anything else but to taste the fish head. He likes it all, whether it is chopped pepper, salt-baked, steamed or fried. Then the man in his 30s pointed at Lin Mo, who was playing cards in the distance. Mr. Ma, this is the fish that young man caught. I spent more than 10,000 to buy it from him. Malinxi looked up and felt that Lin Mo's profile was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember where it was familiar. Before he could say anything, the fish head, half steamed and half chopped with pepper, was served. This is the way of eating that Malinxi arranged himself. Seeing the 2 large plates, Malinxi said excitedly, "This fish head is really big, bigger than any I've ever eaten." As he said that, he picked up the chopsticks and poked them directly into the fish's eyes. He likes to eat the fish eyes first. This part has a special texture, firm meat, and a unique taste. However, not everyone likes to eat it. But everyone has different tastes. The other dishes arrived quickly. Okay, this fish worth more than 10,000 yuan is worth it, I like it very much. Malinxi nodded. Spending 10,000 yuan on a freshwater fish is actually not cost-effective at all. The middle-aged man in his 50s also nodded slightly. Instead, the 30-year-old man spoke with dissatisfaction. Mr. Ma, if we're just eating the fish head, wouldn't the head of a sea fish be bigger? And for over 10,000, we could eat the head of a bluefin tuna. However, Malinxi's face turned cold. Do you even know what to eat? Bluefin tuna dies as soon as it's landed. How can frozen fish compare to fresh fish? Bluefin tuna is a type of deep-sea fish and will die within minutes of being out of water. If you eat it within a few hours, it can still be considered fresh. But of course it's not that easy to eat. In Marin Creek's opinion, a fresh freshwater fish that's big enough is definitely more delicious than a frozen bluefin tuna head. But really, who knows? After being scolded, the man stopped talking and just lowered his head to eat the fish. Although Lin Mo occasionally observed and found that those people did not come to get close to him, he did not care. After more than half an hour, Fang Jun and others came back, each holding a box in their hands. Brothers and sisters, look what we brought back. Everyone who was still in the lobby walked over. 3 boxes of fireworks, some big and some small. These are all sponsored by Lin Mo. A total of 5,000 yuan worth of fireworks. We almost bought out all the fireworks in that shop. Aren't you afraid of fireworks here? What are you afraid of? This is the suburbs, not the city, and there's plenty of open space around here. We're not worried about it burning anywhere. Fang Jun waved his hand. Hearing this, everyone felt relieved and shouted to Lin Mo, "Thank you, Mr. Mo, for the fireworks show tonight." Lin Mo looked at the time and said, "Let's count down after we finish the hot springs. We can set off the fireworks after the countdown." Although it is not the Lunar New Year, there will always be people setting off fireworks after New Year's Eve to indicate that the New Year has arrived. After putting away the fireworks, Malinxi, who was eating fish, looked at the hot spring resort on the other side. "I guess we can't set off fireworks over there. That side is under management, so they really can't let it go. But this side belongs to the villagers here, so no one will say anything about what they do." The middle-aged man tentatively asked, "How about leaving a room here for Mr. Ma to watch the fireworks?" Malinxi thought about it and nodded. "That's fine. It's not like I haven't stayed in a B&B before. There are hot springs here, right?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man stood up and made arrangements. Malinxi looked at the other 2 who were eating with their heads down and couldn't help but sigh. When the 2 men heard the sigh, they lowered their heads even more. Lin Mo also heard the conversation and could tell that Malinxi just wanted to see the fireworks. It doesn't matter. The money for fireworks comes from them anyway. It was past 8 o'clock in the evening. Everyone went back to get their clothes and prepare to take a hot spring bath. The farm's hot springs are more like independent swimming pools, with changing rooms next to them. The locker room is also equipped with shower facilities. There are various warnings posted on the walls. Delete, delete, delete. Dash dash system, she understands. She understands. I can't afford it. Dash dash. Xia Yuling and Chu Miao Miao walked into the locker room arm in arm. Start changing clothes. But Lin Mo. I also have a top-notch body, okay? Lin Mo was the first to come out of the locker room. He just changed into a pair of beach shorts, revealing 6 abdominal muscles. He had the perfect look, the kind that looks thin when dressed and muscular when undressed. Not only do women find it exciting just by looking at it, even men want to go up and pinch it. But Lin Mo blocked everyone and walked to a hot spring pool. The hot springs here have different water temperatures. Lin Mo took a quick look and saw that they were not particularly clean. Although they had been disinfected, disinfection was not complete. So Lin Mo used his spiritual energy to manually clean all the pools. Make sure everyone can soak comfortably. Swimming and hot spring bathing are the most likely to cause cross-infection. Especially when peeing inside, it's not the person being peed on who gets affected, but the person who pees first. Lin Mo found a relatively warm pool and sat down. The whole person is immersed in hot water up to the neck. Fang Jun was a step slower, and as soon as he walked out he saw that Lin Mo had already sat down. Wow, you're so fast, this pool is really hot. I think it's okay. I'm not that afraid of the heat. No, I can't stay in that pool anyway. As he said this, he decisively walked towards another pool. The other boys came out soon. They saw Lin Mo and Fang Jun in different pools. Someone immediately asked, which pool will be more comfortable? That must be mine. The Mo pool is too hot. This pool is very comfortable. Before the girls came out, Fang Jun immediately said, let me tell you, a pool that's too hot isn't good for boys. Lin Mo said, you don't need it now anyway. If you don't soak it frequently for a long time, it will be fine. The other boys all sat in Fang Jun's hot spring. It's not that I'm afraid of it, I just can't stand the heat. Those who understand will understand. Lin Mo closed his eyes and felt the temperature of the hot water. With his physical strength, the minerals from the hot spring cannot penetrate his skin. Just a simple hot water bath. But soaking in hot water is much more comfortable. Splash! Another person fell into the water. However, Lin Mo did not open his eyes. His spiritual sense told him that these were other girls. Girls have a higher tolerance for hot water. Some girls also ran to another pool which was not as hot. A female voice with a hint of concern sounded in my ears, clear and pleasant. Are you okay? It's Zhang Yunlu. Lin Mo opened his eyes and saw Zhang Yunlu, wearing a turquoise lace one-piece swimsuit, sitting directly next to him. It's okay, let's take a dip in the hot spring to relieve the fatigue of fishing today. Lin Mo moved his shoulders and water droplets slid down his arms. Although they were in the same pool, there was a distance between them that was large enough for one person to fit in. It didn't seem abrupt, but it did break the previous tranquility. Zhang Yunlu stirred the water, feeling the temperature. It must be very tiring to catch such a big fish. It's okay. Now I can feel better after soaking in the hot springs. But the fish tonight was really delicious. I thought it would have a lot of bones, but it turned out to be boneless. Lin Mo smiled and said, of course, I removed all the bones from the fish when I was in the kitchen. As soon as he finished speaking, there was another ripple on the water, and 2 more beautiful figures went into the water. Chu Miao Miao sat on the other side of Lin Mo, keeping some distance. They had probably discussed it beforehand, and they were all maintaining a suitable distance. He subconsciously moved to the middle, feeling as if he was sandwiched. On both sides were soft and fragrant beauties, and the spring water was warm, but the atmosphere was a little subtle. Xia Yuling was sitting on the other side of Chu Miao Miao. The warm spring water enveloped every inch of her skin, dispelling the slight chill of the mountains and making her so comfortable that she almost collapsed in the pool. What are you guys talking about? It's so lively. Xia Yuling also moved the water, feeling the gentle caress of the water flow, and asked casually, nothing, we were just talking about the fish we had for dinner. I don't like fish heads, but the fish meat is delicious today, and the fish porridge is also delicious. Chu Miao Miao doesn't talk much, but she has a high like rate. No matter what others say, she nods vigorously, looking like she is very involved. So what are we having for dinner tomorrow? I won't eat fish tomorrow. I'll ask Uncle Fang Jun if he has any wild delicacies I can try. In the pool on the other side of the hot spring, boys gathered in groups of 3 or 4, and the water vapor could not block their frequent glances. It is natural for people to look at beautiful women, but tonight, they are more looking forward to a unique show. However, there was no sign of the expected sparks and undercurrents. What's going on? The script is wrong. A boy lowered his voice and muttered to his companion, "Why is there no movement at all? I thought there would be at least a few rounds of verbal sparring." Another one was also puzzled. "But I didn't expect that Lin Mo's side was so quiet and stable, without any feeling of trouble." At this time, Lin Mo was leaning against the wall of the pool, closing his eyes and resting, seemingly unaware of everything around him. Everyone has long known that Lin Mo has a good relationship with Zhang Yunlu, Chu Miao Miao, and Xia Yuling. Most of them actually know the difference between beauties that don't belong to them. So now, having fun is more important. However, this unexpected harmony has become a unique landscape in the misty water vapor. On the boy's side, Xia Ziqian carefully lowered his voice and asked, "What's the relationship between those three beauties and Lin Mo?" The other boys also came over. Originally, when they got on the bus today, they saw that these three girls basically didn't communicate much with other boys, and the one they communicated with the most was Lin Mo, so they were all very curious. It's just a relationship between good friends. Don't think too much about it or let it get out of hand, Fang Jun said lightly. However, the looks of others also became subtle. "I believe it." "Fang Yuan, do you believe it?" "I definitely believe it." "Xiao Yan, do you believe it?" "I believe it too. I can even transform my fighting spirit into a horse." "Do you believe I am Qin Shi Huang or this?" "Then I'll VU 30, can you give me a general?" "Oh my god. Is this outrageous? Is Lin Mo so amazing? He has so many beautiful girls as good friends." The family members and friends who brought him here didn't know Lin Mo's situation, they just thought Lin Mo was very powerful. Those who knew him shook their heads helplessly. Lin Mo isn't just amazing, he's super amazing. He's a man who cultivates both academics and abilities. You can't beat him in a fight, and you can't learn from him either. I even suspect he has a system. "Okay, it's too hot here. I'll go get something cooler." With that, Lin Mo went back to the boys' pool. "Hey, you're back." Fang Jun was the first to sneer. "Well, I'm back. I went to Fang Qing's house. I heard you and them plotting against me, so I thought I had to come back." "No way, aren't you talking about your glorious past? I saw you beat up a dozen thugs by yourself. What you just said was very choreographed." "Swear you didn't say that." "I swear my sister said that." "Put away your northeastern accent." At this time, a boy suddenly spoke. "Hey, you're hanging around with so many girls, do you still think you're that great?" There are definitely people in the world who speak in a questioning tone with a slight sense of justice, and there are probably many of them, but whether he really has a sense of justice or is simply jealous is unknown. Lin Mo did not respond, but just looked at him indifferently. The atmosphere suddenly cooled down. Even the water in the hot spring seemed to have dropped to freezing point. "Why do you think this is fishing? People have their own ideas and preferences. Do you think girls are just objects?" Punch warning. I was reborn with my own boxing manual, okay? What kind of boxing haven't I seen? This is also why Lin Mo doesn't care if these women leave him. He has supernatural powers and can possess anyone at will, but he won't do that, because he is more inclined to the statement that love is the perversion of free will. If the other party is willing to sink for him, then he will satisfy the other party sinking. I didn't say that. I just think you're not a good person for dragging so many girls along." The boy had never been punched before and was unable to react for a moment, but Lin Mo shook his head indifferently. "I'm not planning on dating right now. Life is a marathon. Some people run full marathons, some run half marathons, and not everyone will finish with you. Do you understand what I'm saying? Forget it. People like you probably won't understand." Everyone looked at Yuexin, and Yuexin raised his hands. "I'm not the protagonist, the rules of the world don't apply to me. But after all, this hot spring bath was not that pleasant." Lin Mo got up and went back to take a shower and change clothes. But he actually knew that he was just making excuses. But Lin Mo is not the kind of scumbag Cheng who hides things from others. He prefers to be Kazuma and is willing to protect others. Although the girls didn't hear the boys' discussion, they could see that they were having some dispute. After Lin Mo left, Zhang Yunlu looked at Chu Miao Miao and Xia Yuling with some worry. I found that the two of them were still sitting together. She couldn't help but ask, "Don't you care about what they just said?" Xia Yuling shook her head. "It's not that I don't care, it's just that it's not easy for us girls to interfere in boys' affairs, and if I'm not mistaken, the dispute must have happened because of us. It would be better if we didn't disturb him at this time." Chu Miao Miao nodded in agreement. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Zhang Yunlu and Xia Yuling are completely opposite, but at this time everyone is almost in a state of balance. Lin Mo said he doesn't know how to fall in love. "You should know that." Zhang Yunlu continued to attack. "I know. It's good." Xia Yuling responded calmly. She believed that given her relationship and secrets with Lin Mo, they would be the closest people. Companionship is the most lasting confession of love. Then it was Xia Yuling's turn to make a move. Miss John, does your family know Lin Mo? My mother likes Lin Mo very much. The decisive blow. Zhang Yunle didn't know what to say for a moment. Seeing Zhang Yunle's expression, Xia Yuling knew that she had the upper hand. She knew that Zhang Yunle drove luxury cars when going out and even had a travel agency at home. This must be a big lady. But she has also read a lot of literature about young ladies. Aren't they all about their parents stopping them and then getting married when they grow up? Now looking at Zhang Yunle's expression, I know that I guessed right. I'm afraid that if Zhang Yunle really gets together with Lin Mo, she will encounter obstacles from her family. At this time, Shu Miao Miao also spoke. My mother also likes Lin Mo very much and often invites him to my house for dinner. Zhang Yunle became even more depressed. Xia Yuling couldn't help but glare at her ally, causing the younger sister to shrink her neck. Seeing Chu Miao Miao's timid look, she looked like a maid. It's impossible to be angry at such a person. Xia Yuling certainly knew what Shu Miao Miao thought of Lin Mo. What can I do? I have to continue to pamper her. Lin Mo changed his clothes and returned to the hall. At this time, the hall has become a late-night snack stall, with steam rising and mixed with the aroma of food. There were some villagers in simple clothes sitting in groups of 3 or 4, with peanuts, edamame and a few bottles of local liquor in front of them. The sounds of finger-guessing games and laughter could be heard one after another. Behind the counter, He Kuoan, wearing reading glasses, was concentrating on pressing the calculator with his head down. The calculator made crisp crackling sounds and occasionally heard a few sounds of returning to zero. Next to the calculator, a thick account book was spread out, filled with densely packed numbers. Hearing footsteps, he raised his head and narrowed his eyes behind his glasses. Oh, you came out so soon. But that's okay. Boys shouldn't soak in hot springs for too long. It's too hot and it won't be good for your future. Seeing Lin Mo coming out, He Kuoan took off his reading glasses and smiled. Lin Mo casually took a can of chilled coconut milk from the freezer, opened the pull ring, tilted his head back and took a big gulp. The cool liquid slid down his throat, taking away the remaining heat from the hot spring, and he felt a lot more comfortable. Indeed, so I came out to get some fresh air. He Kuoan patted Lin Mo's shoulder. It's okay. When you're older, you can soak as long as you want. When Lin Mo heard this, he agreed with a smile and said, that makes sense. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, Lin Mo discovered that Mr. Ma was also in the hall drinking soju and eating fried fish fillets. Could it be that the guest has been sitting here since before? Yes, he drove his subordinates away, ordered a bottle of Yubing Sheo and kept drinking it. He's a lonely boss. We just come here to enjoy the solitude. Lin Mo drank coconut milk, but He Kuoan didn't say anything else. After all, there was still a generation gap. The two of them sat there quietly. After a long while, He Kuoan stretched. Okay, I have to go home too, otherwise the wife at home will urge me. If you have any problems, you can find Fang Jun. Okay, is it okay for us to set off fireworks? No problem. How can it be New Year's Day without fireworks? He Kuoan waved his hand. After saying hello, He Kuoan said hello to the night staff at the counter and gave some instructions before leaving. It was a long time before Fang Jun and the others came out. Don't soak it for too long. It's more annoying than drinking Coke. Taking a hot spring bath is actually about expecting much more than the actual experience. After everyone came out of the pool, some felt dizzy and went back to their rooms to rest, while some came to the hall. Those who play cards, and those who chat. Some people also took a bunch of snacks and ate them on the side. The New Year's Eve gala was being broadcast on TV. In fact, Guanba also has a New Year's Eve party. But the New Year's Eve party was so dull. There was no poetry recitation, classical dance, or serious drama performance by students, not even a skit. I heard that the principal originally wanted to make this year's New Year's Eve party more entertaining, but our secretary wouldn't allow it and insisted on keeping it serious, so in the end they had to force the residents to watch. There's nothing we can do. The secretary is a veteran and has taught the principal before. Once a teacher, you're a teacher for life. Lin Mo said, don't worry, next year's New Year's Eve party will be what we want. The person eating snacks at the table looked at Lin Mo. How do you know? From what I heard, the principal and the secretary said that they would still follow the secretary's idea this year, but next year they would use the principal's own idea to see how the students reacted. In the end, the secretary agreed. Fang Jun gave a thumbs up. As expected of you, you're the best in the whole school. You can even hear this news. Lin Mo shrugged, just passing by. In fact, the secretary will have an accident next year and stay in the hospital for several months, so the principal will take the opportunity to hold a grand New Year's Eve party. It was also because that New Year's Day party was so grand and had such a great effect that all subsequent New Year's Day parties became a carnival for students. Time slowly passed and it was 11 o'clock. Everyone began to move the fireworks to the open space on the other side of the farm. Fireworks that cost 5,000 yuan may seem very expensive, but expensive fireworks are expensive for a reason. It takes 2 people to carry a whole big box. Although they knew that Lin Mo was very strong, they all agreed not to let Lin Mo, the investor, lift the box. Fang Jun also went to each room and knocked on the door, calling people out. Lin Mo turned on the flashlight and walked in front, followed by the girls. Have you ever set off fireworks? Of course. Lin Mo asked casually, but only Xia Yuling answered to set off the fireworks. Lin Mo turned his head to look at Chu Miao Miao and Zhang Yunlu. Zhang Yunlu's face was filled with excitement at this point. I've never set off fireworks before, I've just seen them. But it can be seen that Zhang Yunlu really wants to set off fireworks. Let's look at Chu Miao Miao again, this little homebody girl, who has probably been protected between home and school since she was a child. You can't find fireworks in the city. Lin Mo recalled that when he was in elementary school, he could still buy that kind of sand cannon in the city, but before Lin Mo graduated from elementary school, the sand cannon was no longer available for sale. I can only buy fireworks and firecrackers when I go back to my grandma's house during the winter and summer vacations. Okay, let's just have some fun. The big box that the 2 people were carrying was worth 3,000 yuan, and it was a firework that lasted more than 3 minutes. Just let it go for 3 minutes at a time. The remaining 2 boxes contained more than 1-minute fireworks worth more than 1,000 yuan. The remaining few $100s are just odds and ends. For example, skyrockets, flying gyroscopes, fairy wands, sand cannons, black spider firecrackers, etc. There are ones for boys and ones for girls. Fang Jun was holding a lighter and a handful of mosquito coils in his hand. The mosquito coils sold in the village are not the kind that come in 2 pieces. Instead, they are cylindrical mosquito coils that look like ordinary incense sticks. This type of mosquito coil is cheap and equally effective, so it is often used in rural areas. However, this type of mosquito coil is more toxic, so it should be used outdoors in a ventilated place. Fang Jun casually lit a bunch of incense sticks and distributed a few lighters. There are a lot of lighters in the farm, many of which were forgotten by others. Lin Mo also had a lighter and an incense stick in his hand. I opened the box here and saw a large box of mixed fireworks. Lin Mo chose some fairy wands, skyrockets, sand cannons, and other fireworks with lower risk factors. The 3 girls seemed to have reached some kind of agreement and just followed Lin Mo silently. At this moment, Lin Mo was explaining the effects of fireworks like a teacher, while Xia Yuling was like an assistant, demonstrating to the remaining 2 people. Pinching the sand cannon's tail, Xia Yuling threw it out fiercely. Bang! The main ingredients of sand cannons are quartz sand, potassium chlorate, and red phosphorus. The core chemical reaction is 6KClO3 plus 4Pyrite 6KCl plus 2P2O5 plus heat. The gas generated by the reaction rapidly expands, forming a shock wave and producing an explosion. However, although the sound is loud, the risk factor is arguably less than that of a fairy wand. Zhang Yunlu excitedly picked up a box of sand cannons, opened it, and took out each one and threw them on the ground. Bang! 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 Even girls seemed to like the faint light and sound of sand cannons falling to the ground. Hey! Hey hey! At this moment, Zhang Yunlu seemed to be 10 years younger and turned into a 5-year-old child. Chu Miao Miao also threw sand cannons carefully. Every time she threw one, she was so scared that she closed her eyes, and only opened her eyes slightly when she heard the sound. But as she became more proficient, she was no longer afraid. While she was throwing sand cannons, the boys on the other side had already started throwing scratch cannons. It was a small firecracker that was lit and thrown far away, but the fuse was long, so there was enough time to throw it without getting hurt. Then Xia Yuling picked up the sky rocket again. A sky rocket is actually a long, stick-like firework. After it is lit, fireworks will spray out from it, explode at the high point. Looking at the sky rockets, Zhang Yunlu and Chu Miao Miao's eyes lit up. Remember, once you hold this, you can't let go, and you can't point the fireworks at people. Xia Yuling basically fired at an angle so that the rocket would explode at the best angle. Zhang Yunlu immediately picked up a firecracker and shot it upwards at an angle like Xia Yuling. Lin Mo. Help me order. Lin Mo took a quick look and quickly stepped forward to change the direction of the rocket. Genius, you're planning to blow yourself up, right? Zhang Yunlu was a little embarrassed. I don't know. However, Lin Mo still held her arm and lit the fuse of the skyrocket. Hiss hiss. After more than 10 seconds, the skyrocket still hadn't responded. Zhang Yunlu couldn't help but ask, is it a dud? Don't be anxious. Lin Mo supported Zhang Yunlu's arm. Next second. Bang! A reaction force came from the rocket. A colorful light shot up into the sky and exploded in midair. It's not too high, you can see it clearly just by looking up. Bang! 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 Lin Mo. I feel this skyrocket is getting hot. Will it explode? Zhang Yunlu was a little worried. She felt the skyrocket was getting hotter and hotter in her palm. What are you afraid of? I'm here. Lin Mo's words calmed the girl's heart. Looking at the two people, Xia Yuling pouted slightly. At this moment, she wished she didn't know how to set off fireworks. After Zhang Yunle finished setting off her fireworks, Shu Miao Miao came over with a skyrocket. It was obvious that she also wanted Lin Mo to teach her step by step. After Chu Miao Miao finished, Lin Mo looked at Xia Yuling. Xia Yuling covered her left eye, stuck out her tongue and said, "I'm so lucky, I can't see anything." Lin Mo smiled and said, "What? You said you want hands-on instruction too?" As he spoke, he lit a firecracker and signaled Xia Yuling to come and teach him step by step. Xia Yuling, who was very thin-skinned, still walked up and held Lin Mo's hand from behind and raised it high. Zhang Yunlu, who had already set off her second skyrocket, looked back happily. "Hee, Lin Mo, look, I can." "No, hee." Zhang Yunlu pouted, "Humph. You're pretty good in this one." There seemed to be an inexplicable agreement between the three of them, which made the relationship between them seem much more balanced. After setting off all the firecrackers in their hands, everyone started burning fairy wands. It continued to burn until about 11:58. Everyone took out their phones and started counting down. Fang Jun had already squatted under the luxurious large-scale fireworks, waiting to light the fireworks during the countdown to achieve the best show effect. "Okay, everyone, get ready for the countdown." 1987. Everyone took a corner, but they all counted down loudly. Lin Mo took the three girls and walked towards the back. "Where are we going?" Zhang Yunle couldn't help but ask. "It's too close. It's not good to watch. Let's run further away." When I ran to the farm gate, the countdown among the crowd had already ended. Fang Jun even lit the fuse in advance. In an instant, a huge firework emitting colorful light shot up into the sky. A flower blooms in the night sky. The dark night sky was instantly illuminated. Then came one shot after another, sometimes several shots in a burst. Blue, orange, red, flowers are painted in the sky. Everyone looked up and stepped back. Lin Mo and the others had already arrived at a good viewing position, where they could take in the entire fireworks display. At this moment, a faint smell of alcohol came from behind. "It's really lively." The girls turned their heads and saw the man called Mr. Ma. He didn't leave, just watched the fireworks bloom quietly. Lin Mo ignored him and watched the fireworks in the sky with the three girls. The fireworks lasted for over a minute and were obviously worth over 1,000 yuan. Fang Jun trotted to another box of fireworks. He lit the firework and quickly ran towards Lin Mo. "Oh my goodness, Lao Mo, you really know how to find a spot." Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. "Of course, you have to watch the fireworks from a distance. If you are too close, you can't see the whole picture clearly. This $3,000 firework is really amazing." Just like Katyusha, fireworks were launched rapidly and exploded in the air, one wave after another, and some even scattered again in the air. Even though there was a strong smell of gunpowder in the air, everyone still felt happy looking at the fireworks flashing and spreading above their heads. Fireworks are actually like flowers, especially the expensive ones. The more expensive they are, the less cost-effective they are. But once it blooms, you won't think about whether it is cost-effective. When flowers are delivered to you, you won't care whether they are cost-effective or not. The final shot of the 3-minute extravaganza of fireworks lit up the nearby sky. There were fireworks in the surrounding villages, but the fireworks right here were the best looking. Zhang Yunle glanced at Lin Mo, then looked up at the fireworks that were gradually fading and extinguishing. Fang Jun finally interjected, "Of course, the fireworks bought by the nearby villages are not as rich as ours. But it's only during this time, during the Chinese New Year, that their fireworks are really amazing, and they never stop. After all, Chinese people pay more attention to the Lunar New Year." After the big fireworks were over, there were still many small fireworks. However, Lin Mo was not very interested, and the three women were also not interested. After all, the best part was over, and they entered the sage mode. So Lin Mo patted Fang Jun on the shoulder. "I'll leave the rest to you guys to clean up." Fang Jun waved his hand. "Okay, after all, you're the one paying." So Lin Mo took the three of them back. The fireworks will fade, the music will stop, and the ending of this story is so beautiful. The girls were sent back to their rooms. Fang Jun was still organizing people to pack up. Why doesn't Lin Mo come to help clean up? It was the guy who had just mocked Lin Mo for taking up resources without enjoying them who spoke first. Before Fang Jun could say anything, Lin Jiajin, who was also packing up his things, spoke first with disdain. He paid for the fireworks, and the car was brought by Miss Zhang. "Do you want to go back to the city by yourself?" Fang Jun also added a sentence. "It's a desolate mountain area here, there are no taxis at all, and even taking the bus would require walking several miles." When the boy heard this, he wanted to struggle again, but was hugged by his friend Kang Hungbo. "Oh my god, shut up. If you keep doing this, what am I going to do?" Originally, he just wanted to invite a good friend from junior high school to enjoy himself together, but this guy got pink eye, and Kang Hungbo was a little annoyed. I shouldn't have asked this guy to come. As a result, the boy named Deng Yang glared at Kang Hungbo and pushed him away. Who are your friends anyway? Why don't you help me but them? Kang Hungbo took a deep breath. You are my friend, but they are also my friends. I am fulfilling my responsibility as a friend by stopping you from going crazy. But Deng Yang obviously didn't appreciate it. He just sneered, you are just afraid that I will lose face for you. Alright, if you all protect that bastard Lin Mo, I won't give a shit about him. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the farm. Everyone looked at the man's back and looked at each other in confusion. Kang Hungbo sighed, I'm sorry, this is my problem. I was the one who brought him here. Fang Jun and Lin Jiajin looked at each other, walked over and patted Kang Hungbo on the shoulder. Forget it. It's not like you didn't come out to stop him from going crazy. I just didn't expect him to go to this extent. Don't go back and sleep in the same room with him tonight. Let me ask if there are any empty rooms. Lin Mo here had just sent the 3 girls back to their rooms. Then I saw Deng Yang walking back angrily. Lin Mo didn't use his spiritual sense to look outside just now, so he didn't know what was happening outside. But he wouldn't say hello to Deng Yang either. When Deng Yang saw Lin Mo, he just took a deep breath and did nothing else. He just walked over. Although he was very angry and unhappy, he remembered that Kang Hungbo told him that Lin Mo could beat up a dozen thugs by himself. If I hit him or scold him, wouldn't that be asking for a beating? So Deng Yang chose to follow his heart. No one else saw it anyway. Early morning. Lin Mo opened his eyes. Now his practice was to take pills and then use the time he slept to refine the pills. When I got to the lobby, Hikuoan hadn't arrived yet. However, breakfast has been prepared at the farm. Just like the buffet breakfast in a hotel, the farm provides things like fish porridge, steamed buns, and fried rice noodles and fried dough sticks. There are also some side dishes. Anyway, the main point is that the quantity is large and it is enough to fill you up. Lin Mo filled a plate of fried noodles and a large bowl of fish porridge. In the morning, a different group of people makes breakfast. After Lin Mo sat down, he sprinkled pepper on the fish porridge and then took a sip. The slightly spicy taste of pepper can cover up the slight fishy smell in the fish porridge and also make the porridge taste better. While drinking porridge, I heard footsteps behind me. It's Zhang Yunlu. At this time, Zhang Yunlu had already walked out dressed neatly. Zhang Yunlu, who has long hair, changed her hairstyle to a bun today, and looks like the beautiful mother in Overwatch. It's just that Zhang Yunlu's figure and face are a little thinner, but overall she is still very beautiful. The invisible military advisor Wang Qin followed beside them, and the two chatted while choosing their breakfast. The first person to notice Lin Mo was naturally Zhang Yunlu. She sat down with her plate in hand. This time, military advisor Wang Qin did not avoid him and sat down directly with Zhang Yunlu. Good morning. Zhang Yunlu said gently. Good morning. Lin Mo nodded. When are we going back? Wang Qin asked casually. Let's finish our lunch. We have school tomorrow, so we need half a day to rest. Lin Mo soaked the fried dough sticks in the porridge. After taking a bite of the crispy fried dough sticks, Lin Mo raised his head and looked at Zhang Yunlu. Did you sleep well last night? Zhang Yunlu nodded. It's okay, I'm not picky about the bed I sleep on. All I can say is that although Zhang Yunlu is a young lady, she doesn't have the temper of a young lady. After finishing breakfast, Wang Qin took the initiative to say, I'll go back and pack my things. After saying that, he left. You are worthy of it. Zhang Yunlu said, take me around here and show me where you caught the fish yesterday. Okay. Although Zhang Yunlu didn't know the way, she walked in front. Because she was at the farm, she was wearing long pants. She was walking along the ridge of the field beside the reservoir, and the morning dew was still lingering on the tips of the grass. It rubbed against Zhang Yunlu's trousers when she walked by. Looking from behind, Zhang Yunlu hasn't grown up yet. Lin Mo remembered that in his previous life, Zhang Yunlu was taller and had a better figure than she is now, but now she also had the beauty of a young girl. What are you thinking about? Don't say a word. The girl turned around and looked at Lin Mo. She wasn't worried that Lin Mo would look around behind her, nor was she worried that she would fall into the water and drown. I think he'll be prettier and in better shape in 3 years. Lin Mo blurted out. This made the girl blush instantly. She turned to look at Lin Mo and said coquettishly, okay, Lin Mo, do you know that based on what you just said, I can call you a pervert? I'm blessing you, why don't you know how kind I am? Zhang Yunlu raised her hand and gently hit Lin Mo. Who are you calling a dog? I think I'm okay. Of course you are a dog. If you say that again, I'll bite you. After lunch, they started to gather and go back. Deng Yang did not reconcile with Kang Hungbo, but he didn't say anything else. After all, if you are really left here, you may have to walk to the station step by step. After returning to school, everyone began to disband. Shu Miao Miao also followed Xia Yuling home for dinner. As a freeloader, Lin Mo naturally went up to eat as well, but he still brought some dishes with him. After New Year's Day, the end of the semester is coming. The exam will start in about 10 days. Everyone started reviewing. After all, we are all students with good foundations. We may feel a little uncomfortable taking exams at first, but once we get used to the rhythm of the school, our original talents will naturally be revealed. Many people come to ask Lin Mo questions every day, and even Shue Zigi will take the initiative to ask. In general, the atmosphere and cohesion of Class 8 are very high. Lin Jiajin sighed helplessly while reading the newspaper. After the division into arts and science, what should I do? You will become a rival of Class 8. Lin Mo said casually. It will be smashed to pieces. Lin Jiajin said it would be smashed to pieces, but his tone and expression were relaxed. Lin Mo was quite relaxed as time passed day by day. After the physical education teacher finished the exam, he became sick. Music classes and physical education classes have all become review classes. Even during self-study, teachers come to explain the questions. It's not high pressure, but it does reduce the usual playful atmosphere. No one from other classes came to cause trouble, and everything was proceeding in a normal and routine manner. But this ordinary daily life is really boring. So, I received a love letter. On the way home, Xia Yuling spoke. I'm not surprised at all. You have good grades and are pretty. If you don't accept love letters, who will? Lin Mo was walking on the road with a lollipop in his mouth. I threw it in the trash right away. Lin Mo gave a thumbs up. If he received a love letter now, he would throw it into the trash can. After all, he is a man who has been in trouble. Just as the two of them walked side by side towards the urban village, a figure blocked their way. Xia Yuling, I really like you. I have liked you since junior high school. Even if you don't like me, it doesn't matter. Please give me a chance to be friends with you. The boy was holding a love letter in a yellow envelope and standing in front of the two people in a half-bowed manner. Lin Mo couldn't help but turn his head to look at Xia Yuling. The look in his eyes said, "Is this it?" Xia Yuling understood it. She read the letter carefully and nodded silently. Lin Mo thought about it and finally sighed. Classmate, why don't you come with me? The boy obviously recognized Lin Mo, and he spoke suddenly. Lin Mo, you playboy, don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're good at fighting. Since you said so, I'll back off. Lin Mo took 2 steps back, returned to Xia Yuling's side, and put his hand on Xia Yuling's shoulder. Come on, little cutie, someone has confessed his love for you, and he wants to be your friend. Xia Yuling didn't break free from Lin Mo's hand, but said calmly, don't you have any friends? Do you have to be friends with me? This is just an excuse for you to get closer to me. I already threw the love letter into the trash can, and you picked it up and gave it to me. Don't you think it's dirty? Ruthless iron hand plus crippling blow plus scrape the outer circle and burn the inner circle equals guillotine. Lin Mo didn't expect that Xia Yuling's words were more cruel than he imagined. The boy stood there in a daze. He knew that Xia Yuling didn't like to interact with others, so there were basically few people around her. But after school started, Xia Yuling would always be surrounded by a boy named Lin Mo. Does that mean Xia Yuling is coming out of her own shadow? So he plucked up the courage to contact Xia Yuling. Unexpectedly, Xia Yuling would say such a thing. He stood there in a daze, took a few deep breaths, and said softly again, it's not like that, I really just want to be friends with you, Before he could finish, Xia Yuling had already taken Lin Mo's hand and walked forward, passing the boy directly. The boy couldn't say the rest of the words and could only watch the two people leave silently. The exams are scheduled for the 14th and 15th, Monday and Tuesday. This final exam was a province-wide exam, and Lin Mo was assigned to Class 8. In Chu Mia Miao's position, I can only say let it go. The question is, why is Lu Xiaochen sitting next to Su Yiwen? Last time it was on the left, this time it was on the right. However, when Lu Xiaochen saw Lin Mo, he turned his head away. As for the boxing club, Lin Mo didn't pay much attention to it, and Fang Jun didn't mention anything to him. After the first Chinese language test, Lin Mo stretched. The final exam was not like the mathematical Olympiad where one could submit the paper early. After finishing writing, I still have to sit in a chair and wait for time to pass. Lin Mo didn't leave either, because those who went out to other classes to take exams would eventually return to their own class. Sure enough, the number of people in Class 8 is increasing. As soon as Zhang Yinlu entered the door, she looked at Lin Mo. The seating chart had been announced yesterday, so Zhang Yinlu already knew that Lin Mo was sitting in Chu Mia Miao's seat, and her seat was occupied by someone else. So she walked straight towards Lin Mo. How did you do on the test? Lin Mo shrugged. You take the entrance exam for walking, he takes the entrance exam for DBI, and I bake sweet potatoes. Then can you treat me to some baked sweet potatoes? At this time, the windows in the classroom were closed, but the weather was getting colder. The sweet potatoes are very sweet at this time. So Lin Mo waved his hand and said, step forward. At noon, many people chose to eat outside. When Lin Mo was still thinking about what to eat for lunch today, Fang Jun had already walked over. Come on, Lao Mo, let's go eat some pork soup rice. I rarely eat out at noon, so you have to accompany me. Fang Jun only eats out of school occasionally, most of the time his mother cooks for him at home, but sometimes his mother would go out to play mahjong. Pork offal soup rice is very common in eastern Guangdong. Pork offal includes internal organs such as pig intestines, pig lungs, pig liver, and pig heart, but pork offal soup usually also contains normal pork slices. The restaurant that Lin Mo and Fang Jun came to does very good business, and the students from Guangba also like to eat there. Boss, 2 servings of pork soup with rice. Fang Jun paid the money, took the sign and immediately found a seat to sit down. If there were no seats available, he would have to wait for a while. There are many ways to prepare pork offal soup, just like the one they ate at, which focuses on being fresh, tender, and smooth. Pans of snow were boiling on the stove. After receiving the order, the boss will first scoop a spoonful of hot pork bone soup onto the snow pan. This kind of pot is not big and is very light, but it conducts heat quickly and is perfect for cooking pork soup. When the soup boils, the boss scoops the raw pork offal into the pot and cooks it directly. After cooking, add a handful of celery pieces and the pork offal soup is ready. The pork offal cooked in this way is fresh and tender. Because it has been marinated in advance, it tastes just as good when eaten plain. However, if you want to eat pork soup rice with rice, you need to dip it in something. Fang Jun took 2 small plates, scooped himself a spoonful of shacha sauce, added some chili sauce and soy sauce, stirred it together, and dipped the pork offal in it, which was quite delicious. By the way, what are you going to do during the winter vacation? Fang Jun asked casually while eating pork offal. Go back to my hometown for the new year. Hometown, is it far away? It's not far, just over an hour's drive. Well, I thought it was far away. Anyway, you won't be home before the closing ceremony. Why don't you play games with me when you have time? Fang Jun is still that playful boy. Lin Mo agreed indifferently. The pork offal soup came up quickly. Fang Jun drank 2 mouthfuls of the soup before starting to eat. Lin Mo likes this method of cooking pork offal soup rice. Some pork offal soups are made by blanching the pork offal in advance, slicing it after cooling it down, and then pouring the soup over it. But this way it is actually not that fresh, and the taste of the soup is separate from the pork offal. Lin Mo ate 2 bowls of rice, Fang Jun ate 1 bowl, and then drank the soup and felt full. Let's go buy some roasted sweet potatoes. Fang Jun joked directly, I think you bought it for someone else. Just keep talking too much. Can't you just watch and learn? Tisk, I can't learn your skills, but I can learn Gao Yuanqiang's. I heard he's with Geng Xiao. Ha, so fast? Lin Mo remembered that it seemed like a long time before they got together in their previous life. But Lin Mo simply shrugged. Gao Yuanqiang was probably just playing with her. Fang Jun couldn't help but laugh and said, everyone knows that it was Geng Xiao who provoked the brothers in the back row first, and it almost caused them to fight, so Gao Yuanqiang took action. The situation is similar to what I remember. After all, although Gao Yuanqiang is a scumbag, he is very good to his friends and brothers. Mention Cao and he will appear. On the back street, Geng Xiao walked by holding Gao Yuanqiang's arm. Geng Xiao was a CX level warrior, and it could be seen that Gao Yuanqiang felt okay, but it is unknown how long the two can be together. Next to the school gate, Lin Mo finally found the legendary roasted sweet potato uncle. After scanning with his spiritual sense, Lin Mo specially ordered 3 sweet potatoes. Those 3 are all pure sweet potatoes, with good texture and flavor. After the 3 of them had finished packing, Lin Mo and Fang Jun leisurely returned to school. You are indeed a master of keeping things balanced. Fang Jun exclaimed in admiration. What do you know? This is called rain and dew, and unless they explicitly say no, we have to prepare one for everyone. Looking at Lin Mo talking so eloquently, Fang Jun couldn't help but sigh at this time. It's at times like this that I feel like you're a human being. Normally in the classroom, I always feel like you're indifferent to everything, like you can't muster any interest. You mean I'm not a human being when I'm in the classroom? Not really, it's like I've seen through the mundane world. What do you mean by seeing through the world? I have become a saint. However, Lin Mo himself knew that it was just that he had experienced many things, and looking back on the past, he felt that it was no big deal. There are also many adults' mentality in it, and they don't care about many things many people say. Lin Mo waved his hand. What do you mean by seeing through the world? I am the harem king, not Baldy Wang. The harem king still went back with the hot sweet potatoes. After putting away one of the portions, Lin Mo placed the sweet potato on Zhang Yunle's desk. Zhang Yunle saw the other copy in Lin Mo's hand, but she didn't say anything. She wanted to know whether Lin Mo would eat it himself or give it to someone else. Is it for Chu Miao Miao or for Xia Yuling? Then Lin Mo walked straight to Chu Miao Miao's seat. Chu Miao Miao was reading a novel when she felt someone approaching. She immediately raised her head vigilantly and found that it was Lin Mo. Seeing that it was Lin Mo, the little face under the glasses blossomed like a flower, but she quickly suppressed it and asked cautiously, "What's the matter?" "I bought you sweet potatoes." When she heard about sweet potatoes, Chu Miao's eyes lit up slightly, and then she looked at Zhang Yunlu cautiously. "She has it too, right?" "Yes, all of them." Lin Mo nodded. Although he didn't know what agreement the three girls had reached, he was sure that they didn't seem to be fighting. Chu Miao happily took the sweet potato from Lin Mo's hand and whispered, "Thank you. You know how to eat sweet potatoes, right? You have to peel them." Lin Mo teased. Chu Miao blushed and whispered, "Of course I know. It's not like I don't understand everything. I won't tell anyone who wants to chew the mangosteen directly." Chu Miao is a soft persimmon, the kind that can be bullied by anyone. Faced with such teasing, she could only blush and lower her head without saying a word. Geng Xiao and Gao Yuanqiang came back at the door. After entering, they returned to their respective seats. As soon as he entered the door, Geng Xiao saw Zhang Yunlu eating sweet potatoes in small bites. When he returned to his seat, he saw the roasted sweet potatoes on Chu Miao's table and Lin Mo next to her. She rolled her eyes, smiled, and sat down. "Miao, your sweet potato looks delicious. Can I have a bite?" Chu Miao is a soft-hearted person who rarely refuses others. Geng Xiao usually gets a lot of snacks from her, so she felt that Chu Miao would never refuse her and would give her the sweet potatoes that Lin Mo bought on the table. Although she didn't really want to eat it, it was bought by Lin Mo, so she had to try it anyway. However, Chu Miao shook her head and hugged the still-hot sweet potato in her arms. "No, this is what Lin Mo bought for me." She wanted to eat it bite by herself. This was her sweet potato. Geng Xiao's smile froze, but she quickly adjusted herself and chuckled. "No, I don't particularly want to eat some. I don't think sweet potatoes are that delicious these days." Lin Mo spoke only then. "If you can't eat the grapes, you say they are sour." Lin Mo. "You." Geng Xiao wanted to slam the table and stand up, but it was no use because Lin Mo's reputation in the class was too high. Chu Miao ignored Geng Xiao and opened the bag herself, ready to taste the sweet potato. These sweet potatoes are all honey potatoes selected by Lin Mo. After all, those who sell sweet potatoes sometimes pick some honey sweet potatoes and mix them with some ordinary sweet potatoes to sell. Lin Mo chose sweet potatoes, which had a great texture and taste. Chu Miao took a bite, then looked at Lin Mo with her eyes slightly narrowed. "It's so delicious, so sweet and soft." "That's good. Let's take a rest after eating." After saying that, Lin Mo also returned to his seat. He turned around and saw the eldest lady eating sweet potatoes like a hamster, with her cheeks slightly bulging. If it were someone else eating like this, it might look a little embarrassing, but when it appears on Zhang Yunlu's face, it looks very cute. Is it really that delicious? Eat it, it's so sweet and fragrant. After eating half of it, the girl couldn't help but cover her mouth and burp. She shrank her neck shyly, then naturally handed the sweet potato in her hand to Lin Mo. "I'm full, don't waste food." After saying that, she just laid down on the table with her head tilted to one side. Looking at the half-remaining sweet potato, Lin Mo couldn't help laughing. "Okay, then let's not waste the food. I'll give it to Director Wang." Director Wang is a Chinese pastoral dog raised in the school. He has been supported by the school for several years. His daily activities are to inspect the school, so the students respectfully call him Director Wang. Hearing this, Zhang Yunle sat up straight and turned to look at Lin Mo. However, Lin Mo had already opened the package and was eating the remaining half of the sweet potato bite by bite. Seeing Lin Mo eating the sweet potato, she immediately covered her eyes. Although she still hoped that Lin Mo would eat her sweet potatoes, she felt shy when she really saw it. The whole person lay down on the table. Lin Mo finished eating in no time, then lay down and pretended to rest, but in fact he was practicing. The blushing girl saw that Lin Mo had already lay down. She looked around and found that no one was watching them, so she immediately lay down too. Little did they know that although Director Wang couldn't see it, Military Advisor Wang could see it clearly. School is over in the afternoon, and there is no evening self-study for the final exam, so everyone goes home normally. As soon as school was over, because the weather was getting colder, many female students gathered around the owners selling sweet potatoes. Xia Yuling stood on tiptoe, took a look, and then walked towards home. "Why? You want to eat?" Fortunately, to eat this kind of roasted sweet potato, you need to be lucky. If you are unlucky and pick one that is not sweet, it will be boring. The next second, a steaming roasted sweet potato appeared in front of Xia Yuling. Xia Yuling widened her eyes. "When did you buy it?" She held the still steaming roasted sweet potatoes in her hands and couldn't help but look up at Lin Mo. "I bought it at noon." "Bought it at noon?" Xia Yuling felt the warmth from the sweet potato in his palm. "I have a special way of keeping things warm." Lin Mo did not hide anything. After all, he had demonstrated some abilities before, so he didn't need to hide anything from Xia Yuling. "It feels so amazing, even more amazing than a thermos." "Don't eat yet, we're almost home." Eat it. I'll eat it now, but I don't know if it's sweet or not. Xia Yuling peeled the sweet potato, and the touch and temperature were just like a sweet potato freshly baked. When you take a bite, honey flows slowly inside. It's delicious. I'll just eat half and leave the other half for my mom. She looked at Lin Mo. Have you eaten? Lin Mo nodded. I've eaten. Eating half of it counts as eating it, and he would not say that he ate Zhang Yunlu's half. However, Xia Yuling walked on the road on tiptoe. It's a good thing you saved a copy for me, otherwise I would definitely be angry with you. Definitely. When Lin Mo heard this, he knew that Chu Miao Miao must have told Xia Yuling. That's why Xia Yuling looked at the roasted sweet potato stall next to her when she left the school. All I can say is that there is a trace of everything. Lin Mo didn't respond, but just rubbed the girl's head. He knew that what this world suffers from is not scarcity but inequality. The girl skipped back towards home. Until the last exam is over. Lu Xiaochen next to him didn't talk to Lin Mo, but Fang Jun came over first. I heard that if the other members of the boxing club don't achieve good results next semester, the boxing club will be cancelled. Lin Mo shrugged, not caring at all. The education in their country is different from that in the happy clubs in Japan next door. Like Neon, school ends at 3 in the afternoon and there are only 6 classes a day. After school, there are various clubs. There is plenty of time for club activities, which basically last for several hours. But they are different. Except for some professional sports that can be trained during evening self-study, most interest groups can only be held on Fridays. Just like Molly and Su Mingzhao's basketball team, and Zhang Yunlu's badminton team, they can all use the evening self-study time to train. The benefits of the boxing club were fought for by the club president, but in the end, none of the club members lived up to the expectations. In fact, Lin Mo used his spiritual sense to scan and found that these guys used the excuse of going to the boxing club, but in the boxing club they were just pretending to train. They were all trying to fish in troubled waters, so it was no wonder that they had no results. Lin Mo would never help such a club. Although the exam is over, school is not over yet. We have to wait for our homeroom teacher Chen Ziaoa to come and talk about some arrangements after the exam. However, the atmosphere in the class was relaxed after all. No one sat in their seats. Basically, they gathered in groups of 3 or 4 to chat about their plans after the holiday. Although a bit noisy, it's not annoying. Then Chen Ziaoa walked into the classroom and knocked lightly on the podium, and everyone automatically returned to their seats. I won't waste any more time on this nonsense. You don't have to go to evening self-study today, but you still have to come back to school to make up for it starting tomorrow. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole class let out a wail. Not only that, the wailing sounds from other classes also gradually came. It was clear that everyone was suffering together. Chen Ziaoa looked at the wailing people in Class 8 with satisfaction, and the sounds coming from outside made her even more satisfied. This is to prevent you from getting complacent. You're already in G1, so we need to finish learning all the knowledge before the next semester of G2 and review it. That makes sense. And it can't be refuted. They all thought that they could start their vacation after the final exams were over. That turned out not to be the case. Someone raised his hand and asked, "Teacher, how long will the makeup classes last?" It's only a week of makeup. G12 still has a holiday, unlike G3, which has to wait until February 1st. After hearing this, everyone looked at each other and began to feel bad for the future G3. After finishing her talk, Chen Ziaoa left the classroom without asking anyone to stay. Lin Jiajin looked at Chen Ziaoa's departing back and didn't care. It takes several days to review the exam papers, and the makeup classes won't be very long. They'll just cover some of the next semester's material in advance. My cousin said that this period of time is actually quite relaxing. At least mentally, it's relaxing. Lin Mo picked up his backpack. Don't think about it, school is over. It seems that Aunt Zheng cooked some mutton stew today. In such cold weather, wouldn't it be good to eat some mutton stew to nourish yourself? Although Lin Mo was not cold at all, he liked to eat. Xia Yuling also brought Chu Miao Miao with her, and the 3 of them went home together. Zhang Yunlu, carrying her badminton bag, felt inexplicably uncomfortable as she watched the 3 people leave together. Wang Qin, who was following behind, couldn't help but sigh, but didn't say anything more. Zhang Yunlu understood the truth, so she didn't say much. Zhang Yunlu took a deep breath and walked towards the badminton hall with her badminton bag on her back. In the end, I was the one who stood by him the whole time. Ah, yes, yes. If you feel like someone. It's like a song that only you can sing along to. Dash system. If there is no absolute choice between n and 1, then all of them must be taken dash. There are many ways to cook mutton in eastern Guangdong, but most of them use goats with a strong mutton smell. In winter, eating mutton is a common understanding among people all over the country. As soon as I get home, I can smell the rich aroma of sauce. The mutton hot pot in eastern Guangdong is first stir-fried and then braised, and finally placed in the pot and eaten hot like hot pot. You're back just in time. Wash your hands and it's almost time to eat. Okay, the three responded. Everyone lined up to wash their hands. After washing her hands, Xia Yuling went into the kitchen to help, and Chu Miao Miao also helped to set the table. As for Lin Mo, he went into the kitchen and brought out a pot of mutton, placing it on the induction cooker on the dining table. Press the button and the induction cooker will start heating the lamb. The reddish-skinned lamb rises and falls in the rich sauce. Lamb with skin is mostly from goats. Because goats are thin, it is not worth making leather clothes in the south, so people just eat them. Unlike pig skin, which can feel greasy, goat skin does not have too much fat and has a very crisp texture after cooking. With the help of rich sauce, it is crispy and sweet. Of course, goats have a strong smell, unlike their naturally gifted counterparts like beach sheep, so more effort is required to make them delicious. Xia Yuling took out a large bowl of prepared fermented bean curd sauce from the kitchen, with some shredded lemon on top to reduce the greasiness. It can be seen that Aunt Zheng has a deep understanding of cooking. Come and try my mutton stew. How about it? Mutton is on sale now, and I cut up several kilograms of lamb belly and lamb chops in one go. Lin Mo grabbed the chopsticks and took the lead in picking up a piece of water chestnut and putting it into his mouth. With a snap, the sweet taste of water chestnut spreads in your mouth. Water chestnuts and sugarcane are both important ingredients in Cantonese mutton pot. One is to increase the sweetness and highlight the freshness of the mutton, and the other is to neutralize the warmth of the mutton. Over time, these two ingredients will become a must in mutton stew. Hey, I told you to try mutton, why are you eating water chestnuts? Lin Mo shook his head. Delicious mutton stew, even the water chestnuts are delicious. Chu Miao Miao didn't know that much, and she had never eaten mutton stew before. She picked up a piece of mutton at random, dipped it in the fermented bean curd sauce on the table, and put it in her mouth to chew carefully. Because goats exercise a lot and their meat is relatively tough, if it is not stewed for enough time, it will become difficult to chew. However, the piece of mutton in front of me was obviously stewed long enough, so it was not difficult to chew. This is delicious. Chu Miao Miao gave a thumbs up. At Xia Yuling's home, she behaved much more lively than at school. Xia Yuling nodded. My mom made mutton. It was delicious, but we couldn't finish it in previous years. As he spoke, everyone else looked up at Lin Mo. Maybe it's because Lin Mo is here now, so they can finish eating. Zheng Yuan laughed cheerfully. By the way, you guys should be on vacation after your exams, right? You should go buy some clothes for the new year tomorrow. Xia Yuling got angry when she heard this. After listening to her daughter's complaint against the school, Zheng Yuan could only shake her head helplessly. Your cousin had his day off earlier than you did. He went shopping with his classmates today, but your school has to make up for it. There are also differences between schools. Xia Yuling could only turn her grief and anger into appetite and eat the mutton in big mouthfuls. After all, the mutton made by my mother is tender and boneless, and tastes sweet. Occasionally, pick up a piece of cut sugarcane, take a bite, suck a few times, and the sweetness with a rich sauce flavor will linger in your mouth. Or you can pick up the bean curd sheets covered with sauce and eat them with rice. Anyway, if the mutton pot is well made, it tastes good no matter how you eat it. Of course, most of the mutton in the pot went into Lin Mo's stomach. Zheng Yuan was very happy to see this and kept saying, you don't know, in previous years, I didn't dare to buy too much mutton. If I bought too much, I would have to eat it for several meals. Xia Yuling continued, it's bird food. I don't want to eat it anymore after eating it. After all, dishes like mutton stew are strong in flavor. It's okay to eat them occasionally, but you'll get tired of them if you eat them every day. After dinner, Aunt Zheng kicked Xia Yuling to wash the dishes. But Lin Mo was not really a big shot, so he went over to help. Just as Chu Miao Miao was about to get up, Zheng Yuan pulled her onto the sofa. Miao Miao, don't worry about them. You're a guest. Just eat some fruit and watch TV here. Of course, Zheng Yuan could see that Chu Miao Miao also liked Lin Mo. Out of selfishness, she still hoped that her daughter and Lin Mo could interact more. This is the carefulness of being a parent. In the kitchen, Xia Yuling watched Lin Mo open his hands, and the water flowing from the faucet flowed freely among the dishes, taking away the stains inside. With such abilities, wouldn't it be amazing to be a dishwasher? I don't know whether Xia Yuling really thinks so or is just saying it casually. Lin Mo raised his hand and tapped her on the head. If others find out, I'll be caught and sliced into pieces. Others, this word made Xia Yuling feel a little sweet in her heart. She tilted her head and looked at Lin Mo. I won't let anyone else know. This is a secret between you and me. However, Aunt Zheng is the kind of person who cleans the stove after cooking, so apart from the dishes and chopsticks, there is no need to clean anything else. I really wish you could be at my house during spring cleaning. Xia Yuling looked at Lin Mo's superpower with envy. By then I'll probably have gone back to my hometown to help my grandmother with the cleaning. Xia Yuling sighed, that means you won't be back to have dinner with us on New Year's Eve. Lin Mo nodded, but he smiled and said, I'll give you a gift on New Year's Eve, just remember to accept it when the time comes. When Xia Yuling heard that there was a gift, she immediately smiled happily. What gift? I won't tell you. System, to be a good system, it must understand the host's main needs, so I plan to go to the elixir system to see if there is any way to strengthen it. Don't understand? That's it. It's called a makeup class, but it's actually a safety lecture, divided into gender classes. It's very healthy, but the most important thing is the issue of safety measures. Watch carefully and learn well. Fang Jun elbowed Lin Mo a few times. Lin Mo raised his eyelids, then lowered them again. He won't show you how to do it, so what's the point of learning? If you really want to see it, you might as well watch a movie. Nowadays, education in this area is very implicit. It can't be too explicit, nor too vague, but ultimately it is up to students to add their own personal interpretation. After the lecture, the boys returned to the classroom. Their faces changed from excitement to boredom, which was actually similar to the sage mode. The girls haven't come back yet. It was at least half a class later that the girls came back in a bustle. Each of them had a blush on their face, and looked at the boys with disdain. Even Zhang Yunle looked at Lin Mo with a strange look in her eyes. Lin Mo did not use his spiritual sense to observe the situation of the girls' lecture, but it looks like it should be much more exciting than the boys' lecture. Seeing the boys' lack of interest, Zhang Yunle couldn't help but ask, "What are you guys talking about?" Lin Mo touched his chin and said, "There's nothing much to say. It's so confusing that I almost want to sleep. Even the animal world is more exciting than that teacher's." Is the animal world exciting? Zhang Yunle sniffed. Her impression of the animal world was still that of hunters and prey. At least it's better than today's. This kind of biological knowledge is normal in academia, but saying this in front of a girl is like sexual harassment. So for the next period of time, Zhang Yunle ignored Lin Mo. Lin Mo didn't care and just continued his studies. Although it is a makeup class, it actually only incorporates some knowledge from the next semester. There are also those who talk directly about the topic. In the blink of an eye, it's the weekend again, and there is no need to make up classes on weekends. But Aunt Zhang has already said that she will take them to Beijing Road or Shangziaju to buy clothes on the weekend. In 2012, Shangziaju and Beijing Road were still the most crowded pedestrian streets in Guangzhou, but 10 years later, Shangziaju declined. Both roads are located in the old city, and are surrounded by shoe wholesale markets. At the end of the year, there will be many out-of-stock shoes sold at low prices at wholesale prices. After all, Guangzhou has been a trading city since ancient times. Whether it is sold inland or exported overseas, this city has what you want. On Saturday morning, Xia Yuling knocked on the door of Lin Mo's rental house early. Even though she had the key, she still had to be polite. Lin Mo opened the door neatly dressed. So early. Yes, my mom said there are a lot of people here these days, so we have to go early because we have a heavy workload today. It is indeed very heavy. I went to Shangziaju first, then to Beijing Road, and passed by Yide Road to buy some dry goods on the way. I can only say that today's schedule is very tight. After breakfast, the three of them set off on the subway. The first target location is Shangziaju. This reminded Lin Mo of the time when the three of them came to Shangziaju as a family. Xiao Mo, haven't you been to Shangziaju for a long time? Zheng Yuan looked at Lin Mo, who seemed to be distracted and couldn't help but ask. Hearing the voice, Lin Mo came back to his senses and nodded. Yes, it's been a long time since I last came. The subway arrived at Changshao Road Station very quickly. There is a shopping mall right outside the subway station, and it has a lot of people going there. Although it is an old city area, it was also the city center of Guangzhou in the past. On weekends, this place is packed with people. Xia Yuling followed behind, looking at so many people outside, and couldn't help but ask, "Mom, can we eat the fish skin this time? Didn't you just finish breakfast?" Zheng Yuan glared at her daughter, and before she could say anything, Lin Mo interrupted. "Is that Chen Tianji fish skin? I haven't eaten it in a long time. Let's go eat it together." Hearing this, Zheng Yuan rubbed her head and said, "Hey, just spoil her." System, +1. When you walk out of the ground square, you have to walk across Beihua Road. There are many delicious restaurants on this road alone. The most well-known one is Chen Tianji fish skin. It is famous because of its simple, direct, and fresh cooking method. Take a grass carp, bleed it and peel it. A fish only has skin on two sides, and the skin needs to be blanched in boiling water to make it shrink and become firm. But the cooking time cannot be too long. After all, the essence of fish skin is collagen, and it will melt if cooked for too long. Therefore, the blanching time must be mastered. After blanching, put it in the freezer immediately to set and chill. Sprinkle with peanuts, chopped green onions and shredded ginger, and finally pour over the secret sauce. It is an outstanding delicacy. It is different from the pickled pepper fish skin that appeared later. That kind of fish skin is basically soaked in alkaline substances and then processed. The fish skin may look thick, but it will melt quickly when boiled in hot water. Walk along Bao Hua Road and you will reach an intersection where you can see someone soliciting customers at the entrance of the alley. The only difference is that the fish skin hanging on the door is not Chen Tianji fish skin, but Chen Laotian fish skin. When Li Kui and Li Gui meet, Li Gui will avoid them. But this Chen Laotian fish skin restaurant is located in the front of Chen Tianji. Some people say that they have split up, while others say that they are just trying to get attention. But regardless of the two statements, it can be confirmed that the boss named Chen Laotian Yuppie is shameless. Boss, would you like to eat fish skin? Lin Mo silently walked past the store and went to the next alley. The authentic fish skin was at Chen Tianji in the alley. I haven't eaten it in a long time, and I don't know if the taste has changed. Now that they were here, Aunt Zheng sighed. Lin Mo directly asked for 2 boxes of fish skin, 1 box for himself and 1 box for Xia Yuling and Aunt Zheng. After all, Lin Mo has a big appetite, and he wants to eat his fill. Chen Tianji Fish Skin Restaurant actually only has 3 dishes. The first is cold fish skin, the second is rice noodle rolls, and the third is boat porridge. In fact, only the cold fish skin is worth eating, the other 2 are just mediocre. Or there are better tasting alternatives. 2 boxes of fish skin were delivered quickly. Aunt Zheng couldn't help but say, 1 box is enough to taste it. Lin Mo nodded, yes, Auntie, you and Yuling will have 1 box, and I will have 1 box for myself. When you open the box, you will see the mixed fish skin sprinkled with sesame seeds and some fried peanuts, which is very fragrant. Lin Mo picked up the disposable chopsticks and took a bite. I feel that the texture and taste of the big head carp skin are not much different from the one I ate last time I went to the hot spring. Xia Yuling took a bite and looked at Lin Mo. It feels similar to the fish skin at Uncle Fang Jun's farm. Lin Mo chuckled. In fact, nowadays, the method of making cold fish skin salad is no longer considered an exclusive secret recipe. Even the taste of any restaurant is just slightly different in terms of sourness, sweetness, and spiciness. However, this Chen Tianji restaurant is an old brand. It first opened a store in Yangchang decades ago. At that time, fish skin worth 50 cents was already very expensive. Most importantly, he is always the first fish skin in this land. There were some things Lin Mo didn't say, that is, in today's materially abundant world, fish skin is not that prominent, and people just eat it as a snack. Especially after another 10 years, the price of fish skin will be close to 30 yuan. But the fish skin used in this store has been changed from dace skin to grass carp skin. Later on, the grass carp skin will turn into the skin of some other unknown fish. Anyway, the taste and flavor will deviate from the memory. However, Xia Yuling and Aunt Zheng were still quite satisfied with the meal. After all, the fish skin was still good at this time and the quality was still up to standard. Lin Mo finished the box that belonged to him, and most of the box that belonged to Xia Yuling and Aunt Zheng was eaten by Aunt Zheng. After all, Xia Yuling felt that this was similar to the fish skin from the farm, so she ate less and gave more to her mother. Aunt Zheng nodded, this restaurant is still the same as before. It feels like it's been so long since I last ate there, my memory is a little fuzzy. Leaving the alley, this time I really went to Shangxiaju. Shangxiaju is actually a general term. It is divided into the upper 9 roads and the lower 9 roads, but it is actually not very long, because it is the weekend and it is a pedestrian street. At the end there were already many stone roadblocks blocking the entry of cars. People can walk in the middle of the road. There are many large supermarkets on both sides. Although the clothes sold may not be from big brands, the quality is not too bad. After all, one of Guangzhou's main foreign trade is clothing, so most of the clothes here are cheap and of high quality. Of course, the most important thing is to try it out first and also look at the pattern. Aunt Zheng was charging forward in the front, while Xia Yuling and Lin Mo were following behind timidly. Actually, it's my mom who has chosen the clothes for me over the years, and the clothes she chooses are all of very good quality. So powerful? This was the first time Lin Mo knew about it. Looking back, in my previous life, I refused to go on the trip because I was embarrassed, so it was normal that I didn't know. Before he could think too much, Aunt Zheng came over with a very trendy sweatshirt and tried it on Lin Mo. This one is pretty good. I was right. Xiao Mo, you've grown taller recently. This one is about the same size. Xia Yuling whispered, I heard my mother used to sell clothes and she even traveled to Hong Kong and Macau. Aunt Zheng just laughed when she heard it and said, that happened so many years ago. Who would still go to the market with a pile of clothes like me? Because it is winter, the clothes I buy for the new year are a set of coats, inner linings, pants, and shoes. As he walked and looked around, Lin Mo had more bags in his hands. As for boys, in this case, of course they are just a mobile luggage rack. However, Aunt Zheng still gave careful instructions while walking on the road. Although the security is better now, there are still pickpockets. Please be careful with your phone, wallet, and other belongings. Although at this time there was a patrol electric passenger car passing by, but the pedestrian street has a large flow of people, almost shoulder to shoulder, so it is not surprising to see pickpockets among them. In addition, in this era, mobile payment has not yet occupied the main market, so it can be regarded as the last era of pickpockets. Lin Mo's spiritual sense had actually observed several pickpockets, but he did not take any action because there were several plainclothes anti-pickpocket officers nearby. This is probably how it is used. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it. Just then, someone shouted, "He stole from me." A figure ran past, a wallet between his fingers. It seems that he is a pickpocket, but he was unlucky and was caught while stealing. At times like this, all you can do is turn around and run. There are actually quite a few alleys next to the main streets. As long as he runs into the alleys that are interconnected, no one can catch him. Go, go, go. The pickpocket ran very fast. He was wearing the best quality sneakers and pants that were convenient for running. Even if the plainclothes police reacted, they would be able to escape. At this moment, for some reason my feet slipped. He flew out and hit the wall hard. Before he was surrounded, he looked at the place where his feet slipped. It was empty, without even a drop of oil. But why did I slip? Before he could think clearly, fists rained down. The person whose wallet was stolen was a middle-aged man. The man was obviously very angry. Even when the police came over, he still punched the pickpocket fiercely. No one dared to come over to persuade him, for fear of being affected. Anyway, he was beaten up. Lin Mo and other passers-by were very happy to see the performance, and some even cheered loudly. Aunt Zheng had seen enough and immediately pulled Lin Mo and Xia Yuling back. Don't look at it. These thieves are from several groups. Maybe they will steal from you because they see you are so happy. Lin Mo nodded repeatedly and pulled away Xia Yuling, who wanted to continue watching. As they walked along the street, Aunt Zheng was still advising, when you see something like this in the future, don't rush in and don't get too close to watch the excitement. Mom, what if we encounter this kind of thing in the future? Then of course you should shout as loud as you can, so that someone will help you. Xia Yuling couldn't help but mutter, then why are you letting us just sit back and watch? Zheng Yuan knocked her daughter on the head. Can it be the same? Xia Yuling held her head. Double standards. It is indeed different, but it is a double standard. People are all like this. Lin Mo just smiled but didn't say anything. After all, this was a parent's advice to their daughter, hoping that their daughter would be safe and sound. There's nothing wrong with that. Lin Mo just turned around and glanced at the sole of the pickpocket's shoe. The sliding sensation just now was the result of his spiritual power, and the effect was very significant. When he turned around, Xia Yuling was already looking at him, blinking her beautiful big eyes, as if saying, "Did you do it?" Lin Mo also blinked his innocent big eyes. "Guess? I guess you're a big hammer." Xia Yuling hit Lin Mo's arm hard. Although it didn't hurt, it didn't stop Lin Mo from reporting Xia Yuling, the murderer, to Aunt Zheng. Then Xia Yuling was hit on the head. The two of them walked around and soon walked out of Shangxiaju. Xia Yuling, who had just come out, suddenly stopped and grabbed Lin Mo's arm with a slightly trembling hand. Lin Mo raised his eyebrows and looked at Xia Yuling. Xia Yuling couldn't help but raise her hand and point to the shopping mall across the street. In Lin Mo's eyes, the entire shopping mall was filled with a strong gloomy aura. However, these negative energies did not affect anything outside the mall, as if it was blocked by something. Lin Mo also thought of Lilan Square, the first of Guangzhou's urban legends, which is also the most widely circulated legendary place. I heard it is extremely eerie, and going in on a hot day is like entering an ice cellar. I don't know if it was because the air conditioner was turned on too high or for some other reason. Now it seems that there may be other reasons. Lin Mo patted the girl's head gently. "It's okay." Aunt Zheng walked in front, feeling nothing at all, while Lin Mo was telling the story of Lilan Square beside her. Legend has it that when construction of Lilan Square first began, 8 coffins were unearthed. Before Lin Mo could finish his words, Xia Yuling was already trembling while holding onto Lin Mo's arm. "Xiao Mo, please don't tell this kind of story. Yuling is most afraid of these things." Lin Mo smiled and nodded. Okay, I won't say anything." He smiled and looked up at Lilan Square. The square is surrounded by a residential area with 8 tall buildings, and a thick black aura rises into the sky from each building. It's just that these black airs seem to be bound in one place, with no place to vent. Lin Mo murmured, "Oh my goodness, could this urban legend be true?" After just a few more glances, Lin Mo followed Aunt Zheng and the others. The next stop is Yide Road. Yide Road is the largest wholesale market for seafood, dried goods, nuts, snacks, and toys in Guangzhou. Aunt Zheng went to Yide Road to buy some dry goods. Along the way, Aunt Zheng walked in front, but Xia Yuling looked a little worried the whole time. Lin Mo followed behind and used his spiritual power to speak to Xia Yuling in a low voice. "What? Are you still thinking about Lilan Square?" Xia Yuling raised her head and looked at Lin Mo, nodding heavily. "How about I take you to see what's going on next time?" Hearing this, Xia Yuling shook her head repeatedly. She didn't want to go to that place again, not even to Shangxiaju. "Don't worry, that place is sealed. There will be no danger." Is this true? Of course not. The attack power of the soul of obsession on ordinary people is basically zero, but Lin Mo feels that if all the black energy is added together, it will definitely have an impact on ordinary people. It may even have an impact on cultivators in the body refining stage. But Lin Mo can be sure that all the black energy added together is not enough for Lin Mo to fight. Really? The girl actually asked. Really, and if anything goes wrong, I will take action. Lin Mo made a yeah gesture. This made Xia Yuling roll her eyes, but for some reason, her heart inexplicably calmed down. But she still turned around and looked at Lin Mo. If anything happens, don't go. Lin Mo stretched out his finger and poked Xia Yuling on the forehead. Didn't you just say Aunt Zheng has double standards? That's different. It turns out he's my biological child. Aunt Zheng bought a lot of New Year's gifts, such as candied winter melon, candied lotus seeds, candied water chestnuts, candied radishes, candied lotus roots. Of course, there are also things like dried scallops, dried abalone, and dried sea cucumbers. Dried abalone actually looks very expensive and is also quite expensive to buy. Aunt Zheng directly bought a pound of dried abalone weighing 20 pieces. The 20 heads here refer to 20 abalone pieces per kilogram. One is about 5.5 centimeters long dried abalone. Although it looks small, dried abalone needs to be soaked. After soaking, it will expand 3 to 5 times. When Lin Mo saw this, he couldn't help but ask, Auntie Zheng can also cook abalone? Aunt Zheng smiled and said, it's used to make a hot pot. In recent years, on New Year's Eve, Yuling and I would go to her uncle's house to have dinner together and celebrate the new year. I would help make a hot pot and eat together. So that's how it is. Of course Lin Mo didn't know all this. At this time, Xia Yuling gently bumped Lin Mo's shoulder and said, I'll ask my mother to put the abalone she made in the refrigerator and wait for you to come back to eat it. Lin Mo nodded vigorously, okay. I haven't eaten dried abalone yet. Zheng Yuan just looked at the two of them with a smile. With Lin Mo accompanying Yuling seemed much more cheerful. Both of them have such good grades, they will definitely go to the same university when the time comes. After graduating from college, you can get married. I haven't even reached Beijing Road yet, but I've already bought almost everything I need. Lin Mo's new clothes and Xia Yuling's new clothes are both available. In fact, Lin Mo planned to buy some New Year's gifts for his grandmother, but after thinking about it, he decided to wait until he could buy them. After all, Aunt Zheng is there, and she might rush to pay. After the weekend, it was time to hand out grades and hold the closing ceremony. This is just a graduation ceremony for G12. Looking at the report card on the blackboard, Lin Mo took a deep breath. First in the school. Others congratulated him, and Lin Mo responded one by one. With this achievement, Grandma will be even happier. Thinking of this, Lin Mo turned around and returned to his seat. Lin Jiajin was reading the newspaper as usual, and he put it down casually. First place again, anything to say? Lin Mo yawned. This first place doesn't mean much, after all, so many subjects are integrated into one. Even if we don't integrate, if we only consider science scores, you'll still be number one. In fact, everyone felt that it was not a big problem for Lin Mo to become the first. After all, Lin Mo studied very hard, and the notes he wrote down were all refined key points, and he often lent them to others. Just based on the last point, everyone likes Lin Mo very much. After the closing ceremony, G12 officially went on vacation. Of course, there will be a lot of homework. But in fact, the teacher had already assigned the homework last week. Xue Zigi has done a lot. Lin Mo only did his homework during evening self-study. At night, he didn't even bring his homework back to the rental house. But now I have to take it back. While packing up, Zhang Yunle suddenly looked at Lin Mo. What are your plans for winter break? I'm going back to my grandma's house. What's wrong? Zhang Yunle looked at Lin Mo. She actually wanted to ask if they could come out and play during the holidays, but after hearing Lin Mo's words, she could only nod hesitantly. Is that so? See you next semester then. Lin Mo nodded seriously, see you next semester. They both nodded, but life is like that, everyone has their own things to do. This semester, my story with my deskmate ends here. After school, Xia Yuling was standing at the door of Class 8 with a depressed look on her face. When Lin Mo walked out, he saw Xia Yuling with her head down and twisting her fingers. What? Who made you unhappy? Xia Yuling shook her head. Why do you want to go home so early? Can't you stay at my house for a few more days? Lin Mo patted the girl's head. It's not like I won't come back. Okay, so when will you be back? Lin Mo thought for a moment and said, I'll be back after the new year. If it rains, it will rain. If my mother wants to get married, there is no way to stop it. So Xia Yuling could only nod in the end, and she looked at Chu Miao Miao behind Lin Mo. What are you doing? Mom said to send Lin Mo home. Although she was a little envious, Xia Yuling still waved to the two of them when she reached the school gate. She was actually just trying to muster up the courage to send Lin Mo home, but asking Sister Chu to send her back would make her seem redundant. So she's going home. Anyway, you can contact people through QQ, WeChat, phone, and text messages, right? In the car, Chu Linshan asked again and again, "Are you really not going to come over to my house for dinner?" "No, I want to go home and rest for a while." Lin Mo looked out the window with a smile. For some reason, Lin Mo wanted to go home after holding his transcript, comments, and various certificates. So after getting out of Chu Linshan's car, Lin Mo didn't go anywhere and went straight home. The living room is clean and tidy, without any peculiar smell. After Lin Mo returned home, he sank into the sofa again. "I'm not tired, I just need a peaceful mind." After at least an hour, Lin Mo slowly sat up. He felt refreshed. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the barrier of the Dao heart and strengthening the spiritual consciousness. "No, I'm just relaxing here." "Is that considered an obstacle to my Dao heart?" The host is constantly plagued by obstacles in the Dao heart, but the host can change. This system is very pleased. In this way, the host is one step closer to the Golden Core stage. Private Marseille, you are worried about the system. However, Lin Mo did feel that his spiritual consciousness had become more active, but he just went home and lay down for a while. Achieved status, long lost peace. Isn't this really sage mode? While complaining, Lin Mo took out his report card and test certificate. "Then I lit a stick of incense for my parents. Mom and Dad, your son is now a genius and a cultivator, but I am very timid and dare not use my abilities recklessly. Who knows if there will be chicken wings waiting for me? But I am now considered a top student, and our Lin family will soon have a college student." After saying that, Lin Mo began to burn his test papers and certificates. "I don't know if my parents can receive it. Although he has seen ghosts, he only has a vague understanding of ghosts. Who knows if they can receive it? Or maybe my parents have been reincarnated." Clean up the burnt items. Lin Mo returned to the room, but he did not practice or sleep. Just take out the pen and ink and draw the talisman on the yellow paper. 5 Thunder Talisman, Soul Capture Talisman, Invisibility Talisman, Calming Talisman, Rejuvenation Talisman. Only after drawing these talismans did Lin Mo begin to practice. It was late at night before he left home. Lin Mo traveled thousands of miles and arrived at the study in Chu Mia Miao's house. Only after arriving did Lin Mo send a message to Chu Linshan. After a while, Chu Linshan carefully opened the door of the study. The moment she saw Lin Mo, she couldn't help but cover her mouth. "You're really here. I thought you were lying to me." At this time, Chu Linshan was wearing a nightgown, revealing large areas of her fair skin, and there was also an abyss. However, Lin Mo did not look at it twice. It was not that he did not want to look, but he just wanted to use his spiritual sense to see it. She took out the newly made talisman. These talismans are for self-defense. If you encounter a criminal, you can use the 5 Thunder Talisman. If you feel you've been poisoned or drugged, use the Antidote Talisman. Lin Mo explained one by one. The effect of each talisman is very useful, which can also make up for his absence during this period. If Chu Linshan encounters any problems, he can protect himself. After all, he is not yet able to truly travel thousands of miles. It will take several minutes to travel 100 kilometers. In the end, it was Chu Linshan who asked somewhat embarrassedly, "So how do you use these talismans?" "It's very simple, just slap it on yourself." As he spoke, Lin Mo picked up a rejuvenation talisman and slapped it towards Chu Linshan. There's no light, no special effects. But Chu Linshan felt that her nasal congestion improved instantly. "I had a minor cold, but I'm fine now. This talisman is so magical. If I use it to help those rich people prolong their lives." Chu Linshan has even begun to imagine how to take Daejian Group to the next level. Then Meow Meow might be kidnapped again. Lin Mo said quietly. Chu Linshan shut up instantly. Late at night. Xia Yuling has entered the winter vacation carnival time, but she was holding the fox doll in her arms and looking out the window. The phone suddenly vibrated. "Why are you still awake so late? What are you thinking about?" I looked down and saw it was a message from Lin Mo. "How do you know I'm not asleep?" "You replied to me, which means you didn't sleep." "Okay, I didn't sleep, so what are you doing?" "Open the door." Seeing these 2 words, Xia Yuling's heart skipped a beat. This guy, is he really outside? Thinking about the last time Lin Mo was able to pass through the wall, she suddenly felt that she might be overthinking it, so she typed on her mobile phone, "Can't you walk through walls? Come in by yourself." "Then I'm coming in." This sentence did not appear in the form of words, but rang in my ears. Xia Yuling turned around suddenly and saw Lin Mo sitting at her desk. "Well, I'm still very polite, right?" Xia Yuling felt a little happy but also a little scared. "Why did you come here so suddenly? Aren't you going home?" Lin Mo took out a bunch of talismans from his arms. Since you're going back to Grandma's house, I drew some talismans for you to protect yourself and your life. For example, this is a talisman to ward off evil spirits. If a ghost comes to bother you, just throw this away or stick it on your body, and you will be immune to it." Watching Lin Mo explain to him the functions of these talismans. But she didn't actually hear much, she just tilted her head and looked at Lin Mo. There was only Lin Mo in his eyes, and his mouth was moving up and down. "Hey, are you listening?" Only then did Xia Yuling come back to her senses. "Ha! What?" Lin Mo raised his finger and flicked Xia Yuling's forehead. Xia Yuling covered her head and looked at Lin Mo with a wronged expression. She looked so cute, the kind of cuteness that Lin Mo had never seen in his previous life. "Ouch, what are you doing? Don't learn from me, brother chicken. Pay attention to the lessons, or there will be no surprise on New Year's Eve." Hearing this, Xia Yuling's eyes lit up slightly. "Surprise? What surprise? If I tell you, is it still a surprise?" When Xia Yuling heard this, she could only sit upright in her seat and listen carefully. When Lin Mo disappeared from her room, Xia Yuling looked at the talismans on the table. There seemed to be quite a few of them, but they were all easy to identify. This was also the trace of Lin Mo's visit. If I had known, I would have found a chance to hug him. Having said that, girls often lack a lot of courage. Then she opened a group with only 3 people in it. No words were spoken in it. This group was created when they were at the farm. There are only 3 members in the group, her, Chu Miao Miao and Zhang Yunlu. But since the creation of this group, no one has spoken in it. After thinking about it, Xia Yuling finally closed the group. System: not all systems can be called invincible. The 17th day of the 12th lunar month. This is a provincial passenger bus heading to Hesheng. Although it is called Hesheng City, the most famous mountain in the city is called Dian Mountain. It's really hard to imagine why it is called Crane City. Lin Mo hasn't seen a crane in Hesheng for many years. Although Hesheng City is called a city, it is actually just a small county town. It is still under the administration of Wuyi City. There are no trains or high-speed trains here. If you want to come here, you can only take a passenger bus, or take a taxi from Wuyi City or Chanchang. Probably because it was a weekday, there weren't too many people on this bus. It only took an hour to get from Yangcheng Provincial Bus Station to Hesheng Bus Station. This bus station is not even as big as Guangba Middle School. However, as soon as Lin Mo walked out, he saw many motorcycle and taxi drivers waving at the exit. "Take a taxi. Handsome boy, let's take a motorcycle." Wait, something seems to have gotten in. Lin Mo looked at his phone. He had already told his cousin Feng Binbin about it in the car. Feng Binbin would naturally drive to pick him up. At that time, Hesheng City had not yet achieved perfect management, especially since online ride-hailing services had not yet emerged. Therefore, the taxis in this area do not use meters but just quote the price. It will cost you dozens of dollars to travel a few kilometers. Lin Mo stood at the entrance of the bus station. The winter sun did not make him feel scorching hot, but rather warm. Because he didn't study here since elementary school, Lin Mo actually doesn't know many people in Hesheng. Of course he could just run back to his grandmother's house, but that wouldn't be right. Right now, he still prefers a normal lifestyle. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a motorcycle arrived quickly. This motorcycle was actually bought by Lin Mo's father and placed at his grandmother's house for convenience. Later, when his parents passed away, Feng Binbin was allowed to drive the car. "Wow, Yuze, I haven't seen you for only half a year. How come you've grown so tall?" Feng Binbin took off his helmet and looked at his cousin with a teasing expression. "The cousin in my memory doesn't seem to be this tall or this handsome. I almost couldn't recognize it. Is it that exaggerated? He's just a little taller," Lin Mok said politely. In fact, he did grow taller in the past 6 months and became as handsome as the readers. Lin Mo's grandparents both have the surname Feng. Many villages in this area have the surname Feng. Although they have the same great-grandfather, they are already 5 generations apart. My grandmother has 2 daughters and 1 son. The eldest daughter got married in Hesheng, but went to Hong Kong to work. The second daughter is Lin Mo's mother, who married and moved to Guangzhou. The third son is Feng Binbin's father, who is currently in jail. Feng Binbin was raised by his grandmother since he was a child. As for Feng Binbin's mother, they did not divorce, but she did not take good care of her son. During the entire vacation, Lin Mo only saw her a few times. But later Lin Mo also knew some things. He took the helmet handed to him by Feng Binbin and put it on. "Let's go home," Feng Binbin said with a smile. "You have no idea how happy the old lady is today. She should have gone shopping for groceries by now." "Okay, but she won't buy fish skin corners, right?" "No, the fish skin corners will be gone after breakfast time." Feng Binbin put on a helmet, stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. Hesheng is not a place that bans motorcycles like Guangzhou. After all, this is a county town with few cars, so motorcycles are the most suitable means of transportation. After all, 2/3 of this place is actually rural. Without a motorcycle, it would be very troublesome. In the blink of an eye, they quickly returned to their grandmother's house. Lin Mo watched as the roads on both sides became narrower and narrower, with fish ponds next to them. He remembered that when he was a child he was afraid of falling into the fish ponds while riding a motorcycle. Now when I see it again, I don't feel so scared anymore. As the motorcycle turned the corner, it saw a short, dark-skinned old lady walking forward carrying a basket of vegetables. Hearing the sound of a motorcycle, the old lady looked back. I recognized the two people in the car at once. "Hey, you're back." The car slowed down slowly and Lin Mo jumped out directly. "Oh, I miss you so much, second uncle." Lin Mo hugged the old lady gently. The old lady patted the child's back gently, with only love and tenderness on her face. The lunch was also quite sumptuous. Half a salt-baked castrated chicken with sand ginger, and my grandmother's signature stone snail and taro pancake. Lin Mo was eating happily. Fang Binbin watched from the side and saw that Lin Mo's appetite had increased greatly. He couldn't help but say, "No wonder you've grown so tall. You can eat more than before." Lin Mo nodded. "It's true that I can eat more than before." Grandma's smile remained unchanged. Now that he's in school, he's become more mature. Unlike Binbin, he was not a serious person when he was in school. Of course, Fang Binbin is now in college, studying civil engineering. He studied this because Fang Binbin's uncles are in the engineering business, and they naturally hope that their nephew can help manage these things. But Lin Mo wants to say that the future of working as a thief is to work in a state-owned enterprise, and the most promising way is to work as a thief abroad. After a few years, you will be a manager. But there was no way, because Lin Mo's uncle was in prison, and most of Fang Binbin's living expenses and tuition fees came from his mother's family. Fang Binbin's uncles are actually quite rich. They pay their younger sister 10,000 yuan a month to take care of their mother. Of course, it's not about hiring, but taking care of my younger sister and letting her take care of my mother. This would be the best of both worlds. So Fang Binbin's life is not bad, but Lin Mo's aunt rarely comes back here. "Brother Bin, you've been in college for so long, have you found a grandson-in-law for my second aunt?" Lin Mo joked casually. At school, Lin Mo still behaves in a reserved manner most of the time, but here, he can completely relax. Fang Binbin waved his hand. "Civil engineering, there are no girls for you to date. They are all Shaolin Temple." Lin Mo shrugged. He was just joking. After all, he knew very well who his future cousin's wife would be. It's just that the time had not come yet, so there was no need to ruin his cousin's fate. "Yuze, I'm planning to invite my classmates over for a barbecue in a couple of days. Is that okay?" Fang Binbin looked at Lin Mo. Yuze is Lin Mo's nickname. Except for his grandmother who calls him Zize, other relatives basically call Lin Mo Yuze. Lin Mo shrugged. "The more people grilling, the better. What can I have a problem with?" In his previous life, Lin Mo did not come to eat the barbecue this time because he would not be back for several days. In his previous life, Lin Mo spent more than a week playing with Fang Junhuang in Yangcheng after the holiday, so he didn't actually participate in the barbecue. But I think it's just an ordinary barbecue. The happiest thing about being at Grandma's house is the comfort. When Lin Mo woke up in the morning, there were no insects chirping outside. Although everyone in the village now uses gas, many people still choose to burn firewood. For example, my grandmother likes to use firewood to make soup and porridge. She also uses a large clay pot. The firewood does not need to be too strong, and it will not burn dry without me watching it. My grandmother's house is a 3-story building, which was built by my uncle when he had money. There are 2 rooms on the first floor, a utility room and a master bedroom, but the master bedroom is not often occupied. There are also 2 rooms on the second floor, one with 1 bed and the other with 2 beds. On weekdays, Grandma and Fang Binbin live in the room with 2 beds, so Lin Mo sleeps alone in the other room. After Lin Mo went downstairs, he walked towards the front yard. There is also a large front yard here, where the barbecue that Fang Binbin mentioned is also held. Next to it is a kumquat tree planted by Grandpa Lin Mo, which produces a bunch of kumquats every summer. This southern specialty is very rare in the north, but it tastes sweet and sour and is a very delicious fruit. Of course, there are occasionally some yellow-skinned assassins who aim to assassinate people by making them jealous to death. "Good morning, second uncle, why are you making porridge so early?" Lin Mo's grandfather was called second uncle in this village, so second uncle's wife was naturally second uncle's wife. Everyone called Lin Mo's grandmother that, and over time, Lin Mo and Fang Binbin also called her that. Fish fillet and lean meat porridge. Grandma looked up and saw Lin Mo leaning against the doorframe. She couldn't help but ask, "Why are you up so early? Why don't you sleep a little longer?" "I'm used to it. After going to school, my sleep and rest schedule is set. Waking up early has its benefits. The porridge isn't ready that quickly. How about I make you some shrimp roe noodles?" Lin Mo nodded happily after hearing this. When he was a child, Lin Mo would come back to his grandmother's house during the winter and summer vacations. When he was hungry at night, his grandmother would cook shrimp roe noodles for him. It also has to be served with grandma's homemade chili soy sauce. Okay, I'll go to Xuanqiao to buy some pork balls. I'll wake up Brother Bin when I get back. It takes Lin Mo enough time to cook noodles. So Lin Mo walked towards Xuanqiao in his slippers. Xuanqiao is actually a market less than 500 meters long, with shops on both sides and people selling their own vegetables. However, the most popular place in the morning is still the breakfast shop on Xuanqiao. It is called a breakfast shop, but in fact it is just a place where villagers sit down to drink tea and eat snacks. The most famous place here is Xuanqiao Fish Skin Corner. This Xuanqiao fish skin dumpling is different from the Shunda fish skin dumpling. The original Xuanqiao fish skin dumpling is made by wrapping meat filling with fish skin and steaming it. However, due to the years of material shortages, the current Xuanqiao fish skin dumplings have gradually evolved into fish skin dumplings made of cassava flour and rice flour, wrapped in a translucent skin with fish meat and half fat and half lean pork, shiitake mushrooms, water chestnuts, tangerine peel and other fillings. Of course, there are also fish skin fillets made of pure fish meat. Lin Mo doesn't really like that kind of fish. If the chef doesn't cook it carefully enough and there are bones in the corners of the fish skin, it will be very uncomfortable. Lin Mo bought some pork meatballs and a box of fish skin dumplings stuffed with fish and pork. Then I bought another box of dry steamed bread. All these things cost only 20 yuan. The prices in 2012 can be said to be very low. Not wanting the store's soy sauce, Lin Mo took the things and went back. I went back to wake up Feng Binbin, who was still sleeping, and asked him to go downstairs for breakfast. Open the box to reveal the crystal clear fish skin corners inside. After all, it is made of clear noodles, so it is transparent. The so-called clarified flour is flour without gluten. The flour we usually buy is divided into low, medium, and high gluten, while clarified flour is gluten-free flour. This kind of flour is pure starch, and the dough used to make it is relatively transparent. Just like the cold noodles we eat are made from wheat flour. Some people also wash out the gluten from ordinary flour and then use the remaining flour water to make cold noodles. The process is different, but the result is the same. It tastes really good when dipped in the chili soy sauce made by grandma. Although people in eastern Guangdong don't eat chili peppers, in fact, eating chili peppers in this area is a very uncomfortable thing. Due to geographical reasons, the humidity of this land has been maintained at a certain level for a long time. From the perspective of traditional Chinese medicine, people from this land will suffer from dampness in the spleen and stomach due to the accumulation of moisture. Eating chili peppers cannot achieve the same effect of removing dampness as in Sichuan. On the contrary, the symptoms will become more obvious due to excessive heat and failure to remove dampness. But now Lin Mo doesn't do that anymore. He can eat as much chili as he wants without getting a hoarse throat or acne. System, just for this, your cultivation is worth it. Lin Mo, shut up, snow leopard. Preparing a barbecue is actually quite troublesome. For example, you need to buy food. Sitting on a motorcycle, Feng Binbin drove to the market. If you want to buy chicken wings specifically for roasting, you should definitely choose frozen chicken wings. There are also beef balls, crispy sausages, chicken fillets, and bone-in meat. Just buy whatever you want to eat. It's all AA. I'll pay for your share. After getting out of the car, Feng Binbin said seriously, patting Lin Mo's shoulder. Yuze, you should save some money for yourself. After all, you are alone in Yangcheng. Don't worry about me. I have enough money to live normally until I graduate and start working, and I also have a scholarship. Feng Binbin was not surprised to hear that Lin Mo had a scholarship. That's right. With your academic performance, you can go to a key school and get a scholarship. However, Feng Binbin couldn't help but ask one more question. Did you get it then? Lin Mo nodded. You are worthy of me, Yuzai. I have believed you can do it since you were a child. Feng Binbin is doing well in his studies, but he knows better than anyone that his cousin is doing better in his studies. He just said with a look of loss, you don't choose civil engineering in college, you won't get any girls. Then go pick up your friends. Lin Mo said with a smile. Then why do you think we're having a barbecue today? Feng Binbin gave him a look that said, you know what I mean. Sure enough, but it seems to have no effect. Lin Mo thought about it and said, how about you tell me who you are, and then I'll be your wingman. Feng Binbin took a deep breath, then waved his hand a little embarrassedly, forget it. Even though he is an extrovert, Feng Binbin still got scared. The Department of Civil Engineering is a temple. If you don't seize the opportunity, you might never get another chance. Is today really just about eating and drinking? Lin Mo's casual words instantly made Feng Binbin's face turn red. After all, Lin Mo felt that this person might be his future sister-in-law. Or maybe, not necessarily. Who knows? However, Feng Binbin didn't say anything, and Lin Mo didn't want to ask any further, so he had to open the freezer and pick out chicken wings with better appearance. On the contrary, Fang Binbin looked at Lin Mo, who was choosing chicken wings, and felt that in the past 6 months, his cousin's mentality seemed to be much better than before, and he gave people a much more mature feeling. But overall, this is a good thing. By the way, how many people are coming to eat? Lin Mo asked casually. About 8 or 9 people, they'll be here this afternoon. Lin Mo nodded and picked up a lot of things. All the stuff added together weighs about 10 pounds. Lin Mo also bought some bees or throat, which is the aorta and cardiovascular system of the cow. There is also the palm treasure. The original palm treasure refers to the raised meat pad in the middle of the chicken foot. It is named because of its crispy and tender taste and rare production. However, as market demand increased, merchants began to use the cartilage and crispy bones of chicken joints to make palm treasures. The texture and flavor are also very good when grilled. There are also various kinds of lamb, beef, and pork belly. You can just buy them and have them cut for you and then dress them yourself when you get home. Lin Mo selected quite a few of these. When they returned to Grandma's house, Grandma saw the 2 big bags in Lin Mo's hands and hurried over, wanting to help share the burden. You bought so many things, they must be very heavy. However, Lin Mo walked directly into the kitchen with his things. It's okay, just carry it back like this. When we came back, Fang Binbin said that we just had to hang the things on the 2 handlebars. However, hanging something weighing more than 10 pounds on the handlebars would be very heavy, and turning would be inconvenient, so Lin Mo simply carried it himself. This amount of weight was nothing to him. Because it was winter, Lin Mo let most of the meat thaw naturally. Fang Binbin drove to buy materials such as bamboo sticks and charcoal. Seeing Lin Mo soaking the meat in water, Grandma came over again. Hey, cub, let me do it. No need, I can do these things well. I take care of myself outside. Are you still worried that I can't do these things? While Lin Mo was washing the meat, he was using his spiritual power to clear the surrounding bacteria and viruses. After all, washing raw and cold food with water actually spreads the bacteria. However, if you want to skewer them, you have to wash them first and thaw some of the meat. But these things are easy to deal with. After packing up these things, Lin Mo wiped his hands and returned to the hall. Grandma was watching TV. Lin Mo didn't let her help, and she had nothing to do, so she still watched TV occasionally. Grandma, let me give you a massage. I recently learned a set of massage techniques that are very effective. When Grandma heard this, she smiled and said, I'm already in my 40s, why would I still press it? Just give it a try. Lin Mo used his coquettish skills. As old people, there is nothing we can do to stop our grandchildren from acting like spoiled brats. So Lin Mo started to get started. Of course, massage was just an excuse. Lin Mo wanted to use his spiritual power to comb his grandmother's body, make her body healthier. In fact, he also thought about helping those around him gain wealth, power, status, or even immortality in the future. As the saying goes, when one person succeeds, everyone around him will benefit. This is not without reason. It's just too early to say that now. It's better to let Grandma live 100 years first, and then 200, 300. Before I knew it, Grandma fell asleep. Lin Mo simply picked up his grandmother and sent her back to bed to sleep. The toxins in her body will also leave her body through natural excretion. Afterwards, you will feel healthier and enjoy everything you eat. At least it won't be like Lin Mo's skin that turned black muddy after he took the strengthening pill. After all, Lin Mo used very gentle spiritual energy to comb his grandmother's body. Finally, prepare a talisman for her and everything will be safe. As soon as I went downstairs, Fang Binbin came back and the sound of the motorcycle was still very obvious at the door. As soon as he stepped into the door, Fang Binbin looked around. Where's my second uncle? I went upstairs to sleep. I just finished giving her a massage. She felt comfortable, so I went back to sleep. Fang Binbin nodded. Old people sleep less, but they also sleep more. He walked into the kitchen carrying the vegetables he bought, looked at the things that had already been processed once, and looked at Lin Mo with satisfaction. I knew it was you who did it the moment I saw it. Lin Mo raised his head with some curiosity. How do you say that? When we used to have barbecues, my second aunt would just put these things on the ground or soak them in the pool, not in a basin like you do. They will be here this afternoon, and my eldest cousin said he will come over for dinner tonight. Lin Mo shrugged. It's okay. This will definitely be enough for him. If not, ask my second aunt to make him a bowl of shrimp roe noodles. Well, let's build the stove first. After all, he was from the Department of Civil Engineering, so he built this stove quickly and easily, much better than the one Lin Mo used for a barbecue at Xia Yufi's house. It is also convenient to add charcoal. Even Lin Mo couldn't help but give a thumbs up, as expected of a professional plasterer. In the afternoon, the sound of motorcycles could be heard one after another. It was obvious that this was not their first time here, as they walked in casually one by one. Hey, Bin, come and greet the distinguished guests. The fat man walking in front shouted loudly. He started shouting as soon as he entered the door. Fang Binbin, who was stringing the skewers, immediately said, "Second auntie is sleeping, please be quiet." The fat man immediately lowered his voice and nodded in agreement. Other people also came in, and many of them noticed Lin Mo sitting at his seat stringing skewers, but no one said anything, just waiting for Fang Binbin to introduce him. "See, everyone is here." Fang Binbin then introduced, "This is my cousin Lin Mo, and these are my good friends since childhood." Fang Binbin is now a college student, and these good friends are naturally college students over the age of 18. The fat man patted his chest and said, "Hello, cousin. My name is Fi Long." "Hello, brother Fi Long." Lin Mo responded politely. Two girls standing behind Fi Long. One of them has slightly darker skin, but has three-dimensional and delicate facial features, and her long legs are shown off to the fullest in jeans. The other one wore round-framed glasses, had fair skin, and looked very quiet. Lin Mo immediately recognized the person wearing round-framed glasses as his future sister-in-law, but he didn't say anything. Girls are not very proactive in introducing themselves, so Fang Binbin took the initiative to introduce himself. "You can call the black one Sister Chi, and the white one Sister N." Lu Jinky glanced at Fang Binbin and rolled her eyes fiercely. "My skin color is called wheat, which is a healthy skin color. What do you mean by black? It makes us look like the black and white impermanents." Fei Long even laughed and said, "Everyone knows that you two were the black and white devils from our number 4 middle school back then." Lin Mo continued to greet them. "Hello Sister Chi, hello Sister N, is Sister N's name Lu Ninjin? I think I saw your name in my cousin's book." As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Ninjin looked up at Fang Binbin with a puzzled look in his eyes. Fang Binbin's computer was directly shut down. However, Lu Ninjin reacted quickly. She looked at Lin Mo with a smile and said, "Can you tell me what else he wrote?" Others looked at Fang Binbin with teasing eyes. This melon is too exciting. It was the 12th lunar month, and everyone was wearing several layers of clothes, but Fang Binbin had sweat on his forehead. Lin Mo smiled and said, "No, it's a signed book. Brother Filong's name is Goose Hailong, right? Everyone's signature should be on it." After hearing this, everyone suddenly realized that it was a signed copy. Everyone thought there was some melon to eat, but Lu Ninjin pressed on, "Then how do you know I'm Lu Ninjin? There are several people in my class with the character N in their names." Lin Mo glanced at Fang Binbin, and sweat broke out on Fang Binbin's forehead. Actually, on that notebook, there was a heart drawn over Lu Ninjin's name, so, however, Lin Mo still chuckled, "What's the big deal? Those who can sign in the front must have good relationships. So naturally, we have to exclude the names in the front first. That makes a lot of sense." Everyone was convinced, except Lu Ninjin, who looked at Fang Binbin with some doubt. Then he continued with the introduction. As soon as she finished the introduction, Grandma came downstairs, talking as she went downstairs. "Oh, when did I go up there to sleep? Then I saw a group of people standing in the hall. Everyone shouted, 'Hello, second uncle.' Hello everyone, I haven't made the herbal tea yet, please wait a minute." As he said that, he prepared to go to the bottom of the stairs to find some ingredients for making herbal tea. The people behind him were holding a few boxes of beer and said, "Second uncle, no need. We brought some ghost herbal tea, which is just as effective." Second uncle's wife waved her hand, "How can it be the same? After boiling, each person will only have 1 cup. In the end, my second aunt-in-law took a bunch of ingredients to make herbal tea." Seeing that they had survived the ordeal, Fang Binbin immediately waved, come on, don't just stand there, put on your gloves and start threading the skewers." Everyone sat down and chatted while threading the skewers. The chats are probably all about reminiscing about the past. From what they said, we learned that the schools in the county town are much more chaotic than those in Guangzhou. Some were pregnant at a young age, some were arrested for gang fighting, and there were a bunch of miscellaneous and abstract things. Lin Mo felt that it was not a school. After graduating from my previous life, I listened to some of the guys around me telling stories about technical school, which were even more bizarre and absurd. This is not a smear, but the reality is this, especially for private technical schools, where management is even more lax. Comparing the two, the schools in the county town feel pretty good, and the schools in the provincial capital are even more like a temple of learning. After a while, Grandma came back. "The herbal tea is already brewing. You guys should have fun tonight." Filong immediately stood up, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took out one and handed it to his grandmother. "Yes, Grandma smokes." Anyway, when Lin Mo started to keep a diary, his grandmother had already started smoking. Of course, Lin Mo's cousin Fang Binbin also smokes. After all, this is a case of top-down influence. Fang Binbin started smoking when he was still in college, but he always hid it from his grandmother. It was only later that he started smoking openly. It doesn't matter now. Anyway, Lin Mo used his spiritual energy to repair Grandma's body a lot, so it doesn't matter even if she smokes more. Sure enough, after taking a puff, Grandma couldn't help but look at Filong. What kind of cigarette is this? Why does it taste so good? Filong scratched his head and said, no, it's just the 5-leaf god. Brand new lungs are just easy to use. Filong handed the cigarette to Lin Mo. Fang Binbin immediately said, my cousin doesn't smoke. Filong rolled his eyes at Fang Binbin, probably meaning, I don't know what you look like, and your cousin doesn't smoke either? I really don't smoke. If you don't believe me, ask him yourself. Lin Mo, wearing chicken wings, shook his head and waved his hands. Sorry, brother Filong, I really don't smoke. After hearing this, Filong withdrew his hand and said, it's better not to smoke. Once you smoke, you can't quit. Lu Jinky said dissatisfiedly, do you guys like smoking so much? Isn't my second aunt smoking too? Filong immediately pulled my second aunt outside. Second uncle, let's ignore those people and go outside to smoke. Lu Jinky was so angry that she was going crazy. The other boys also went outside to smoke together. Only a few girls and one man, Lin Mo, were left stringing the clothes. Lu Ninjin looked at Lin Mo and felt that there was no childish look on Lin Mo's face. Where did you study? Lu Jinky asked casually. I studied at Guangba. A girl suddenly said, I remember Guangba is a school in Guangzhou. Yes, I study in Guangzhou. I just come back here during holidays. Lin Mo answered this question very seriously. Lin Mo always thought that his cousin-in-law Lu Ninjin was a good person. Even if she had accomplished nothing and did not dare to come back, she would ask Fang Binbin to drive to Guangzhou, take her out to dinner, and buy her clothes. She can be said to be a very good sister-in-law. So Lin Mo felt that in this life, our brother Bin had to marry a wife like this. Of course, if nothing is done, these two people are likely to be together. But Lin Mo was also worried that the storm stirred up by this butterfly of his would rewrite many things. So let's try to match them up. A girl pressed her phone twice. Wow, Guangba, it's a key school in Guangzhou. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Lin Mo. Then you must be very good at studying. It's okay, Lin Mo said modestly. Lu Ninjin nodded, you still have to study hard. Key schools are still better than ordinary schools. Yes, the teachers teach different things and methods. For example, my brother is in number 1 middle school, and I've never heard of some of the little tricks he told me. The girls started chatting at once. Lin Mo just smiled in response, without slowing down his movements at all. The meat and vegetables were skewered quickly. The stove on the other side was also easy to light. After all, he was a rural child, and he was definitely much more skilled in making fire than city children like Xia Yufei. So after a while, the barbed wire was put on top and the skewers of meat were placed on top. They started chatting from the past and continued talking about their lives to the present. Lin Mo is just an ordinary barbecue chef. He coats chicken with honey and sprinkles cumin on beef and mutton. Fang Binbin came over with a drink in hand. I'll help you grill it, you can have a drink and a bite. Lin Mo flipped the meat over, then handed it to Fang Binbin and whispered, here, take it and please your beauty. When Fang Binbin heard this, he almost became an emoticon, but he held back and just said in a low voice, you knew it a long time ago. It's so obvious, I guess the only person here who doesn't know is the person involved. It is very normal for those in power to be confused. Fang Binbin listened, then took the skewers given by Lin Mo and walked to Lu Nianan who was chatting, and handed the skewers to Lu Jinky and Lu Nianan respectively. Come on, eat some meat. You're all too skinny. Is there nothing delicious to eat in college? Lu Jinky touched her stomach and said, no, the normal university cafeteria is pretty good and not expensive, but we are not the kind of people who overeat. Lin Mo remembered that Lu Nianan was an elementary school music teacher, so there seemed to be nothing wrong with him studying at a normal university. Are there very few male students in the normal university? Doesn't that mean there are too many students and too little resources? Fei Long asked casually. Well, it can't be said to be little, it's just not much. Lu Jinky looked like she wanted to fall in love but had no way to do so. After all, among the boys in the college, the good-looking ones will date the good-looking ones, and the ugly ones will also chase the good-looking ones and date them. Although she is quite pretty, no one likes her. Lu Nianan didn't care. He took the beef skewers from Fang Binbin and started eating. All the people who can be invited are good friends. There are not too many taboos in chatting, and they will even tell each other's embarrassing stories. Lin Mo actually liked this atmosphere, and the phone in his arms vibrated. Lin Mo took it out and saw that it was the landlord's information. What are you doing? If you start with it, it must be a clown. But if I ask myself what I am doing, it's because I miss you. So Lin Mo simply replied, miss me? That's typing. Then it disappears and continues typing. I wanted to see how you were doing back home. Lin Mo took a photo and sent it. The photos include grilled chicken wings, pork belly, beef skewers, and lamb skewers. Wow, what a rich meal. It reminds me of the chicken wings you cooked. Don't you miss me? Humph. I don't want to. If you don't want to, you won't have chicken wings to eat. I can't eat it, you just tempt me. Make a wish, maybe you can get it. Then I'll make a wish and wait for you to come back and cook it for me. Lin Mo waved his hand and collected a perfectly roasted chicken wing and some meat skewers, but no one noticed, as if all this was normal. Leaving behind a clone to leave in stealth. Guangzhou. Xia Yuling, who was sitting on the sofa, put down her phone, looked indifferent, and collapsed on the sofa. Zheng Yuan looked at her daughter and couldn't help but walk over and kick her twice. If you miss someone, just ask them what they are doing. Hearing this, Xia Yuling sat up and curled her lips. Who misses him? I don't miss him at all. He's eating and drinking well in his hometown. Why should I miss him? I didn't say who it was, you're just admitting it yourself. Zheng Yuan turned and left. Xia Yuling wrinkled her nose and muttered, bad guy, you eat and drink well, but you don't even think about yourself. After sitting in the living room for more than 10 minutes, she walked towards the room. I originally wanted to go to his room to play on the computer tonight. But forget it. When I returned to the room, a rich fragrance wafted into my nose. It smells so good, didn't I close the window? Looking up, I saw a grilled chicken wing and a few beef skewers on the table. It's steaming. This. Xia Yuling walked to the desk. I'm not dreaming. The cell phone rang and Xia Yuling picked up the phone. Is it tasty? I haven't eaten yet. Where are you? When did I say I'd be there? I used the world's best courier to deliver it to you. If you don't want to eat it, I'll send it away. Eat. I'll definitely eat it. Xia Yuling picked up the beef skewers and took a bite. They were tender and juicy. But the most important thing is the grilled chicken wings. The crust is slightly sweet and crispy, while the meat inside is juicy and tender. It's exactly the same as the last time I ate it. She couldn't help but pick up her phone, took a selfie, and sent it to Lin Mo. Lin Mo received the photo and couldn't help but smile slightly. You smile so sweetly, is she your girlfriend? Fang Binbin sat down, but Lin Mo had already switched to the class group chat. Everyone is talking about the wonderful life after the holidays. Some go out to travel directly, while others play games crazily without anyone paying any attention to them. Just a laugh for the idiots in the group. When Fang Binbin saw the words Class 8 in the group name, he also believed it. But Fang Binbin's words made everyone present slightly excited. Did you know that Ajin and Akian broke up? No, I remember that Ajin really liked Akian, and Akian has been pursuing Ajin for a while. Listening to this conversation, Lin Mo couldn't help but sing. Ajin fell in love with Akian on a starry night. After singing just 2 lines, everyone turned their heads to look at Master Lin, the barbecue chef. Ha! Why are you all looking at me? Keep singing, then I'll continue singing. Planes flew overhead and meteors streaked across the night sky. The sound of the motorcycle got closer and closer in the night, and finally stopped in the front yard. A slightly overweight policeman got out of the car. Fang Binbin sat on the chair, looked up, and shouted with a smile, hey, my cousin is here. My eldest cousin's surname is Liang, and his name is Liang Qiwan. She is my grandmother's eldest daughter, and the first child born to Lin Mo's aunt. The reason why my cousin is called my cousin is not because he is a good shooter. It's because there is a huge age gap between him and Lin Mo's generation. The eldest cousin put down his helmet and shouted directly with a tired look on his face, hello, do you have anything to eat? Let's get something to eat first. He was still wearing his police uniform, and it was obvious that he had just gotten off work. Lin Mo handed over the freshly grilled skewers. As soon as the eldest cousin took it, he burst into laughter. You're back so early this year. I just came back to see you earlier. Lin Mo shrugged. That slightly mature tone made my cousin stunned for a moment. Then he patted Lin Mo's shoulder and said with a smile, that's good too. Keep an eye on second uncle. Only then did Fang Binbin curiously ask, cousin, are you on night shift? Why are you eating so late? The eldest cousin waved his hand and said, there's no such thing as a night shift. I was called back to work overtime. Don't play for too long. It might not be safe these few nights. When Lin Mo heard this, he couldn't help but frown. What happened during this period of time? Recalling his past life, Lin Mo remembered that during this period, 3 people committed crimes in southern Hunan and fled all the way south. In the end they were captured in Hesheng. Why did Lin Mo know? Because this is what my eldest cousin said, and he probably told everyone the same thing in his previous life, and then he caught the person a few days later. When hearing this advice, no one felt that this matter had anything to do with them, so everyone started asking what was going on. However, before closing the case, the police cannot reveal too much information. After all, this is a very dangerous thing. But even if his cousin didn't say it, Lin Mo remembered it very clearly. These 3 criminals who fled from southern Hunan were originally from a security brigade in a villa area. They will avoid surveillance and look for villas that are not permanently inhabited. They only need to cut off the power for a short time to leave no traces, and they can also take away some valuables inside without being discovered. However, when they committed the crime again, they were caught red-handed by the homeowner and his family, who suddenly returned. The three of them made up their minds and killed the homeowner and his family. They even infuriated and then killed the homeowner's wife and daughter. It can be said to be extremely cruel. Because the homeowner's family was also well-known local people, the case progressed quickly and the security guards were soon found. When the police arrived to arrest them, the three had already fled south. In the end, his whereabouts were discovered and he was arrested. My cousin didn't say much. If I really want to tell the story, I have to wait until the case is closed. So after finishing his meal, he left in a hurry, which meant that he really just came to eat for free. Everyone was a little scared after hearing the news. Fang Binbin said simply, "It's okay, wait a minute, let's send the girls home first, and then let us go home by ourselves. There are only main roads here, and those people don't dare to take the main roads." Fang Binbin's proposal seemed feasible to many people. "Anyway, I'm riding a motorcycle, so it won't take long." So everyone suddenly lost interest in continuing to eat barbecue and started packing up their things. But Lin Mo was still grilling skewers. Lu Ninjin looked at Lin Mo and said a little embarrassedly, "My cousin cooked for us all night tonight, but I didn't eat much." Lin Mo waved his hand. "It's okay. It's my honor to serve you all. But I hope you won't send me exercises out of gratitude. If you do that, I'll feel like I've fed all my grilled skewers to the dogs." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone started laughing. "We don't have such bad taste. Then cousin, let's play next time." Everyone helped pack up a lot of things before leaving. Fang Binbin also sent them back. However, Lin Mo guessed that Fang Binbin actually wanted to give the gift to Lu Ninjin. Grandma came over and saw that there were still a lot of things left unbaked and uneaten. She couldn't help but say, "There are so many things left. Why are they in such a hurry to leave?" "Nothing, there might be a second half." "Second aunt, do you want something to eat? I'll bake it for you." Grandma waved her hand and said, "No, no, no, you eat first. The kid needs to be full. I'll get you a bowl of herbal tea." They left without even drinking much. While muttering to himself, he walked towards the kitchen. Lin Mo turned around and looked at his grandmother as she always did. The night is getting deeper. Lin Mo sat on the bed, thinking about what his cousin had said that night. If he remembered correctly, the roving criminal seemed to have committed more than one crime. If I remember correctly, they committed a second crime in Crane City. It was also because of this case that these three criminals were arrested. Standing silently on the second-floor terrace, Lin Mo took a deep breath. "Do you care? Or just ignore it?" He recalled that when he first heard about this incident, he seemed to feel sorry for the victims and condemn the criminals. "I don't want to be a loser, but it's right in front of me, so I might as well take action." Follow your heart. After thinking it through, Lin Mo stepped onto the concrete pillar of the balcony and instantly flew into the air. Go to the police station first. With the help of invisibility and speed, Lin Mo quickly arrived at the police station in Hesheng. Even though it is just a small county town, it has a complete criminal police configuration. The invisible Lin Mo casually walked into the police station, his spiritual sense scanning the files inside. My cousin is not a criminal policeman, he is just an ordinary policeman. He definitely doesn't have much information in his hands. So Lin Mo went straight to the police station here to check the information about these three people. Soon, the spiritual consciousness found the birth dates of the three people. This is the purpose of Lin Mo coming here. Standing on the top floor of the police station, Lin Mo made a gesture with his hands. The first of the 72 supernatural powers is called Tanju. You can communicate with the spirits of heaven and earth and interact with them. Lin Mo raised his hand. 5 ghosts, listen to my orders. Come to me immediately. Hurry and obey my orders. The 5 ghosts refer to the 5 ghosts in the 5 directions, namely the black ghost in the north, the green ghost in the east, the white ghost in the west, the red ghost in the south and the yellow ghost in the center. Although they are called ghosts, they are actually spirits from the 5 directions, similar to characters like the city god. Originally, Lin Mo thought that this magical power was probably useless. After all, he was not sure whether there was such a thing as ghost. But later when he confirmed it, he knew that his magical powers could come in handy. In an instant, 5 balls of fluorescent light of different colors gathered in front of Lin Mo. These fluorescent lights just floated in front of Lin Mo. In fact, the 5 ghosts do not have a specific image. It's like the faint light of a firefly, and it can't speak human words. Lin Mo read out the birth dates of those people. Find the location of these 3 people for me. 5 balls of light floated in the air, and finally seemed to have a target, and then flew in one direction. Lin Mo immediately moved quickly and followed with his divine speed. As expected, the 5 ghosts flew towards the surrounding mountains. According to the time, these criminals may still be climbing mountains and wading through water, and what Lin Mo has to do is to find them. Then kill them. When Lin Mo was a child, he liked watching Batman and Superman, but he couldn't quite understand why Batman didn't just kill those crazy murderers, but threw them into a mental hospital instead. But the mental hospital was unable to lock up these criminals, so they all escaped later. Every escape would kill many guards and ordinary people. And Batman always focuses on his philosophy of not killing. Lin Mo was thinking, if Batman really existed, he would definitely kill Batman and then kill those criminals who escaped, because he was an ordinary person at that time. As for the Joker, when I blow your head off, I want to see if you can still smile. On the way, Lin Mo was thinking about many things. Among superheroes, his favorite is actually a guy named Rorschach. Of course, I don't like the idea of this character, but I like the way this character does things. Now that you have encountered evil, put an end to it. Lin Mo's originally hesitant heart gradually became firm. System, my lovely host, what kind of superhero drama are you playing? Wuzhongshan is connected to mountains beyond mountains. In the pitch-black mountain, several flashlight lights were shining through the woods. Brother Ma, what should we do? We have money, but we can't spend it, and we're stuck in this place. Don't say so much, just leave, otherwise if the police find us, we'll be finished. One of the more silent men said coldly, go down the mountain first. If you see a house, go in. The younger one looked at the man with dissatisfaction. What will you do if you see someone after you go in? Will you kill them again? You can see that he is rather timid. The silent man didn't respond, but just continued walking down. But that Ma Ge took the initiative to smooth things over. We can't turn back. What's the difference between killing once and twice? As long as we are caught, the result will be the same, but we need to rest. The three of them walked for a day and a night and were extremely tired, just looking for a place to stay. But it was impossible for three men to go down the mountain and find a place to stay. They wouldn't be stupid enough to look for a hotel, as they might be caught by the police as soon as they checked in. Ma Ge took a deep breath. Let's go. We'll be down the mountain soon. We can just find a remote house for the night. The silent man couldn't help but speak, find a house with people, otherwise there will be nothing to eat. Ma Ge waved his hand indifferently, with a carefree expression on his face. Okay, it's already like this, it doesn't matter anymore. The three of them quickened their pace and, leaning against the mountainside, they saw lights not far away. Light! There is a light! We are almost there. Ma Ge said excitedly. However, a voice sounded at this time. Yes, congratulations, your death date has arrived. Who? Ma Ge took out a hammer from his arms, with dark bloodstains on it. The other man also took out a knife from his pocket, looking vigilantly in the direction of the sound. A flock of crows flew up, cawing shrilly, and frightened the youngest of the three so much that he could not help but cower on the ground with his head in his hands. Ma Ge couldn't help but walk over and kick him. Useless thing. Stand up. Lin Mo stood on the treetop, looking at the three people below. The calmest person was the man holding the knife. His eyes were fierce, and even though he was exhausted, his hand holding the knife was still so strong. The three of them looked around, cautiously observing their dark surroundings. Obviously everyone has a flashlight in their hands, but this flashlight does not seem to give them a sense of security. Hiss! Something seemed to be sliding on the ground. Ma, brother Ma. The young man's eyes fell on the ground and his voice trembled. What are you doing? Brother Ma looked in the direction of the light. I saw countless snakes moving on the mud and getting closer and closer. These snakes have different colors, but they all know that colored snakes are the most difficult to deal with. How come there are so many snakes? The young man had begun to collapse, and without paying any attention to the other two, he ran away. But just as he raised his foot, he was tripped by something and fell to the ground. When he shone the flashlight, he saw a long and thick python lying at his feet. Help! Help! Before he could fully scream, a red and green snake bit into his artery. The speed was spreading rapidly, his pupils were dilating rapidly, and white bubbles were appearing on his mouth. Well, Mom, after I get better. Before he could finish the last word, his head tilted and he died. The toxin was acting too quickly, too fast, and something was wrong. Ma Ge glanced at the corpse on the ground. He didn't know that the young man was already dead, so he hurried over and wanted to grab him, but when he stretched out his hand, something slippery came up. Even the feet are the same. Ma Ge was directly entangled by the snake. As for the other man, he was obviously more ferocious. Looking at the snake that was wrapping around him, he grabbed the snake's head and cut it hard with the knife in his hand. The snake's head fell to the ground. It's a pity that he could deal with one snake, but he couldn't handle more snakes. Soon he fell to the ground. Only after the three people were completely killed by the poison did the poisonous snakes disperse one by one. Lin Mo also walked out of the woods. He didn't say a word, but just drove the animals in the forest and pushed the three people down the mountain. Once the nearby villagers find out, the case will be over. Looking at the bodies of these three people, a black light rose from their bodies. That is the soul. A living soul that has not yet become a ghost. Lin Mo raised his hand, and the three souls gathered in his palm. System, I've made up my mind. I plan to get the Myriad Souls banner as my natal spiritual weapon. Host, may I ask what is the 10,000 Souls banner? Oh my god, you're supposed to be an invincible immortal cultivation system, but you don't even know about the 10,000 Souls banner? Wait, it's not called the 10,000 Souls banner, it's called the Human Emperor banner. The Human Emperor banner that the host mentioned is the thing that emits black smoke from Cuckoo? What black smoke? Do you understand? The Emperor's banner must emit golden light. Whatever the host says is what it is. Then the question is, how do I refine this Human Emperor banner? To refine equipment, you must first find the core materials. But Lin Mo didn't have it, so he asked the system to borrow some from other systems to use as a reward for the next provincial competition. As for the three sinful souls in his hand, Lin Mo used a yellow talisman to collect them. Just leave it there for now, and when the Human Emperor banner comes out, we can move there. After doing all this, Lin Mo went home to sleep. Life in the countryside is comfortable and relaxing. Lin Mo spends every day doing homework, reading books, and watching TV. Normal people's lives don't have so many ups and downs. On the contrary, my cousin Feng Binbin would occasionally go out to play and have supper at night. Grandma always asks Feng Binbin to take Lin Mo with him when he goes out to play. But Lin Mo knew that Feng Binbin was just going there to play mahjong, billiards, and have a midnight snack. So I just stayed with my grandma and helped her water the vegetable garden. After all, there are still many vegetables that can be grown in eastern Guangdong in winter. Every day, a girl would send greetings on the phone. It can be said that everything in life is in order. New Year's Eve is approaching step by step. There are many things to do during the Chinese New Year, including buying New Year's goods, cleaning the house, and making fried food. It's easy to buy New Year's goods. You can just go to the supermarket and buy them. There are many stalls on the road signs of the small county town that sell all kinds of New Year's goods, but they are all unknown brands, and the price is not much cheaper than the genuine ones. I say, fish, is it necessary to buy such a good one? Feng Binbin looked at the items in the shopping cart and couldn't help but say, it's not that bad, don't worry, brother Bin, I have money. Originally, Feng Binbin didn't know that Lin Mo was rich, but later he heard that Lin Mo received more than 10,000 yuan in school scholarships, all tuition and miscellaneous fees were waived, and he even received additional meal allowances. All these made him feel a little surprised. In fact, Chen Xiao applied for the tuition and meal allowance for Lin Mo. If Lin Mo was just an orphan, it would be easy to exempt him from tuition and miscellaneous fees. The main reason for being able to get the meal allowance is actually Lin Mo's grades. Originally, Chen Xiao suggested that Lin Mo should just stay there and she could allocate a room in the teacher's dormitory for him. It is obvious that this is the principal's arrangement, but the principal will not show up in person. But Lin Mo still refused. First of all, of course, he couldn't bear to leave the landlord. Secondly, I can't bear to part with the food cooked by Aunt Zheng. Therefore, the school also subsidizes the rent at a rate of 2,000 yuan per month. There is no other reason, just because of good grades. It can be said that Lin Mo is now studying and making money at the same time. If Lin Mo really becomes the provincial #1 scholar, Guangba will become glorious again. After the reporters find out Lin Mo's background, they will definitely report it extensively, and the school's help in it will also be reported. What an honor it is to help the top scholar in his time of need. Even if Lin Mo didn't get the top spot, with his strength he would have a chance to get the third or second place. So the school is willing to spend this small amount of money to accomplish big things. Of course, the world is also very realistic. In his previous life, Lin Mo's academic performance was always in the middle to lower levels, and the subsidy he received was only half of his tuition and miscellaneous fees. In this life, Lin Mo's academic performance was among the best, so naturally he received more subsidies. If you are a loser, why do you think anyone will help you? Why not give more resources to valuable people? If you are a valuable person, then naturally someone will give you a step to move up. After buying New Year's goods, the two drove back on their motorcycle. As soon as I returned home, I saw my grandmother kneading flour. Second uncle, what are you doing? Egg yogurt, doesn't it just happen that kids like to eat hot things like this? Nan Rudenzan, also known as Mei or Paecha in the north. There is not much difference in the shape, it's just called differently. However, grandma's fermented bean curd and egg powder can be said to be one of Lin Mo's favorite snacks in childhood. At this time, the dough is completely reddish-brown and contains a lot of black sesame seeds. The reddish-brown color is due to the addition of fermented bean curd. Nanru is red fermented bean curd, which tastes sweet and has a very rich aroma. Adding lard and garlic water makes the fried bean curd and egg spread even more fragrant. This is also why Lin Mo only loves the egg rolls made by his grandmother. But you can only eat it during the Chinese New Year. There are many kinds of egg rolls, and there is one that looks particularly fluffy and large. In order to make the egg rolls more crispy, baking soda is usually added to increase the crispness, but if you want it to be fluffy, you have to add stinky powder. The chemical term is ammonium bicarbonate. Although the name is not nice, it is also a serious food additive. Basically, the large and fluffy fried foods you see on the market are all filled with stinky powder. But this stuff is basically non-toxic. But when my grandma makes egg rolls, she only uses a little baking soda. After kneading the dough, you need to roll it out with a rolling pin. Lin Mo watched his grandmother rolling the noodles with great effort, and then took the rolling pin. "Let me do it, I'm strong." As he spoke, Lin Mo rolled the dough into very thin sheets. Grandma took a knife and started to cut the dough, making 3 cuts on it. The middle is long and the 2 sides are short. Stack 2 pieces of dough together, pick up one end and push it into the opening in the middle. The prototype of the egg rolls came out. The production of egg rolls is not complicated at all. Lin Mo also remembered that his mother had also made egg rolls, but she would just go to the market and buy pre-pressed dough from others. In fact, it is just like the Southerners' habit of going to the market to buy dough to make dumplings. I made the filling myself, but I just bought the dumpling wrappers. As a Southerner, I really can't tell the difference between dumpling skins. After making the fermented bean curd and egg rolls, Grandma did not fry them immediately, but continued to knead the flour to make fried dough balls. The egg rolls are just a topping, the fried dough fritters are what must be made. After all, in eastern Guangdong, people usually light up the oil pan before the Chinese New Year. It symbolizes good luck in the coming year, such as a prosperous family and a prosperous economy. It's hard to say whether it's a good omen or not, but it's definitely delicious. Most of the fried dough sticks made in Heshang are hollow. Just roll a hollow ball and then blow air into it. Of course, these things cannot be thought about too much. It's disgusting to think about it. However, the fried bean curd and egg rolls are really delicious, especially when they are freshly baked. Lin Zanan took a photo and sent it to 3 girls in a group, and promised to bring some for them to try. The most excited one among them was my little classmate. The New Year celebrations at Zhang Yunlu's home were not that festive. Because her father doesn't know how to cook these things, especially fried foods, and he would refuse Zhang Yunlu from eating them for health reasons. If she wanted to eat French fries, she had to beg her aunt to get a chance to eat them. So she was very interested in the egg rolls that Lin Mo sent her. The least excited person was naturally Xia Yuling, because she also gave Lin Mo a lot of fried food. For example, fried shrimp chips, fried dough sticks, and egg rolls that are much lighter in color than Lin Mo. Then there was a photo of Xia Yuling sitting on the sofa and eating fried shrimp chips. Hey, this is the first time I felt this girl's legs are so long. New Year's Eve. A little after 5 in the afternoon. My aunt, who rarely shows up during this holiday, also came back to have dinner with us, but she wanted to eat 2 meals. After finishing the meal here, she would rush back to her parents' home for the second meal. It can be said that there is nothing wrong with all this. Feng Binbin didn't blame his mother for spending most of her time at her parents' home. After all, there is gain and loss. My aunt walked straight into the kitchen carrying a large piece of roasted pork. "Hey, my brother and his friends made 2 roasted pigs. I want one. Can you show me how to make it?" Even though in Lin Mo's eyes, Grandma has a soft temper, the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law still exists. Either the mother-in-law wants to dominate the daughter-in-law, or the daughter-in-law wants to dominate the mother-in-law. However, Feng Binbin and Lin Mo both stood on Grandma's side. Lin Mo took the barbecued meat and asked directly, "How about I show everyone what I'm doing?" Lin Mo's aunt treated him very well, so naturally she didn't say much. This aunt is just a little bit strong, but she is very good to both him and Feng Binbin. Lin Mo cut off a part of a large piece of roast pork. The blade made a snapping sound as it cut through the crispy crust. Lin Mo just found some bell peppers and onions to stir-fry the roast pork. After all, roast pork itself is rich in fat. Frying out a little lard and then using the lard to stir-fry oil-absorbing vegetables such as bell peppers and onions will make it delicious. As for the remaining large piece of roast pork, Lin Mo planned to make it into 5-spice braised roast pork later. Although the food on New Year's Eve is very rich, it is actually not as rich as what Lin Mo ate at Xia Yuling's house. But oftentimes, what you eat is not important, what is important is who you eat with. In the evening, even my grandmother was called to play mahjong. Feng Binbin found Lin Mo. "Come on, fish, come out and play with me, otherwise it will be boring for you to stay at home alone." Lin Mo raised the pen in his hand. "No, I plan to finish my homework first. You guys can go play. Remember to pick up second uncle-in-law in the evening." Seeing Lin Mo's insistence, Feng Binbin said nothing more and drove away. After closing the door, Lin Mo continued to do his homework seriously. When Grandma and cousin were around, Lin Mo did his homework very slowly. Now that he has returned to his normal speed, he finished all the homework he brought in just over 10 minutes. I've already established my foundation, and I'm still doing my homework. I'm really well behaved. After saying that, Lin Mo left one of his clones to go upstairs and pretend to sleep, but the real body has disappeared into the air. System, if you had the energy to pick up girls while cultivating immortality, I would have retired long ago. Xia Yuling walked from her uncle's house towards her own home. After dinner, everyone had their own activities, and Xia Yufei also went out to play. While her mother and uncle were playing mahjong, she chose to go to Lin Mo's room to play computer games. Walking on the road, she looked at the chat history, which included the New Year's Eve dinner sent by Lin Mo and the photos she sent. My uncle bought a lot of shrimp today, and I had a great time eating them. I had a great meal too. I still have quite a bit left. She thought about it, and finally couldn't help but said, so what is the New Year's Eve gift you prepared for me? You'll find out when you get home. Going home? Xia Yuling suddenly remembered the chicken wings that appeared on her table that day, and couldn't help but guess something. But I'm also afraid that my expectations are too high. Having said that, she still quickened her pace. The action of taking out the key was also 0.001 seconds faster than usual. Snap, snap, snap. She trotted up the stairs and opened the door carefully. The living room was pitch black. She turned on the light and called out softly, Lin Mo, are you back? But no one responded to her. So she spoke a little louder. Lin Mo? Still no one responded. Holding on to the last hope, the girl opened the door. But there was no one behind the door, and there was nothing on the table. Liar, liar. The girl's high expectations were dashed in an instant. My eyes couldn't help but turn red. Liar, liar, big liar. The girl, who hadn't even changed her shoes, kicked her bed. At this moment, a pair of hands covered her eyes, and the boy whispered behind the girl's ear, guess who I am? The girl was neither panicked nor excited, but the boy still felt a hint of moisture sliding down his palms. He's a big liar. You guessed it right. As soon as she let go of his hand, the girl turned around and threw herself into the boy's arms. Holding the girl in his arms, Lin Mo went straight to the rooftop. There were 2 chairs and a table on the rooftop at this time. There are a lot of snacks on the table. Lin Mo let go of the girl and casually opened a bag of Lily potato chips. Would you like some chips? I really like this brand of chips. They're generous and tasty. The girl just moaned but was unwilling to look up. Don't eat it. You'll get fat if you eat it. Isn't it good to be a little fatter? What's the point of holding him back when he's just a skeleton? The girl suddenly raised her head and looked at Lin Mo. What do you mean? Very good, poor chest is extremely evil. The girl followed his gaze and looked down at herself, then recalled Shu Miao Miao's broad mind. She couldn't help but ask, do you like big ones? It's okay. I don't like the small ones anyway. Lin Mo was eating potato chips. The girl couldn't help but reach out and pinched a potato chip between 2 fingers. Take a bite. Barbecue flavor. I hope I didn't disappoint you. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and smiled. The chips are very crispy. The girl nodded. No, I mean I rushed back to see you. This gift didn't disappoint you, did it? Xia Yuling finally couldn't bear it anymore, her cheeks flushed, and she half-hugged Lin Mo. Is it just me? Then I'll go see Miao Miao later. Hug me tighter. But it soon loosened. Scumbag. Lin Mo's smile did not disappear, he just looked at the light in the distance. Do you know? There are countless regrets in life, either because of the person's lack of ability or because they chose to give up under pressure. But many people would say that these regrets will shape a person's life, making each person's life meaningful and different. The next second, Lin Mo hugged the girl with one arm, and said with a strong sense of recklessness and youthful spirit, but I would say, screw it, I want to make myself happy, and make the people around me happy, without any regrets. That's still a scumbag. Although she said so, Xia Yuling did not push Lin Mo away. She just looked up at Lin Mo's wanton look. A little handsome. You know clearly that he is a scumbag, so why are you unwilling to break free? The girl's heart clearly wanted to become hard, but it just melted. But she still wanted the guy in front of her to be all hers. If they leave, then you will. A reader once said, those who leave, never stay. Of course, the reader also said, I welcome everyone who comes. But Lin Mo is not the kind of person who accepts everyone. The first day of the Chinese New Year. When Lin Mo woke up in the morning and saw his grandmother, he said, Happy New Year, second uncle, did you win any money last night? Grandma nodded cheerfully, hey, Happy New Year. As she spoke, she took out 2 red envelopes from her pocket and placed them in Lin Mo's hand. Now, this year you must study hard, stay healthy, and be energetic. Thank you, second aunt, but your grandson is the top student in the school and has excellent grades. Lin Mo proudly pointed at himself with his thumb. Okay, go wake Binbin up for breakfast. Grandma, wearing new clothes, nodded with a smile. Lin Mo turned around and asked everyone to get up and have breakfast. The rule at my grandmother's house is that we must eat vegetarian food on the first day of the new year. Even shrimp roe noodles are no longer edible. White porridge, fried dough sticks, and fried noodles with soy sauce. Not a single onion. But Fang Binbin has gotten used to it. He just adds a little more salt to the white porridge and soaks it in fried dough sticks, which is totally fine. Lin Mo has no problem at all, he can even go without eating. But today is actually the day to wear new clothes and go out for a walk. No one will come to pay New Year's greetings on the first day of the Chinese New Year, so everyone is free. You're not bad, little bro. This new outfit is quite handsome. Who helped you choose it? Fang Binbin knew at first glance that this was not his cousin's style of choosing clothes. The navy blue windbreaker and turtleneck sweater look very fashionable. The most important thing is that Lin Mo has grown taller now and his shoulders are much wider, so he can definitely support this windbreaker. This kind of weather is not too cold, and it is not cold enough to wear a down jacket. The combination of turtleneck sweater plus windbreaker is very good. Just after midnight, Fang Binbin drove his motorcycle to take Lin Mo out for a midnight snack. Although it was late at night, there were still plenty of midnight snacks to eat. There is everything from porridge to noodles and rice, but the people selling barbecue have gone back to their hometown. Otherwise you can have barbecue. Lin Mo ordered some fried noodles, some porridge, and several kinds of dim sum. As soon as he sat down, Lin Mo raised his head and looked at Fang Binbin. Go ahead, if you have anything to say, just say it. Lin Mo saw Fang Binbin's hesitation at a glance. In fact, Fang Binbin didn't originally want to talk about these things with people younger than him, but now Lin Mo looks too mature and steady. My cousin used to be smart, but he still had a very childish air. But now that it's the new year, the childishness has disappeared. Instead, he showed a maturity far beyond his peers. Even his classmates praised Lin Mo's maturity. So there are some things that he wants to find someone to discuss with him. I just don't know what to say first. Lin Mo could see Fang Binbin's hesitation. Do you want to ask about marriage or future? Let's ask about marriage first. Fang Binbin sighed. But Lin Mo shook his head. Let me talk about the future. Fang Binbin came up in one breath, but finally put his hand down. Okay, go ahead. You studied civil engineering because your uncles asked you to, right? Fang Binbin nodded. Civil engineering is still very popular in 2013/2014, and there are even better prospects and financial prospects for going abroad to provide aid to third world countries. There is some danger, but the money is really not small, and after 10 years, you can definitely get a white hat. It's just that Fang Binbin followed his elder uncle and second uncle. In the first few years after Fang Binbin graduated, he was sent to southern Hunan to do plastering and operate excavators. But the salary is just an ordinary salary, and the bonus is not much. So many years have passed, and he was still an excavator driver until Lin Mo came back. Civil engineering stuff wasn't used much either. Later on, I couldn't leave even if I wanted to. The main focus is on entanglement. Lin Mo tapped his fingers on the table. If you want a bright future, strive for a national channel to go abroad for construction qualification. When Fang Binbin heard that he was going abroad, he was completely stunned. Going abroad? How many years will it take? What about my second aunt-in-law? I'm watching over second Uncle Granny. Do you think you can come back often to see second Uncle Granny if you go out with your eldest and second uncles? What Lin Mo said was the truth. Which families of people work in civil engineering? Fang Binbin took a deep breath and couldn't help lighting a cigarette. So, what about marriage? As for marriage, that Lu Ning NN's sister, right? She has to wait for you to come back before confessing her feelings. Otherwise, how many years will you make people wait for you? Then what I said to my uncle. That's the same. I heard from my aunt that your eldest uncle and second uncle's projects are not in Hesheng. In other words, it still has to be done in a different place. So what is the difference between going out of province and going abroad? After hearing this, Fang Binbin finally lost his temper. So my best option is to go abroad and play dirty? You won't be fighting abroad for many years. Your uncle will be out soon, right? Fang Binbin was silent for a moment. Lin Mo's uncle was not a coward. After he was released, he started to build his own network of contacts. His businessman character allowed him to continue doing business. When Lin Mo was depressed, his uncle came over many times, trying to help him. It's just that Lin Mo was really hopeless at that time, and he didn't want to disappoint his uncle. Lin Mo looked at Fang Binbin's hesitation and finally said, if you really can't decide to go abroad, then just follow your uncles and work on the project. Lin Mo thought, at worst I can just buy sports lottery tickets for you during the 2014 World Cup. Buy scores directly. You don't have to buy the final, just buy the semi-final where Germany beats Brazil 7-1. Getting rich overnight is not a dream. The lottery might scam you, but the World Cup and Bitcoin won't. Let me think about it. If I confess my feelings, do I have to let Sister N wait for me? If she promised you but didn't wait for you, wouldn't you feel even worse? Lin Mo asked back, and Fang Binbin was silenced. It's very uncomfortable both ways. Looking at his cousin's expression, Lin Mo could only pat him on the shoulder. What's yours is yours. If you do a good job and come back with money, you'll have more confidence. Fang Binbin lowered his head and ate fried rice noodles. With a choice before him, he knew that he had to go for the dust beating. If he had to choose between the two, it was obvious that the foreign dust beating that Lin Mo mentioned was more advantageous. But his eldest and second uncles were actually very nice to him. Should I tell my uncle and the others about this? I don't feel good if I don't. Actually, it makes sense. After all, when Fang Binbin was a child, his two uncles took good care of him. There are red envelopes during the Chinese New Year and other festivals. So Fang Binbin still has a lot of affection for these two uncles in his heart. Tell me, if they let you go, then you go. If they don't let you go, then you can go. It sounds confusing, but if you think about it carefully, you can appreciate the key. Fang Binbin was stunned for a moment but quickly reacted. Isn't this bad? Lin Mo did not try to dissuade him. After all, Fang Binbin didn't know what would happen to him in the future. If everything really went according to his previous life, Lin Mo could also provide him with a guarantee. No matter what, Lin Mo will make sure his cousin lives a comfortable life in this life. At the foot of Wuzong Mountain, the area has been cordoned off, and several police officers and forensic doctors are conducting on-site inspections. The body has been taken away, but this place is still very important as the first scene. I've checked them, and they don't have any other external injuries, just mosquito bites or insect bites, but the most fatal ones are the snake bites. The medical examiner is still conducting an investigation at the scene. All three of them were bitten on arteries, although the locations were different. However, very few snakes would target arteries. A man in thick police uniform couldn't help but look up when he heard this. You mean to say that they might have been killed directly by someone using a snake? The medical examiner nodded and then shook his head. I can't rule it out, but they don't seem to be tied up or physically restrained in any way. I'll have to go back and examine them carefully before I can give you an answer. The man looked down at the rough report in his hands. Okay, I'll leave the rest to you. Try to see if there are any traces of human intervention. If there is one, I'm too lazy to submit it. It's just 3 scumbags who died anyway. You are a medical examiner and I am a police officer. Don't say such things. Yes, Mr. Policeman. After the medical examiner left, the police officer seemed to see some signs of dragging. He couldn't help but follow the dragging traces and walk up the mountain. A moment later, he arrived at the real first crime scene. Severed snake heads, trampled grass, and branches with knife marks. Too many traces. Thinking of something, the policeman took out his cell phone and made a call. Hello, it's me. Could you please send someone over to my side? It's not urgent. 3 criminals have been taken down, and I suspect someone is capable of driving the beast. Okay, I'll wait. After hanging up the phone, the policeman couldn't help but mutter. Why are those who have awakened to Yan Huang always so arrogant? System, I don't care how awesome you are, but my host is the most awesome. The Chinese New Year means a large number of relatives visiting. New Year's greetings mean you go to my place and then I go to yours. So Lin Mo rode Fang Binbin's motorcycle to his aunt's house, while his grandmother rode his aunt's motorcycle. My aunt's husband had some connections in Hong Kong, so he took my aunt, her second son, and her third daughter to Hong Kong to make a living. My eldest cousin is a policeman, so he naturally won't go with us, but since it's the new year, my aunt and her family will definitely come back. When Lin Mo was a child, he went to Hong Kong with his family once and stayed at his aunt's house. After just one visit, Lin Mo's impression of Hong Kong TV dramas and movies was completely shattered. As soon as I parked the car, I saw a bustling crowd all around, with people greeting each other and wishing each other a Happy New Year. Fang Binbin took the lead and pulled Lin Mo towards his aunt's house. Happy New Year! Happy New Year! My aunt and her family were sitting in the living room, and there were many relatives there. My aunt, wearing an apron, came out of the kitchen. After seeing Fang Binbin and Lin Mo, he greeted them happily. So it's you guys who are here. Auntie, Happy New Year! Lin Mo greeted with a smile. Hey, I haven't seen you for a year. How come you've grown so tall, Yuze? As she spoke, the aunt patted Lin Mo's shoulder and fiddled with his arm, looking curious. Hey, children need to grow taller all of a sudden. Fang Binbin said on the side. Yes, and he's more handsome than before. Auntie carefully brushed Lin Mo's hair, her face full of emotion. Then he pulled Lin Mo into the living room and said, Come on, sit down first. Your eldest cousin and second cousin will prepare the dishes first. After his parents passed away, everyone on his grandmother's side treated Lin Mo very well. As soon as I sat down, my cousin appeared out of nowhere. Hey, fish, when did you come back? My cousin Liang Yuman almost jumped over. At that time, she was still young and her figure was not as fat as she became later. Happy New Year, Sister Min. Liang Yuman looked at Lin Mo carefully and couldn't help laughing. You have grown up, become taller and more handsome. I'm sure many girls like you. Lin Mo shook his head decisively. I wasn't, don't talk nonsense. Of course you have it. Bring it back for us to see when you can. Liang Yuman joked with a smile. Lin Mo kept shaking his head. Who should I take? No matter who I take, it won't be a good idea. At this time, one induction cooker after another was brought up. During the Chinese New Year, when we invite guests to eat at noon, the food we serve is of course hot pot. Chicken hot pot is a common dish in eastern Guangdong, but there are many ways to cook it. For example, boil it in water, or stir-fry the chicken until it produces chicken oil and then heat it in a pan. Basically, there are tables for adults and tables for children. The adults' table is for married people, and the children's table doesn't matter how old you are, as long as you are not married, you are considered a child. After all, in this place, as long as you are not married, you will receive red envelopes. Lin Mo just sat down. My eldest cousin came out with a plate. Here it comes. Freshly baked cacao. Kudzu vine root, full name steamed pork with kudzu vine root. In fact, it is similar to pork with preserved vegetables, except that the preserved vegetables are replaced with local kudzu vine. It is also a different local recipe. Kudzu root absorbs oil, and the braised pork above is basically made from fattier pork belly. If you want to make it delicious, then the steaming time of kudzu vine root pork is much longer than that of preserved vegetable pork. The cousin wiped his hands. This is the kudzu braised pork with yam that I started making last night. Try it. Although my cousin is a policeman, my aunt's family is in the catering business and they are all quite knowledgeable about food. The steamed cacao made by my eldest cousin is a special skill that is praised by all relatives. Of course, Lin Mo actually just likes to eat that piece of braised pork. Compared to kudzu vine, Lin Mo still prefers preserved vegetables or taro. One is more delicious with rice, the other is softer and more glutinous. But Lin Mo still wanted to eat. Everyone was eating and chatting, and soon my second cousin came out with the chicken rice he had made. My second cousin Liang Qichuan was a chef, and later he and his Hong Kong wife opened a roast meat shop in Hong Kong. After dinner, everyone didn't leave so quickly. After packing up their things, they chatted for a while. The aunt went upstairs and brought down a few boxes of chocolates and handed them to Lin Mo. Come here, take it. I bought this especially for you in Hong Kong. You can't buy it in the mainland. Auntie said as she hung the bag on Lin Mo. Come back more often. We've watched you grow up. The bag is filled with snacks of foreign brands. Every year when she comes back, my aunt would bring them some gifts like this. And every year, Lin Mo would sincerely thank his aunt and others. This is also why Lin Mo liked to come back to his grandmother when he was studying. It's just that Lin Mo chose to fall in his previous life and was too embarrassed to come back. My thoughts gradually drifted away as the motorcycle accelerated. Things here are almost done, it's time to go back.